land of fire Konohagakure. A breathtaking girl about 1 50 meters tall, with exquisitely delicate and fair features and a graceful curvaceous figure, walked along the bustling street. Her hair was pure white, and her eyes were a striking crimson. With that elegant figure and a youthful, spotless aura, even though she wore only a simple white hooded coat and black long pants, passers-by on the road could not help but be drawn to her again and again. She was a perfect embodiment of the saying that as long as one is beautiful, even a sack will look good on them. Yet what the passers-by did not know was that at this moment the girl's mood was far from as lovely as her outward appearance. For she was currently examining her personal status panel. Name Hōōji Chiyo. Constitution Elite Jinin Strength Ordinary Jinin Agility Elite Jinin Spirit Ordinary Chunin Chakra Ordinary Chunin Abilities Wind Riding Sword Art Not Yet Initiated 751-1000 Ancient Style Swordsmanship Proficient 131-902-5000 Shadow Clone Technique Skilled 334-55000 Wind Release Gale Palm Skilled 123-1600 Shuriken Throwing Technique Skilled 15311600 Konoha Style Taijutsu Initiated 135400 Body Flicker Technique Skilled 327450 3 Body Technique Mastered 7200 Current Impression Value 0. And just one day earlier the experience points for Ancient Style Swordsmanship had been 13,100. In other words, after an entire day of training yesterday the experience for Ancient Style Swordsmanship had increased by only 90 points. And that was with her being in good condition yesterday. Normally, she would gain only 60 or 70 points a day. Her talent was merely average and she was still young. She did not dare push herself too hard and had to balance work and rest. Even if she managed to earn 90 or even 100 experience points every single day, it would still take at least 4 months to grind her Ancient Style Swordsmanship up to the next stage. The problem was that this year was already Konoha year 60. She was in the same class as Naruto. The graduation exam was tomorrow. The day after that would be team assignments, and the story of Naruto had already begun. In 4 months, even the third Hokage's funeral would be over. By then, not to mention taking part in the plot, she would not even qualify as a spectator. With her current attributes and abilities, she was only at the level of an elite genin. Entering the Chunin exams with such strength would be courting death. Yet she could not simply skip the story events because she possessed a cheat ability. Although that impression value, which ought to allow her to allocate stat points, had always remained a mystery to her, and she had never figured out how to gain it, so that she could only treat her so-called cheat like a mere progress tracker for cultivation. But what if the way to earn impression value was precisely to take part in the story and leave an impression on others? She absolutely had to figure out how to obtain it. As a transmigrator, if she could not even figure out how to use her own cheat, would her crossing over not be utterly wasted? What was more, she had been a stalwart man before she transmigrated, only to awaken in this world as a girl, equivalent to having wagered even her dragon on this crossing. If she could not make a name for herself in the ninja world, would that not mean not only that her transmigration had been for nothing, but that she had lost an entire dragon in vain? Such an outcome? Absolutely not. So if there's no way for Ancient Style Swordsmanship to improve in the short term, then my only choice is to push my Wind Riding Sword art right. Thinking this, Chiyo shifted her gaze to another skill. It was a taijutsu style she had created herself, modeled after a character from a game in her previous life. Thanks to the nature of her panel, where experience would only increase if her training was carried out correctly, even those techniques she developed purely by trial and error could be improved through what was essentially a lucky streak of continuous experimentation. By now, Wind Riding Sword art was nearing completion. With a bit of luck, she might just be able to perfect it. Then it's decided. Having made up her mind, Chiyo continued toward the training ground she frequented. Yet after only a few steps, a small rectangular window, like the video box in a web page, suddenly popped up before her. Then, nice to meet you for the first time. First, damn, this footage looks so real, every detail is crystal clear. What else did you expect? You think the AI is just messing with you? For real, AI is insane these days. I even watched that debut AI actress series from World's First Newbie. It was ridiculously lifelike. Ahem, about that I have this friend who, as those countless familiar square-shaped Chinese characters swept across the screen, a 9-tailed demon fox wreathed in ferocious flames, its 9 tails blotting out the sky, appeared before Chiyo's eyes. What is going on? Gazing at the fox's fiery scarlet fur blazing like living flame, and its savage jaws dripping with saliva, Chiyo, even knowing this was only a video, could not help but flinch at the oppressive aura of the strongest-tailed beast. Moreover, although what she had once watched had been a 2D anime, and this had become a fully 3-dimensional realistic image, such a classic scene, together with the third Hokage's voice in the footage, made it easy for Chiyo to recognize it as the opening of episode 1 of Naruto. A video window appearing out of nowhere, and it just happened to be playing Naruto. This was clearly the system's handiwork. And with so many comments flooding the screen, there were obviously numerous viewers watching as well. Judging from what those viewers were saying in the comments, they seemed to think they were watching a fully AI-created drama series titled Legend of the Ninja World. So Chiyo did not understand. Was this not Naruto? Did Naruto simply not exist in the worlds those commenters came from? To get to the bottom of it, she simply stayed where she was and continued watching. She soon discovered that was indeed the case. They had never seen Naruto before, or rather what they were watching right now was for them their Naruto. Aside from the absence of Naruto, however, the tone of their comments was exactly the same as that of the silly netizens from before her transmigration. Seeing this, Chiyo vaguely sensed something. The suddenly appearing video window was obviously a feature of her system and the existence of viewers who had never watched Naruto before. An answer to a question that had troubled her for a long time now seemed ready to reveal itself. But just then, Naruto, Naruto, stop right there, Naruto. The noisy shouts and that familiar name shattered Chiyo's train of thought. And the voices were not coming from the Naruto episode playing in the little window, but from directly behind her. What's happening? Chiyo turned her head only to see Naruto being chased by several Chunin as he ran straight toward her. Then she glanced back at the little window where Naruto was also being chased by Chunin. Although the perspectives differed, the familiar buildings in the background made it clear to Chiyo that what was being broadcast in the interface was identical to reality. The realization left Chiyo stunned. So this is actually a live broadcast. But if it's a live broadcast, I see. She finally understood how she was meant to acquire impression value. To gain it, she did not need to impress characters within the story, but rather through this live broadcast window to leave an impression on the viewers. And testing this hypothesis would be simple. While Chiyo was thinking, Naruto had already arrived at her side and thrown a camouflage cloth over himself, disguising his body as part of a wall to hide from the pursuing Chunin. As Naruto moved, the camera of the live broadcast slowly tracked along with him. A head of white hair as pure and flawless as first fallen snow was tied up into a neat high ponytail, and eyes like rubies gleamed crystal clear. With that white hair and red eyes that were lethal to a certain nation's aesthetic, a delicate brow, luminous teeth, and bright eyes, Feng Huangxi Chiyo appeared before everyone, looking ethereal and otherworldly, like an immortal descended to earth. After a while, Chiyo opened her eyes in delight. Upon reaching the expert rank in ancient-style swordsmanship, I've even gained new techniques. The expert tier ancient-style swordsmanship granted her 1 sword strike and 1 footwork, Yitu Fong thrust, and Suo Di earth contraction. Yitu required no elaboration. It was simply a swift, piercing lunge. Suo Di, however, demanded subtlety. It was an art of closing distance by exploiting blind spots in an opponent's perception. To the enemy, it appeared as though she stood before them one moment, and the next she stood face-to-face as if the very earth had contracted beneath her feet. With Suo Di and Yitu at her command, ancient-style swordsmanship as her core discipline, and wind-weaving swordsmanship as her refined complement, Chiyo finally felt a measure of genuine confidence. After allocating points to both ancient-style swordsmanship and wind-weaving swordsmanship, Chiyo still retained 4903 impression points. 4,000 points were modest, insufficient even to elevate height-tier abilities like wind-weaving swordsmanship or ancient-style swordsmanship by a single rank. Yet for lower-tier techniques, such as some could propel them to extraordinary heights. Thus, Chiyo turned her gaze toward the 3-body technique. She wondered whether the impression system imposed any upper limit on ability enhancement, or whether, for instance, boosting the substitution technique could amplify the power of Heavenly Hand technique. Simultaneously, she pondered, since expert-tier ancient-style swordsmanship had granted new techniques, would the high-rank 3-body technique do the same? Truly exhilarating. Murmuring softly, Chiyo pressed the enhancement button. Ding! 2993 impression points consumed. 3-body technique proficient, 7,200 expert, 1,400 master, 1,800 grandmaster, 11,600, pinnacle of the shinobi world, 13,200. Whoosh! An overwhelming torrent of knowledge and practical experience flooded her mind. As she sifted through that vast influx of information, Chiyo felt both wistful and elated. Her wistfulness stemmed from the fact that despite reaching the pinnacle of the shinobi world rank, the 3-body technique conferred no new techniques. Only real-world combat case studies and incremental enhancements such as heightened realism in transformation technique or increased tangibility in clone technique. Yet her elation arose precisely from this. Those case studies, combined with the technique's intrinsic refinement, dramatically expanded its tactical ceiling and battlefield utility. It was akin to League of Legends' Twisted Fate. The clown in clumsy hands remained a fool, yet in skilled hands he inspired awe. You're truly radiant. In essence, the pinnacle tier 3-body technique vastly reinforced Chiyu's survivability. Nice, she silently rejoiced. though she hadn't yet uncovered the system's absolute enhancement. Sealing this outcome alone was deeply satisfying. Alas, her remaining impression points precluded further such upgrades. She allocated modest points instead, slightly elevating Konoha-style taijutsu body flicker technique and shuriken jutsu. Upon completion, Chien's personal profile updated accordingly. Name Taraji Chienyu. Physique average Chunin, strength elite Jinin, agility average Chunin, spirit elite Chunin, chakra elite Chunin. Abilities: wind weaving, swordsmanship proficient 14900, ancient style swordsmanship expert 15000, shadow clone technique proficient 33450, wind release gale palm proficient 12316, shuriken jutsu master 1640, Konoha style taijutsu proficient 1160, body flicker technique expert 14050, 3 body technique pinnacle of the shinobi world 13200. Impression points 93. Aside from her naturally lower strength, a common trait among female shinobi, her overall stats now aligned with the Chunin tier. Among her abilities, 1 reached the pinnacle of the shinobi world, another the expert rank, and all others at least proficient. For so long, her anxieties over inadequate strength and unreliable advantages had weighed heavily upon her, yet now both were resolved simultaneously. A luminous future stretched before her, clear and tangible. The taut thread of tension coiled deep within her mind suddenly loosened, and she exhaled slowly, deeply. Just then, the shadow clone she dispatched earlier to prepare dinner emerged from the kitchen, having completed its task. The white-haired, crimson-eyed girl wore a simple apron. Her slender fingers cradled a plate, carrying with them the gentle warmth of hearth and home, serene, graceful, and profoundly nurturing, like an exquisite young consort. Of course, it would be even better if that exquisite young consort weren't herself. Chienyu couldn't help but muse aloud. Yet she soon chuckled softly and shook her head. What was she thinking? Had she not been herself? If she'd remained the weary, overworked drudge she'd been before reincarnation, not even her dreams could have conjured such a peerless consort. Precisely because it was herself, and precisely because of the convenience afforded by ninjutsu, she could savor this rare luxury. Yet speaking of that, inspiration suddenly struck Chienyu. Her system was an impression point system. Whenever she appeared on screen during the system's playback of canon Naruto storylines, viewers formed impressions of her, and the depth of those impressions determined her point yield. Though the broadcast camera wasn't fixed on her, wasn't she in effect a live streamer? Only her stream required her to actively seek the spotlight. For any live streamer, a clear, memorable persona is indispensable. It enables rapid recognition and lasting recall. Likewise, to ensure swift recognition, Chienyu needed to craft a distinct persona. The archetype of everyone's ideal wife fit perfectly. First, cultivating this persona was effortless. You needed only to embody beauty and radiance. After all, humanity instinctively seeks the sublime. Second, few standout female characters graced the early arcs of Naruto, and none competed with Chienyu for that role. At this thought, Chienyu's delicate fingers brushed her chin, and her ruby-like eyes shimmered with quiet brilliance. To become the beloved of every Naruto fan. Then, once funds allow, I'll buy some new attire. Chienyu made her decision. For now, however, she faced her shadow clone and boldly parted her lips. Feed me. 12 years of hardship. I deserve this indulgence, don't I? Hearing Chienyu's whimsical demand, the clone paused. Then upon her identical, exquisitely delicate face bloomed a tender, indulgent smile. Oh, you never cease to surprise me. Fine, I'll feed you. The clone approached with the bowl, and the two flawless mirror image maidens sat side by side, their silken strands entwining as they shared a fragrant citrus-scented meal. Yet though the feeding interlude was delightful, and though the system's seamless functionality brought profound reassurance, it did not lull Chienyu into complacency. After dinner, she turned her thoughts to a pressing question. Should she intervene tomorrow when Naruto stole the scroll of seals? If so, how? And under what pretext? She knew only vaguely that the location where Naruto learned the multiple shadow clone technique lay somewhere in the forest behind the Hokage rock, but its precise coordinates remained unknown. How then would she locate it? Chienyu pondered these questions carefully, then resolved to intervene. This decision extended beyond mere point acquisition. Before her reincarnation, she had read the Naruto manga. Unlike the anime, which omitted Naruto's theft of the scroll, the manga depicted him using the sexy technique to incapacitate the third Hokage, and then retrieving the scroll from the Hokage's own residence. Thus, the scroll was almost certainly authentic, and at the very least it contained far more than just the multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto's theft, after all, served less as a crime and more as a character test, the scroll functioning as a kind of baby's first fortune-telling tool. If harmless toys like the multiple shadow clone technique were placed on display, surely weapons, swords, spears, halberds, would accompany them. With the system's miraculous enhancement power, acquiring even one high-tier jutsu from the scroll and mastering it would be nothing short of divine. As for her pretext, she could claim she'd merely been training nearby. and for the exact location, she would rely on the system's live broadcast interface. Currently, the system displayed real-world footage, not stylized animation. If the broadcast offered richer contextual details, Qianyu, as a native of Konoha, might well recognize the site. Thus, the following night, deep in the forest behind the Hokage Rock of Konoha, a small wooden hut used by passing shinobi for rest, Naruto had just opened the scroll of seals and sat cross-legged on the ground, utterly absorbed in learning the multiple shadow clone technique. From the shadows, a waiting figure, pale as moonlight, glided forward like a silent specter, drawing ever closer to Naruto. At that very moment, the narrative unfolded in real time. The arrival of Qianyu instantly appeared on the livestream feed. Since Naruto sat absorbed in reading, the camera remained fixed low, capturing only a pair of slender, elegant legs clad in delicate cloth shoes adorned with plum blossom motifs, coming to rest gently behind him. A few seconds later, noticing Naruto's utter absorption, so complete he hadn't sensed her presence at all, the visitor bent forward. First to enter the frame was a cascade of silken white hair, then followed a face of breathtaking beauty. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto, are you studying a new jutsu? Qianyu asked innocently, her gaze openly scanning the critical passage on the forbidden scroll. Yeah, Naruto replied instinctively. Once I master this technique, Iruka-sensei will definitely let me graduate. Only then did he register the voice. Wait, who's there? He jerked his head up and met Qianyu's luminous crimson eyes. She offered a gentle smile, poised to speak. But then, wah, ghost. Whether due to lighting angle or sheer timing, Naruto leapt in terror at Qianyu's sudden appearance, not only dropping the forbidden scroll, but rocketing backward 6 meters like an arrow loosed from a bow, vanishing behind a massive tree. Ghost? You call me a ghost? Qianyu's smile froze mid-expression. She had meticulously reimagined her appearance to earn impression points. No longer a simple single braid, her hair now featured a dainty bow and a graceful princess cut fringe. Her attire, too, had been freshly adapted. A flowing asymmetrical skirt reminiscent of Mihoyo's aesthetic, short in front, long behind, boldly showcasing her long, slender legs in a resting vision of elegance and allure. Yet in Naruto's eyes, she'd become a ghost. 1,000 unspoken curses surged through Qianyu's mind. Her flustered dismay, transmitted through the enigmatic live stream, resonated instantly with every viewer, triggering a torrential flood of scrolling comments. Ha ha ha, dying. What virgin? With legs like those, I'd savor them for a full year. Absolutely. If a female ghost like her showed up at my door, I'd grant her maternity leave on the spot. Same here. I'll take a dozen. I'm Qilong, signing in personally, charging straight and battling till dawn. Brother, go easy. Charging recklessly into everything only harms yourself. Still too young. Like some boy surrounded by girls, yet hearing only noise. Utterly blind to standing atop life's very summit. Hard to argue with that. The commenters erupted in merciless mockery over Naruto's staggering lack of perception. Yet Naruto remained utterly oblivious to their scorn. Facing Qianyu's retort, he even launched into a bold complaint. What? Did I say something wrong? It's midnight. You're wandering silently through the forest in pure white, and when I turn around, red eyes stare back at me. Of course I'd be terrified. Qianyu fell speechless, because from Naruto's logic alone, it was perfectly sound. Fine. I won't waste breath debating this with you. Qianyu shook her head, dismissing further discussion with a boy who hadn't yet awakened to such matters. For something far more compelling now demanded her attention. Her gaze drifted downward, to the ground before her. There lay one of her objectives, the forbidden scroll, now rolled outward nearly a meter, its inked characters fully exposed. Clearly this was the second jutsu recorded in the scroll, following the multiple shadow clone technique. Suppressing her excitement, Qianyu stepped forward, retrieved the scroll, and feigned casual curiosity, even as her eyes devoured its contents with urgent anticipation. But upon reading the second jutsu, she paused, stunned. Water release, great water arm technique. She knew this technique well, used by Suigetsu Hozuki. Its effect was simple, enhancing wrist and arm strength, a mere brank jutsu. So why, Qianyu wondered, had such an ordinary giant arm trial pass earned a place in the forbidden scroll? Puzzled, she furrowed her brow and read on intently. Then she grasped her own naivety, because the name listed beside creator on the scroll blazed unmistakably: Tobarama Senju. This great water arm technique was not Suigetsu's. His version was straightforward, simply infuse water into one's arms. But the Hyuga clan could do so effortlessly only because they possessed the innate bloodline limit of water release, something no ordinary shinobi, not even Tobarama himself, the ultimate master of water, could replicate without peril. Thus emerged the version Qianyu now held in her hands. It accelerated the user's blood circulation, channeling vast reserves of chakra directly into targeted limbs, amplifying both raw strength and resistance to physical impact. As Tobarama described in the scroll, mastery of this technique could elevate even an average shinobi's strikes to the legendary brute force of the Senju, making it profoundly practical. Yet its utility came at a steep price. Accelerating blood flow was no trivial feat. It demanded exquisitely precise chakra control. A single misstep could prove fatal. Rank potency, a rank difficulty, near rank danger. That was why it resided in the Forbidden Scroll. Even Tobarama, who placed it there, never imagined anyone would attempt it. To him, it remained an unfinished prototype. The true form should amplify the entire body, not just limbs. But perfecting it felt tedious, so he left it as a challenge for future generations. Yet what were such barriers to Chiyo? The moment her eyes skimmed the jutsu's description, a new entry shimmered onto her personal interface. Water release, great water arm technique, unlearned 0-200. With the ability to invest points, she cared nothing for difficulty or incompleteness. Having just acquired the Forbidden Scroll and unlocked a new jutsu, Chiyo felt deeply satisfied and eager to continue reading. Alas, the third Hokage was undoubtedly watching through his crystal ball at this very moment. Naruto had dropped the scroll as she'd picked it up and glanced at it. Perfectly natural. But flipping further would verge on rudeness. To truly absorb jutsu, she'd need to ride Naruto's progress. Just then Naruto cautiously reappeared. Having finished reading the Great Water Arm technique, Chiyo sensed something amiss, frowned, and deliberately flipped the scroll over. There, emblazoned across its reverse, were 4 stark kanji. Forbidden Scroll. Chiyo's expression turned grave as she demanded, "Naruto, where did you get this scroll?" "What do you mean? Where did it come from?" "I got it from the Hokage's house, of course." Naruto failed to grasp Chiyo's meaning. Chiyo asked solemnly, "Did the Hokage himself give it to you?" "Of course not." At this, Naruto's expression instantly brightened. "I knocked the Hokage out and took it myself. I thought it'd be tough, but one sexy technique was all it took to floor him." "Huh. Chiyo, listen, I just need to master any jutsu in this scroll and I'll graduate." "Graduate? Why? Weren't you failed in your assessment?" Chiyo's expression grew increasingly perplexed. "Exactly. That's why Teacher Mizuki arranged this special retest for me." Naruto replied offhandedly. "Is that so?" Chiyo frowned, her brow furrowed, not in suspicion but as if genuinely swayed by Naruto's startling candor. "Then what else could it be?" Naruto retorted, surprised. Then, as if suddenly recalling the scarcity of time, Naruto waved his hand, dismissively shooing Chiyo away. All right, step aside. I'm going to practice that jutsu I just saw." Wordlessly, Chiyo stepped aside. Only then did she seem to remember something and turned to Naruto. "And what about this scroll?" "Whatever." Naruto shrugged carelessly. "Just don't take it with you." With that, Naruto immediately immersed himself in practicing the multiple shadow clone technique, leaving Chiyo standing frozen in place, staring blankly at the Forbidden Scroll cradled in her hands. After all, she had only meant to borrow a few jutsu, never imagining a minor mishap would land the entire Forbidden Scroll squarely in her possession. So now came the question, with the Forbidden Scroll already in her hands. Should she read it or not? Reading it would benefit her immensely, but might later invite an officialty invitation. Refusing it, however, would mean walking away from a treasure trove with nothing but a pebble, leaving her conscience unsettled. Frankly, Chiyo found herself at a crossroads. Yet she was not alone in her dilemma. Another stood equally torn. The Hokage's office. This is troublesome. Gazing into the crystal ball where Chiyo's bewildered face shimmered faintly, the third Hokage furrowed his brows deeply. He had never imagined Naruto would prove so utterly unreliable, abandoning the Forbidden Scroll without a second thought. Had he known earlier, when the ANBU reported someone still lingering in the forest, he should have ordered an immediate sweep rather than assuming Chiyo, as Naruto's classmate, could simply join the test. Now, through Chiyo, he had confirmed Naruto was no power-hungry schemer, but the Forbidden Scroll had nonetheless fallen into Chiyo's hands. And judging by Chiyo's earlier demeanor, she was clearly no novice who couldn't recognize true value. Should she grow greedy, security and secrecy would compel him to eliminate her. Yet ultimately, this predicament stemmed from his own misjudgment. Still, the third Hokage was no man to be paralyzed by guilt over personal error. His concern lay instead with Danzo and the 2 elder counselors. Given their temperaments, learning of this incident would surely trigger fierce censure. But lamenting now was futile. The third Hokage drew deeply on his pipe, exhaling a long, slow plume of white smoke, his gaze growing profoundly distant as he fixed it upon Chiyo's image in the crystal ball, murmuring softly, "Don't make this difficult for me, little one." Meanwhile, as if hearing his words, Chiyo stirred, emerging from her daze after standing motionless for a moment. She did not, as the third Hokage hoped, seize one powerful technique and withdraw contentedly. Instead, she continued flipping through the Forbidden Scroll. Yet, even as she turned its pages, she did not read carefully. merely glancing at each jutsu's name before swiftly moving on as though searching deliberately for something specific. Finally, her search halted when nearly half the scroll had unfurled. Oh, you found the jutsu you sought. The third Hokage, who had long observed Chiyo's peculiar behavior, zoomed in on the crystal ball. There, emblazoned across the forbidden scroll, appeared the bold characters 8 Gates Release Formation. And there, on Chiyo's face, was unmistakable delight. Clearly, the 8 Gates Release Formation was precisely the technique she sought. To hold the forbidden scroll, yet walk away empty-handed, would betray this rare opportunity. Yet taking too much risk losing more than just her head. So why not choose a jutsu neither overly sensitive nor trivial, yet undeniably potent? The 8 Gates Release Formation was her answer. Yes, it was forbidden. Yet its danger paled beside techniques like the dead demon consuming seal or impure world reincarnation, barely worthy of mention. Moreover, mastering the 8 gates demanded extraordinary discipline and endurance. Even prodigies like Kakashi could open only 2 gates. It was arduous, unrewarding, and demanded relentless perseverance. All things considered, the 8 gates were the perfect choice. Watching Chiyo now silently commit its cultivation method to memory, the third Hokage's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. She didn't scan anything else. She chose this outright. Fascinating. He decided to watch a while longer. Even now, he vividly recalled how Might Diyu during the Third Shinobi World War had reduced the 7 swordsmen of the mist from 7 to 3, while defending Konoha against their ambush. If Chiyo wished to learn it, the third Hokage welcomed the prospect of more 8 Gates practitioners rising within Konoha, and with her choice, an invisible storm quietly subsided. At the forest's rear slope, only the whisper of wind remained, alongside the rhythmic repeated pop of Naruto's shadow clones forming and dispersing. How much time had passed no one knew. Then, soft footfalls and the sudden return of clarity to the livestream prompted Chiyo, who had finished memorizing the 8 Gates method and closed her eyes to rest, to open them once more. It was Irika. Hey Naruto. Eyes sharp with murderous intent, Irika approached slowly, determined to deliver a stern rebuke to his incorrigible student. Yet even before he could utter another word, Irika noticed Naruto stood completely unburdened. Wasn't Naruto accused of stealing the forbidden scroll? Where was it? It's with me. A clear, youthful voice chimed from the side. Chiyo lifted the forbidden scroll in greeting. Iruka-sensei, you're finally here. So it seems today's events weren't quite the graduation retest arranged by teacher Mizuki, as Naruto claimed. Mizuki? Retest? What does that mean? Irika's expression darkened further. What else could it mean? Chiyo set the scroll down, preparing to explain further. But at that very instant, shishishishishi. A torrent of kunai erupted behind Irika, flying like a sudden merciless rainstorm. In that split second of peril, Irika lunged forward, shoving Naruto aside, but left himself exposed beneath the barrage. Thud 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 thud. The crisp percussive sound of kunai embedding into wood echoed sharply. Then in an instant, Irika was hurled backward by the impact, crashing hard into the nearby wooden shack. 15 kunai pierced the air in perfect formation, flanking Irika's waist, grazing his shoulders and neck, embedding themselves in his crown, while one drove deep into his thigh, drawing a steady stream of crimson blood. Then Mizuki's voice echoed from afar, truly impressive. You actually found this place, Irika. So that's how it is. Hearing Mizuki's voice, Irika's mind snapped into clarity. Of course, Naruto would never steal the forbidden scroll without cause. This entire scheme had been orchestrated by Mizuki. But realization came too late. Having incapacitated Irika, Mizuki dismissed him entirely and turned his gaze toward Chiyo. He posed the very question Irika had never gotten the chance to ask Hinatori. Chiyo, what brings you here? At that moment, the live broadcast lens shifted smoothly to Chiyo. Chiyo smiled warmly. Pure coincidence. Today marked a pivotal stage in my training. I practiced longer than usual and happened upon Naruto by chance. I see. Mizuki nodded, his expression visibly softening. Then Chiyuzen, would you kindly hand me the scroll in your possession? This matter has nothing to do with you. Of course. Chiyo drew out the word, her smile unwavering, just as Mizuki's eyes flickered with relief and Irika's heart tightened, before delivering the final decisive word, no. A quiet sigh escaped Irika's lips. Mizuki snarled, icy fury radiating from his voice. Hinatori Chiyo, do you truly believe a freshly graduated genin could stand against me? Why not? Chiyo tilted her head adorably, her right hand resting lightly on the hilt of her long blade. 3 against 1, the advantage is mine. She had come prepared, not merely to intervene, but to test her mettle. Unknown, she feared no Mizuki. With Irika and Naruto beside her, victory was all but assured. This confrontation was in truth an opportunity for Chiyo to draw her blade against Mizuki, though Irika wished otherwise. Noticing Chiyu's apparent reluctance to retreat, Irika gritted his teeth, wrenched the kunai from his thigh, and urgently called out, Mizuki is still a chunin. None of you can defeat him. The forbidden scroll must never fall into his hands. Chiyo, take Naruto and go now. Naruto, did you hear me? Leave with Chiyo. Irika's voice trembled with urgency. But Naruto blinked bewildered. One of you summoned me here. Now the other tells me to leave. What exactly is going on? Still unclear, Naruto. Chiyo sighed. The so-called makeup exam was merely a ruse. Mizuki's true objective is the forbidden scroll in my hands. And you were nothing more than a pawn he manipulated. What? Naruto's pupils contracted sharply as he whirled toward Mizuki, perched high in the trees. Is that true? Indeed. Mizuki's voice rang with arrogant pride. You should thank me, Naruto, for at least I see you as a tool of peace on the board. Not some monster, not the nine-tailed fox. What do you mean? At those damning words, Naruto's expression twisted violently. Irika, sensing what was coming, shouted desperately, shut up, Mizuki. Silence. Ha ha ha. Savoring Irika's panic, Mizuki threw back his head and laughed. At this point, why conceal it any longer? Let me enlighten you, Naruto. 12 years ago, you were the nine-tailed fox, the very beast who slaughtered Irika's parents, Chiyu's parents, and laid waste to our village. This truth has long been sealed under strict silence, never to be spoken of aloud. Naruto, have you never wondered? Why do people recoil from you? Why did no child ever play with you? Why does no one ever acknowledge you? All of it has meaning, Naruto. Damn you. Under Mizuki's verbal assault, memories surged. Chakra spiraled wildly, tears streamed unchecked, and Naruto crumbled utterly. He had never imagined the truth could be so cruel. Excellent. A flicker of triumph gleamed in Mizuki's eyes. Naruto was emotionally shattered, Irika half disabled. Only Chiyo remained. With that thought, Mizuki reached for the massive shuriken strapped across his back. But then, a silent, unseen kunai struck like lightning. Until that instant, Mizuki's full attention had been fixed on Naruto and Irika. Caught off guard, he barely managed to jerk his head aside at the last possible moment. Thud! The razor-sharp kunai buried itself deep into the tree trunk. A few strands of silver hair drifted down through the air. A thin crimson line slowly bloomed across Mizuki's cheek. Rat, you're courting death. Feeling the sting on his face, Mizuki whirled around in furious rage, only to discover that under cover of the kunai's distraction, Chiyo had already coiled herself within a whirlwind, drawn her long blade, and leapt straight before him. Clang! A blade light pure as moonlight erupted in the dim forest glade. In the next breath, Mizuki flew backward, his body arcing through the air in flawless parabolic flight, before crashing unconscious into a thicket just before Chiyu's feet. Only then did Chiyu's mellifluous voice drift softly through the clearing. Whether Naruto is the Nine Tails, I'm his classmate. Don't I know best? He may be a bit dense, but he's kind-hearted. If you refuse to recognize him, I will. As for you, Mizuki, conspiring is one thing, but talking so much. No wonder you've stagnated as a chunin all these years. Her meaning crystallized instantly. Chiyo had struck not for glory, but to shield Naruto from venomous words. Naruto froze stunned, then deeply moved. Irika felt the same, yet his expression held both profound relief and faint awkward discomfort. After all, he too remained only a chunin after all these years, though no one noticed his discomfort anymore. The livestream feed exploded with cascading comments. That blade, so swift. That heart, so gentle. She's real. I'm sobbing. So tender yet so fierce. Truly my beloved Chiyo. Elegant as a startled swan, graceful as a winding dragon, and beautiful, compassionate, silver-haired, crimson-eyed. How can such a celestial being exist in this world? Indeed, her strike didn't land on Mizuki alone. It cut straight into my soul. Chiyu's earlier slash had already dazzled them all, but paired with this unwavering loyalty to her comrade, she etched herself indelibly into every heart, far beyond her initial introduction. As the comments proclaimed, who could resist a silver-haired, crimson-eyed kunoichi, radiant, virtuous, and fiercely devoted? On Chiyu's personal profile panel, impression points surged anew. Hundreds vaulted instantly into the thousands, continuing their relentless climb. Perched atop the great tree where Mizuki had once stood, back turned to the world, Chiyo allowed the faintest trace of satisfaction to cross her features. Interrupting Mizuki to shield Naruto had been part of her intent, but her greater aim had been to seize the spotlight to harvest impression points. The results exceeded expectations. Her innate beauty granted her an effortless advantage in commanding attention, so she resolved resolutely onward, ever onward. Chiyo turned toward a nearby oak tree. Hey, you're not dead, so come out. Did you really think I'd be fooled by your bush-dwelling shadow clone? TCH. From behind the massive tree emerged Mizuki, pale-faced, blood streaming down his scalp, gripping a giant shuriken in his fist. A deep, bone-exposing gash split the center of his forehead protector. At that very moment, with a sharp pop, the Mizuki concealed within the shrubbery exploded into splintered wood, a mere substitution log. Brat, how did you see through it? Mizuki demanded, his expression twisted with disbelief. I was certain this substitution had no flaw whatsoever. Indeed, his lapse lay in diverting all attention toward Iruka and Naruto, leaving him vulnerable when Chidori distracted him with a kunai, landing a clean, decisive strike. Yet afterward, whether instinctively raising his forehead protector to deflect the blade and avoid grievous injury, or executing an aerial substitution to vanish into shadow and lure Chidori into pursuit, Mizuki had performed each maneuver with consummate precision. That Chidori had still seen through it defied comprehension. As a teacher to be outmatched by his own student, had years of instruction truly dulled his own edge beyond recovery? Mizuki had not dulled at all. Years of teaching the 3 basic ninja techniques had honed his mastery. To Chidori's discerning eye, his substitution technique was nothing short of expert level. And for a technique deceptively simple to learn, yet fiendishly difficult to perfect, expert level was no small feat. But then again, Chidori possessed the rare ability to refine and augment his skills directly. To Chidori, who stood at the pinnacle of the 3 basic techniques across the entire shinobi world, Mizuki's subtle stratagems were as legible as lines etched upon an open palm. Simple enough, you were too stiff. Chidori scoffed. Did you really think that clumsy fall would fool me? Ah, I see now. Mizuki's understanding dawned. The academy taught a fundamental discipline known as tumbling art, a method of collapsing one's body mid-fall to minimize injury. By that standard, his substitution, crashing backward onto the base of his skull with rigid, unyielding posture, had indeed appeared unnaturally artificial. Still, Chidori's blade had struck his head directly. Though mitigated by the forehead protector, Chidori's limited physical strength, the subpar quality of the blade, and the resilience of Mizuki's adult skull. The confluence of these factors spared Mizuki immediate collapse, but left him vulnerable to concussive shock, momentarily robbing him of coherent reaction. To withhold pursuit under such circumstances spoke volumes. Chidori possessed extraordinary composure and profound self-awareness, precisely gauging the impact his single slash could deliver. TCH. Mizuki clicked his tongue again, the last vestiges of teacherly condescension toward Chidori quietly dissolving. Yet his resolve to win remained unshaken, though he now anticipated a grueling battle. TCH. Mizuki clicked his tongue again, the last vestiges of teacherly condescension toward Chidori quietly dissolving. Yet his resolve to win remained unshaken, though he now anticipated a grueling battle. He drew a second giant shuriken from his back with his left hand, while leveling the first toward Chidori with his right, striking a clear battle-ready stance. Hōōji Chidori, I underestimated you. To master swordsmanship to such a degree at so tender an age, you truly are a prodigy. Therefore I offer you one chance. Step aside. Do not force me to kill you. As he spoke, crimson blood streamed from the wound on his brow, tracing fiery paths down his cheeks, his fierce scowl, and the encroaching night weaving a portrait of raw, terrifying menace. Clearly Mizuki was prepared to fight to the death. Chidori offered no reply, only tightened her grip upon her long blade, her silence speaking louder than words. Oomph. Mizuki sneered coldly, and the giant shuriken in his right hand began spinning at blinding speed. Then stepping forward with his left leg, he pivoted his entire body around his right leg like a drawn bowstring, coiling immense power into his frame. The colossal shuriken screamed through the air, trailing thunder and wind as if launched from a cannon's throat. Faced with such overwhelming momentum, Chidori instantly retreated, preparing to evade. Yet halfway through its flight, the shuriken veered violently off course, diverting midair toward Naruto instead, as though it were no lumbering weapon, but a nimble, perfectly controlled standard shuriken dancing at the whim of a Uchiha master. It was a masterful feint, deception perfected. No. Realizing even she had been deceived, Chidori knew Iruka and Naruto would be utterly unprepared. Gales erupted around her as chakra surged from her dantian to her soles. She prepared to teleport to their aid. But Mizuki had anticipated precisely this. The moment Chidori shifted direction, the second giant shuriken flew from his left hand, cutting off her path entirely. Watching Chidori surge forward, her expression rapidly darkening, Mizuki bellowed with cruel mirth. Feudal Chidori, do you imagine my Chunin rank was earned without merit? This secret technique, twin swallow flight, has claimed the life of a Tokubetsu Jonin before. So Iruka will die, my word stands. Even the Hokage cannot save him. Why then did the shuriken aim for Naruto, yet seal Iruka's fate? Because the essence of this technique lies in striking where the enemy must defend. Iruka had been Mizuki's target from the outset. And truth be told, though treacherous, the technique was undeniably effective. For Iruka had flinched not a moment. He threw himself, wide open arms spread, shielding Naruto with his bare body. This strike bore no resemblance to the casual taunting throw from the original chronicle. Should Iruka intercept it with flesh alone, he would die? Damn it. Chidori clenched her teeth inwardly. The Mizuki who had fallen so easily to Naruto in the established narrative possessed such lethal depth. She had not foreseen it. One must never underestimate the world's hidden strengths. Yet if Mizuki believed this would exhaust her repertoire, he gravely misjudged her. Her wind-commanding sword art emphasized form transformation, enabling her to conjure gales at will. Thus, Chidori's gaze hardened out chakra erupted from her core like floodwaters bursting a dam, and the raging winds swirling about her surged upward, engulfing her arms. Mid-sprint she slashed once. A wall of pure white wind, dense, luminous, and unwavering, rolled forward intercepting the second giant shuriken. Wind-commanding sword, art wind wall. SHHHSHHHSHHHSHHH. The whirling shuriken shrieked against the barrier, turbulent gusts howling in protest. Across the shinobi world water barriers and earth walls existed, but no wind barrier. For wind wild and untamable had always defied containment. Yet today, such a thing existed. The solidified wind wall halted Mizuki's giant shuriken in its tracks. Impossible. Mizuki's eyes bulged, blood stinging his vision forgotten. And Hiruzen Sarutobi, observing the scene unblinking through his crystal orb, reacted with identical shock. The live broadcast shifted dynamically. Tight close-ups captured every stunned expression in visceral, unflinching detail. Amplified by the lens, Chidori's impression value soared exponentially. Yet this time no elation rose within her. For Mizuki's diversion had succeeded. Time was slipping away. Mizuki's giant shuriken hung less than an arm's length from Irika, and Chidori stood 5 paces away. In the original plot where she did not intervene, Irika had never died. So how could his death occur because of her involvement? Then would her participation have been utterly in vain? No, there had to be a way. In a flash of insight, Chiyo swiftly reviewed all her abilities. Then a sword technique she had acquired while refining her ancient style kenjutsu surfaced vividly in her mind. If that move were used, it would work. Chiyo gripped her blade with one hand and thrust forward with full extension and absolute resolve. Her unstoppable momentum carried her body forward. The 5-step distance vanished in an instant. Thwack! Clang! The sickening sound of steel piercing flesh echoed simultaneously with the sharp ring of metal striking metal. One jagged edge of the massive shuriken sank deep into the spiral pattern embroidered on Irika's jonin vest. Ugh! Irika spat forth a gout of blood and collapsed weakly onto his knees. It worked. Mizuki's face lit up with triumph. No, you have failed. Chiyo slowly shook her head and grasped the hilt with both hands. The long sword, wedged firmly into the central aperture of the massive shuriken, had halted its advance entirely, now surging forth with renewed force. Gradually the colossal shuriken withdrew from Irika's back and clattered to the ground. From the blood-streaked tip embedded in his flesh, it was clear Mizuki's shuriken had not penetrated deeply. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Though Irika knelt, their palms braced against the earth, his expression was weary, not withered or gaunt, and he even managed to turn his head toward Chiyo to offer a grateful nod. I owe you my life, Chiyo. It's nothing, Sensei Irika. All things abide by cause and consequence. You as our teacher risked your life to protect Naruto. So naturally, as your student, I must give everything I have to protect you. Chiyo spoke sincerely. Even as a transmigrator, she held genuine respect for teacher Irika. Compared to Sensei Irika's noble integrity, someone who schemes and manipulates students defile the very title of teacher. She turned sharply toward Mizuki, her tone laced with biting mockery. And most crucially, what is it? He schemed, betrayed trust, abandoned loyalty, and still failed. What a splendid performance you've given me, Sensei Mizuki. She stretched the final 2 syllables, suddenly transforming into a mischievous, taunting child, her sarcasm razor-sharp and devastating. And most crucially, every word she spoke was irrefutably true. Lies wound no one, but truth strikes like a swift, silent blade. Her words landed with the precision of Garen's last whisper, silent, unyielding, and utterly shattering. A fragile ADC cannot withstand a fully built Garen, and neither could Mizuki endure such withering contempt. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! You little brat! I'll kill you! Mizuki roared, utterly unhinged. Then come on. Let's see who kills whom. Chiyo declared boldly, gripping her sword with both hands and leveling its tip directly at Mizuki's eyes in the classic Hei Saigon stance. Pure moonlight bathed the blade's point, reflecting a searing, blinding light that pierced straight through Mizuki's pupils and deep into his soul. Recalling his earlier humiliation at Chiyo's hands and already predisposed to cowardice, Mizuki instinctively recoiled. Yet he quickly caught himself. I'll kill you. Yes, noble Irika lies gravely wounded. And you, prodigious Chiyo, how much chakra remains after that wind jutsu? Mizuki's grin twisted cruelly. And after that sudden lunge, how much stamina and chakra do you truly have left? Your blade is dull, your strength spent. You think you can frighten me, you insolent brat. With that he drew a kunai, spinning it idly as he strode deliberately toward Chiyo and the others, his heavy, deliberate footsteps echoing like hammer blows pressing down upon their nerves. Chiyo's delicate features tightened slightly. She was bluffing. Her chakra and stamina were critically low. The wind barrier had drained her severely. An elite Chunin's reserves should not have been so easily exhausted, but Chiyo had arrived at dawn to rehearse her role meticulously, leaving her far less rested than Mizuki. Yet, if Mizuki had conserved his energy, wasn't there still one person here who hadn't yet fought? Where was Naruto? Finally recalling who the true protagonist was, Chiyo glanced toward the live broadcast feed. Sure enough, the camera focused squarely on Naruto's face. His fury had transcended rage. He burned with incandescent wrath, needing only the smallest spark to unleash it all. So Chiyo would strike that spark. She spoke aloud. Naruto, Sensei Irika can fight no longer. But we remain. You won't back down, you want right. That's right. Irika instantly understood. Their exhaustion was mutual. Even the faintest advantage could tip the balance. Now Naruto had to rise. With tears streaming hot and eyes blazing with unwavering sincerity, Irika cried out, Naruto, you are the outstanding student I have truly acknowledged. Naruto was deeply moved. After a quiet moment, he wiped his tears and lifted his head, offering a radiant, brilliant smile. Yeah, that's right. I'll protect you both, Sensei Irika and Chiyo. He stepped resolutely between Mizuki and the others. Mizuki's lips twitched, his inner frenzy finally shattered. One after another, you all just decide and stride forward without permission. Naruto, who do you think you are? Protect us. Don't be absurd. I'll finish you with a single move. Mizuki clenched his kunai tightly. Naruto met his glare heated. Then try me, scum. I'll repay you 1,000-fold. You're the one who should try, if you can. Demon Fox. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof, 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 poof. Before Irika's and Mizuki's stunned gazes, over 1,000 Narutos materialized, filling the forest floor, crowding every branch. Once the multiple shadow clone technique had manifested, the outcome was inevitable. As the first rays of dawn broke across the horizon, Naruto officially became a proud genin of Konoha. With the class promotion quest complete, the reward, a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, followed naturally. After savoring his meal, Naruto cheerfully headed home, ending a day rich with triumph and fulfillment. Yet as Chiyo prepared to leave after her own meal, Irika called out, Wait, Chiyo, may I see your sword? Huh, my sword. Of course. Though puzzled, Chiyo handed her blade to Irika without hesitation. Irika accepted it and examined it closely. It was unmistakably an antique katana, aged, weathered, and bearing the quiet dignity of long service. Only the cotton-wrapped hilt was newly bound. The blade itself bore countless nicks, scratches, and signs of careful, devoted maintenance. Yet moments ago, Chiyo had severed a hardened Konoha forehead protector, and then driven the same blade into the whirling center aperture of Mizuki's massive shuriken, subjecting its edge to relentless friction and torsion. As Mizuki had rightly observed, the blade was now blunt, its edge hopelessly rolled and fractured. Such a weapon could no longer be entrusted with duty. It was irreparably spent. However, during the previous battle, Irika could tell that Kianya's strength lay entirely in her sword. With a sword, she could hold her own against Mizuki, but without it, she was just an average student in the ninja academy. That sword was destroyed because of him. If Chiyo were to get into trouble during a mission due to not having a sword, Irika felt he would never forgive himself. In that case, Chiyo, let me get you a sword. Really? The sudden surprise filled Kianya's beautiful eyes. Irika's deduction was correct. Kianya's current sword was still the inheritance left by her cheap old father. For her, who was so poor that she might as well have taken on the surname Buchuan, a new sword was like a timely gift of coal in the snow, and she simply couldn't refuse. Irika chuckled heartily. Of course, can a teacher deceive you? Let's go. The ninja tool shop should be open now. With that, Irika took the lead and walked ahead. Looking at Irika's back still stained with blood, even Chiyo had to admit that he was indeed a handsome teacher. Soon the two arrived at the ninja tool shop run by the Tenten family. There was no need to elaborate on the process of buying the sword, only to say that Irika spent a fortune. After receiving the unexpected surprise of a new sword, Kianya's day of gains finally came to an end. Back at home, without even checking her experience points, she took a quick shower and fell into a deep sleep, exhausted. However, while Chiyo, this little butterfly, slept soundly, the storm she had stirred was just beginning to spread. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. Knock, knock. A crisp knocking sound echoed. Come in. Creak. The door opened, and a striking silver-haired figure peeked in. Seeing the third Hokage standing by the window smoking a pipe and gazing at the peaceful scenery of Konoha, Kakashi greeted, "Hokage-sama, you called for me." Indeed. The third Hokage turned around, a smile breaking across his aged face. "Kakashi, you're here." "Yes, Hokage-sama, is there something you need?" Kakashi nodded. "It's nothing much, just take a look at that document." The third Hokage pointed at the table, and Kakashi picked up the document. He mentioned reading it carefully. To his surprise, he found that it was an investigation report presented by the Umbu concerning a genin. What kind of genin could warrant the Hokage specifically instructing the Umbu to investigate? Kakashi looked at the photograph first. Indeed, she was beautiful. The girl in the photo had a gentle smile complemented by her snow-white hair and ruby-like eyes appearing almost ethereal. Then Kakashi glanced at the name section. Phoenix Temple. Chiyo. This was somewhat unfamiliar to him. Kakashi had no impression of her at all. Among so many jonin in Konoha, it seemed there was no one with the surname Phoenix Temple. However, the third Hokage had specifically called him in and showed him this clearly for the sake of this girl. So what was going on? Kakashi looked at the third Hokage in confusion. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, the third Hokage, who couldn't help but speak with an air of superiority, replied impatiently. "Finish looking before you ask, Kakashi. Do you only have the patience to read carefully when you're looking at Paradise of Affection?" Kakashi felt a bit embarrassed. He suddenly realized that it seemed to really be the case. However, he naturally didn't dare to mention this to the third Hokage and continued to read earnestly. Then he understood why the third Hokage had called him today. "Okaka-san." Looking at the family background section of Chiyo, Kakashi exclaimed in shock. Because in the column for relatives from Kianya's previous generation, her mother's name was clearly listed. The father of this Phoenix Temple Chiyo turned out to be the younger brother of his mother. In other words, Phoenix Temple Chiyo was actually his cousin. But why did he never know about such a close relationship before? Seemingly seeing through Kakashi's confusion, the third Hokage finally spoke. Because the Phoenix Temple clan is very proud, and as a samurai clan they fell into decline even earlier than the Hitaki. Originally, your two families had a long-standing relationship, and then your mother Phoenix Temple Kori married your father, which should have been an opportunity for the Phoenix Temple clan to rise again. But alas, your mother died in childbirth while in the Land of Fire's ancestral land, not in Konoha, and shortly thereafter Shikamo. As he spoke to this point, the third Hokage seemed a bit touched and sighed deeply. "You understand, right? After Shikamo passed, only the young you remained, and their approach to you inevitably seemed like they wanted to seize you from the Hitaki, so gradually, they stopped visiting, leading to both you and Phoenix Temple Chiyo being unaware of this relationship. When it was found out back then, it shocked me too. I can only say that the bloodline of geniuses is indeed hereditary." The third Hokage sighed. "Genius." From the third Hokage's words, Kakashi caught a key point. Exactly. The third Hokage handed Kakashi another stack of papers. That was the detailed battle report from last night regarding Kianya's fight with Mizuki. It noted that Chiyo primarily fought using sword techniques, and there was also a suspicion of her having created a wind-release ninjutsu. Looking at the battle report, even the mask couldn't hide Kakashi's changing expressions. The third Hokage smiled. "Does it look familiar, Kakashi?" "Yes, it's very similar." Kakashi nodded. With a similar focus on sword techniques and a self-created ninjutsu, aside from not being as strong as he was back then, Chiyo was practically a mirror image of him. Such a relationship, such a talent had only been revealed due to an unexpected situation, and he hadn't known anything about it before, combined with the current timing. At this point, Kakashi began to understand the third Hokage's intentions. "Hokage-sama, do you wish to transfer her into my class temporarily?" Correct as expected of Kakashi, "You're quite clever." The third Hokage laughed heartily. "Such a talented child, if she were placed in another class, it would be a bit of a waste. Of course, I'm not just considering your relationship when transferring this child to your Team 7. As he spoke, the third Hokage paused, then made a shocking statement. "Last night, when Naruto stole the sealing scroll, this child was also present." "What?" Kakashi was startled and wanted to inquire about the details, but was stopped by the third Hokage raising his hand, signaling him to continue listening. "Naruto saw a jutsu from the sealing scroll. This child saw too. One was the incomplete water release ninjutsu from the second Hokage, which is a bit dangerous, and the other one you're quite familiar with." Familiar? Kakashi instinctively began searching his mind for any jutsu that could enter the sealing scroll that he would be familiar with. Then an answer emerged in Kakashi's mind. Could it be the 8 gates? Exactly, it's the 8 gates. Kakashi felt a bit awkward, but the third Hokage ignored him and continued. "So Kakashi, you understand your challenging task now, right?" "Understood." Kakashi nodded, comprehension dawning in his eyes. The third Hokage's meaning was straightforward. He was to train and closely supervise the boy. Such a promising talent must not be allowed to perish through self-inflicted recklessness. Coincidentally, thanks to his connection with Might Guy, Kakashi was already familiar with the 8 Gates technique. As for the second jutsu, a water-based one, its nature remained unclear, yet Kakashi possessed the Sharingan and was proficient in all 5 elemental natures. Moreover, the recently uncovered blood relation sealed the matter. No one else would be as fitting a mentor as Kakashi, yet assigning him to oversee an entire 3-member team, guiding, monitoring, and nurturing each, was an unreasonable burden for a man constitutionally inclined toward indolence. Kakashi grimaced and asked, "Lord Third, may I decline this assignment?" "Regrettably no," the third Hokage replied, smiling warmly. After all, if refusal were permissible, what purpose would that kinship serve? It existed precisely to bind Kakashi to this duty. And so Team 7's coveted position opened, not by design nor by merit known to Chiharu herself, but by the quiet ripple of an unseen butterfly effect. One might say fortune, too, is part of true strength. Yet at that moment Chiharu remained blissfully unaware she had already been assigned to Team 7. She simply continued along her predetermined path. And after any great battle, the most vital task is always the same: gathering and assessing one's spoils. Upon waking, she dispatched a shadow clone to fetch food, then ate a simple breakfast lunch before sitting cross-legged on her bed and summoning her personal status panel. Name: Hōōji Chiyo. Physique: average Chunin. Strength: lower rank Jonin. Agility: average Chunin. Mental fortitude: upper rank Chunin. Chakra capacity: upper rank Chunin. Abilities: 8 Gates technique. Uninitiated: 11,000. Wind weaving sword art. Proficient: 100. 049000. Ancient style swordsmanship. Expert: 17500. Shadow clone technique. Proficient: 3345500. Water release mighty water arm. Uninitiated: 1200. Wind release gale palm. Proficient: 123. 1600. Shuriken jutsu. Mastered: 165. 6400. Konoha taijutsu. Proficient: 11,600. Body flicker technique. Expert: 184050. 3 basic ninja arts. Pinnacle of the shinobi world: 13,200. Impression value: 1-1-173. Compared to before, 2 new abilities now appeared on her panel: the 8 Gates technique and water release mighty water arm. Likewise, experience points had accrued across several existing skills: wind weaving sword art, ancient style swordsmanship, and others, earned through recent combat. Yet none of these mattered beside her most extraordinary gain. For unlike her fleeting prior appearance, this time Chiharu had dominated over half an episode and reaped a staggering 1-0 impression points. What does it mean to strike gold in one fell swoop? This is precisely that. Choosing to intervene in Naruto's Scroll of Seals incident had been undeniably correct. With such abundance of impression points, the next step was inevitable allocation. This round required no deliberation. 1-0 points sufficed to elevate every facet of her being. Chiharu, emboldened by triumph, tapped decisively, allocating everything at once. Ding. 114648 impression points consumed. 8 Gates technique. Uninitiated: 11,000. Initiated: 18,000. Proficient: 164,000. Wind weaving sword art. Proficient: 100. 049000. Mastered: 134300. Ancient style swordsmanship. Expert: 17520. Grandmaster: 125000. Water release mighty water arm. Uninitiated: 1200. Initiated: 11,000. Proficient: 15,000. 3 basic ninja arts. Pinnacle: 13,200. Supreme perfection max. In an instant, 4 abilities surged upward, each leap intoxicating, each upgrade electrifying. Yet Chiharu swiftly realized the peril of her haste. Though the initial investment for the 8 Gates seemed modest, initiation still demanded opening the first gate, and proficiency the second. Indeed, initiated corresponded to the first gate, the gate of opening, while proficient unlocked the second gate, the gate of rest. Activating both gates simultaneously, and reinforcing her body to endure their strain, combined with the simultaneous enhancement of wind-weaving sword art and ancient-style swordsmanship, required an astronomical surge of energy. That torrent of power erupted like a stampede of wild horses, flooding Chiharu's body in an instant. Before she could even register the onset, a suffocating balloon-like pressure swelled from every limb and organ. A balloon bursts when overinflated, releasing its air, but a human body bound by system-enforced integrity cannot rupture. So what happens instead? The answer: unconsciousness, complete and absolute. Chiharu remained insensible until the following morning, when the live broadcast automatically resumed according to narrative chronology. Narrative. A cataclysmic shriek tore through her dreams and wrenched her awake. Her eyes flew open, only to confront 2 faces locked in an abrupt, startling kiss. One belonged to Naruto, the other, Sasuke. It struck her instantly. This was that legendary scene. How had she slept straight through to this pivotal moment? Then memories of her agonizing collapse resurfaced, slowly, painfully. Her feet smelled faintly floral, no issue there. Her legs were long, smooth, flawless, still perfect. Higher up, her waist remained slender, her bust size unchanged. C-cup confirmed. Moments later, Chiharu lowered her hands, expression oddly unsettled. Should she credit the system's reinforcement? Though she nearly doomed herself, she now stood wholly unharmed. More than that, thanks to the sheer magnitude of that energy influx, her dantian and chakra pathways had undergone profound, fortuitous expansion. Where her chakra channels once resembled soda bottle caps, they now rivaled those of sports drink bottles, while her dantian, once volleyball-sized, had swelled to basketball proportions, greatly amplifying her chakra capacity. Reopening her status panel, Chiharu observed the tangible increase in her chakra reserves. Post-allocation, her attributes now read: Physique upper rank, Chunin strength average, Chunin agility upper rank, Chunin mental fortitude, Tokubetsu, Jonin chakra capacity, Tokubetsu Jonin. So this is possible. Chiharu stared, utterly bewildered. This outcome had never crossed her mind. Could she deliberately accumulate impression points and repeat such expansions to further augment her chakra capacity? Such thoughts flickered briefly, then vanished. For nothing in this world comes without cost. Oh, every gain exacts its price. She had examined her pathways again just moments earlier, and found their walls unnervingly thin. The system had shielded them from tearing during expansion, but had done nothing to reinforce their structural integrity. That the system could protect her meridians during transformation spoke to its power, not to Chiharu's innate resilience. Should she now channel chakra recklessly, those fragile conduits might still rupture under pressure. Thus she abandoned the seductive idea entirely. And this painful lesson served as a stark warning. Henceforth, major enhancements would be undertaken separately, and with far greater caution. Yet despite the ordeal, the rewards of this trial were undeniably bountiful. First, the 8 gates technique was activated up to the second gate, the rest gate, releasing all physical fatigue limitations and granting an additional hidden advantage. Next came the wind-weaving sword art, now mastered at the proficiency level, enabling Qianyu to unleash sword chi, or razor-sharp wind blades. Simultaneously, Qianyu could infuse her blade with wind-release chakra, enhancing its cutting power. Whereas the original wind-weaving sword art emphasized only wind manipulation, not true swordsmanship, this refined version finally embodied authentic sword artistry. In contrast, the ancient-style sword art yielded a surprising breakthrough at the master level. It granted Qianyu a profound conceptual insight, known as the sword encirclement, a transcendent understanding of sword mastery. Its effect manifested as a domain centered upon Qianyu herself. Every point within the radius of a single sword's reach became her sovereign territory, her personal realm. Within this domain, her reaction speed, predictive intuition against enemy movements, sensory perception, blade velocity, and control over her sword all surged dramatically. Achieving perfect unity of will and steel, where thought arose the sword followed, where intent ceased the blade stilled. This was a distinctly defensive epiphany, one entirely devoted to close-quarters combat. Its greatest strength lay in rendering Qianyu utterly impervious to ambushes while elevating her prowess within that singular sword's reach to extraordinary heights. Yet its drawback was equally stark. Qianyu would never attain techniques like Zoro's long-range sword energy, leaving her without any offensive capability beyond arm's length. Qianyu herself was baffled. How had her methodical, grounded sword training culminated in such an extreme one-dimensional mastery? Still, she reasoned she could compensate for the lack of range through other means, so it was not dire. All in all, the advancement conferred by master-level ancient-style sword art remained substantial, yet it was still not the most astonishing enhancement of this cycle. The true marvel was the 3-body technique, having surpassed its peak and ascended into the summit-attaining realm. And summit-attaining signified precisely what its name implied: the forging of absolute extremity. It elevated already perfected ninjutsu beyond their former limits. Take the transformation technique. Previously, no matter how flawless the disguise, flaws inevitably surfaced, but the summit-attaining variant achieved seamless, perfect mimesis. The clone technique, though comparatively less impressive, now produced a shadow clone nearly equal in strength to her original self, akin to a wood-release clone in potency. Most remarkable was the replacement technique, traditionally requiring a prepared wooden log substitute. But the summit-attaining variant transformed it into a true spatial swap akin to Sasuke's Amenoto Jikara, allowing Qianyu to exchange positions with any object within a 10-meter radius. Though restricted to a single use per day, the effect, spatial translocation, was more than sufficient. Had she possessed it during her battle with Mizuki, he would have stood no chance of ambushing her. A single spatial shift per day? Humph, feels oddly ominous, Qianyu murmured softly. After all, the last miracle form wielder capable of such movement was now roaming freely across the cosmos. Yet there was no time for reflection. She had slept away an entire day in confusion, and now rushing to the Ninja Academy was imperative. Class assignments were imminent. Time was tight, but manageable. Even if Qian Yu's C physical rating meant she needn't strain herself, she squeezed it in regardless. Drawing upon her prior life's masculine efficiency, she completed her bath in 5 minutes and immediately sprinted toward the Ninja Academy. Her agility as a special Jonin reached its zenith. Though she missed the iconic Naruto Sasuke scene, she arrived in the classroom moments before Irika began announcing the class divisions. Qian Yu, you're here. Why so late today? Sakura greeted her warmly. Qian Yu, good morning. Hinata shyly raised a trembling hand. Nothing much, just trained a bit later than usual last night. Qian Yu first replied to Sakura, then turned and gently ruffled Hinata's hair. Good morning, Hinata. You're absolutely adorable today, but it'd be even lovelier if you weren't quite so timid. Why, yes, Qian Yu. Emboldened by her words, Hinata flushed crimson and strained to lift her head. Yet the moment her pure pupilless white eyes met Qian Yu's encouraging crimson gaze, Hinata recoiled as though struck by lightning, her head drooping again in quiet surrender. I'm sorry, Qian Yu, she whispered meekly. It's fine. Personality is something that changes gradually. Qian Yu once more stroked Hinata's soft hair, then bid her farewell and walked toward her seat at the back of the classroom. Qian Yu, you really do spoil Hinata, Ino's voice drifted teasingly. Well, she is incredibly cute. Qian Yu turned, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, then suddenly swept Ino into a close embrace, drawing her flush against her own chest. Alas, Ino's slender waist was still wrapped in cumbersome bandages, pleasing to the touch, yet somehow incomplete. Still, as the fastest developing kunoichi among her peers, the sensation was undeniably satisfying. Qian Yu teased, what's wrong, jealous Ino? In no way. Ino blushed fiercely. Let go, Iruka Sensei is about to arrive. All right. With restraint, Qian Yu released her and settled into her seat. Her playful provocation concluded with perfect timing. Along her path, greeting Sakura, ruffling Hinata's hair, embracing Ino. Qian Yu had effortlessly charmed every beautiful girl in the class, yet none expressed the slightest displeasure. Several boys instantly wore wistful expressions, yearning to trade places with her. Had the livestream been active, the chat would surely flood with "We envy neither Mandarin ducks nor immortals. We envy only Qian Yu day after day." Yet how could they know? Her own vintage plum wine had matured for 12 years, still awaiting the very corkscrew that would release its fragrance. Without that corkscrew touching Hinata, or Ino was merely indulging in fleeting tactile comfort. As for cultivating deeper bonds with classmates, her focus had been wholly consumed by cultivation. That said, credit belonged to a theatrical shadow clone who had attended school in her stead. Once Qian Yu finished greeting her peers, Irika swiftly entered and began reading the class assignments. Classes 1 through 6 passed in quick succession, none included Qian Yu. Of the 30 students in their year, subtracting the 9 assigned to classes 7, 8, and 10 left her teammates unmistakable. Ah, I see. So it's Hōōji Chiyo and Mizuno Emi. Not bad at all. Hōōji excelled in taijutsu, trained by both parents, elite chunin on active duty, while Mizuno hailed from the medical corps. With such companions, Qian Yu judged the upcoming chunin examinations worth attempting. Yet just as she contemplated her future, Irika's voice rang out. Team 7 Uzumaki Naruto Hōōji, Qian Yu, and Uchiha Sasuke. Qian Yu's mind went momentarily blank, as she wondered whether Irika had misread Team 8's roster followed, identical to Kanon Hyuga, Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Only Team 9 diverged, Hōōji Chiyo, Mizuno Emi, and Haruno Sakura. So I didn't get placed with Sasuke. Sakura's voice brimmed with grievance. Still, Ino didn't get assigned either, and since Qian Yu doesn't fancy Sasuke, it's not so bad. She quickly consoled herself with classic self-deception. Qian Yu chuckled silently. Yet at that very moment, a torrent of commentary scrolled across her vision, debating the team assignments. Told you, not everyone falls for that Sasuke. At least our Qian Yu remains unmoved. Absolutely. The protagonist is Naruto. Qian Yu shares his team, plus all those earlier scenes. She's clearly the heroine. Ugh, I don't want some heroine nonsense. How dare that blonde runt stand beside our Qian Yu? Does his spiky hair qualify him? Hey wait, you know what? That blonde hair does carry symbolic weight. True friends, don't despair. Think positively. If Qian Yu is the heroine, we might even glimpse some delightful perks. After all, this is an anime hailing from the land of the rising sun. Whoa, Qian Yu's legs are already phenomenal. Add thigh highs and bonus content. My imagination simply refuses to comply. As ever, when chat veered toward suggestive themes, the discourse rapidly derailed. Qian Yu shook her head, exasperated. They imagined her as pure allure, yet she was destined to be rich in charm and stingy with favors. Granted, her livelihood now relied on leaving lasting impressions, but today's skirt, and letting fans savor the fantasy of calling her wife marked her absolute limit. No further indulgence would be granted. Ironically, this minor misunderstanding, being mistaken for the heroine, earned her a fresh influx of impression points, snapping her out of her confusion over the team assignment. After all, placement in Team 7 guaranteed consistent screen time, an unambiguous boon for her system. So why dwell on it? Still, she resolved to investigate the underlying cause later. With teams finalized, Irika dismissed them for lunch. Knowing Kakashi would arrive late, Chienyu returned home to cook and eat at her leisure, only then strolling back to school. After another stretch of waiting, the live stream flickered to life. Chienyu knew this marked the beginning of a new chapter. The classroom felt unusually quiet without Sakura, and Naruto's movements instantly drew Sasuke's attention. Watching Naruto's childish antics, Sasuke sighed inwardly and remarked dryly, "A jonin would never fall for such a crude trap." Hearing this, Chienyu's eyes lit up. Another perfect opportunity to seize the spotlight had just presented itself. "Shall we make a wager? Will our jonin sensei truly fall for this trap? Do we even need to wager?" Sasuke responded with palpable exasperation and disdain. "Even I wouldn't fall for something so laughably inept. How could a jonin possibly do so? Chienyu, you've always struck me as sensible, but don't let teaming up with that dead-last Naruto rub off on you." Sasuke added earnestly, his tone softened by genuine concern. In truth, he held Chienyu in high regard. Unlike the other girls in class, distracting, infatuated, and perpetually overbearing, Chienyu never pestered him, remained consistently sharp-witted, and possessed commendable strength. Thus, Sasuke found her a thoroughly acceptable teammate. Yet while he intended sincere counsel, Chienyu cared only for screen time and dramatic flair. None of this mattered to her. She challenged him directly. "So, you're afraid?" "Afraid?" Sasuke arched a brow and straightened his posture, hooked just as she'd anticipated. "What on earth could I possibly fear?" "Then what will you wager?" Sasuke asked, pride gleaming in his gaze. "Leadership," Chienyu replied coolly. "Whoever wins becomes squad captain. What do you say?" "Agreed, let it be leadership." A spark of intrigue flickered in Sasuke's eyes. He genuinely considered it advantageous to assume command this way. Yet how could this young boy fathom that some cunning women bait with certainty itself, casting their hooks unflinchingly, knowing full well the catch is already secured? Poor Sasuke, manipulated effortlessly like a puppet dancing on silken strings. Well said, truly worthy of Uchiha Sasuke. Bold and uncompromising, she elevated him further with deliberate flattery. "Hey, don't forget about me." Naruto jumped in protest, momentarily ignored by both. Though he'd happily undermined Sasuke, he still expected at least a token acknowledgement. Earlier, with more people around, he might have even knelt before them, but now no one spared him a glance. Even the livestream commentary erupted with fascination over their wager. "Betting's open. Place your stakes. Guess correctly. Type 1. Guess wrong. Type 2. No prizes here. Just type, 'I'm an idiot' on screen if you misjudge." Accepted. Aihu Hansen solemnly accept this wager. 111. Aiju Yuchin, Grade 8, Class 1, Beijing Middle School Experimental Division, bet confidently on the correct outcome. 111, 1111. 222, 2222. 333, 3333. 443s. Almost got tricked. Banish everyone who bet 3. Wait, hold on. Let me clarify, my 3 meant the shinobi wouldn't take the door, but enter through the window instead. That actually makes sense, but my 40-meter blade strikes true. Die. Ha ha ha. The commentary exploded into chaotic mirth. Even Chienyu, glancing sideways, nearly burst into laughter, forcing herself to suppress it lest it seem unnatural. To Sasuke, however, Chienyu's faint knowing smile, harder to rein in than an AK-47, spoke volumes. Victory was already hers. "Oomph." Sasuke snorted coldly, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the classroom doorway. Seeing this, Naruto fell silent too, waiting. Moments later, just as foretold, the door swung open. Kakashi entered, and the chalk duster plummeted, dusting his silver hair with chalky gray. He fell for it. Actually fell for it. Naruto doubled over with laughter. And per the immutable law of Naruto-Sasuke facial symmetry, Sasuke's expression darkened instantly. "Impossible. Is this really a jonin? Hey, you two didn't plan this together, did you?" Sasuke's voice edged with rising frustration. Yet even as he voiced the accusation, a disquieting thought struck him. Could it truly be possible? After all, Konoha had few silver-haired shinobi, and Kakashi was one of them. What if he were Chienyu's relative? Suspicion blooming, Sasuke asked cautiously, "You did conspire, didn't you?" "Of course not. How many conspiracies could there possibly be? This is pure deduction, logic alone." Chienyu waved dismissively. "How did you deduce it?" "Simple." With a crisp snap of her fingers, Chienyu declared, "He arrived late." "That's it?" Sasuke stared incredulous. "That's more than enough." Her expression shifted, Suddenly serious, her voice deepening. Sasuke, tell me, what is a shinobi? What is a shinobi? For once Sasuke was speechless. The question was too vast, too profound. Everyone held their own answer. Even Jiraiya's famed definition, that a shinobi is one who endures suffering beyond mortal limits, offered no ready reply. So Sasuke remained silent, yet Qianyu needed no answer from him. She already possessed one. To obey orders is to be a shinobi. To uphold rules is to be a shinobi. Therefore a shinobi is punctual. Absent unforeseen emergencies, a shinobi honors commitments. Yet our instructor arrived late. What does that imply, eh? Qianyu answered her own question. It implies our instructor disregards, or refuses to abide by, rules. And from that, two possibilities emerge. First, he is utterly apathetic, indifferent to trivialities like a chalk duster trap, dismissing it as childish play. Second, he is profoundly arrogant, and arrogance renders childish pranks beneath his notice. Am I right, sensei? With unwavering confidence, the young woman turned toward Kakashi, her face radiant, luminous on the live feed. Logical, logical, logical. I'm an idiot. So am I. Across the livestream, waves of logical and I'm an idiot flooded the screen, sparking another surge in impression value. Indeed, your analysis is flawless, little one. Kakashi concealed his astonishment behind calm eyes. He hadn't anticipated that a single detail, his tardiness, could yield such incisive, coherent reasoning. This level of analytical acumen was entirely absent from the dossier Third Hokage had provided. Now curiosity stirred within Kakashi. Leaning against the doorframe, his voice lazily balanced sincerity and jest. So tell me, do you believe I'm arrogant or merely apathetic? All of them. Qianyu's reply once again caught Kakashi off guard. You appear lazy, but your heart is proud. Kakashi fell silent. His silence did not stem from being accurately read by the girl. Rather, he had always believed himself utterly resigned. Lazy not only in appearance, but deep within his soul. Yet in Qianyu's eyes, he was outwardly lackadaisical, but inwardly arrogant. Such an assessment had never crossed his mind. For a moment, he could not even articulate how he felt. After a long pause, Kakashi finally lifted his head and gazed at the three young genin before him. How shall I put it? My first impression of you three is rather unpleasant. All right, follow me. Without dwelling further on the exchange, Kakashi led Qianyu and the others out of the classroom. Before long, the newly formed Team 7 stood atop the Ninja Academy's rooftop. And so began the classic, inevitable self-introduction ritual for every new team. Kakashi's, Naruto's, and Sasuke's introductions unfolded exactly as they had in the original timeline. But when it came to Qianyu, she hesitated. What I like, what I dislike, my dream for the future, my hobbies. Honestly, I've never given them much thought. After all, ever since her transmigration, she'd been racing toward survival. And even after her system stabilized, she'd scarcely enjoyed a moment's reprieve. Still, upon reflection, answers did emerge. I adore all things beautiful, especially lovely girls. Thus, my tolerance for beautiful girls is exceptionally high, so long as they do not cross my boundaries. Conversely, I loathe powerlessness in the face of adversity. As for my dream, immortality, invincibility, boundless freedom, and hobbies, seeking amusement, indulging myself, does that count? I love myself deeply, because I am truly exquisite, Qianyu declared, unflinchingly confident. Therefore, any attempt to harm me is utterly intolerable. A major driving force behind my pursuit of strength is self-preservation. Naturally, I reject all men. With such charm radiating from every inch of me, I barely have time to savor my own beauty. How could I possibly share it with anyone else? In a certain sense, Qianyu felt oddly akin to Xiang. Except she had no missing elder brother to search for, was far less mischievous and infinitely more self-centered, caring only for what lay immediately before her. Yet in truth, Qianyu resembled no one. Qianyu was simply Qianyu. Just as at that very moment, the live broadcast interface flickered, first flooding with Alicia, then Kenkaniki Han, Lee Koishikawa Kokomi, Himazaka, Noah, Hirai Suzumiya, until finally no names remained. Only the rapidly surging impression score bore silent witness to the audience's visceral reactions to Qianyu's words. Yet those viewers behind their screens, unfettered by physical proximity, dared declare their devotion to Yandere or domineering queens without hesitation. Having heard Qianyu's self-introduction, Kakashi felt only one thing: danger. Yes, danger. Qianyu seemed utterly alien to the ninja world itself. A person so intensely focused on herself, Kakashi could not fathom what might possibly bind her. And her stated ambition, immortality and absolute freedom, inevitably evoked in him the image of someone else entirely. Granted, Qianyu lacked that figure's extremity and perilous intensity. She loved herself, but she was no blood-soaked, self-obsessed demon. I understand everything you've said, but I want change. That scenario remains entirely plausible. For a moment, Kakashi nearly developed a headache, Third Hokage, just what kind of personnel did you assign me? Frankly, Kakashi was sorely tempted to march straight to the third Hokage and demand a full refund. But before he could act, eh, 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 eh. Naruto's belated exclamation shattered Kakashi's train of thought. Chiyo, stunned by her bold declaration, bordering on outright confession, that she held no interest in men, Naruto's mind overflowed with unformed thoughts, leaving him flustered and scratching his head in agitation. A more vivid analogy. It was as if a karaoke room had spontaneously combusted. All right, don't strain yourself thinking about it. Hear that, Naruto? People come in infinite varieties. The more you meet, the less strange they'll seem. Chiyo chuckled, gently patting Naruto's shoulder. At this point, Kakashi had absolutely no desire to continue discussing self-introductions, and swiftly pivoted, let's talk about tomorrow's assignment. Tomorrow? What are we doing tomorrow? Predictably, Naruto's attention snapped to the new topic. We'll conduct a survival exercise. A survival exercise. This isn't an ordinary one, is it? Chiyo interjected knowingly. Correct. As expected of Chiyo, you've grasped it instantly. I hope you'll be just as sharp tomorrow. Kakashi nodded, his tone shifting subtly into something more enigmatic. Simultaneously, the quiet aura of an elite jonin seeped forth, a faint chilling shadow instantly settling over everyone's hearts. What does that mean? Sasuke frowned, maintaining his signature stoic posture, the same rigid stance as Commander Ikari. It means that among this year's 27 graduates, only 9 will be officially recognized as genin. The remaining 18 will be sent back to the academy. Now, can you guess what determines who returns to school? Kakashi covered half his face, his voice laced with playful irony. Tomorrow's survival exercise. Exactly. Impressive, truly worthy of the Uchiha named Sasuke. Kakashi praised, genuinely amused. Under normal circumstances, such praise from a jonin, worthy of the Uchiha name, would have sent Sasuke's pride soaring even if his expression remained impassive. But now, instead of elation, a chill ran down his spine. 27 candidates, 18 to be eliminated. What did that imply? A staggering 2/3 elimination rate, which meant that among the 3 of them, perhaps only 1 would remain. At Kakashi's pronouncement, not only Sasuke and Naruto were stunned, viewers' comments erupted in fervent debate. A 2/3 elimination rate. That's brutal. Come on, they're ninja. In episode 1 alone, dozens fell like grass beneath the Ninetales' claws. Don't play games with us. Oh no, will my beloved Chiyo fail to become a ninja? Relax, buddy. Remember her fight with Mizuki in episode 1. There's no way she'll fail. Still, this jonin seems formidable. Success won't come easily. Wonder how Naruto and the others will handle it next, eagerly awaiting. You really think so? Just watch the progress bar. It'll happen any second now. This. The commenter abruptly countered, lost composure entirely. Yet though Chiyo feigned surprise, she too struggled to maintain composure. Not only due to the stream of comments, but also because of Kakashi himself. She had uncovered something she'd never noticed while watching the series in her past life. Namely, who had told Kakashi there were 27 graduates this year. Her own class clearly consisted of 30 students. Not to mention Team 10, the Chojinoshiko trio, existed independently. Thus the claim of 27 graduates, 18 to be eliminated, was nothing but Kakashi's fabrication. In truth, Kakashi had no idea how many students were in their class. Class 10, 27 students, such an obvious flaw. Chiyo only realized it when everyone had already crossed over, leaving her speechless. However, taking another look at the barrage, that group of people also seemed oblivious to Kakashi's words, which reassured Chiyo. She continued to maintain the facade of having been tricked by Kakashi. On the other side, seeing that the 3 from Class 7 remained silent, Kakashi continued to explain tomorrow's matters. Remember to bring your ninja tools and gather at 5 in the morning. By the way, don't forget to skip breakfast, or you might throw up. After leaving this classic line, Kakashi vanished in an instant, leaving the 2 members of Class 7 sitting on the steps, their minds in disarray. In any case, Chiyo was not in a hurry. At this moment, she was leisurely watching the live stream, observing the inner thoughts of Naruto and Sasuke. However, upon thinking about it, Chiyo suddenly frowned. She had noticed something else. The live broadcast room of this anime seemed to hardly display her psychological activities. Just like now, Naruto was warning himself not to be eliminated while Sasuke's hands shook, maintaining his Commander Ikari pose. Only Chiyo, slightly frowning, flashed across the screen before disappearing. Chiyo pondered privately. In other words, I am still an outsider. Although I managed to get on camera, the camera still won't actively display me. Or perhaps because some of my psychological activities cannot be broadcast, the system simply cut me off. It's not impossible. However, this is a good thing. Indeed, it is a good thing. First, Chiyo concealed her own peculiarities. Secondly, the fact that the live broadcast room actively displays the psychological activities of others benefits Chiyo as well. What if she engages in battle and the opponent is plotting something? Then if the live broadcast displays it, it would essentially be reading their mind. While Qianyu was lost and thought the live broadcast room closed once again, indicating that this segment of the storyline had concluded. Seeing this, Qianyu stood up, looked at the other two, and clapped her hands. All right, Minasan, are you not calm yet? The crisp sound of clapping awakened Sasuke and Naruto from their contemplation. They looked up and saw Qianyu blinking her captivating hazel eyes, revealing a playful smile. If you are calm, then we can start discussing tomorrow's matters. Of course, Qian, you wouldn't be foolish enough to go at 5 in the morning when it was still dark. She waited until Kakashi arrived at noon. Although she had not initially planned to join Class 7, now that she was in, how could Qianyu not stir things up? Then addressing Naruto and Sasuke, Qianyu revealed her plans for the following day after a hard afternoon and night. The next day, at 11 a.m., the 3 members of Class 7 who had just said goodbye gathered again. Looking at the empty training ground, Naruto, who had previously been anxious, was shocked. Kakashi-sensei really hasn't come. Sasuke also secretly let out a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but retort, "Idiot, didn't Qianyu clarify this yesterday? Kakashi is notorious for being late." "Tch, arrogant Sasuke, who are you calling an idiot? You were the loudest in questioning yesterday." Naruto did not hold back against Sasuke. Soon a natural banter unfolded before the viewers watching Naruto. However, at this moment, the barrage viewers were too busy to pay attention to the couple-like bickering between Naruto and Sasuke. After witnessing the conversation between Naruto and Sasuke, a flurry of question marks filled the entire screen. What do they mean? Did I miss an episode? It shouldn't be that I missed it. I probably skipped some parts. Combining Naruto and Sasuke's words, it should be that Qianyu informed them Kakashi would be late tomorrow, so they shouldn't come so early. Got it. So Kakashi really is late again, totally calculated by my wife Qianyu. My wife Qianyu is amazing. Indeed amazing. Isn't this better than any exhaustive strategy? Damn original. Damn it, did you know it was original? Can't you tell if I'm being sarcastic or not? Yeah, I forgot the beginning, forgot the middle, forgot the end, but you know what I want to say. Then came a series of difficult-to-understand comments about Genshin and cultural output, making Qianyu so engrossed in the bickering between Naruto and Sasuke that she stopped paying attention. During their bickering, more than 10 minutes quietly passed. Kakashi arrived late. "Yo everyone, good morning. Not bad, you all look very spirited." At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke, who were bickering, were startled. "When did you arrive?" Naruto asked. He was a bit flustered, mainly because he didn't know how much of their argument Kakashi had overheard. Seeing Naruto like this, Qianyu could only sigh and cover for him. She confidently scolded Kakashi, "You're too slow." With Qianyu leading, Naruto and Sasuke quickly followed suit. "That's right, too slow." Under the pressure, Naruto and Sasuke's voices were filled with energy, clearly capable of commanding a ship. But only the barrage knew how flustered they truly were, and they mocked them. Without Qianyu, this home would have fallen apart sooner or later. Someone get Naruto and Sasuke a change of pants. This time they're really sweating buckets. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. However, at this moment, thanks to Qianyu's reaction, Kakashi did not seem suspicious, or even if he was, he didn't care. He started recounting those classic clumsy excuses. "Well, there was a black cat that crossed my path, and then I met an old lady and helped her cross the street, and then..." Kakashi couldn't finish his sentence. After all, if at first Naruto and Sasuke were merely pretending, now it was genuine anger. After all, if Qianyu hadn't warned them in advance to arrive a bit later, would they not have been fooled by Kakashi's pathetic excuses and ended up waiting around for half a day? Faced with such gazes from Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi could only clear his throat and placed an alarm clock down on a nearby stump. Then naturally the classic bell-grabbing game began. 3 people, 2 bells, the classic 2 peaches killing 3 warriors segment. Anyone who has attended school knows just how ridiculous Kakashi's trick was this time. But just as the barrage was still criticizing Kakashi with Kakashi's shout of start. Shadow clone technique. Naruto shouted, and a dozen shadow clones rushed in. Swish, 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 swish. The dense array of ninja tools descended on Kakashi like a torrential downpour. In an instant, Kakashi's every possible evasion route was sealed off by the coordinated assault of Chiyo and Sasuke. What's happening? The sudden attack left everyone stunned. None had anticipated that mere moments earlier Kakashi had been smiling amiably, advising them to strike with the resolve to kill him, and the very next second, upon declaring the exercise begun, Chiyo and the others launched their attack without hesitation. Such a swift, precise, and ruthless assault not only shocked the unsuspecting audience watching live, but also prompted Kakashi himself to widen his eyes, just slightly. Yet that was all the reaction it elicited. Though Chiyo excelled in shuriken jutsu and Sasuke neared mastery, their combined encirclement did pose a genuine threat. After all, if one couldn't handle shuriken, could one truly handle Naruto? Kakashi stepped forward, deliberately moving with effortless grace. with just one or two casual, unassuming motions, devoid of any flourish. The swarm of Naruto's shadow clones tumbled chaotically spontaneously, forming a living wall that blocked the incoming projectiles. He even found time to offer a critique of their assault. Not bad. You struck decisively with genuine intent to kill me. Pity though, sometimes numbers alone don't guarantee victory. Boom, 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 boom. As Kakashi spoke, the wall of shadow clones was obliterated by Chiyo and Sasuke's weapons, releasing thick plumes of smoke, silent confirmation of his words. Yet at that moment Kakashi noticed something unexpected. Chiyo and the others, who had just failed in their surprise attack, showed no trace of panic. Instead, Chiyo suddenly broke into a serene smile. Is that so? Then why do I find Naruto's shadow clones astonishingly effective? Boom, 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 boom. Once more the telltale smoke of dispelling shadow clones billowed, this time right beside Kakashi. But this time it wasn't Naruto's clones being struck down. It was Naruto himself who had used the transformation technique to assume the form of a Kunia-studded clone, then released the jutsu. 5 Narutos surged forward simultaneously, each seizing one of Kakashi's limbs, both arms, both legs, and his neck. Sasuke now? Naruto shouted. No need to tell me. Sasuke's hands flew through hand seals, already completing the final sequence before Naruto's voice even faded. With the tiger seal formed, Sasuke drew a deep breath, his slender chest swelled like a balloon. The next instant, a massive crimson fireball erupted from his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. Scorching flames engulfed Kakashi. The searing orb slammed into the training ground's compacted earth, burning a small crater into the soil and radiating waves of blistering heat outward. Several seconds later, the fireball dissipated. Staring at the charred, empty expanse before him, Naruto instinctively stepped forward, his expression flustered. Hey, did Sensei? Kakashi turned to ash. I didn't feel him break free from my grip. Is that so? Sasuke's gaze sharpened, thoughtful. Yet he wasn't pondering whether Kakashi had perished. The destructive power of the first compassionate technique of the shinobi world was well known to him. But if Naruto claimed Kakashi hadn't escaped his restraint, then Kakashi must have evaded only after the shadow clones were consumed by the fireball. At such close range, Sasuke was certain even a Jonin would bear injuries, which meant Kakashi is wounded. I've injured a Jonin. A surge of exhilaration flooded Sasuke's chest. After all, even Itachi Uchiha was merely a Jonin. If Kakashi was injured, then pursuit was imperative. Where did he go? Sasuke whirled, scanning frantically. Behind me. Above. To the left. Beneath you. Kakashi's voice echoed up from underground. Not beneath Sasuke's feet, but directly beneath Naruto's. Naruto, watch out. Realizing the danger, both Sasuke and Chiyo snapped their gazes toward Naruto, Chiyo drawing her blade and slashing in one fluid motion. Alas, she was a fraction too late. The few casual steps Naruto had taken moments earlier now became an uncrossable chasm. By the time Chiyu's wind-swift blade reached its target, the object before its edge had shifted from Naruto's foot to his head. With timing so flawless, it seemed choreographed, Kakashi pulling Naruto underground with earth-release headhunter technique and Chiyo poised to decapitate. No. Sasuke's heart leapt into his throat. For Chiyo, in her desperate bid to save Naruto, had committed to a full-force, unstoppable slash. If she failed to halt it, Naruto would die, never even glimpsing his foe by the blade of an ally. Kakashi shared the same concern. Thus, after dragging Naruto underground, he remained rooted there, ready to yank him deeper at a moment's notice. What Kakashi and Sasuke didn't know was that Chiyu's swordsmanship had long since ascended to master level. Within the radius of her blade, the sword was an extension of her will, stopping or striking at her command with absolute precision. And so the very same slash that a moment before had carried irrevocable momentum came to an abrupt, perfect halt, its force vanishing as if erased midair, executed with breathtaking ease and grace. Under the piercing gleam of the blade suspended precisely above Naruto's forehead, his panicked cries rang out. The keen edge sliced through the air, sending golden strands of hair drifting downward, the sharp, clean cuts stinging Naruto's wide, tear-filled eyes. Yet in that instant, even that sting meant nothing. Staring up at the razor's edge hovering over his brow, Naruto's mind went utterly blank. Cold sweat drenched his skin, relief washed over him, and tears of pure joy spilled forth. I'm alive. Yes, you're alive. Sasuke exhaled deeply, blissfully unaware that had Chiyu's blade fallen, he might have awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. His only thought being how remarkably refined her swordsmanship truly was. But could Chiyu's swordsmanship truly be described as merely refined? The uninitiated saw spectacle, the connoisseur saw artistry. Watching that single stroke, Kakashi, who had somehow emerged silently from the earth, could scarcely articulate the storm raging within him. For purely in terms of swordsmanship, he was outmatched by Chiyo. True, he'd long neglected the blade, But before acquiring the Sharingan at the Valley of the End, he'd trained rigorously, honing his skill with unwavering discipline. From childhood, he'd studied under elite masters, inherited prestigious lineages, and forged his art amid the brutal crucible of war. Yet this warrior tempered in blood and fire stood surpassed by a girl raised in peacetime, parentless, heir to nothing but a single weathered sword manual. Kakashi fell silent, speechless. For the first time in his life, the prodigy hailed as Kakashi the genius confronted the staggering gulf between human talents. Was this how Obito felt watching me back then? A rare wave of humility and quiet disillusionment stirred memories of his dearest friend Obito. And thus he failed to notice. Behind him, concealed within a thicket of shrubbery, a pair of eyes clear as autumn waters fixed upon him. Then who was this beautiful young maiden? Her eyes like limpid autumn waters, stealthily concealed within the thicket. Chiyo. Wife? How did Chiyo appear here? Indeed, when did she arrive? Gazing upon Chiyo hidden in the thicket, the audience, still savoring the intensity of the prior clash, was instantly stunned. They were baffled. Hadn't Chiyo just moments ago nearly cleaved Naruto in two with a single blade stroke? How then had she suddenly materialized here? Could this be one of Chiyo's shadow clones? A quick-witted viewer ventured this hypothesis. Strangely enough, he was half right. For this was not a clone, but her true body. The one who had nearly slain Naruto moments earlier. That had been the clone. The instant Naruto's shadow clone launched its assault, Chiyo had substituted herself with a clone, allowing her true self to vanish into concealment, biding her time until the perfect opportunity arose. And now it had arrived. Seizing the fleeting moment Kakashi's focus wavered, Chiyo leapt from the thicket, her chakra surging like gales that lent ethereal lightness to her form. Her elite Chunin-level agility surged anew, ascending to the rank of Special Jonin. She shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, her razor-sharp blade aimed unerringly at Kakashi's exposed back. Wind-riding sword, art Fong thrust. A prickling sensation flared along his spine. Only then did Kakashi sense Chiyo's strike. Behind me. When did she get there? Kakashi whirled around, bracing himself for Chiyo's assault. Yet the very next instant, a sensation identical in intensity and precision struck him once more again from behind. It was Chiyo's clone, coordinating flawlessly with her true self to launch a synchronized ambush. In that heartbeat, Kakashi found himself trapped between twin threats, one before him, one behind, caught in a perilous pincer. Kakashi inwardly groaned. Why do Chiyo's shadow clones feel indistinguishable from her true self? Which is real, and which is illusion? He strained his gaze, searching intently. Only by discerning the true body could he identify the primary assault, and allocate his focus accordingly. This time, however, Kakashi miscalculated. For Chiyo possessed peerless mastery over the shadow clone technique, meaning neither strike was feinted. Both were full-force decisive attacks. Overconfident Kakashi failed not only to distinguish the true body, but also squandered precious reaction time wrestling with the dilemma, leaving him fatally exposed as Chiyo's blade swept into lethal range. A sudden premonition gripped Kakashi. If he did not reveal his true strength now, the situation would swiftly spiral beyond control. Very well then. With resigned reluctance, Kakashi raised his hand to his left eye. Though it's rather embarrassing, but truly I must. A swift metallic rasp. The forehead protector lifted, revealing a crimson eye. 3 jet-black tomo rotated slowly within the blood-red iris, granting him omniscient clarity. Chiyo's flawless clones were formidable, but lacked the vivacity and independent consciousness typical of standard shadow clones, rendering them subtly rigid. So, the one ahead is the true body, the one behind the clone. Then, I'll eliminate the true body first. Kakashi did not retreat. He surged forward, meeting Chiyo's blade Hiden. Relying on the Sharingan's uncanny ability to slow motion into discrete frames, he reached out, aiming to strike the side of her blade and deflect its trajectory. Yet if Kakashi's Sharingan allowed him to perceive Chiyo's movements with crystalline precision, and thus accelerate his own reactions, did Chiyo not possess her own domain of mastery? The blade sphere. Before Kakashi's astonished gaze, Chiyo flicked her wrist. The sword's edge pivoted sideways, now aimed directly at his palm. With no choice but to protect his wife, Kakashi shifted his open palm into a claw, preparing to seize the blade. Yet Chiyo once again demonstrated her extraordinary sword control. She halted mid-stride, both hands gripping the hilt, transforming the unstoppable forward momentum of her lunge into a seamless upward slash, its gleaming edge arcing toward Kakashi's palm. Kakashi's eyes gleamed with admiration. Remarkable reflexes. Exquisite swordsmanship. The forward inertia hadn't vanished. It had been channeled, refined, and redirected entirely into the blade itself. And if she could match the Sharingan's reaction speed, then her self-crafted wind release, ninjutsu-infused taijutsu, was undeniably profound. But what if I do this? Kakashi extended his second hand. Two palms, one left, one right, closed in perfect symmetrical convergence, forming an unbreakable pincer determined to capture Qianyu's elusive blade, or rather her katana. After all, true swords possess double-edged blades. Any attempt to grasp one risks grievous laceration. Only in certain lands, where distinctions between sword and knife blur, does a single-edged blade earn the title sword. Thus, Kakashi's dual-handed maneuver proved effective, though the blade's sphere neutralized the Sharingan's perceptual advantage. Qianyu's raw physical speed still lagged behind his. Once I'm wealthy, I'll definitely commission a proper sword. Unwilling to suffer disarming at Kakashi's bare hands, Qianyu reluctantly withdrew her blade and prepared to retreat. Even then, Qianyu retained room for counterattack. Her masterful swordsmanship granted her absolute command over every motion. Should Kakashi advance recklessly, she could whirl and strike anew, delivering a stern lesson. She need not prevail decisively, merely endure long enough for her clone's arrival. Yet as she retracted her blade, her gaze inadvertently met a pair of crimson eyes. Wait, surely not. A chilling realization struck Qianyu. It seems you figured it out, Kakashi replied, flashing his signature crinkled eye smile. Yet this time, unlike the warm, dependable expression from canon, his smile held a mischievous, almost wicked edge. His eyes widened sharply. Megan Narikomi no jutsu. Qianyu cursed aloud. Damn it. An invisible surge of chakra flooded her mind, forcibly conjuring her deepest, most visceral fear. Her vision blurred, then dissolved. In an instant, she stood no longer in the forest training ground of Konoha, but amid the dazzling, decadent bustle of the flower district, clad in heavy, ornate kimono. Before her, a geisha madam, face painted stark, white features exaggerated, beamed with practiced charm. Flower Queen Qianyu, today Lord Ichiro has specially. Release, 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 release. Before the madam could finish, Qianyu, scalp prickling with dread, violently disrupted her own chakra flow. Yet even that brief lapse cost her dearly. She found herself airborne, her body flung helplessly toward her own clone. Madare Qianyu twisted her head, just in time to lock eyes with Kakashi. He returned her gaze wearing a smug, infuriating grin. Ninja Tactical Insight 2, Jinjutsu. One should occasionally remember it. Arg, Kakashi, you bastard. For the first time, Qianyu lost composure entirely, roaring in raw, unfiltered fury. She had never imagined, despite her vast superiority over Sakura, she would ultimately fall prey to Jinjutsu. Nor had she anticipated that Kakashi, utterly devoid of martial honor, would wield the Sharingan itself to cast it. Ordinary illusions posed little fear for Qianyu, yet Kakashi's Jinjutsu, amplified by the Sharingan, was truly beyond her countermeasures. What stung most was that all she could do was grumble about Kakashi's lack of chivalry, because truth be told, Jinjutsu remained a genuine weakness for her. Now that Kakashi had exposed this flaw, Qianyu ought to thank him. But today she had come fully prepared for an epic clash, intent on earning lasting impressions. Thank him. Qianyu caught midair by her shadow clone, cast a sharp glance at the clone. Understanding instantly, the clone nodded in silent accord. In the next breath, both Qianyu and her clone erupted with chakra, pushing the wind-riding sword art's enhancement to its absolute limit, and launched a simultaneous ferocious assault from left and right. Kakashi's mastery of Jinjutsu was undeniable, but while it might subdue one opponent, could it possibly overwhelm two at once? Qianyu believed that with her master-level Koryu swordsmanship, exceptional agility, and the unique trait of her blade's encircling aura, even Kakashi would suffer under their dual sword convergence. Yet she had overlooked one crucial fact: Kakashi's epithet was the 50-50 man. Though she now fought alongside her clone, they were still in essence one person. So what did master-level swordsmanship matter? What did the encircling aura matter? What did dual sword convergence matter? Against the tempestuous onslaught of two Qianyus, Kakashi wielded a kunai in each hand, weaving fluidly within a narrow circle, parrying every strike with effortless grace. Seeing Kakashi hold his ground so unshakably, Qianyu had no choice but to sustain her relentless barrage. For a moment, the heart of the battle shimmered with rain-like sword light. The sharp, ringing clangs of steel striking steel echoed, incessantly punctuated by fleeting sparks where iron met iron. Most terrifying of all, their speed continued to escalate even as the clash intensified. Watching from the side, Naruto and Sasuke stared in astonishment, suddenly unable to track Qianyu's and Kakashi's movements, as if their vision had blurred into unfocused haze. Naruto, so captivated he forgot he was still buried in the earth, murmured in awe, "Is Qianyu really this strong?" TCH. Sasuke clenched his fist tightly, Naruto's whisper echoing his own stunned thoughts. He had never imagined that Qianyu, merely averagito above average at the academy, could fight so fiercely, holding her own against a relaxed jonin. He'd assumed her brilliance lay solely in intellect, Thus, when she challenged him for leadership, he'd accepted calmly, reasoning that following a sharper mind was only logical. Yet now it was clear Qianyu's superiority extended far beyond intellect. Her entire being eclipsed his by an immeasurable margin. Then abruptly a memory surfaced, Qianyu's detention years ago for skipping class. She'd been caught simply because her shadow clone's chakra had run thin during a taijutsu drill and exploded mid-combat. That day Irika had raged furiously, and afterward Qianyu never repeated the mistake, until yesterday. It dawned on him she hadn't grown cautious out of submission, but out of cunning. She'd simply hidden her true practice ever since. While he played at Shinobi in the academy, Qianyu, alone through shadow clones, had already trained relentlessly for who knew how long. How absurd. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Absurd that such strength remained unnoticed in class, that she forged herself silently, while he with far less power had grown complacent and arrogant. He'd long prided himself as a vengeful orphan destined solely for retribution. Then what all these years have I truly been doing? Sasuke roared inwardly. Self-loathing and bitter self-reproach coiled like venomous serpents gnawing ceaselessly at his soul. Meanwhile, Naruto watched the battle unblinkingly, utterly oblivious to Sasuke's turmoil. At that very moment, Sasuke stood on the cusp of the same existential crisis he'd face later atop the academy rooftop, months ahead of schedule. Qianyu's voice cut through the air. Sasuke, what are you watching for? Do you want to graduate or not? Get over here and help. HN. Sasuke snapped out of his spiral. He glanced at the battlefield. Since the Sharingan's activation, Kakashi's displayed power had plateaued, leaving Qianyu, her clone, and Kakashi locked in perfect equilibrium, like scales perfectly balanced. At this precise moment, even the slightest additional force could tip the balance. Yes, he fell short of Qianyu. Perhaps they shared equal genius, yet she surpassed him in relentless dedication. But now he need only serve as the final straw, the one fragile weight that breaks the camel's back. Could Uchiha Sasuke truly fail even at that? Never. His gaze hardened with resolve. Assessing the flow of combat, he drew his shuriken, preparing for swift, precise projectile support, his most instinctive art. His shuriken flew, strategically placed to strike Kakashi's most vulnerable openings, successfully disrupting his rhythm. A surge of confidence lifted Sasuke. I can do this. Kakashi groaned inwardly. You can do what exactly? Confused, he wondered, wasn't this the bell test? Why did Naruto, Qianyu, and now Sasuke all hurl themselves at him instead of seizing the bells? Just go for the bells. He thought, half serious. Did I really anger them by arriving late this morning? For once, Kakashi paused to reflect. Through the live broadcast feed, Kakashi's inner monologue flashed before the audience, prompting waves of laughter across the comment stream. Ha ha ha. Just grab the bells already. This is killing me. Indeed, Qianyu's meticulous preparation has utterly flustered our ever-gentle Kakashi. I'm sobbing. I love how kind he is. He suspects no one, not even Qianyu. True, Qianyu is utterly devious. Yet I adore this clever little scheme of Qianyu's. Why does it thrill me so? Me too, especially when Qianyu wore that geisha kimono inside Kakashi's illusion. Count me in. Though Qianyu is flawless, I must insist those cloth shoes must go. Swap them for sportswear socks and athletic footwear. Whoa, broth. By broth etiquette. Your scheming echoes all the way to the M87 galaxy. Unbearable. Mind-blowing. The audience reacted in turn, each commentator voicing their own take on the prior viewer's remark. After all, the notion of a beautiful girl's foot odor was amusing, but such a niche preference would inevitably remain obscure. Who says cloth shoes don't trap heat and sweat? Think about it, Qianyu is a shinobi. With such intense physical exertion, her feet might genuinely be pungent. Amazing. Incredible. Discharge. It still has to be porridge, bro. For the outrageous idea that had been tossed out earlier, nobody had a word to say. Qianyu, who happened to glance at the scrolling comments, felt the same. Damn it. I'm fighting my life off here, and you're all arguing about whether my feet stink. What stinks? I've smelled sweet all these years. Though to be fair, odor is just a normal chemical reaction. But she is a transformation girl, the kind who carries innate beauty. No matter what you do, even without makeup or upkeep, she remains breathtakingly beautiful. Isn't that common sense? Qianyu muttered helplessly inside her head. At the same time, Kakashi keenly noticed that the assault coming from Qianyu's true body had slackened. Looking again at Qianyu, he could not tell what had happened, but she was clearly distracted. Opportunity. Kakashi's eyes brightened. He tossed two battered pitted kunai from his hand, forcing Qianyu's clones back, then closed in on her true form with decisive momentum. His powerful fingers, like a green dragon's probing claws, reached directly for her wrist. No. Realizing she had been distracted by the comments, Qianyu snapped back to her senses and tried to push Kakashi away. But at that moment, Kakashi widened his eyes. Illusion. Nariku's sight technique. Qianyu's body froze. The familiar scene unfolded once more. It's over. Seizing the moment, while Qianyu was under control, a strong hand precisely pinched her slender wrist. Kakashi's gaze hardened. He braced his arm to repeat the earlier move and throw Qianyu away again. Only this time Kakashi did not pull her. Kakashi looked over in surprise. Breaking the Jinjutsu in a flash, Qianyu gritted her teeth and hissed, "You don't think the same trick will work on me twice, do you? Don't think of escaping." Qianyu even grabbed Kakashi with a reversed hand, trying to use herself as a tether to bind him in place. Only then did Kakashi notice a thick layer of chakra gathering beneath Qianyu's soles. It was that adhesive-like layer of chakra that glued her fast to the ground, preventing Kakashi from dragging her away. Kakashi blinked in astonishment. She even picked up climbing techniques without a teacher. More than that, as Qianyu bought herself a moment, a tide of water nature chakra surged forth and in an instant filled her right arm. A faint yet resolute rush of water gurgled and roared. Strength unlike Kakashi's streamed down from Qianyu's slender arm. Kakashi's expression deepened in shock. This is the water release the third spoke of. To be able to use it in so little time. One day and some hours, and she had mastered a water release technique that would at least rank B and could employ it in combat. What sort of prodigy was this? Kakashi realized Qianyu's talent might exceed his previous estimate. All the more reason to end this fight quickly. The dangers and difficulties of the water release great water arm had been explained to him by the third, while Qianyu seemed to handle it now. Who could say what might go wrong later? Such a gifted person, especially one who was a blood relative, could be ruined if she overreached during his trial. Kakashi could never forgive himself for that. So Kakashi stopped contesting strength with Qianyu. With Qianyu's clones about to arrive, he simply let her go, tap the ground with his toes, and drifted backward. Qianyu's clones immediately adjusted their formation. Several wind blades slid off their sword edges and chased toward Kakashi's back. Kakashi's response was equally straightforward. Facing the incoming wind blades, he reached behind, produced a single kunai, and released a hand seal, Raikiri enchantment. The next instant, a flash of lightning lit the air. With a sudden report, Qianyu's wind blades and her clones dissolved into currents of air, compared with the earlier back-and-forth clashes. At that moment, the gulf between a Jonin and a Genin was laid bare for all to see. A crushing superiority, a total hopeless overwhelm. That scene left everyone present speechless, and for a time the arena fell quiet. After a while, Naruto reacted. "Qianyu's clones are gone already." "Yes, gone." Sasuke nodded with a heavy look. "This is Jonin-level strength." To Kakashi, these Genin were nothing more than toys. On the other side, the live comments were ablaze with discussion. Everyone was stunned by Kakashi's prowess. Only Qianyu sighed in helplessness. She had planned to put on a proper show this time and earn herself a few impression points. She hadn't expected Kakashi to be so unscrupulous. His Sharingan flashed open at will, and he used a kunai with Raikiri enchantment as easily as he pleased. As a result, most people's attention was drawn to Kakashi. So despite the intense fight, Qianyu's impression points plateaued at only a bit over 70,000. Still, the impression points were not the worst of it. Qianyu looked at Kakashi perplexed and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, do you not want us to graduate? With your Jonin-level ability fully applied, how could we ever snatch the bell from your hands?" Naruto, catching on, chimed in, "Yeah, Kakashi-sensei, you're not still holding a grudge about my chalkboard trap, are you? That's petty." "Indeed." Sasuke echoed. "All right, my bad." Kakashi admitted outright. His abrupt end to the match had been intended to protect Qianyu, but it had been an overreach. In any case, the 7th team's coordination had been resolute. Although their strengths differed, they had perfectly demonstrated the teamwork he sought, given that he could simply declare them past. But at that moment, a sudden thought flashed through Kakashi's mind. He had known something of Naruto and Sasuke before arriving. Naturally, they would be reluctant partners. They hardly ever cooperated easily. And yet this time their cooperation had been so decisive, as if prearranged. Could it be that they really had planned this beforehand? In other words, someone had guessed his test. Not necessarily every detail. If they had figured everything out, that would be precognition. But at least they had grasped that the crux was teamwork. Naruto and Sasuke, one silly, one sullen, could not have been the ones to divine his test. So there remains only one possibility. Kakashi's gaze turned to Qianyu. If his idea had been anticipated, he could no longer proceed as before. A brand new plan formed in Kakashi's mind. Clearing his throat, he addressed, "Everyone, this examination has reached a point where it cannot continue. Therefore, I declare this assessment concluded." "Yay!" Naruto cheered at the words, and Sasuke exhaled in relief. Just when Qianyu truly believed it was over, Kakashi suddenly tore off the bell at his waist, the one nobody wanted to risk grabbing, and tossed it toward her. Qianyu instinctively caught the bell, a bad premonition rising in her chest. "Kakashi-sensei, what does this mean?" "Simple. I told you only 2 people could pass the exam." Kakashi smiled foxishly. "This time, whoever passes this graduation test will be decided by you." Yes, Kakashi's strategy was to let Qianyu decide who would pass this examination. Though Qianyu was intelligent enough to deduce the nature of the test, and even made a prior agreement with Naruto and Sasuke, it remained, after all, a unilateral declaration on her part. Thus, if Kakashi steadfastly insisted that only 2 candidates could advance, Qianyu would be left with no recourse. The earlier agreement would crumble entirely. Only under such conditions could he truly discern whether this trio constituted a genuine team. At Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke indeed recoiled in shock. Instinctively, they glanced toward Qianyu. Then Naruto burst out, voice sharp with disbelief. Why? Still unclear. Kakashi smiled again, but this time coldness edged his expression. Because both of you are simply too weak. He declared flatly, in my judgment, among the 3 of you, only Qianyu possesses the caliber to become my subordinate. Neither Sasuke nor you, Naruto, are welcome in my squad. But judging by your initial coordinated assault, Qianyu must have briefed you beforehand. I dislike subordinates who act without authorization. Yet since Qianyu consulted with you, I shall grant a rare mercy and permit 1 additional candidate to pass. So understand this clearly. It is a reward reserved for the top performer. Chin raised. Kakashi gazed down upon them with sovereign disdain. How can this be? Naruto, still buried in the earth, felt as though struck by lightning. Beside him, Sasuke's thoughts ran deeper. Clenching his teeth, he stepped forward. Kakashi, you already know? Indeed, Kakashi replied, knowing precisely what was asked. I am a Jonin, a true Jonin whose mastery encompasses strength, endurance, intellect, and wisdom. Even if I hadn't known at first, it would have become evident long ago. Teamwork, that's what Qianyu told you, wasn't it? Kakashi shook his head. Regrettably, teamwork is nothing more than a naive fantasy harbored by students. What then defines a shinobi? To complete the mission, no matter the cost, is the sole imperative of a shinobi. At times, comrades, or even oneself, must be sacrificed to ensure success. Let me put it plainly. I have personally slain my own teammate. A grim memory flashed across his face. His expression hardened, unyielding. And throughout history, truth has always been the most deceptive lie. Because Kakashi had truly lived by the creed of mission above all and endured unspeakable trials, thus his words resonated with chilling authenticity. All who beheld Kakashi's gaze and countenance in that moment sensed the raw sincerity burning behind them. Compared to this Kakashi, the earlier version, the languid, effortlessly handsome Jonin who arrived late with flimsy excuses, seemed to have never existed at all. Or rather, this was the real Kakashi. This was the true shinobi world. This is what a shinobi is. Sasuke trembled, shaken to his core upon glimpsing a sliver of the shinobi world's darkness. How could it be like this? Even buried in the earth, Naruto's head had remained defiantly high. Now it drooped low, his expression shattered, his voice barely a whisper. This is far too cruel. Indeed, echoed countless unseen voices. Is this truly what shinobi are? Of course. In fact, this is precisely how the world has always perceived them. Relentless and scrupulous, poison, assassination, seduction, all tools of the trade. That is a shinobi. A new question now hung heavy in the air with only 2 slots available. Who would Qianyu choose as her second teammate? Naruto. Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke. The screen erupted into chaos, Naruto's supporters clashing fiercely with Sasuke's. Qianyu withdrew her gaze, a faint, bemused curiosity stirring within her. How odd. Were they treating her choice like a royal selection of consorts? Had this been Naruto and Sasuke, she'd have agreed without hesitation, but alas, it was not. Ignoring the clamor, Qianyu stepped forward, calm and resolute. Kakashi's posture sharpened instantly. Ah, you've already made your decision. Who will you choose as your teammate? Naruto or Sasuke? At Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke turned sharply, breath held tight. Will it be me? Naruto wondered uncertainly. It must be me. Sasuke's so arrogant while I fought alongside Qianyu. But Sasuke has always been popular with girls. What if Qianyu? No. Naruto violently shook his head. Qianyu isn't shallow like them. Still, even setting that aside, Sasuke is the top student. Isn't it only natural for excellence to choose excellence? Ugh, looks like I'll have to repeat this year after all. His spirits sank further, head bowed low, he stood as though awaiting execution. It has to be me. Sasuke too weighed his chances. In this test, I vastly outperformed Naruto. I even assisted him when he faltered. Any rational person would choose me. Yes, it must be me. I have unfinished business. I cannot afford to fail at becoming a shinobi. Sasuke stood tall beneath the clear sky, a stark contrast to Naruto's dejection. Then, Qianyu split the 2 bells apart and tossed one directly before Naruto. What? Sasuke stared, disbelief contorting his features. He could not fathom why Qianyu chose Naruto over him. Nor could Naruto. For once their expressions mirrored each other perfectly. Qianyu. Naruto's voice trembled as he struggled to speak. Yet in that same instant, Qianyu casually flicked the second bell toward Sasuke. Huh. The absurdity short-circuited Naruto's thoughts entirely. Sasuke frowned. Chiyo, why give bells to both Naruto and me? What about you? Me? Chiyo smiled faintly. I'll simply repeat the year. Next year's class awaits. Next year? Sasuke's composure cracked. You mean, you're surrendering your chance to become a genin and giving it to us? Precisely. Chiyo nodded, then turned to Kakashi. Sensei Kakashi, you stated clearly that I would decide who passes this graduation exam. You never stipulated that I myself must be included among those who pass. That is correct, Kakashi murmured, masking his astonishment behind a mask of solemn gravity. But are you certain, truly certain, about this choice? Absolutely. Chiyo spoke with quiet conviction. I was the one who told them this exam tested teamwork, so Naruto and Sasuke joined me in action. Yet in the end I claimed the bells, while they lost their chance. So I wondered, if I had said nothing, perhaps they amid the chaos might have seized the bells instead. Since my decision led to their loss, it falls to me alone to bear the consequence. This is only just. Only just. Kakashi gazed upon the girl before him, a rare softness warming his eyes. Radiant, unwavering. Bathed in the golden light of midday, she seemed wrapped in gossamer spun from sunlight itself. To acknowledge fault, so simple, so fundamental, yet how few ever truly do. Chiyo, Naruto and Sasuke watching her were visibly moved. And not only they, everyone who witnessed this moment felt their hearts stirred by Chiyo's noble integrity. Across the screen, fleeting exclamations, "Fairy treasure girl," gave way to a single unanimous verdict. Magnificent, no further words needed. It must be said that in this era where little fairies and giant babies abound, there are fewer and fewer girls like Chiyo, who is both beautiful and kind-hearted. If Chiyo used to attract others with her looks, now it is her personality that draws people in. Truly, it began with beauty and ended with character. Thus, the barrage of comments at this moment showed a strong agreement with Chiyo. Due to Kakashi's interference, her impression value, which had been hovering just above 70,000, began to soar. At this point, Chiyo felt a bit embarrassed. All this performance was an act for the sake of gaining impression points. Especially this time, it was entirely taking advantage of Kakashi's lack of transparent information, while she had known his thoughts from the very beginning. However, thinking of how some people wouldn't even pretend, and that she might have to act her whole life to earn impression points, showing great professional ethics, Chiyo felt relieved. The barrage expressed everyone's attitude with the soaring impression values. Naturally, Naruto and Sasuke, who faced Chiyo's charm, directly felt it even more. Wow! Excited Naruto crawled out from the dirt, picked up the bell on the ground to take a look, and then smashed it back onto the ground. Since Chiyo doesn't want it, then I don't want it either. Worst case, I'll just repeat a year. Naruto, fuming, expressed his dissatisfaction with Kakashi. I don't believe that ninjas are what the teacher says they are. If they truly are, then I'd rather not be a ninja. Not bad. Sasuke voiced his agreement, also throwing away the bell in his hand. Oh, Kakashi was genuinely surprised this time. Really, Sasuke? Weren't you dreaming of killing that man? How can someone who can't even be a ninja kill that man? Sasuke trembled slightly, opening his mouth, and then closing his eyes, clearly struggling with pain. After all, making a decision is one thing, accepting the result is another. Sasuke. Naruto looked over worriedly, wanting to persuade him. Chiyo and Sasuke were all orphans, but Sasuke clearly bore much more weight. He shouldn't give up on graduating because of them. But it was a good thing that Naruto didn't speak. Once he did, Sasuke completely made up his mind. Then Naruto, you don't need to persuade me. I do dream of killing that man, but it relies on me, not on the charity of others. The Uchiha cannot rely on others to graduate, Sasuke shouted. Though the Uchiha clan was extinguished, their pride had never faded. Moreover, he couldn't be worse than Naruto, the bottom of the class, could he? Ha ha ha, Sasuke, I knew it. This is the Sasuke I know. Seeing this, Sasuke Naruto laughed happily. But at that moment, Kakashi formed a few hand seals. Under the influence of chakra, the sky, which had just been clear, suddenly became overcast, thunder rumbled, and a terrifying killing intent manifested as a suffocating pressure that filled the air around the three. At this moment, the three of Team 7 felt like bugs trapped in transparent amber, unable to move. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke and Naruto turned in shock. It seemed that because the three of them had shown him no respect, Kakashi was at his wit's end. With his hands still forming seals, he asked angrily, "You three, I'll give you one last chance. Are you all truly not graduating?" This, under Kakashi's terrifying might, Naruto was momentarily stunned and speechless. Yes. Chiyo, standing up against the pressure, fearlessly met Kakashi's gaze. We are a team. We should either all graduate or none of us should graduate. Exactly. We three are one. Sasuke also gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, that's right, I think so too." Naruto quickly chimed in. You? Kakashi looked at Naruto with amusement. How had he not noticed that Naruto had thought this way? But at this point, such trivial matters could be ignored. After staring at them for a few seconds and applying another wave of pressure, Kakashi saw that they really showed no signs of wavering, and the shadow on his face suddenly dissipated, revealing his friendly squinty smile. Then congratulations, you are qualified. Everyone couldn't believe it. I said congratulations, you are qualified. Kakashi repeated. But why? Kakashi's sudden reversal left Naruto's mind still trying to process. Kakashi's smile turned sly again. Because Chienyu guessed correctly this time, the main assessment was indeed about your teamwork. Well, don't look at me like that. A ninja must be able to see through schemes. Although this time, due to Chienyu, I had to use a scheme within a scheme. Remember, in the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are scum. However, those who do not value their companions are even worse than scum. Looking up at the sky, Kakashi expressed a famous saying from the Hokage. The live broadcast shifted from Kakashi to the three. Sasuke smiled in relief. Naruto was deeply moved, and Chienyu similarly revealed a relaxed smile. It was not easy. The scheming ninja assessment had finally come to an end. In any case, the exercise is over, and everyone is qualified. Kakashi said passionately, Team 7 will start missions tomorrow. Yay, I'm a ninja now, a ninja. Ninja. Naruto jumped up happily, creating a happy end atmosphere all by himself. However, if it ended like this, it would be too easy for Kakashi. So at the peak of the atmosphere, Chienyu spoke again. Kakashi-sensei, what are we having for lunch? Kakashi scratched his head in confusion. What you eat for lunch is up to you. Red bean paste. Chienyu exclaimed in surprise. Then I want to eat barbecue for lunch. Hey Naruto, Sasuke, what do you think? To celebrate the official establishment of Team 7, how about Kakashi-sensei treats us to barbecue? Yay, barbecue, barbecue. Naruto cheered again. At this, Kakashi was left dumbfounded. Wait, Chienyu, when did I say I would treat you to a meal? What? Kakashi-sensei isn't treating us to a meal. Chienyu acted even more shocked than Kakashi, her expression pitiful. But I heard Ino and the others say that their teacher treated them to a meal. Forget it, in the end the teacher dislikes us. Our Team 7 isn't like other teams that are favored by teachers. If the teacher thinks we aren't worth this meal, we can just leave. After throwing out 2 lines from Lin Dayu, Chienyu really took 2 steps pretending to leave. As soon as Chienyu moved, Naruto instinctively moved along. At this moment, it truly seemed like Kakashi was rejecting them. Kakashi immediately felt a chill run down his spine and quickly reached out. Wait. Chienyu stopped in her tracks. I'll treat, is that alright? Kakashi said painfully. It's just a meal of barbecue, your teacher can still afford that. Yay. Naruto jumped again, transforming into a relentless happy robot. Chienyu turned around. At this moment, there was not a trace of Lin Dayu's delicate sadness on her face. Looking at the bright smile with dimples on Chienyu's face, Kakashi suddenly realized, but could only shake his head helplessly. You really tricked me. Hey Kakashi-sensei, you won't go back on your word, right? Chienyu blinked her eyes while tilting her little head slightly to the left, her pure white ponytail swaying, looking adorably cute. Facing such a Chienyu, no one could utter words of rejection, not even Kakashi. How could I go back on my word? It's something I've said. Kakashi covered his face, shaking his head and sighing. But this time I really fell for your trick. You're so young, where did you get so many schemes? At this moment, Kakashi felt a bit fortunate that Chienyu was not like Sakura, who was head over heels in love otherwise with Naruto and Sasuke. As a pair, they might end up being hooked. One could only say that perhaps this was Chienyu's layered schemes. Caught completely off guard, and with no means to resist, Kakashi was successfully tricked and took everyone out for a barbecue. Afterward, everyone went their separate ways. Scratch that, they each went to find their respective wives. After all, none of the 4 could muster up even half a mom, making it quite hellish. However, after the meal, while Naruto and Sasuke went back, Chienyu was stopped by Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Chienyu stopped in her tracks, unsure of the situation. Kakashi wouldn't be giving her after-class individual guidance, would he? Thinking this, Chienyu quietly took 2 steps back, creating some distance from Kakashi. However, Kakashi had no idea what strange thoughts were swirling in Chienyu's adorable little head. He simply explained, it's like this, Chienyu, I'm not sure if you understand the Sharingan, but the Sharingan can see the flow of chakra within the human body. And during the previous battle, I noticed you used a water release ninjutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. Chienyu mentioned the name of the technique, and then asked, is there a problem with this technique, Kakashi-sensei? No. Kakashi shook his head and continued to explain, with my Sharingan, I can observe that this is a technique that requires very fine control from the user and can easily harm oneself. So, I wanted to ask you if you had any questions, but if you do, I can help you solve them. I see. Chienyu understood and shook her head, saying no. After all, her proficiency in the ninjutsu was provided by the system, and being proficient meant being proficient. How could there be any issues that a beginner might struggle with? I see, then I'm relieved. Kakashi smiled and reminded Chienyu, if you feel there is a problem, remember to come find me in time. After all, I am your teacher. Whether it's Jinjutsu ninjutsu or Taijutsu as a jonin, I can offer some answers. Okay. Chiyo nodded, earnestly expressing her gratitude. Kakashi-sensei, you are really a good person. Ha ha ha, good person perhaps. Kakashi bashfully scratched his head. After discussing the great waterfall technique, he bid farewell to Chiyo and elegantly turned to leave. Watching Kakashi's figure rapidly recede, Chiyo was momentarily stunned. He just left. Was it really just to say this? Chiyo was truly perplexed. Did she not know Kakashi's personality? Lazy and lackadaisical, he would definitely prefer to lie down rather than stand, and he wouldn't visit unless there was something important. In the original story, Kakashi chose to let Naruto take care of himself, and this little cutie, who had no relation to him, was lucky enough not to become the next Sakura. Why would she receive such attention from Kakashi? Was it just because she was beautiful? If beauty was the reason. Did Kakashi really come to give her after-class individual guidance like in after-school individual guidance Phoenix Temple Chiyo chapter? But Kakashi wasn't that kind of person, right? Something was off. It was 9 or even 10 parts wrong. This abnormal development made Chiyo instinctively wary. She thought carefully for a moment. Firstly, given Kakashi's character, it was possible for him to notice a problem with her technique and want to point it out because he was always a gentle person. However, current day Kakashi would not specifically come to remind her. At most, he would mention it once. So he did have the intention to remind her, but his motives were not entirely based on that. Thus, Chiyo went over Kakashi's words again. Whether it's Jinjutsu ninjutsu or Taijutsu. That's right, it's Taijutsu. Kianya's eyes lit up. Although her great waterfall technique was a ninjutsu, Kakashi could have simply referred to it as ninjutsu. There was no need for him to mention it in such detail, as if Chiyo could ask him anything. So the great waterfall technique was secondary. Kakashi just wanted Chiyo to ask him about Taijutsu. Now what Taijutsu did she need Kakashi to guide her on? The answer was the 8 gates. Yes, only the 8 gates would prompt Kakashi to specifically mention it. The great waterfall technique was merely a raft. Because Kakashi could not disclose that he knew she had mastered the 8 gates, Chiyo had completely figured it out. Ultimately, it was still the 3rd Hokage. He was the one paying attention to her, and possibly instructed Kakashi to teach her well. After all, she was someone willing to learn the 8 gates. This was why Kakashi had come over. Chiyo even understood why she had joined Team 7. It was also because of this. So Chiyo was very surprised it can be like this. She truly had not expected that her sudden decision to participate in the Sealing Book storyline would squeeze Sakura out of Team 7. The butterfly effect was so timely and swift. It was nothing like the impression she had where a butterfly flapping its wings would take a long time to create a storm across the sea. It could be said that this incident had firmly reminded Chiyo to always pay attention to the butterfly effect. Moreover, starting from today, she had to return to that disciplined training state of the past. Because the 3rd Hokage was watching her. After all, no matter how talented a person is, they cannot completely neglect training and still expect their strength to steadily or even greatly improve, right? Once or twice is fine, but over time, anyone with a bit of sense would realize that you have a secret. Thinking this, Chiyo couldn't help but grind her teeth. 3rd Hokage, why don't you just go die already? She had finally managed to lie flat thanks to the system, and now she had to return to that past lifestyle. Chiyo was genuinely unwilling. She even thought of more. If she had to consider the 3rd Hokage's gaze, what about Danzo, Obito, Kagaya? Thus, Chiyo despairingly discovered that before she possessed the power to mess everything up, she who already had a cheat still had to maintain the high-intensity training of the past. What kind of feeling is this? It's like you've worked hard for a long time, achieved good results, and then discovered that education forced a split. You passed the middle school exams, but there's still a high school entrance exam ahead. Although Chiyo rationally understood that maintaining training, which was a conventional way to gain experience points, would benefit her strength improvement, since the higher level abilities require more experience points, accumulating more in the beginning would mean spending less later. Yet it still felt unpleasant. Of course, being unpleasant aside, there were still things to do. As an adult, she couldn't act like a giant baby screaming at every little thing. So after bidding farewell to Kakashi, Chiyo turned to the training ground, then opened her personal panel to start organizing the impression points she had gained this time. Due to Kakashi's distraction, although Chiyo stood out this time, her impression points were slightly fewer than last time. Ultimately, her impression points settled on a very flavorful number, 114,514. Adding the 6525 left over from the last point allocation, Kianya's current impression points totaled 121,039. 120,000 impression points. Oh, while that sounds like a lot, it can also be considered little. Adding advanced abilities like Wind Sword Technique and Ancient Flow Sword Technique, which reach higher levels, would certainly require hundreds of thousands of points. However, leveling up some lower-level abilities and the currently needed not so many advanced abilities is quite good. After all, she had already used the system several times, and now she understood it much better. Although in the system's assessment techniques like the body flicker technique and the 8 gates were all in the same ability category, these things should not be viewed through the lens of the ninja world, but rather from the perspective of a fantasy world. In other words, ninjutsu is equivalent to martial arts. The practice of ninjutsu in the ninja world inherently alters the body. If one can cultivate a bloodline limit such as ice release, it allows for a permanent change in one's DNA, enabling the techniques learned to be passed down to the next generation. Moreover, the body itself will gradually change under the influence of ice release chakra. Ordinary people often overlook this point largely due to the scarcity of those able to cultivate bloodline limits, as only such limits yield immediate effects. In fact, even regular ninjutsu can enhance one's abilities. For instance, a master of fire release possesses high fire resistance, exemplified by Asuma. Similarly, a master of lightning release is highly agile, like those from the Cloud Village Kakashi and Sasuke. The third Hokage also achieved a robust physique by mastering all 5 basic elements to an exceptionally high level. As for taijutsu, training the body is itself a manifestation of yang release. Returning to Chiyo, advanced abilities like 8 gates and wind sword technique are fundamental techniques for her. Cultivating these fundamental techniques primarily enhances her attributes, or in other words, her realm, with current combat power being a secondary benefit. Techniques like the body flicker technique are merely means to an end. It mainly boosts current combat power, while only slightly enhancing attributes if at all. The ancient flow sword technique sits in between, capable of enhancing both attributes and combat power based on one's characteristics. This also corroborates its rating in the system, which is akin to the shadow clone technique. By ninja world standards, it is classified as B rank, placing it at a median level among various abilities. Thus, Chiyo's allocation route is quite clear. For immediate combat power, she should enhance lower level abilities. For attributes and realms, she should accumulate impression points to improve higher level abilities. Currently, Chiyo lacks sufficient impression points, so she can only afford to enhance 2 abilities slightly. Ding, consuming 64000 impression points. 8 gates proficient, 164,000. 8 gates mastery, 151,2000. A surge of powerful energy flooded into the Baihui point and then surged downwards through both hemispheres of the brain. Puchi. A crisp sound echoed. The third gate of the 8 gates, the open gate, was now unlocked. Subsequently, along the open gate, a warmth spread throughout her limbs and bones, causing Chiyo's fair and delicate skin to show defined muscles. However, this muscular appearance quickly faded, returning Chiyo's body to its original soft and delicate form, as if the feeling of increased strength was merely an illusion. But Chiyo knew it wasn't an illusion. Her 5 dimensions had transformed in the following manner. Physique, Elite Chunin Special Jonin. Strength, Ordinary Chunin Elite Chunin. Agility, Elite Chunin. Spirit, Special Jonin. Chakra, Special Jonin. Both her physique and strength had risen a level, reaching Special Jonin and Elite Chunin respectively. With her enhanced strength from the water release technique and her agility from the wind sword technique, her attributes in full activation reached those of a Special Jonin. If she were to fight Kakashi again, she certainly wouldn't be fooled by his 2 small shurikens. After enhancing the 8 gates, Chiyo remembered her previous lesson and took a moment to rest before proceeding with her next enhancement. As for the low-level abilities meant to enhance combat power, there was no need to dwell on them. Chiyo considered that the Gale Palm was a gift from her parents and paired well with the ancient flow sword technique, and as a crank ninjutsu, it didn't cost much. With that in mind, she decided to test the strength of the Gale Palm and casually enhance others. Ding, consuming 50181 impression points. Water release, Mighty Water Arm proficient, 100,5000. Water release, Mighty Water Arm mastery, 125,000. Wind release, Gale Palm proficient, 123,1600. Wind release, Gale Palm master, 110,2400. Shuriken technique mastery, 228,6400. Shuriken technique expert, 125,600. Konoha fluid technique proficient, 11600. Konoha fluid technique mastery, 16,400. Body flicker technique expert, 184050. Body flicker technique master, 112,150. After enhancing these abilities, Chiyo's current panel had transformed as follows. Name, Phoenix Temple Chiyo. Physique, Special Jonin. Strength, Elite Chunin. Agility, Elite Chunin. Spirit, Special Jonin. Chakra, Special Jonin. Abilities, Mastery of 8 gates, 151,2000. Mastery of Wind Sword Technique, 138,034,3000. Mastery of Ancient Flow Sword Technique, 230,425,0000. Proficient in Shadow Clone Technique, 3345500. Mastery of Water Release, Mighty Water Arm, 125,000. Master of Wind Release, Gale Palm, 110,000. 2400 expert in shuriken technique, 125,600 mastery of Konoha fluid technique, 16,400 master of body flicker technique, 112,150 peak of 3-body technique max. Current impression points 6858. Wow, that went by so fast. Just moments ago, she had over 1200 points, and now there were only a little over 6000 left. Staring at her impression point balance, Chiyo felt a bit dazed. However, this was unavoidable. Improving strength requires rapid expenditure. After this, it was foreseeable that constrained by the speed of gaining impression points, she wouldn't experience significant strength improvements for a while. Chiyo calmed herself and began to familiarize herself with her abilities in the training ground, returning to her previous life trajectory. The next day, Team 7 officially began their missions. Tasks of Drank, such as pulling weeds, cleaning riverbeds, caring for infants, and repairing houses naturally need not be elaborated. In the blink of an eye, a little over half a month passed during her Drank task career, where she was exploited on-site by Paru. The dawn of hope finally arrived. In a dense forest of Konoha, the radio-processed voices resonated. Sasuke has arrived at point B. Chiyo has arrived at point C. Naruto has arrived at point A. Good. Team 7 move out. Yash. Under Kakashi's command, Naruto swiftly pounced forward and seized a small brown cat with a king-like mark on its forehead. This indeed was the most pitiful creature in Naruto remembered by all fans, the little cat and little tiger that endured daily torment by tanks. Of course, one could argue that the truly pitiful subject should be the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After all, that tank belonged to the daimyo's wife. In this quasi-feudal society, it is normal for a daimyo to marry a politically advantageous wife, while keeping numerous beautiful concubines in the rear courtyard. Thus, the most pitiful one remains the little tiger. All right, hand it over to me. With this thought, Chiyo reached out and took the struggling little tiger from Naruto's arms. Poor little thing, you must be scared. Chiyo gently stroked the little tiger's soft head. Strangely, after entering Chiyo's embrace, the little tiger, which had been frantically reactive in Naruto's arms just a moment ago, calmed down and emitted a comfortable sound. Why is that? I don't understand. Witnessing such a stark contrast, Naruto covered the scratches on his face, incredulous. Yet at that moment, Chiyo's expression wasn't any better. The reason for the little tiger's comfort was because it was needing milk. Yu gazed silently at Xiao, who the tiny tiger cub waving its little paws up and down before her. A subtle question mark seemed to float in the air, unspoken, unvoiced. Indeed, compassion had never been a wise choice from the very beginning. He'll return this troublesome creature to you. With an impassive expression, Yu ignored Xiao, whose pitiful pleading gaze, and tossed it straight back into Naruto's arms. Why on earth is it troublesome? Naruto caught Xiao, who bewilderedly, his brow furrowed in genuine confusion. Yet he soon found out. For the moment Xiao who left Yu's presence, it redirected all its pent-up resentment onto Naruto, unleashing a frenzied barrage of clawing attacks. Arg, it really is a troublesome creature. Naruto's anguished cry echoed through the forest. This theatrically vivid scene instantly ignited the stream's nascent comment feed, previously quiet and uneventful. Naruto, in the end I bore it all. In 1 second, a pitiful soul, next to troublesome creature. Huh, so real. I almost thought the humans are inferior to cats series was about to gain another entry. And humans soothe cats, humans are good. Cats need humans' chests, cats are bad. Cats need humans' chests because they love them, cats are good. Humans discard cats for needing humans are bad. And you too. Why not settle this with a proper fight? The comment feed erupted anew, debating fiercely whether humans were noble and cats wicked or vice versa. Yet this skirmish was brief. Time flowed unevenly across the two realms. Just a few cuts later, and within the small framed window of the broadcast, the group had already shifted from the leafy expanse of Konoha Forest to the bustling mission hall inside the Hokage Tower. There Naruto clashed with the third Hokage over the triviality of recent assignments. After a thorough explanation of mission classifications and an incidental overview of Konoha's organizational structure, the third Hokage conceded, or rather appeared to concede from Naruto's perspective. In truth, Tazuna had already been waiting outside the door. Clearly, the third Hokage had long intended for Team 7 to shed blood for their first real trial. Please come in. The third Hokage called out toward the doorway. Creak, creak. The wooden sliding door groaned open slowly. A middle-aged laborer entered. Graybeard, gray-haired, sweat towel draped around his neck, headband tied firmly across his brow, clutching a sake bottle reeking of alcohol. Yet perched delicately upon his nose were a pair of small spectacles, subtly affirming his identity as a learned bridge engineer. Years ago, watching Naruto, Yu had barely noticed it, but now seeing Tazuna again, she realized just how archetypally masterful his characterization truly was. Though I see the mountains as graceful and enchanting, the mountains may not see me the same way. With eyes hazy, as if dulled by drink yet sharp with sober clarity, he swept his gaze across Team 7, then scoffed. What's this? Just a bunch of brats. Especially that shortest one, looks utterly dim-witted. Are you really a shinobi? He took a loud, hearty swig of sake and challenged. Ha ha, who are you calling short? Naruto, blissfully unaware of his own folly, laughed aloud, ushering in yet another iconic moment. As Naruto glanced left and right searching for someone shorter and dumber than himself, Chienyu and Sasuke exchanged a single knowing glance and moved in unison. Sasuke stood nearly 158 centimeters tall, close to 160 centimeters. Chienyu hovered just above 150 centimeters, unchanged. Only Naruto, at a mere 147 centimeters, unmistakably matched Tazuna's description: short and foolish. And so, fate stirred. Warning! Warning! Two silent alarms seemed to echo in the air. Naruto's face flushed crimson. You bastard. I'll kill you. That's our client, you knucklehead. Kakashi seized Naruto by the back of his collar, halting his lunge. And I don't care. Art. Naruto flailed wildly in midair. Tazuna spat contemptuously. With this lot, can you truly protect me? Never mind the short one. What about you, young lady over there? Tazuna unexpectedly turned his scrutiny upon Chienyu. Is that attire truly befitting a shinobi? His skepticism was hardly unwarranted. Chienyu's outfit was astonishingly avant-garde, a fusion of classical Chinese martial elegance and samurai austerity. Its hem had been boldly reimagined, shorter in front, longer behind, boldly revealing her shapely legs, while delicate fabric fluttered like wings across her back. Her upper garment rose high, encircling her throat, yet carved a precise diamond-shaped aperture just above her clavicles. Even her sleeves had been radically redesigned, most of the underarm fabric removed, bearing smooth, luminous skin beneath her arms and part of her slender porcelain-like arms, and even glimpses of her bare, flawless back. At first glance, Chienyu appeared to expose rather a lot. Yet closer inspection revealed a deliberate restraint. Every inch of exposed skin was aesthetically significant, never compromising dignity or propriety. To call her vulgar would be profoundly wrong, yet to deny her allure, impossible. She radiated a captivating, intoxicating charm. Every seam, every cut defied conventional notions of modesty. Yet somehow, inexplicably, each element coalesced into something undeniably, breathtakingly beautiful. Had Chienyu known Tazuna's thoughts, she might have simply told him this style, revealing flesh without revealing the essential, was none other than the legendary period sensual aesthetic. As for the finer sartorial details, they came courtesy of MiHoYo. To craft this ensemble, Chienyu had visited multiple tailors and paid handsomely. Fortunately, the result was exquisite. Wearing it, she could feel her impression value rising, steadily, unmistakably. It had even sparked discussion among the live comment viewers earlier, yet she never imagined it would provoke such direct, skeptical scrutiny from Tazuna himself. What of it? Chienyu smiled faintly. Shinobi are renowned for eccentric attire, aren't we? Fine. Her unshakable confidence left Tazuna speechless. So, you are certain you can protect me? Indeed. Kakashi stepped forward, voice grave and assured. Rest easy, client-san. Though my subordinates may seem unorthodox, they are in truth extraordinarily reliable shinobi. And should any complication arise, rest assured I, a Jonin, stand ready. Good. Tazuna finally nodded, satisfied. He swallowed hard, glug, then declared, my name is Tazuna, master bridge builder of renown. For the duration of my return home to complete this bridge, I entrust my safety entirely to you. Thus introductions concluded, and the Wave Country mission officially commenced, unfolding precisely as recorded in canon. With one exception, and even after traveling a considerable distance, and boarding a vessel crossing the sea and setting foot upon Wave Country's shores, the Demon Brothers, who should have ambushed Team 7 shortly after their departure from Konoha, remained utterly absent. Not a trace, not even a shadow. Strictly speaking, a shadow had appeared, but only within the small broadcast frame. She had seen the Demon Brothers approach, stealthily reconnoitering the group. But where were they? And the livestream showed nothing more. Reality offered no sign. And how could two towering figures, so large, so fearsome, simply observe, then vanish without a whisper? Chienyu pondered deeply, yet found no answer. If it cannot be figured out, then there is no point in dwelling on it. Help me, teacher Kakashi. Chiyu halted mid-step and voiced his doubt directly to Kakashi. Chiyu, do you mean this journey has been too quiet? Kakashi stopped walking and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Exactly. Seeing that Kakashi was genuinely listening, Chiyu pressed forward, teacher Kakashi. Consider this, if we were planning to ambush someone, what would be the first thing we'd need to know about them? Their location, surely. Once their location is confirmed, we must further assess their strength, gathering intelligence meticulously and devising a precise strategy. Yet along this entire path, all has been eerily still. Not even a single hair has crossed our way. It's as though Tazuna-san's enemies simply do not exist. The real question is, would Tazuna-san's enemies truly abandon their attempt to strike him? Chiyo turned his gaze toward Tazuna. Never. Tazuna shook his head firmly. I see, it truly is suspicious. Perhaps hidden foes are already lying in wait for us. From now on we must proceed with utmost caution. Kakashi reached his conclusion, and then praised warmly Chiyo. Your insight is invaluable. Truly you are the strategist of our team. Oh, it's nothing much. Chiyo smiled modestly, offering no further remark. Meanwhile, hearing their exchange, Naruto approached eagerly. What does that mean, Teacher Kakashi? Our enemies coming. Where are they? Naruto spun left and right, shouting boisterously, come out now. No matter who you are, I Naruto-sama will knock every one of you flat in a single blow. What an idiot. Sasuke covered his face in exasperation at the sight. Even Kakashi turned his head aside, refusing to look. Unrestrained by anyone, Naruto grew increasingly agitated, scouring the clearing with mounting fervor. Suddenly, he drew a kunai and hurled it sharply toward a nearby thicket. Someone's there. Thunk. The kunai struck the trunk, a crisp, ringing impact. Yet when the others looked, they found Naruto's intruder was merely a small white rabbit. Terrified by the sudden assault, the poor creature stood frozen, rigid as stone, pitiful beyond words. Sasuke's furious voice cut through the air. Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Ah, sorry, little bunny. Speechless, Naruto could only scoop the trembling rabbit into his arms and cradle it gently. Watching Naruto's absurd antics, Sasuke groaned, pressing his palm to his forehead and shaking his head repeatedly. Yet neither Naruto nor Sasuke noticed the subtle simultaneous shift in Chiyo's and Kakashi's expressions as they gazed upon the rabbit in Naruto's arms. Kakashi instantly realized it was not a white rabbit, but a snow hare, an animal utterly out of place here. Chiyo, meanwhile, felt a profound sense of déjà vu. The recurrence of a familiar scene signaled that the story had just advanced to its next pivotal moment. So they've arrived. Where? Outwardly composed, Chiyo's eyes swept the surroundings with quiet intensity. Kakashi inwardly smiled. Chiyo has sensed it too. Excellent. Then as his teacher, I certainly cannot fall behind. Kakashi tensed his body imperceptibly and expanded his spiritual awareness. Amidst Chiyo's and Kakashi's successive telling reactions, and following the earlier placid pace of the journey, the sparse stream of commentary suddenly surged into a dense, swirling torrent. Our enemies approaching. Where are they? Fight. Fight now. As if answering the chorus of viewers' cries, the camera, previously fixed on a single figure, slowly ascended, shifting into a sweeping overhead perspective. Perched high upon a massive tree not far from the group, a face swathed in bandages came into view. Chiyo, whose attention had never strayed from the live feed window, caught the detail instantly. Following the scene displayed in the feed, Chiyo lifted his gaze, scanned the terrain, and finally locked onto a direction. Come out. A volley of shuriken arced flawlessly through the air, streaking straight toward the trunk of a towering tree. At first, seeing Chiyo hurling shuriken seemingly at random, Naruto nearly chuckled. But then, ding! A sharp metallic chime rang out from behind the trunk. And before the group's astonished eyes, a bizarre figure emerged, bare-chested, face wrapped in bandages, a colossal cleaver strapped across his back, perched atop the branch, gazing down upon them. Oh, really? Someone's actually here? Naruto stared dumbfounded at Zabuza's sudden appearance. Sasuke and Tazuna likewise recoiled in shock. Zabuza ignored the others, mere underlings in his eyes, and fixed his unwavering gaze upon Chiyo. So, you're the one they said they couldn't handle. The Ghost brothers weren't exaggerating. Good thing they held back. Otherwise, 2 corpses would already lie before me. In that light, I owe you thanks, brat. Zabuza turned toward Kakashi, his tone deepening with gravity. I never imagined the legendary copy ninja, Kakashi of the Sharingan, would appear here. Kakashi stepped forward, placing himself squarely before the group. Nor did I expect the infamous fugitive shinobi of Kirigakure, Zabuza Momochi, to appear here. Fugitive shinobi? Naruto frowned, puzzled by the unfamiliar term, yet no one offered an explanation. It seems none of us desired this encounter. Kakashi observed, his gaze steady, his tone deceptively light, yet laced with tension. May I ask, whose life is your target today? You don't know? Zabuza raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. His eyes flickered toward the trembling Tazuna, and understanding dawned. A faint sneer twisted his browless face. Oh, so certain truths were concealed after all. Then this is simple. Zabuza relaxed slightly. Kakashi, hand over the old man behind you. So it is him. Kakashi nodded slowly, weighing Zabuza's words, then shook his head. I'm afraid I must decline. Why? Zabuza asked, perplexed. In the shinobi world, when a client withholds mission intelligence, abandoning the task is entirely justified. True, Kakashi conceded, but not for a leaf shinobi. Even if the client concealed vital information, accountability lies solely between Konoha and that client. Moreover, this was his very first mission as a Jonin instructor. To withdraw on his debut would shame him beyond redemption. How regrettable. Zabuza's gaze turned glacial, slowly inch by inch his executioner's blade slid free from its sheath. Simultaneously, Kakashi's left hand drifted silently toward his forehead protector. A sudden gust spiraled between them, lifting fallen leaves in its wake, as battle loomed inevitable and absolute. Kakashi and Zabuza locked eyes as if the entire battlefield had narrowed to just the two of them. The air thickened with palpable tension. Sasuke, Naruto, and Chiyo formed the Manji formation and escort Mr. Tazuna to a safe distance. This battle is beyond your reach, Kakashi commanded. Yes, Chiyo responded, instantly turning to Tazuna. Let's go. Sasuke followed closely behind. But at that very moment, Naruto, utterly bewildered, leapt forward. Wait, what's going on? Weren't we told this was a Class C mission with no ninja combat? Who is this eyebrowless oddity? Naruto, you fool. Sasuke snapped in frustration. Is this really the time to ask such questions? But Naruto began to protest. Enough. A slender hand gently landed on his shoulder, silencing him. Feeling Naruto tremble beneath her palm, Chiyo paused, then softened her expression into a tender smile. It's all right. Kakashi-sensei is here, and so are Sasuke and I. There's nothing to fear. Chiyo, gazing upon her ethereal beauty, Naruto felt an inexplicable calm settle over his heart. Indeed, he hadn't truly sought answers. He'd merely been unsettled, gripped by quiet fear at the ominous shift in the air. Under Chiyu's soothing presence, Team 7 slowly retreated, shielding Tazuna. In moments, they had drawn back over 10 meters. Observing their withdrawal, Zabuza withdrew his gaze and fixed it once more upon Kakashi, his voice laced with quiet admiration. Kakashi, you seem to have an exceptionally gifted subordinate. Ah, indeed, Kakashi murmured, a faint involuntary smile tugging at his lips. It is my fortune to be Chiyu's instructor. Fortune. The word lingered on Zabuza's tongue, and for a fleeting instant a vision of graceful elegance shimmered before his mind's eye. Yes, it truly is. He could not deny it, fortune indeed. Yet that very acknowledgement twisted his mouth into a cruel, feral grin. Then how utterly devastating it would be if she were to die. What do you mean? Kakashi's expression hardened instantly. Nothing, Zabuza replied, and in one fluid motion leapt from the treetop onto the shallow stream beside them. Hands weaving seals, one finger pointed skyward, the other pressed to his chest. He activated the hidden mist technique. A chilling voice slithered through the encroaching fog. My target is the old man. So tell me, why do you suppose I let your students retreat so readily? Because you have subordinates, and so do I, Zabuza declared, brimming with confidence. And mine far surpass yours in strength. Bad move. Kakashi realized at once. Chiyu's unwavering reliability had lulled him into believing Team 7 could defend themselves, prompting his decision to withdraw them under formation. Yet he'd forgotten one crucial truth, however dependable Chiyo might be, all three were freshly graduated genin. Instantly, Kakashi whirled around, ready to rush back. But then, a sharp whistle cut through the air behind him. Kakashi dropped low, the massive executioner's blade sliced overhead, sending strands of silver hair drifting down his cheeks. Kakashi spun. Through the thinning mist, Zabuza stood frozen mid-throw. Kakashi, your opponent is me. TCH. Looks like I'll have to trust Chiyo and deal with you first. Kakashi drew two kunai from his weapon pouch and charged headlong towards Zabuza. Within the dense fog, Kakashi and Zabuza clashed fiercely, neither aware that every word they spoke had already streamed live to Chiyo via a small floating interface. Zabuza has deployed reinforcements against us. Where? Chiyo instantly tensed, raising a warning. Be vigilant. Enemies may still be near. More enemies. Sasuke's expression sharpened. He halted on the spot, scanning the mist. Naruto did likewise. Such acute perception. No wonder even Zabuza-sama praised you. At that, a youth emerged, face obscured by a mist, ANBU mask, voice eerily androgynous. Such attire. Such tone. Could this possibly be anyone but Haku, the beloved tragic figure who haunted countless fans in the early arcs of Naruto? As for why Haku appeared now rather than arriving only after Zabuza's defeat, as in the original timeline, a wry, self-deprecating smile flickered across Chiyu's lips. Who else? Me, of course. In the original narrative, the demon brothers struck first, only to be swiftly eliminated by Kakashi. That left Zabuza critically short-handed, forcing him to act alone, and sending Haku in as his final safeguard. This time, however, the demon brothers had sensed Chiyu's overwhelming presence, and abandoned their initial assault. Thus, Zabuza now commanded four operatives. His forces intact, his strategy inevitably shifted. Chiyo herself hadn't anticipated that her mere presence on the Wave Country mission would unravel the plot so completely. Well now, she shook her head at a loss for words. Still, butterfly effects after all grew familiar with repetition. As it happened, her chakra affinity was wind and water, making ice release a natural point of fascination. Facing Haku earlier was hardly a drawback. With that thought, Chiyo stepped forward twice, meeting Haku Hiden. And who precisely are you? Haku shook his head, voice serene. My identity is irrelevant. What matters is whether you will surrender the elderly man behind you. Extending a gloved hand toward them, Haku gestured almost politely. Leave now, and no one need be harmed. He spoke with unshakable certainty. Or rather, being perhaps the last surviving member of the legendary Yuki clan, such confidence was only to be expected. Yet if the Yuki were noble, were the Uchiha any less so? Humph, what arrogance! Sasuke bristled. Then come and prove it. Exactly. Exactly. Naruto shouted beside him, fists raised. You coward, hiding behind a mask, too afraid to show your face. One punch, and I'll send you flying. Is that so? Watching the vibrant duo, a faint fleeting smile touched Haku's masked face, then vanished as quickly as it came. Pity. Your true opponent is not me. What do you mean? Naruto blinked confused. Then, Sasuke's shout tore through the air. Naruto, watch out. Naruto turned dazed, only to see a razor-edged chain whip toward them, sweeping both him and Tazuna into its lethal arc. Distracted by Haku, neither Naruto nor Sasuke could react in time. Chiyo surged forward to intercept, when suddenly a blur materialized before her, a figure lunging, fingers poised to strike with gleaming Senbon. Your opponent is me. Is that so? Then I shall strike you down first. Clang. Faced with Bei's sudden assault, Chiyo instantly drew her blade upward, parrying his Senbon. Seizing the momentum, she gripped the hilt with both hands and lunged forward, delivering a downward slash, its razor-sharp arc cleaving straight from Bei's forehead to his lower abdomen. Sustained by mastery-level swordsmanship, the sequence flowed like clouds drifting across the sky, fluid, seamless, affording not a sliver of reaction time. To put it plainly, an ordinary person struck by this blow would be split cleanly in two. Yet fortune favored Bai, not because he was unscathed, but because from the outset his attack had been feigned, designed only to pin Chiyo in place. He exerted no true effort. Thus, with merely a subtle twist of his torso, the blade's edge grazed past his mask, shearing off only a few silken strands of hair. Still, Chiyo had anticipated Bai's agility. Her slender wrist pivoted, her lithe waist coiled, her long ponytail whipped through the air as her blade carved a paradoxical 90-degree turn midair, aiming unerringly at Bai's narrow waist and abdomen. Simultaneously, her wind-style sword art activated. The gale erupted violently, surging her blade's speed to new heights, and a crescent-shaped arc of windblade light flared outward. Such lightning-fast improvisation left Chiyo supremely confident Bai would pay dearly. Yet, even before her blade shifted course, indeed before she had fully committed to the motion, Bai already pushed off the ground with his toes and glided backward with effortless grace. Chiyo's killing stroke skimmed only the edge of Bai's tightly wound scarf, slicing a clean gash across its fabric. She frowned faintly. You evaded that too. After all, she knew Bai was swift and formidable. But Bai belonged to the Yuki clan, not the Uchiha. What divine foresight granted him such preternatural anticipation? Coincidentally, the livestream's camera remained fixed on Chiyo. The audience deliberately ignored her first words, fixating instead on the final two. No relation means open. Open. No, this is pure prediction. Exactly. Even if someone kicks their mouse across the room, that's still prediction, right? Nothing more to say, neither side is blameless. Call it dogs fighting dogs. Previous commenter. Earn your money with some professionalism. Amidst a recent trending incident, the chat spiraled wildly off topic. Yet in the arena itself, Bai truly had not activated anything yet. Ducking before Chiyo altered her technique. That was indeed prediction. His reasoning mirrored the Ghost Brothers' instinctive retreat upon seeing her identical cause, identical response. No other reason the legendary influence of the seven swordsmen of the mist preceded them. The bloody traditions of Kirigakure followed. How to recognize a master swordsman, and how to counter one, was second nature to every mistborn shinobi. All the more so for Bai, who had been personally trained by Zabuza, the very leader of the seven swordsmen, and who himself possessed prodigious talent. Thus Bai remained utterly composed. It was mere luck. Luck. Very well, I shall accept that, for now. Chiyo tightened her grip on her longsword, eyes locked warily on the Yuki clans. Bai then called sharply over her shoulder. Naruto. Sasuke. How fares your battle? We're holding on, for now. Sasuke's voice escaped through clenched teeth, strained and unmistakably pained. Anxiety knotted Chiyo's chest, but she dared not turn her head while facing Bai. Fortunately, the livestream's lens shifted, granting her a clear view of the distant skirmish. Owing to this being their first real combat, Naruto failed to react in time, yet Tazuna did. He lunged forward, tackling Naruto to the ground, and buying precious seconds for Sasuke to intervene. As for Sasuke's struggle, he had pinned the Ghost Brothers' linked chains to the earth with his kunai. Now all three were locked in a brutal test of strength. Witnessing this, Qian exhaled softly, relief flickering within her. Yet she betrayed none of it. Instead, she vanished in a flash of movement, feigning a desperate retreat to reinforce her allies. Bai fell for the ruse instantly, launching himself after her in pursuit. But just as he neared her, Qian slid her blade into its scabbard, then drove both feet hard into the earth and soared skyward in a breathtaking vertical leap. She leapt into the air. Bai puzzled over her intent, but recognized opportunity. Raising both arms, he unleashed a relentless barrage of Simban, hundreds piercing the air in rapid succession. In an instant, the sky darkened beneath a dense, inescapable storm of needles. Though guided by Bai's innate mercy, none targeted vital points. A full impact would still shatter her composure, leaving her battered and exposed. Suspended midair with no surface to push against escape seemed impossible, her humiliation inevitable. Sasuke's face paled. Damn it. Why is Qian rushing like this? Kakashi was pinned by an enemy. Jonin Naruto had faltered. Sasuke fought too alone. No aid could reach her. If Qian rushed recklessly and fell, their entire mission would collapse. At that moment, Sasuke felt like a jungler who'd cleared 3 camps, only to find every lane shattered. A crushing wave of helplessness washed over him. Yet Qian had no intention of surrendering. Her leap was mere bait. High above, she extended both palms. Wind release, gale palm. Boom, boom. 2 torrents of compressed wind erupted from her palms, propelling her body backward with immense recoil. She arced through the air like an invisible Iron Man suit had propelled her, executing a flawless backflip toward Bai's blind spot. Not good. Realizing he'd been deceived, Bai halted mid-stride whirled and searched frantically for Qian. But when he turned, his breath caught. Where is she? Indeed, where is she? Viewers, seeing only Bai's perspective, echoed the question aloud. Then, as if answering their collective confusion, the livestream's frame slowly widened, pulling back from Bai's viewpoint to encompass the entire battlefield. And there she was, still within Bai's very field of vision, transformed into a single unassuming blade of grass. The moment Bai's gaze swept toward her, Qian shifted into the form of grass. When his eyes moved away, she dispelled the transformation, dashed forward, slipping into his blind zone, then retransformed the instant his glance returned into pebbles, twigs, or whatever else blended seamlessly into the terrain. Again and again without pause. For a fleeting surreal moment, this was no longer a shinobi duel. It was a game of red light, green light, played by squid-like creatures. Where is she? Where has she gone? Unable to locate Qian, unable to confirm her position, even masked Bai's tension became palpable. Qian, long perceived as a peerless swordswoman who met every challenge head-on, had suddenly adopted this uncanny elusive tactic, leaving spectators stunned and bewildered. So this is allowed. Truly, I never imagined my beloved Qian possessed such finesse. What do we call this? Shinobi hide and seek, or shinobi red light, green light? Irrelevant. The real question is, why can't he see her? Someone voiced the query outright. To them, Qian's transformation technique appeared convincing, yet occasionally jarring. With careful observation, distinguishing her from the background should not have been difficult. But in truth, countless methods exist for a shinobi to vanish entirely. The greatest challenge lies not in spotting the illusion, but in discerning how one has disappeared. Moreover, Qian had refined the transformation technique to its absolute zenith, achieving perfect mimicry, and combined it with the earth step technique, granting her precise awareness of enemy sight lines. Before today, Bai had simply never encountered an opponent so cunning, or so unpredictably tenacious. Yet Bai retained sharp battle instincts, as rare and valuable an elite foe as any seen early in the series. If Qian hid where he couldn't see her, he would simply ignore her, and rush to reinforce the Ghost Brothers' fight against Naruto and Sasuke, striking at what mattered most. But using Earth Step and flawless transformation, Qian had already closed the distance, arriving silently, impossibly close. Seizing Bai's momentary turn, she exploded forward, gales swirling around her as she lunged, fangs bared. I knew it. The instant she stirred beside him, Bai spun, revealing his left hand already sealed in a pre-formed hand sign. Clearly, he had been luring her. Watching her charge, he uttered a crisp command. Ice release, ice dome prison. Crackles. A wave of freezing chakra surged forth, crystallizing into a translucent inverted dome that encased Bai completely. He shielded himself. Qian's brow furrowed slightly. Then her ruby-red eyes blazed with fierce resolve. Shielded. So what? Just ice walls. Watch me cleave them open. Chakra, dense, near tangible, erupted from her body and flooded her blade. Simultaneously, her water release, great water arm technique, now mastered, surged power into her arms. With the cataclysmic force of a comet striking Earth, her wind-wrapped blade slammed into Bai's ice dome prison. Crack! A sharp report echoed. Under the blade's impact, the dome trembled violently. Jagged fissures erupted from the point of contact, spiderwebbing across the crystalline surface. Crack, crack, crack. More splintering cries followed. Her blade pierced the dome's icy shell, driving deep enough to breach its inner wall. Only a palm's breadth separated its tip from Bai's ANBU mask. The dome teetered on the brink of annihilation. But just as fracture threatened total collapse, Bai formed another seal with both hands. Solidify. Whoosh. A fresh torrent of chilling chakra surged into the dome. Crack, 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 crack. Under Bai's reinforced ice chakra, the webbed fractures began to heal. Frost surged backward along her blade, creeping up its length toward her gloved hand. Not good. Qian Yu's expression tightened, her small fingers loosening ever so slightly as though preparing to abandon her sword. Bai pressed one palm against the dome, channeling chakra to sustain its integrity, while his free hand began weaving seals for his next technique. Yet at the very instant her fingers hovered on release, she clenched them shut, gripping the hilt with renewed, ironclad force. Bai glanced up, startled. Qian Yu met his gaze with a charming, dimpled smile. A swordsman must never let her blade slip from her grasp. Also, I believe I promised to shatter your ice wall. As her words settled, emerald green runes bloomed across the frozen surface clinging to her blade. The frost shattered. Wind roared forth, racing into the dome along the length of her sword, flooding its sealed interior with violent, unrelenting gales. Not good. Feeling the first whisper of wind inside the confined dome, Bai intensified his chakra output. Crackles. For a moment the frost recoiled, retreating slightly up her blade. Yet wind defies containment. It slips through cracks, seeps through pores. It cannot be imprisoned by ice. Qian Yu simply angled her blade downward, just a fraction, carving a tiny fissure. Pop-a-pop crack. The shattering sound originated from the dome's original fracture, and with one final decisive surge the repaired dome burst apart like an overinflated balloon. Shards of ice exploded outward, churning soil, scattering grass clippings. Simultaneously, a needle-sharp sting pierced Bai's brow. Instinctively, he threw his head back and staggered backward, trying desperately to create distance. But Qian Yu's blade had already descended. A viridian wind blade tore free from her downward slash, striking Bai's Kirigikure Yinbiyu mask with devastating precision. Overwhelming force struck him like a sledgehammer. He spun uncontrollably through the air and crashed heavily into a thicket of shrubs. Is it over already? A viewer's comment scrolled across the screen. No. Qian Yu thought, silent and resolute. She knew the true weight of that strike, deliberately amplified in a final explosive burst meant solely to seize momentum and morale. Bai's ANBU mask, canonically capable of withstanding even Naruto's nine-tails-enhanced fist, could scarcely be breached by such a blow. And so it proved. After a brief pause, recovering from the impact, Bai emerged from the undergrowth. His clothing was rumpled, dusted with grass fragments, but clearly he bore no serious injury. Yet his mask, and the ornamental hairpin securing his topknot, had both been shattered. His long black hair now cascaded freely, veiling his face like a spectral shroud. Amidst the forest's dim, dappled light, the effect was eerie, uncanny. What is that? Across the livestream's chat box, the exclamation flooded the screen, until Bai stepped from the woods into full sunlight and lifted his face toward Qian Yu. Unobscured by hair, his features revealed themselves, a delicate heart-shaped face, gentle yet vivid, radiant with quiet charm. Whoa! Gazing upon his flowing black hair, classically elegant, long and straight, Qian Yu, though prepared, still felt a genuine visceral spark of awe. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream were utterly unprepared, never imagining their adversary, who had clashed so fiercely with Qian Yu, possessed such exquisite beauty. The chat exploded. Whoa, who are you? Stunning. She's actually a breathtaking young woman. Brothers, I'm genuinely smitten. This is pure Yamato Nadeshiko. Yes, my favorite. Beautiful girls tugging each other's hair. What Yuri fan nonsense is this? First, I'm not a Yuri fan. Second, don't you enjoy watching beautiful girls tug each other's hair? 1. Pull harder. The chat reveled in chaos. Yet, Qian Yu's expression turned distinctly wry. Beautiful girls tugging each other's hair. Since when did beauty imply femininity? Who decreed that exquisite appearance guaranteed womanhood? Recalling her own thunderstruck disbelief upon learning Bai's true gender, Qian Yu felt for once a mischievous urge to stir the pot. She feigned wide-eyed astonishment and asked Bai, "You're a girl?" A girl. Hearing Qian Yu's question, Bai was taken aback, then revealed a bitter smile. Am I being misunderstood again? Bai shook his head. No, although I look a bit feminine, I am undoubtedly a boy. Really a boy? With that voice of yours? Qian Yu expressed her doubts. Although this was a fact spoken by Akamoto himself, she still wanted to confirm it again. After all, what does Akamoto know about Naruto? Really? Bai nodded helplessly. Mr. Zabuza said my current voice is androgynous because of my age. It will improve as I grow older. I see tisk. Qianyu clicked her tongue in regret. Even though she knew the result before asking, she still had a bit of hope that she had just happened to arrive in a world where Bai was a girl. According to her theory of escape techniques and skills, the bloodline limit of ice release could transform a boy like Bai into this. If Bai were a girl, then terms like ice skin and jade bones would likely be more than just adjectives, they would be literal descriptions. In that case, she would really want to touch him. But now Bai was just a little boy looking feminine, which was quite disappointing. Thinking this, Qianyu turned her gaze back to the live broadcast room, wanting to see the expressions of the silly netizens. However, Qianyu miscalculated. 20 years ago it might have indeed disappointed people that Bai was a boy. But now it was already the year 4202. So, not a girl, so that means, he's a cute boy. A boy who looks like a girl. A little boy who looks like a girl. Damn, I like this. I like it a lot. Bro, you smell good. Bro, don't look back. It's me. Southern Liang, Northern Dynasties. Southern Liang, Northern Dynasties. A massive, unprecedented wave of manic comments flooded in something Qianyu had never seen before. Glancing around, it was as if she had returned to a place filled with scattered leaves before her traversing. Yet even in that place, certain things were not bold enough to be displayed so openly. Qianyu was greatly shocked. Have people's XP become this distorted? No, what on earth have you all experienced in the past few years? Qianyu didn't understand as she remembered that when she traversed, it was still the year 1202. But such comments must have emerged from some sort of ideological trend. So what happened afterwards? Qianyu suddenly fell into deep thought. Opposite her, by watching Qianyu suddenly fall silent, thought she was still grappling with his gender. The honest boy wanted to say something to comfort her. Don't disturb me, I'm thinking. Just as Bei's voice was heard, Qianyu interrupted. Bei's face turned slightly awkward. At this moment, Qianyu realized that she had lost focus. Losing focus in battle usually meant that the opponent was Bai. If it were someone else, you could have faced serious consequences. And you say you're thinking, you should at least explain what you're thinking about. But how could Qianyu say that? To say I'm studying the updates and changes of the human XP system, that would expose me. Fortunately, Qianyu was quick-witted, and this train of thought actually led her to a topic. Just as Bai was contemplating whether he should support the Ghost Brothers, Qianyu suddenly spoke. Is it because of ice release? What? I didn't understand. I said, is it because of ice release that you as a boy turned out like this? Otherwise, with those narrow shoulders and slim waist, you look like a girl, right? Qianyu repeated. Because of ice release. Bai furrowed his beautiful brows. He had never heard such an argument before. But at this moment, Qianyu was getting more and more excited, her inspiration flowing. Yes, ice release. As we all know, ninjas have 7 basic chakra attributes, 5 of which are manifest, and 2 are hidden: water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. Among these, if you can combine 2 chakra attributes, for example, wind and water, a brand new attribute will emerge, ice. And ice in essence is just the temperature of water lowering to form ice. So water is the essence, while wind is an aid relying on the wind's fluidity to carry away the temperature and allow the water to freeze. So I guess by your body temperature must be much lower than normal, right? Bei's face changed slightly. Because Qianyu was right, his body temperature was indeed very low. How did you guess that? I asked. Qianyu replied. Because you look mature but are relatively short. A low body temperature means a low metabolism. In the natural world, creatures with low body temperatures tend to live long lives, but living long means growing slowly. So Bai, who is clearly 3 years older than Sasuke, is only 155 centimeters tall, just a few centimeters taller than 12-year-old Sasuke. That's quite exaggerated. Because in 3 years in Shippuden, Sasuke could be 168 or even 170 centimeters tall, easily towering over Bai. Hearing this, Bai seemed to ponder. However, he still didn't understand. But what does this mean? How does my slow growth relate to my feminine appearance? Actually, it does. At this point, Qianyu had already organized her theory clearly, and the more she spoke, the more reasonable it sounded. Your physical development is slow, but that doesn't mean your mental development is slow. I mentioned earlier that ninjas have 5 manifest chakra attributes, and 2 hidden ones, leaving the first 5 aside for now. The yin and yang attributes represent the spirit and body respectively. Chakra influences the human body. Therefore, those strong in yang chakra tend to have good bodies and appear sunny and handsome. Those strong in yin chakra have an advantage in spirit, but their bodies may appear more delicate and beautiful. In your case, although your body is not weak, the influence of ice release chakra slows your development due to its low temperature, hindering your yang aspect, resulting in the dominance of yin chakra, naturally leading to this feminine appearance. I see. After listening to Qian's reasoning, Bai suddenly understood. So how can I improve? Bai earnestly asked. In the past, his appearance had caused quite a bit of trouble in the Mist Village, which revered strength and had an overall bloody and terrifying atmosphere. Although he had already left the mist village, his appearance still didn't fit well with Zabuza, which was why he had to wear a mask to hide himself. If possible, Bai genuinely wanted to follow Zabuza with his true face. Well, let me think. Qianyu lowered her head in thought. Then she actually came up with a solution. Why not try to suppress the innate ice release chakra within you and not let it disperse freely in your body? You see, the reason you are like this is that your low temperature and slow metabolism hinder your development. Logically, humans should not be low-temperature animals. Even bloodline users are the same. High body temperature benefits human immunity. Thinking about your clan situation with the Snow family, you must not have actively controlled your bloodline limit after awakening it right, because no one taught you. So if I guess correctly, the ice release chakra spreading in your body should be an abnormal condition, and your body temperature is undergoing internal conflict with your ice release chakra. Qianyu speculated, if you can stop this internal conflict, the power of ice release should increase a bit more. Just like Naruto, when he eliminated the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, his chakra control immediately improved. Listening to Qianyu's words, Bai felt it made a lot of sense. I'll give it a try. He immediately closed his eyes and began to gather chakra with hand seals. Qianyu stood by patiently. However, seeing this scene, the viewers in the comments felt their CPUs were struggling to keep up. What does this mean? Aren't they enemies? Yeah, just a moment ago you slashed me and I shot you with needles. I'm dying of laughter. Naruto and Sasuke are currently fighting fiercely, yet Qianyu is actually teaching someone. Indeed, is Qianyu here to make friends? This reminds me of an old acquaintance. The demon canon tyrant, right? But the tyrant only makes friends with girls. I don't understand. Scratching my head. The audience expressed their confusion about Qianyu's situation. But in reality, Qianyu's motivation was very simple. She just wanted ice release. Special escape techniques like ice release are hard to study on one's own. Even with her system that can instantly unlock skills, she still needs to find the right path first. However, if someone who possesses ice release provides materials or directly guides her, it would be a different story. Coincidentally, Qianyu had just put forth a series of deductions based on her understanding of the Naruto world. Since that's the case, what's the harm in giving Bai a little time? Unexpectedly, due to this magical operation, Qianyu gained quite a bit of impression points. Qianyu suddenly realized that it seems that after establishing a stable impression, occasionally performing unexpected actions might lead to pleasant surprises. Just like a long-married couple who knows how to switch things up a bit. While Qianyu was contemplating how to create little surprises in the future. After a while, Bai's actions yielded results. After all, for someone like him, who possesses a bloodline limit, the foreign chakra should be an integral part of him. However, during all this time, Bai had never actively done so. Almost visibly, Bai's porcelain-like white face flushed. Moreover, it wasn't just his face. After compressing the ice release chakra within his body, the warmth that had vanished from Bai since the loss of control of his bloodline returned to him once again. He had once thought that the cold and numbness he felt as a child was due to the loss of his family and being utterly despondent. Yet he didn't realize that the loss of his family was one aspect and the other was indeed because of the ice release bloodline limit. At this moment, as his body temperature returned, the long-suppressed sensations surged back into his consciousness, and Bai actually felt as if he had come back to life. Opening his eyes, excited, Bai looked at Qianyu. I did it. Congratulations. Qianyu smiled gently and clapped her hands. I really don't know how to thank you. Bai expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Some things may seem like just a thin layer of paper, but for the person involved it could be a mountain. If it weren't for Qianyu reminding him, Bai wouldn't have known how long it would take to grasp this. Having met someone as kind-hearted as Qianyu, Bai truly felt very fortunate. However, Qianyu didn't think of herself as a kind-hearted person. She straightforwardly said, "What's there to thank me for? Just give me an ice release scroll, okay?" Etch. Upon hearing Qianyu's request, Bai was momentarily stunned. Is that hard to understand? Qianyu maintained her smile, because I'm also quite interested in ice release and similar bloodline techniques. I don't need you to give me anything profound. A class would be fine. I see. Bai's excitement gradually subsided. He self-deprecatingly smiled. Indeed, where are there so many kind-hearted people in this world? Seeking benefits is the norm. Otherwise, with everyone being enemies, why would they help you? But then again, considering everyone's antagonistic stance, being able to discuss money without emotions might not be a bad thing. Moreover, a mere ice release scroll that he didn't even know if he could use would help him solve a major hidden danger regarding his body. It was definitely a win for him. Thinking this, Bai directly pulled out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it to Qianyu. This should be enough, right? That's enough. Qianyu accepted the scroll without even looking and immediately stored it away, emphasizing trust. Having settled this deal with Qianyu, Bai was finally able to refocus on the situation at hand. He turned his head to see how things were going with the Ghost Brothers. However, where are the Ghost Brothers? Bai asked in confusion. He saw that the previous battlefield, although in ruins, was completely empty. Neither the Ghost Brothers nor Naruto and Sasuke were in sight. You mean those missed ninja Chunin? Xianye's calm voice came. They were taken down by Naruto and Sasuke working together. When did that happen? Bei's face turned bitter. Xianyu calculated, About 10 minutes ago they were doing quite well. After all, Naruto had been awakened by Sasuke, while Xianyu and Bei were hiding. With these two brothers working together, dealing with a ghost brother was a piece of cake. Zabuza-sama. Seeing Zabuza in peril, Haku instantly launched a volley of Senbon needles. That instinctive reaction was so fluid and natural that the needles were already soaring through the air before the cry had even left his lips. Senbon needles, being exceptionally light and slender, possessed near-perfect aerodynamics, making them far more agile than the comparatively cumbersome kunai. Indeed, Haku's Senbon seemed almost to defy chronology, striking with uncanny swiftness despite their later release. Not good. Just as his plan appeared on the verge of success, an unforeseen interloper disrupted it entirely. Sasuke's elated expression faltered instantly. He longed to intervene, yet found himself utterly powerless. Fortunately, Chiyo was here. Though she felt genuine sorrow and pity for Zabuza and Haku's tragic fate, such empathy did not cloud her judgment or compromise her commitment to the greater mission. Thus, moments after Haku released his Senbon, several razor-sharp wind blades surged forward in pursuit. True, Senbon outstripped kunai in flight velocity, but how could they possibly rival the blinding speed of wind blades? Clack, clack, clack. The airborne Senbon were struck down mid-flight by the wind blades. Simultaneously, Naruto's kunai shot cleanly between Zabuza and Kakashi. A thin streak of blood slid down from beneath Zabuza's eyelid. You brat. The water prison technique shattered violently under duress. Enraged, Zabuza erupted with overwhelming killing intent, and with a whirl of his arm hurled his Fuma Shuriken directly at Naruto. Yet, clang, a sharp resonant chime rang out. As crimson droplets scattered across the air, Kakashi, using only the metal forehead protector strapped to his glove, had arrested the spinning Fuma Shuriken in midair. His Sharingan eyes, blazing scarlet as if drenched in fresh blood, radiated an unprecedented incisive brilliance. In that instant, Kakashi finally shed the lethargy of recent years, reclaiming his place among the elite Jonin, reborn as the prodigy who had achieved Chunin rank at 6 and Jonin status at 12, the legendary Kakashi Hatake. Confronted by this resurgent Kakashi, Zabuza recoiled, momentarily stunned into silence. Seizing the opening, Kakashi relaxed his guard just slightly and praised. Excellent suppression work, Chiyo. And Naruto, you executed a brilliant strategy. You've both grown remarkably. Haha. Naruto beamed with pride as he explained his tactic. That shadow clone wasn't meant to strike Zabuza. It existed solely to conceal my transformation into the Fuma Shuriken. I remained in my true form while transforming into the Shuriken. The clone then tossed me towards Sasuke. Upon catching me, he instantly recognized my identity and immediately drew his own Fuma Shuriken to execute the shadow windmill technique. Hiding within the shadow Shuriken, I aimed directly at Zabuza. Admittedly, I never expected to defeat him outright. My sole objective was rescuing Sensei Kakashi. Yet unexpectedly, even his water clone was neutralized. What an extraordinary success. This wouldn't have been possible without Chiyo. She described a similar tactic to me before our survival training. Without her insight, I doubt I'd have conceived of it at all. Naruto beamed with unreserved joy. Chiyo blinked in mild surprise. She hadn't expected him to acknowledge her so openly. Reciprocating the goodwill, Chiyo replied warmly, Naruto, you may act rashly at times, yet in moments of crisis your ingenuity shines brilliantly. I truly believe you'd have devised this strategy even without my input. Ultimately, it was your seamless coordination with Sasuke and his exceptional Shuriken Jutsu that carried the day. Truly worthy of the illustrious Uchiha name. Mere luck. In truth, we succeeded only because of your timely intervention, Chiyo. Sasuke shook his head, feigning nonchalance. Yet the barely restrained upward curve of his lips, more stubborn than an AK-47's recoil, betrayed precisely how deeply Chiyu's praise had delighted him. His quintessential tsundere nature shone forth unmistakably, eliciting laughter and warmth from everyone present. Absolutely nailed it. Such profound camaraderie. What's this, the 7th Squad Compliment Club? Zabuza, you've all taken your bows. Am I the only one left holding the bill? Where's the promised mutual hype? And who is that mysterious cross-dressing comrade? Someone step in. Right, we still don't even know his name. After a brief bout of light-hearted mirth, attention gradually returned to the battlefield, just as Haku called out to Zabuza. Zabuza-sama. Haku, you've arrived. Zabuza glanced at Haku, whose mask had been torn away. Judging by your state, it seems your assignment ended in utter failure. I beg your forgiveness, Zabuza-sama. I was detained by the enemy. Haku bowed his head in deep shame. It's nothing. Zabuza's grin twisted savagely. To be honest, I never truly expected you to succeed. As long as I eliminate Kakashi, the old man remains ours. The dissolution of my water prison earlier was merely your fleeting luck. I won't grant you such an opportunity again. Oomph. Kakashi's gaze held cool disdain. If you're capable, then prove it. Let me make one thing clear: no technique works twice against me. Moreover, my water prison wasn't dissolved, it was shattered. Remember that well. Their eyes locked, and between them sparks of unspoken intensity flared like lightning. Then, maintaining their tense standoff, both men simultaneously drove their feet forward, kicking hard at each other. Thud, thud. Two heavy, resonant impacts echoed, and both Kakashi and Zabuza leapt backward, propelling themselves high into the air. Only then did Zabuza hurl his Fuma Shuriken toward Kakashi, without pausing to gauge its effect, and swiftly began weaving hand seals. TCH. Kakashi deflected the shuriken with two kunai, and immediately mirrored Zabuza's movements. When both landed once more upon the water's surface, they commenced what would become the longest simultaneous hand seal sequence in Konoha history. Ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, rooster. Ren, rat, boar, rooster. Each seal formed with steady metronomic precision, 3 to 4 per second. After roughly 15 seconds, water release water dragon bullet technique. 2. From the rippling waters beneath their feet, two colossal dragons surged upward, each bearing golden serpentine eyes and clawed limbs, towering side by side in majestic symmetry. Viewed from afar, the twin dragons moved in perfect unison, not only mirroring each other's posture, but matching down to the finest detail as though born of the same womb. Their imposing ethereal presence lent the scene an aura of solemn grandeur. Yet these dragons bore no ceremonial purpose. Their sole unyielding objective was annihilation, to obliterate one another. After a breathless pause, both water dragons lunged forward as one, crashing headfirst, their aqueous maws colliding with cataclysmic force. The next instant, Rule War. A thunderous deluge roared forth. Under the violent impact, neither dragon retained its form. The chakra-bound water exploded outward in every direction, transforming the placid river into a churning, tempestuous torrent. Gigantic waves surged violently toward the shore. Wawa, unable to walk on water and forced merely to float, Naruto was swallowed whole by the onslaught, his panicked cry piercing the chaos. Yet no one could spare him a glance, not when every eye remained riveted upon the epicenter of that titanic collision. Within seconds, the water dragons dissolved nearly completely, revealing Zabuza straining downward with his executioner's blade, attempting to overpower Kakashi, who blocked the descent with nothing but a single kunai. All things considered, Zabuza retained the upper hand in raw strength. Yet Chiyo shook her head slowly. Zabuza has lost. Lost. Haku, standing beside her, blinked in disbelief, then instinctively rejected the notion. Impossible. How could Zabuza ever be defeated? Then watch closely, Chiyo replied tersely, her conviction deepening with silent certainty. For Zabuza, a master of close-quarters combat wielding the massive executioner's blade, should never have been halted by Kakashi's mere kunai. That very fact betrayed a critical flaw. In reality, a dagger cannot parry a broadsword, let alone withstand its tremors. To hold such a clash at all signaled profound inner instability. The sword is the soul's extension. Such resistance revealed Zabuza's wavering resolve. As Chiyo predicted, Zabuza's hesitation intensified, only to be pierced by Kakashi's Sharingan, which exposed his thoughts with ruthless clarity, then voiced aloud, further fraying his composure. Desperate to end the battle, Zabuza attempted the water release great waterfall technique, only to find Kakashi replicating each seal with flawless mirror-like precision. Finally, facing Zabuza, whose spirit now gaped with fatal vulnerability, Kakashi's Sharingan darkened the black tomo, rotating with hypnotic slowness. Genjutsu Hypnotic Eye activated. Zabuza froze, stunned into momentary paralysis. But Kakashi had already completed every seal and unleashed the technique first. Water release great waterfall technique. Before Zabuza could react, a colossal vortex of water erupted from beneath Kakashi's feet, launching forward like a cannonball fired from a dreadnought or a bullet train hurtling at full throttle. Nani, how is this possible? Amid Zabuza's bewildered, agonized cries, the torrential current engulfed him completely. Zabuza-sama. At the sight, Haku's face contorted in genuine, unguarded panic for the first time. Without hesitation, Haku erupted with immense chakra and charged headlong toward the raging current, carrying Zabuza, heedless of the lethal deluge. But Chiyo would not allow him to reach Zabuza, not now nor ever again. Halt! She surged forward instantly, master-level body flicker technique activated. In an instant, wind shrieked around her. Chiyo materialized before Haku like a sudden gale blade drawn and descending. Stand down, Haku. I do not wish to kill you. Do not compel me to do so. At that moment, Haku stood fully within Chiyo's sword circle, a unique ability optimized for defense. Yet consumed by urgency, he ignored the peril, giving Chiyo a real tangible chance to end his life. But Haku had already surrendered to frenzy. Get out of my way. With one hand gripping his senbon to block Chiyo's strike, he rapidly formed single-handed seals, and a dense cloud of needle-fine water projectiles shot forth like a swarm of hornets. Water released 1,000 killing water needles. TCH, water terrain really is troublesome. Even Chiyo had no choice but to leap backward, evading the relentless barrage. Seeing only a temporary reprieve, Haku wove more seals in rapid succession. Water release, annihilating water needles. Countless droplets rose from his surroundings, coalescing into thousands upon thousands of watery senbon, arrayed behind him like an impenetrable wall. At a single glance, the number surpassed 10,000, perhaps even 100,000. Then Haku swept his arm upward, and the entire legion of watery senbon ascended, hovering above Chiyo like a storm cloud before descending en masse in a 360-degree barrage, leaving no inch of ground untouched. Now Chiyo had no choice but to defend. She spun her long blade in a swift circular motion around herself. Face the gale. Mighty wind nature chakra erupted from the blade, forming a whirling spherical barrier that sealed off Haku's assault. The wind barrier successfully repelled the annihilating water needles, but also temporarily rooted Chiyo in place. Yet the moment the needles launched, Haku had already abandoned her entirely. He pressed onward, towards Zabuza, unwavering. Kakashi, Chiyo shouted a warning. By then Zabuza had already been swept deep into the forest by the torrent. The ferocious current uprooted trees and tore apart the earth, finally slamming Zabuza helpless and uncontrolled into the trunk of a massive oak. Hearing Chiyo's cry, Kakashi, mid-stride toward the finishing blow, glanced back over his shoulder. He hurled several kunai in quick succession to impede Haku, and accelerated towards Zabuza. Haku's answer was immediate. Ice release, ice pillar swallow. A swallow-shaped ice sculpture darted forward, swallowing Kakashi's kunai whole, then detonated just before him, erecting an impenetrable wall of ice. Through his Sharingan's chakra vision, Kakashi clearly perceived the volatile chakra coiled within the ice wall, ready to detonate at any moment. There would be no bypassing it. The wall threatened imminent explosion. Kakashi adjusted his angle sharply and fired a rapid volley of kunai, aimed squarely at Zabuza. Boom! Haku's ice wall detonated precisely on cue, intercepting some kunai, but several others pierced the blast and sped onward, straight towards Zabuza. Zabuza-sama. Haku cried out in anguish. Ugh, shut up. I know. No need for your concern. Hearing Haku's voice, Zabuza, his skin mottled black and blue, seemingly lifeless, snapped his eyes wide open, cursing fiercely, and summoned his final reserves of strength to wrench his body aside with a violent twist. Thud-thud, thwip-thwip-thwip. The sounds of kunai embedding in wood and flesh rang out simultaneously. 2 kunai grazed Zabuza's throat and lodged deep into the tree trunk behind him, while 3 others pierced his arm, shoulder, and thigh. Blood gushed profusely, yet he lived. Zabuza-sama. Overwhelmed with relief, Haku wept tears of pure, unfeigned joy. His delicate, tear-streaked face, so tender, so heartbreakingly fragile, made it nearly impossible to believe he was male. Comments flooded the screen. Adorable. I want to protect him. And a true man embraces another man. But no one present had eyes for such distractions. For in a breathtaking contest of body flicker techniques, 15-year-old Haku had outpaced 28-year-old Kakashi, reaching Zabuza's side first. Troubling. Kakashi frowned, troubled, gazing at Haku's unwavering, resolute eyes, clearly prepared to die defending Zabuza. Though he appeared composed, Kakashi's chakra reserves were dangerously depleted, and his Sharingan, overtaxed beyond endurance, left him hollow as a spent husk, sustained only by sheer willpower. Had Haku not been intimidated by Kakashi's earlier display, if he'd attacked without hesitation, neither man could have predicted who would fall first. Fortunately, Chiyo arrived swiftly, taking her place beside Kakashi shoulder to shoulder. Yet the threat posed by Zabuza and Haku remained undiminished. The danger had not passed. Zabuza and Haku still loomed unbroken and unbowed. Yet the danger posed by Zabuza and Haku had not yet passed. Technically true indeed. In reality, however, it remained uncertain who was truly in greater peril. The situation before them was genuinely intricate. From Haku's and Zabuza's perspective, their primary combatant, Zabuza, had just absorbed a full force rank water technique and suffered multiple kunai strikes. He was now incapacitated, rendered a liability. Relying solely on Haku to confront both Kakashi and the equally formidable Chiyo was plainly impossible. Thus they were the ones in grave danger. Yet from Kakashi's and Chiyu's vantage, Kakashi himself had become little more than a paper tiger. His strength depleted, his survival now wholly dependent upon Chiyo. In that light, they two stood on precarious ground. For under these circumstances, victory or defeat no longer hinged upon the broader clash, but rested entirely upon the outcome of the duel between Haku and Chiyo. Whichever one prevailed would seal the fate of their entire side. So could Chiyo defeat Haku? The answer, assuming she withheld her ultimate trump card, the gate technique, was almost certainly no. After all, canon was canon, and reality reality. In the original narrative, Chiyo might not have bested Haku, but neither would she have lost. Yet this Haku had already displayed abilities surpassing those of his canonical counterpart, making the outcome utterly unpredictable. Amid such uncertainty, both sides fell into an uneasy silence. Fortunately, Kakashi retained one advantage: neither Haku nor Zabuza knew he was already spent, and thus he could bluff. Yet bluffing demanded exquisite timing. Press too hard, and the ruse would shatter. It also required precise coordination. And that coordination would fall to Chiyo. Kakashi cast her a subtle glance. Then, without waiting for confirmation, spoke aloud: surrender. Now is still time. Given Zabuza's standing, even if returned to Kirigakure by Konoha, he would not face execution. As for you, young lady, you may live freely within Konoha. I am certain the Hokage would welcome you with open arms. After all, Haku was the last descendant of the Yuki clan, a bloodline Kekii Gunkai pristine and uncharted ripe for cultivation. Its value alone would compel even the cautious third Hokage to defy Kirigakure outright. Haku only shook his head. Abandon Zabuza-sama. Never. Your assurances of safe return are hollow jests. As one born in Kirigakure, Haku bore witness to its blood-soaked madness. Its leaders cared nothing for mercy or justice. All they coveted was Zabuza's Kubikurabocho. And, let me be clear, I am a man. Haku emphasized firmly. So adorable, and yet male, eh? Kakashi's astonishment was genuine. But male, wasn't that better? Not in any vulgar sense, rather in sheer strategic worth. 4 biological distinctions mattered. If Haku were female, even at peak fertility, gestation would constrain her output. But as a man, given willingness, he could within 12 years restore an entire Yuki lineage. One need only trust in the vitality of Konoha's kunoichi. Kakashi now found himself genuinely eager for Haku's allegiance. Yet the boy's unwavering loyalty to Zabuza complicated matters profoundly. That devotion, however, Kakashi understood deeply and even respected. Yet duty bound him to protect his own team. He pressed further. Yet what choice remains if you refuse surrender? Young man, your burst of chakra-fueled prowess was remarkable, but such sustained jutsu expenditure cannot be trivial. How much chakra remains within you now? A pivotal question hung in the air. Kakashi urged, voice heavy with sincerity, surrender. At least then you retain a future. I speak thus not as a shinobi of Konoha, but as one moved by compassion, seeing in you a reflection of my own cherished students. By the name of Kakashi Hitaki, I swear, should you submit to Konoha, you shall face no harm. As for Kirigakure, you may negotiate directly with them. This was Kakashi's most lenient offer. Negotiation, meaning Zabuza would be handed over without chakra suppression, granting him every chance to break free once more. To release him outright after the mission. Utterly unthinkable. Zabuza's infamy alone made that reckless. Would anyone dare set him free before knowing his true nature? Zabuza himself grasped this truth, and now for the first time wavered. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he gazed upon Haku's slender back. Haku, leave me. Go now. You bear no blood on your hands. Konoha will not persecute you. Do not join Konoha, nor return to Kirigakure. My path is sealed, but yours remains open. You are young. Your future stretches wide and unbounded. When I found you, you became my tool. For years you served me faithfully. Our debts are settled. As for me, I shall simply carve my way out of Kirigakure once more. Haku shook his head fiercely. What nonsense is this, Zabuza-sama? How could I ever abandon you? Debt. Your kindness toward me is infinite. Repaying it is impossible. I will not let you return to Kirigakure. Having witnessed his clan's annihilation, and shaped by Zabuza's teachings, Haku viewed Kirigakure not as a village but as hell incarnate. Even escape remained unthinkable, if it meant delivering Zabuza back into Kirigakure's grasp. Yet Haku sensed opportunity, not from desperation but from growth. Thanks to Chiyo, he had learned to suppress the unconscious leakage of his ice-released chakra, and in doing so had grown stronger. Zabuza, unaware of this evolution, felt only awe, gratitude, and wonder. Is that so, Haku? This is how you truly feel. Very well, then follow your heart, Haku. Once a mere instrument, Haku now possessed conviction, and Zabuza chose to honor it. Having resolved to fight to the end, Haku swiftly produced several soldier pills, chewing and swallowing them in swift succession, a silent vow etched in resolve. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto had crossed the stream drenched and breathless, taking position behind Kakashi and Chiyo. So battle resumes. Kakashi sighed, reaching for a soldier pill, though he loathed consuming them. Already drained, each dose would only deepen his exhaustion. Just then Chiyo raised her hand. Wait, one more proposal. All eyes turned to her. Chiyo looked directly at Haku. You refuse to let Zabuza return to Kirigakure. Then he shall not. You remain, while we permit Zabuza to depart unbound to wherever he chooses. Agreed. Stunned silence followed. Then Sasuke interjected sharply, no, that's reckless. Releasing Zabuza is like freeing a caged tiger. Exactly. Naruto echoed. We can't just let Zabuza walk away. Even the unseen audience murmured agreement. Zabuza is too dangerous to release. She's lost her mind, absolutely lost it. Could it be, she's fallen for the enemy's effeminate warrior? No, absolutely not. That won't happen until 50 years after I'm dead. He's done it again. Warning characters possess independent agency. Indeed, let's admire the distant vision of black-stocking delicate young men friends. Damn it, why does this trope keep resurfacing? Before Chiyo could even process the sudden shift, her own awareness utterly unprepared, the unseen audience's collective paranoia ignited, twisting a simple tactical debate into another perceived betrayal. Faced with such bewildering sentiment, Chiyo, having crossed over from 2021, stood utterly baffled. What on earth is happening? Wasn't the ox butcher already slain? Could such a thing truly recur? Questions surged anew. What calamities had unfolded in her wake? Yet those events remained forever beyond her grasp, or even imagination. With her grounded terrestrial worldview, how could she fathom the surreal sagas Blue Planet netizens endured, the lioness Lady the Sanshao pairing the Madame Ramon affair? One truth remained undeniable: the unseen audience was genuinely terrified. Yet for now Chiyo could do nothing but proceed as intended. Ignoring Naruto and Sasuke's protests, she turned to Kakashi. Sensei, what is your verdict? Kakashi stroked his chin. Then, to Naruto and Sasuke's utter shock, he nodded. I believe it is acceptable. Why? Naruto demanded, voice ringing loud. Indeed, Sasuke added, brow furrowed, tense with anticipation. Yet louder still was Zabuza's roar. What? Exchange me for him. Outrageous. He is merely a tool. I reject this humiliation. Kakashi, kill me outright or cease this torment. His pride refused to accept it. At his core, Zabuza cherished comradeship deeply, yet rage now consumed him. He whirled toward Haku, intending to command refusal, yet met only Haku's gaze. In that single glance, Zabuza understood Haku had already accepted Chiyu's offer. No, Zabuza snarled, features contorted. Haku, I forbid it. I forbid it. Remember, you are my tool. Tools obey commands. They do not decide for themselves. Wah! Naruto and his companions stared, stunned by Zabuza's unprecedented fury, drawing even the unseen audience's startled attention. Such intensity. Damn it. This fool keeps calling him tool, while forgetting Haku nearly died defending him. Right, let him die instead. At Tezuna's house, after days of relentless travel and a fierce battle, Chiyo finally had the chance to cleanse herself. Though her unique constitution rendered her perpetually fragrant, never bearing the faintest trace of sweat, the lingering stickiness still unsettled her. After bathing, Chiyo ignored Naruto and Sasuke entirely and lay down to rest, leaving them to guard Kakashi and Haku. This was not an exercise of some mythical Tier 0 privilege. Such a concept did not exist in the shinobi world. Rather, their current situation diverged from canon. Haku, now a captive, added a critical variable. With none of Team 7 versed in sealing techniques, constant human supervision was the only viable means of containment. Haku's chakra remained depleted, for now. But once it began to recover, only Chiyo among the three could reliably restrain him. Thus her right to rest first was not indulgence, but strategic necessity. Power and responsibility must always be reciprocal, a principle Chiyo embraced without hesitation. What she did find disconcerting, however, was falling asleep without scrolling through her phone, a strange hollow sensation she'd long associated with bedtime. Fortunately, years of transmigration had forcibly recalibrated that habit. Lying back, Chiyo soon drifted into a drowsy, half-conscious haze. Yet, as if determined to deny her that peace, the system's floating broadcast window reactivated, not featuring Team 7 this time, but Zabuza and Haku. Guiding Zabuza, Haku arrived at a secluded woodland cottage. We've arrived, this is it. Zabuza gazed upon the humble structure, a flicker of wistfulness crossing his eyes. I never imagined I'd return here one day. Zabuza-sama, you spoke. Haku sounded genuinely stunned. Zabuza's expression darkened. Brat, did you expect me to remain mute forever? I was merely lost in thought. No. Haku hastily waved his hands, then froze, remembering he still supported Zabuza. He instantly steadied his master, flustered and flailing. Yet Haku paid no mind to his own awkwardness, rushing to explain. Enough. No need to explain. Zabuza cut him off. I understand. His voice held profound resonance. I trained you to be a perfect shinobi, heartless, emotionless. Yet you chose otherwise. How unexpected. Perhaps it is simply human nature. Even those born cruel, no? Recalling a fellow member of the Seven Swordsmen, Zabuza shook his head. Even the most inherently twisted soul cannot escape its bonds, if ever it encounters them. Most simply never do. So Haku, you need not justify yourself. Really? Haku blinked, dazed. Yet though Zabuza dismissed explanation, he was the one who now required it. The Zabuza of old had been brutally direct. Why had he suddenly turned enigmatic? Had the recent ordeal shattered something fundamental within him? Haku ventured cautiously. Zabuza-sama, are you unharmed? I am fine, Zabuza replied, shaking his head. Merely reflective. Now help me inside. Haku guided Zabuza into the cottage, and was instantly astounded by its interior. From without, the dwelling appeared modest, even dilapidated. Within, it gleamed with opulence. Shelves lining both walls brimmed with vials, meticulously preserved tools and scrolls, each pulsing faintly with residual chakra. Instinctively, Haku shifted Zabuza closer and lightly brushed a storage shelf with his fingertips. Zzzt. A tiny arc of electricity leapt forth, delivering a sharp, repelling jolt. Sealing technique. Haku gasped, utterly stunned. This was clearly a shinobi safe house, but standard safe houses stocked only emergency rations and basic medical supplies. Yet these provisions demanded sealing for preservation. That realization sent Haku's gaze darting back to the shelves, where anomalies swiftly revealed themselves. Premium bandages from Konoha Hospital, blood-replenishing elixir from the Nara clan, honey sugar pills from the Uzumaki clan, recovery plaster from Awagakure, and this is Kisame's hydrotherapy vial. Wasn't it discontinued? Haku instinctively turned to Zabuza. It was discontinued. Zabuza offered a faint, weary smile, formed a simple hand seal to dispel the barrier, seized the vial, and drained it in desperate, thirsty gulps, as if emerging parched from 3 days' desert trek. Only after sating his thirst did he add, voice low, but friends from the past leave legacies, even if they're gone. I see. Haku nodded, then froze mid-thought, struck by a sudden sharp ping to his forehead. Bewildered, he looked up at Zabuza. Zabuza chuckled. What nonsense are you thinking, Haku? Kisame, that scoundrel coveted my blade above all else. Our rapport was measured in sword clashes, not gifts. Then, Haku frowned. Terumi Mei. Zabuza sighed, his mirth fading. Lady Mei. The name startled Haku. A vivid image rising in his mind, fiery, graceful, elegantly dangerous, like a rose wrapped in thorns. If it is Lady Mei, then yes, it is plausible. Haku nodded slowly, then his brow furrowed deeper. But does this mean this is her safe house? You hesitate to ask, Zabuza observed, because you wonder how could I accept Terumi Mei's aid after severing ties with Kirigakure so utterly. Now regaining strength, Zabuza eased himself from Haku's support and sat heavily on a nearby bed, his gaze fixed toward Kirigakure's distant silhouette. You changed my mind, Haku. Me? Haku was bewildered. What have I done to sway such a man? Indeed, unexpected, isn't it? Zabuza smiled again, more than he had in years. Your choice reminded me of something I believed I discarded forever. Namely, the yearning for bonds. The longing for beauty. Bonds. Beauty. Haku faltered. Yes, bonds. And beauty. Zabuza continued, voice grave. Haku, you must understand, humanity is born restless. We resist stagnation. We recoil from solitude. No matter how bleak reality grows, the hunger for beauty persists, unconscious, unyielding, enduring until death, or until some catalyst ignites it into flame. Why I took you in, why Raiga defected, all stem from this same truth. And your choice reawakened it in me. So, Haku murmured, dazed. Zabuza's resolve hardened. So, I will answer Terumi Mei's summons. I will return to Kirigakure and try once more. Zabuza-sama, you weren't planning another fight with Kakashi? Haku's initial delight curdled into confusion. Wait, return to Kirigakure. Surprised, Zabuza laughed softly. Another clash with Kakashi. Yes, I considered it. But I also know I would likely fall. Death would be certain. If the end is inevitable, why not wager everything on Kirigakure instead? You may not know Haku. Recently Terumi Mei sent emissaries. She spoke of Yagura Karatachi. His expression turned glacial. She told me, the 4th Mizukage is under Jinjutsu. Haku recoiled. Zabuza-sama, you mean the 4th Mizukage? That diminutive, fearsome, child-faced shadow. How could he be controlled? Shocked, aren't you? Zabuza clenched his fists, tendons standing out like cables. Massacres of bloodline clans. The brutal Bloody Mist era. Generations of Mist Neen slaughtering one another. all orchestrated by manipulation. I cannot abide this, Haku. If this is true, what then am I? The product of that very system. I must verify it. His voice dropped to a guttural growl. Rage contorted his features anew, erasing the calm he'd just regained. Zabuza-sama. Haku cried, alarmed by the terrifying visage before him. I'm fine, Zabuza breathed, deeply forcing composure. So I've decided to go to Konoha. At least there you'll evade the coming storm. Zabuza-sama. Haku, profoundly moved, grasped Zabuza's intent, and every viewer watching the live broadcast stood equally stunned. Well, the thick-browed one. No, the eyebrowless one. Turns out he has layers. Indeed. And crucially, this revelation is massive. Aren't the 5 great shinobi villages Kaguya already apex tier power? Can a Kaguya truly be subjugated by Jinjutsu? A Kaguya ensnared, a village shrouded in blood fog. Countless mysteries unfurling. Damn everyone, I'm thrilled. Thrilled one. Hurry up, Kirigakure arc. Urgent. 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 I'm King Gigi. The chat exploded with palpable anticipation for Kirigakure's story. Chiyo, however, shook her head. Overthinking. There's no Kirigakure arc, not really. This camera follows me, not them. Though that remains impossible. Still, Kirigakure's machinations have already begun. That's news to me. In canon, when I met Terumi, the coup was long over. All anyone knew was that Yagura had died, the 3 Tails awaited rebirth, and Tobi had abandoned Kirigakure, leaving it hollow, sustained only by Mei and a handful of loyalists. Clearly, Kirigakure's upheaval was vast, a sweeping drama claiming countless lives. Otherwise, why would Tobi relinquish control of such a formidable force? Kishimoto, alas, left too many threads dangling. Yuzushiogakure unexplored, Kirigakure's history vague, even the Third Raikage's legendary battle reduced to mere background lore. Chiyo found that deeply regrettable. Yet now, while viewers couldn't see it, Kirigakure's gears were just beginning to turn, and perhaps she might seize an opportunity. Silently, Chiyo filed Kirigakure away in her mental notes, planning to secure a VIP seat for the spectacle after Team 7 disbanded. Those 3 years, after all, held little else to occupy her. She returned her attention to the broadcast. After Zabuza declared his intent, Haku was overcome, so deeply moved that he immediately voiced his desire to accompany Zabuza back to Kirigakure. Zabuza refused, firmly. No, remain in Konoha, Haku. His tone was solemn. You are my final anchor. Only with you safely in Konoha can I face Kirigakure without fear, unless you wish to become my weakness and vulnerability. Besides, Kakashi watches you. How would you even leave? Fly out. Zabuza added offhandedly. Haku, however, nodded seriously. Yes. Zabuza blinked, genuinely startled. How? Zabuza asked instinctively. With the demonic mirroring ice crystals, Haku replied. They possess spatial translocation capability. Though I haven't fully mastered it, the ability is real. Truly. That revelation stunned both Zabuza and Chiyo, especially Chiyu's spatial translocation via the demonic mirroring ice crystals. She never heard of it. Zabuza, however, quickly regained his composure. Still no? Why, Zabuza-sama? Because I refuse to draw you back into that vortex, Haku. If Yagura is manipulated, then yes, he wronged you too. Truly. Once you enter, you'll taste triumph, joy, loss, agony, and then you'll be trapped. Your heart will refuse to let you leave. Zabuza's voice was raw with conviction. I know that torment intimately, and I won't subject you to it. Zabuza-sama. Haku fell silent. He wanted to protest, but looking upon Zabuza's face, the words died unspoken. Instead, he whispered, pleading, then may I do anything for you one last time? Anything. Zabuza paused, then decisively drew his executioner's blade and planted it upright before Haku. Zabuza-sama. Haku didn't comprehend. Take this blade. Assume my likeness, and eliminate Gato. Then bring me his wealth. I'll need it upon my return. Zabuza's voice turned icy. You know his atrocities. Is killing him unjust? Or is your ice-cloning self incapable of such a task? Not at all. Haku shook his head and grasped the great sword. And thus, moments later, the demon of the hidden mist re-emerged. Ah, this is unexpected. Qianyu hadn't anticipated that after a brief negotiation between Bai and Zabuza, their discussion would culminate in a decision to eliminate Kato. She had assumed Kato's threat would ultimately fall to Team 7, but it turned out Bai and Zabuza would handle it themselves. Very well then. Qianyu harbored no small desire for Kato's fortune, but since Bai and Zabuza had already taken action, she let the matter rest. Shortly afterward, having watched the latest segment of the unfolding story, she pulled the blanket over her head and slipped into a deep infant-like slumber. After sleeping soundly for 6 hours, Qianyu rose to stand vigil over Bai. As for Kakashi, he remained unconscious until the following afternoon. Whoa, Sensei, you're finally awake. Naruto's booming voice heralded a flood of excited figures rushing into Kakashi's room. Qianyu approached Kakashi's bedside and teased, granted you possess the Sharingan. but to sleep an entire day after one battle. Kakashi, you're truly running on fumes. No wonder you're not unattractive and possess such outstanding qualities across the board, yet remain unmarried. It seems the issue runs deeper than mere circumstance. Hey, I can't possibly pretend I didn't hear that. Kakashi hastily attempted to sit up, only for his weakened body to betray him. His lower back gave way instantly, and he collapsed back onto the bed. Naruto burst into peals of laughter. Haha, this sensei is utterly hopeless. Is that so? Then allow me to offer my sincerest apologies. Lying flat, Kakashi revealed his signature deadfish eyes and surrendered entirely to inertia. As the saying goes, once one fully accepts one's own frailty, invincibility follows. Seeing Kakashi's utter resignation, the others ceased their teasing. Tazuna interjected warmly. In any case, we've already defeated a formidable shinobi. Kakashizen, please rest without reservation. Your lodging, meals, and all expenses during this time will be fully covered by me. The scenery of the Land of Waves is quite lovely too. Until the bridge is complete, consider this an extended excursion. And regarding compensation for Konoha, you needn't worry. We'll spare no effort, even if it means selling every last possession. Tazuna intended to convey their unwavering commitment. But Kakashi merely waved his hand dismissively. Let's set that aside. After all we did capture by, that alone constitutes meaningful gain. Kakashi was well aware of Tazuna's circumstances. They weren't destitute, merely diverting every available coin toward bridge construction. Yet facing a shinobi of Zabuza's caliber warranted at minimum a rank mission fee. Even if Tazuna scraped together the sum, what then? Would the bridge still be built? And if its progress stalled, how much longer would Team 7 remain stranded in the Land of Waves? The Chunin exams loomed ever closer. After careful consideration, Kakashi chose compassion over protocol. That is, truly beyond gratitude. Tazuna was overcome with emotion. He immediately called to his daughter Tsunami. Prepare something nourishing. Kakashizen has lain abed for so long, he must be famished. Tonight we celebrate. Oh yes, right away. Tsunami nodded and hurried off to prepare. Yet once she departed, Kakashi doused Tazuna's exuberance with sobering words. Don't rejoice too soon, Tazuna. The danger hasn't passed. But didn't we defeat Zabuza? Naruto asked, puzzled. Indeed we did, Kakashi replied gravely. But Zabuza was only defeated, not slain. His return remains very much possible. Moreover, even should Zabuza refrain from returning, have you forgotten who summoned him in the first place? Kato. Tazuna instantly grasped Kakashi's meaning. Precisely. The true obstacle to the bridge's completion is Kato, not Zabuza. Do not mistake the source. Kakashi cautioned. If Kato secured one Zabuza, he could secure another. Then, is our mission doomed to failure? Sasuke frowned. After all, a single Zabuza left you in this state. Exactly. Naruto nodded emphatically. Well, no need for excessive worry. Just as anxiety began to settle over the group, Kakashi broke into a quiet smile. Zabuza's injuries require at least a week to heal, and shinobi of his caliber are exceedingly rare. Before any new adversary arrives, we have considerable time to prepare. Therefore, train, Minazen. To meet whatever threats may yet arise, I shall devote myself entirely to elevating your strength during this period. Yoshi, this just got interesting. Naruto's spirit blazed with renewed vigor, Sasuke's gaze gleamed with anticipation, and Xianyu shared their eagerness. She wondered keenly how Kakashi intended to advance her abilities. After all, she was no Sakura. Kakashi's evasions or half measures would not suffice. Yet clearly Kakashi was still too frail to lead intensive training. Thus Team 7 rested one more night. The next day, leaning on a cane, Kakashi led them to a forest near Tazuna's home. At Kakashi's request, Xianyu first delivered a concise explanation of chakra, its fundamental definition and compositional nature, to Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi then introduced the tree climbing exercise, defying gravity's step by deliberate step ascending vertically up the trunk before suspending himself upside down from a branch. He turned to the group. Understood. That is precisely the sensation required. But why does this make us stronger? Naruto asked, perplexed. Naruto remained unconvinced. Because the soles of the feet represent the most difficult point for a shinobi to concentrate chakra, and the precise quantity needed for climbing demands exquisite control. Master this balance, and your command over chakra will deepen significantly. And chakra control forms the very foundation upon which all ninjutsu rests. Internalize this sensation and, in theory, you may learn any technique whatsoever. Of course, in theory is the operative phrase, Kakashi clarified. Additionally, this exercise cultivates sustained chakra output. As you know, chakra is refined and stored within the dantian, but drawing it forth through the meridians inevitably consumes time. Yet even physical strikes, be they fists or kicks, differ profoundly when infused with chakra versus when unenhanced. Flesh and bone charged with chakra can at times surpass stone or timber in sheer resilience. Thus, mastering continuous output allows you to maintain chakra-infused reinforcement across your entire body, reducing reaction lag in crisis moments and elevating baseline combat efficacy. Moreover, Shinobi adept at tree walking render most terrain irrelevant. Its applications are quite simply boundless. Kakashi concluded. Oh, I see. Naruto and Sasuke nodded in sudden comprehension. Meanwhile, the commentary stream absorbed Kakashi's exposition, gaining its first coherent grasp of chakra's mechanics. But Sensei Kakashi. Chinyu raised her hand, playful yet pointed. Yes, Chinyu. Kakashi turned his attention toward her. Like this. With effortless grace, she leapt onto a nearby tree trunk and planted her foot squarely against its bark, mirroring Kakashi's stance. Astonishment rippled through the group. Chinyu stood upright on the vertical surface, defying physics as effortlessly as Kakashi himself. Nani? Naruto and Sasuke gaped in disbelief. Chinyu smiled serenely, tree climbing. I mastered that long ago. Not only that, she stepped higher up the trunk, ascending steadily. Before their astonished gazes, she balanced on one leg, then slipped off one shoe, revealing a delicate foot encased in pristine white socks. Then, as if that were insufficient, she furrowed her brow slightly and peeled away the sock itself, unveiling a foot of exquisite proportion, palm's eyes smooth as polished jade, perfectly rounded, flushed with healthy pink, and crowned by 5 translucent pearl-like toes. Whether by design or instinct, the cameraman, whose solitary devotion to his craft was legendary, instantly adjusted the live feed, zooming, focusing, framing. A flawless, luminous foot filled the center of the broadcast screen, so vivid, so arresting that the streaming platform itself seemed to stutter for a heartbeat. The next instant, food. Culinary close-up. A shot with clear significance. Damn, Jade. Sizzle, the episode that makes me envy the air the most. She looks really beautiful. I want to flaunt this jade-like foot in my mouth. Can you step on my face when you come down? A flood of dense bullet comments filled the screen. At the same time, Kienya's impression value was skyrocketing. 1,520, 1314, 2,333, 2,887, 10,086. In an instant, Chinyu had gained tens of thousands of impression points. The momentum of her rise was comparable to her first appearance. In a sense, this was also her first appearance. It was just a jade foot. Such momentum even surprised Chinyu. She knew that this would inevitably cause a great reaction, but she didn't expect it to be this huge. Money crossed out impression points are actually so easy to earn. No wonder the number of ladies diminishes when the streamer is at their peak. She extended her little foot, gently hovering above the tree trunk as the chakra within her began to surge towards her smooth foot. Not only that, but I can also do this. Wind release gale palm. Or should I say foot? Boom. With Kienya's voice, a storm erupted from beneath her feet, identical to the one during her battle with Bai. In an instant, it was as if Chinyu had springs under her feet, suddenly bouncing down from the tree. The light and graceful figure of the girl completed a 360 spin in the air, tracing a perfect parabola before landing on the grass. At this moment, Naruto and the others finally understood why Chinyu had suddenly taken a few steps up. It was because if her height was insufficient, she wouldn't be able to adjust her posture in the air for a perfect landing. Kienya's attention to detail in her image was evident. She was as meticulous as a detail-oriented artist. However, at this moment, her little thoughts were no longer important, because they were already shocked by what Chinyu had displayed. Naruto rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, "Did Chinyu just use her foot to perform a ninjutsu?" Yes, Chinyu used her foot to perform a ninjutsu, a crank wind release. Originally quite excited, Sasuke's expression turned grim at this moment. He was struck down again. In the vast world of ninjas, there is nothing strange, and there have been instances of people forming seals with their feet, so using feet to perform ninjutsu was certainly not news. But the problem was, this was Chinyu, someone his age, and she executed it so casually, almost as if showing off. Moreover, Sasuke also noticed that when Chinyu used this wind release, it was without hand seals. Am I really a genius? Under Kienya's pressure, Sasuke began to doubt himself. If so, then why was there such a gap between him and Chinyu? But if not, then those who praised him all these years, were they really just building him up for failure? Sasuke fell into deep thought for a moment. However, his contemplation was of little consequence now. On the other side, even Kakashi was amazed. Can such a thing be done? Truly impressive, Chinyu. At the same time, Kakashi became enlightened. No wonder the third Hokage said that Chinyu could easily use that water release. It turned out her chakra control was so strong. It's nothing special. Hearing Kakashi's exaggerated praise, Chinyu playfully stuck out her little tongue, her ponytail swaying, looking adorably cute. Seeing that everyone was somewhat shocked, the gentle Chinyu didn't forget to add a bit of Versailles-style motivation. You all don't need to be too surprised. My achievements are simply due to my usual efforts. If you all can also put in the effort, you can achieve it too. TSK. Hearing Kianya's words, Sasuke curled his lips. Effort can catch up to genius, but what if the genius works even harder than him? Yet the foolish Naruto genuinely believed Kianya's words and excitedly asked, really? And looking at Naruto's eager face, how could Chinyu say it wasn't true? Yes, really. The Gale Palm is really quite simple. Chinyu nodded, her brows curving in a smile. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Really? Naruto jumped up in excitement. Of course. If you want to learn, how could I not teach you? We are teammates after all. Chinyu patted the soft little bear, causing a slight tremor. To be honest, she really was serious about teaching Naruto. Gale Palm as a crank ninjutsu like the low-level ninjutsu Chinyu had used before primarily served practical applications. It can be used to launch ninja tools, and can allow clones to use it, launching the main body into the air. Even upon reaching a master level, being able to use it without hand seals can further enhance the user's instantaneous mobility. Of course, Naruto need not think of the latter, every person's understanding is different. However, for the earlier methods, he should be able to comprehend them on his own, without Kianya's teaching, unlike Chinyu, who learned these operations only after enhancing her skills. Unfortunately, Kianya's sincere efforts were clearly not understood by Sasuke. Thinking Chinyu was just showing off, Sasuke scoffed coldly, "Huh, idiot. Hey Sasuke, what do you mean by that?" Naruto immediately exploded in anger. Seeing this, the two were about to clash again. Fortunately, Kakashi intervened in time. All right, stop arguing. The focus now is Chinyu. Then Kakashi turned to Chinyu, apologizing, "Sorry, it was my mistake. I should have thought of it. You came to support me by walking on water. Naturally, climbing trees would be a piece of cake for you. However, with that in mind, I find myself at a loss as to how to assist you in improving. Chinyu, do you have a direction in mind? Isn't Kakashi-sensei going to teach me?" Chinyu asked, alert. No. Kakashi hurriedly explained, "I just plan to teach according to your needs." "I see. I thought I would never be as favored by the teacher as Naruto and Sasuke." Chinyu put away her prepared lines and began to contemplate. My own direction. Chinyu glanced at her current impression points. Previously, she had 6,858 left, then added the 93,451 from not being cut, plus the 49802, just now bringing her total to 150,111 impression points. While over 150,000 impression points seemed like a lot, it was still too little compared to the 300,000 to 400,000 needed for Yu Feng sword technique, ancient flow sword technique, and 8 gates. So Chinyu really didn't have a method to improve her combat power in the short term, nor did she need a short-term boost. After all, Kakashi and the others didn't know, did she? With Kato gone, the mission in the Land of Waves had essentially concluded. Therefore, with the hard-won opportunity to earn Kakashi's explosive gold coins, she should best acquire something that would help her future. So what else in Kakashi's treasure trove would be very beneficial to her? Among the thousands of copied ninjutsu, could she wield Fengdan and Shueidan? Or perhaps it was an understanding of Xiaolunyan Jinjutsu. Leichia, the solitary masterpiece. Or some secret method of using Leidun chakra to shock the body. Yet she had not developed the lightning attribute at all. Reviewing everything she knew of Kakashi, Chinyu suddenly found herself at a loss. Direction. Chinyu looked around, searching for inspiration. And unexpectedly she found it. Her eyes fell upon the long blade at her waist. All along, Chinyu had spent her points on Yufeng sword techniques and the ancient flowing sword art, achieving entry-level mastery over the forms and natures of wind and acquiring a passable swordsmanship. Yet one thing plagued her: despite investing so many points, she had no signature technique to present. She was in essence just a super soldier. If she could not be a hero, at least she ought to be a famed bladeswoman. What good was being merely a super soldier? Kakashi, it turned out, could precisely fill that gap. After all, in the village's annals of furious blade techniques, Baya was considered second. Who then was first? Kakashi happened to be Baya's son. Chinyu bowed directly to Kakashi. "Teacher, I want to learn swordsmanship." The answer stunned everyone present. Kakashi can still teach swordsmanship. Mingren scratched his head, bewildered by Kianya's words. Learn swordsmanship from Kakashi. Zuozhu scrutinized Kakashi several times, but could not see from his appearance that he would be a swordsman. Their doubt only intensified, and murmurs of disbelief spread through the crowd. Chinyu withdrew her attention from the chatter and looked at Kakashi. Hearing her request, his eyes deepened, as if memories of the past had surfaced. He regarded Chinyu with interest. "Are you so certain I know swordsmanship?" "Of course," Chinyu replied with conviction. "From Teacher Kakashi, I can see traces of swordsmanship. Also, Teacher Kakashi, I've gathered information on you. Your father was the legendary Baya, Chimu Shomao. The son of Baya. How could he not know swordsmanship? Indeed, Baya's son could not be ignorant of the blade." Kakashi spoke half in nostalgia, half in resignation. "Baya. It's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Remarkable that you knew that, Chinyu." Kakashi inhaled deeply and admitted, "My father truly was Chimu Shomao. Baya was his sobriquet. It means that when Baya's short blade drew and revealed its edge, all darkness before him would be torn apart by Baya's teeth. Hearing this description, Mingren's eyes brightened. Kakashi's father was so formidable. Zuizhu nodded. It was hard to imagine so unassuming a Kakashi having a father whose name alone sounded razor-sharp. The crowd, too, was stunned. The rumor seemed confirmed Kakashi truly might know swordsmanship. Praise and admiration followed for Baiya's fearsome epithet. The spectators marveled at Qianyu's investigative skill. In truth, she had collected intelligence, though much of it still relied upon memories from her previous life. Listening to Kakashi's explanation of Baiya's sobriquet, Qianyu exclaimed, as Mingren had, so that is what Baiya's name meant. So heroic. Yet internally, she felt a sudden clarity when the tearing teeth of light met a darkness they could not overcome. Self-fracture became inevitable. No wonder Baiya chose such a fierce end. It's all right, Kakashi smiled, and the earlier complex emotions ebbed away. Baiya had been gone so many years, but pleased him that his students still marveled at his name. As for Qianyu's desire for Baiya's blade techniques, that posed no problem. Even leaving aside familial ties, Baiya's art deserved an heir if he had not passed it on. The only problem was this: Qianyu, you can see my current state. There is no way I can teach you directly. Would a scroll suffice? Kakashi said, you study the scroll first. If you have questions, come to me. Only a scroll. That will do. Qianyu nodded. If anything, a complete scroll was better. She could allocate points at her leisure. Seeing Qianyu agree, Kakashi bit his finger, formed 5 slow hand seals, and struck the ground with an open palm. Summoning technique. A dark summoning sigil spread, and a massive scroll, like the kind Mingren had once carried, appeared upon the earth. So large. The crowd gasped at a scroll nearly as thick as a man's thigh. Kakashi's eyes shone with reminiscence. This contains the lifetime of my father's study. Anything less would be odd. Here, take it. Be careful not to damage it. He gestured for Qianyu to take the scroll. Qianyu did not hesitate. She slung the heavy scroll onto her back as Jumin Hashirama Jiraiya and others had done. The weight pressed through the straps into her shoulders. For some reason, a premonition rose in her. She had acquired something extraordinary. When Kakashi announced everyone should train on their own, Qianyu opened the scroll alone and began to read. Her premonition proved true. Swordsmanship honed to the utmost. A body refined to the utmost. Chakra techniques refined to the utmost. Add the ultimate Fengdun chakra nature transformation, fused with the ultimate Leidun chakra nature transformation. 3 unknown 2 releases as 1. This is the famed Baiya blade method. Qianyu set the scroll down stunned. After fully reading Baiya's blade manual, Qianyu finally understood why his sword was so formidable and why Kakashi had abandoned it. Baiya's blade was not something an ordinary person could train. To learn it first, you must be an exceptional swordsman, at least of master rank. Years of sword practice must grant total command of the long blade, a union of man and weapon. Such mastery could elevate the spirit to a rare realm, preventing loss of control during high-speed strikes. Moreover, superior swordsmanship brings a resilient spirit. Chakra is a blend of bodily and spiritual energy. A strong spirit yields tenacious chakra. Second, one must possess a body tempered 1,000 times over, keen senses, swift reflexes, abundant stamina, and above all, the capacity to withstand extreme strain. Only a body that can endure the stress may proceed to the next stage. Chakra technique. This exceeds simple tree climbing or water walking. It resembles Kakashi's use of Leidun to shock the body, yet goes even further. A mere description may fall short. Consider this: the method used in the Qianyan Sha is but one of Baiya's myriad chakra techniques. Indeed, the Qianyan Sha is not a comedic stunt. It involves forming a specific seal with both hands and thrusting toward a vulnerable point. The crucial part is not the thrust itself, but how the chakra stimulation twists the attacker's body, allowing an instant redirection to appear behind the opponent. It resembles Kubo Byakuya's special footwork, introducing rotational movement into straightforward steps, allowing Baiya to pivot around an enemy with speed. 1 technique let Baiya circle his body swiftly. 2 techniques accelerated his blade arcs further. 3 10-100 techniques by fully harnessing bodily force and chakra. All effort concentrates on increasing the blade's speed until it becomes extreme. And there was no shortage of variation. Chakra could force the body into movements otherwise impossible. Combine these 3 aspects and an unrivaled swordsman emerges. But even this did not fully explain Baiya's renown. At that level, one might be rivaled by a Mifune or a Hanzo blade replica. The manuals described something more: a white radiance that bloomed along the chakra-shortened blade. That white radiance was not mere reflected light, nor a blur from speed. It was a real blade of light. In Baiya's own words, at extreme speed, he ran Fengdun and Leidun chakra to perfection so that the 2 fused. The result possessed wind's nimble keenness and lightning's swift impact, yet was denser than wind and more stable than lightning. Thus, the chakra on the blade's edge could extend freely like a spirit snake's tongue, unpredictable and unguardable. For this reason, Baiya favored a short blade. It was not that his resources could not forge a long sword of chakra-infused metal, but that a short blade better showcased the inhalingandic spelling of that radiant edge. When Qianyu read this, she was stunned into numbness. Wind plus lightning, two ultra-fast releases layered together to produce a transformation. Was this not simply an incipient Shuanduin? Baya had in effect possessed a bloodline of velocity. This she had never imagined before. Suddenly Kakashi's abandonment of Baya's blade made perfect sense. First, one must have a body that can tolerate chakra stimulation. Once Kakashi bore the burden of the Xiaolunian, that capacity vanished. Second, Kakashi's prodigious talent lay more in ninjutsu than in swordsmanship, and that divided genius prevented singular dedication. Lastly, perhaps Baya had only glimpsed the embryo of Shuanduin and never consciously refined it into a complete form. Or perhaps Kakashi simply did not inherit that trait, or it never awakened. Qianyu inclined toward the first possibility. After all, Baya himself described it as a curious byproduct of his chakra transformations, an accidental chemical reaction, so he thought. Had Baya lived longer and practiced that fusion for years, even unconsciously Shuanduin might have arisen naturally. But Baya died young. There was no remedy for that. Yet upon finishing the initial reading of Baya's scroll, Qianyu discovered to her surprise two paths toward bloodline limit cultivation. The first was the other scroll Baya had given earlier. He had candidly granted the magic mirror ice crystal the core release within his system. Thus Qianyu's system had already unlocked an option for Shueidun. Shueidun not yet fused, 110-0000. Shueidun magic mirror ice crystal not initiated, prerequisites lacking. The second was the Shuanduin demonstrated in Baya's blade scroll. Because Qianyu lacked Leiduin, the system also presented an option to develop Leidun. Shuanduin not yet fused, prerequisites lacking. Leidun undeveloped, 110,000. 100,000 impression points to fuse Shueidun, 10,000 impression points to develop Leidun. Admittedly, while system gains multiply abilities, initial development costs were reasonable. With her current 15000 impressions, completing these was not difficult. It was simply that Qianyu was not ready to develop them yet. Her impression points were insufficient for both. Moreover, if she were to develop, she would first open Leiduin, then unlock Shuanduin. This was not only because Shuanduin suited her fighting style, but because the appearance of Baya's blade had altered one of her old techniques. That was Kaya's most trusted ability to date, ancient-style swordsmanship. Ding. A system prompt appeared beside the ancient-style swordsmanship entry. Detected an advanced ability. Fuse Flagwood Blade Technique Beginner 1200 with ancient-style swordsmanship master 514-125-0000 to synthesize White Fang sword art. Kaya understood White Fang sword art perfectly. It referred to the sword style wielded by the White Fang before he switched to short blades. Yet the terms advanced ability and fusion left her genuinely puzzled. Fusing two foundational abilities into a single advanced one, the system evidently classified White Fang sword art as a synthesis of the Phoenix Temple's ancestral swordsmanship and the Flagwood family's inherited blade art. But wasn't the White Fang himself a Flagwood? How could his technique incorporate the Phoenix Temple's legacy? Had her long-vanished clan once maintained ties with the Flagwoods? Upon reflection, both the Flagwoods and the Phoenix Temple were fallen samurai lineages, so such a connection hardly seemed implausible. Enough. Dismissing thoughts of distant long-dead relatives, Kaya decisively confirmed the fusion. Instantly, the entries for ancient-style swordsmanship and Flagwood blade technique on her interface began to blur and fade. Finally, both inscriptions dissolved into wisps of light, coalescing into a new entry: White Fang Sword Art Expert 8614-117-2800. An overwhelming torrent of sword knowledge, chakra techniques, and intricate forms, including secret strikes, flooded into Kaya's mind. The deluge struck like a colossal hammer, or like the unceasing Yangtze River, shattering open the gates of the way of the sword, from which even deeper insights now flowed forth in steady crystalline streams. In that moment, a clear, carefree male voice seemed to echo beside her ear, calmly elucidating every principle and nuance of the White Fang sword art. Under that voice's guidance, Kaya's already luminous crimson eyes grew brighter, sharper, until she was utterly immersed in the profound resonance of the art, losing all sense of time. Yet while Kaya lost track of time, time itself marched forward without pause. It was the second day after Team 7 defeated Zabuza and arrived at Tezuna's home in Wave Country. News arrived that Kato and his armed mercenaries had been slaughtered en masse by a bizarre eyebrowless figure, sparking a joyous evening among the villagers. On the third day, with all threats seemingly eliminated, Team 7's 3 members began intensive training in earnest. But on the fourth day, a Ronin who had narrowly survived Haku's massacre and spent 2 days hiding until confirming Zabuza's departure, re-emerged. Like marauding bandits, he plunged Wave Country back into chaos, disrupting the steady progress of the bridge's construction. Kakashi thus dispatched Naruto and Sasuke to eliminate the roving Ronin. The 5th, 6th, and 7th days passed entirely in pursuit and combat. On the 8th day, Naruto and Sasuke encountered a ruthless, battle-hardened adversary and found themselves locked in desperate combat. In that crisis, Sasuke awakened his Sharingan. Kaya, stationed at the bridge as its guardian, yet observing the entire clash through the system's live feed, stood utterly dumbfounded. Wait, this actually worked. She was profoundly astonished. In this timeline, altered by her presence, Naruto and Sasuke had endured far less hardship. Their strength lagged significantly behind their canon counterparts. Kaya had intended to give the two brothers extra tutelage later. Instead, the butterfly effect had erased Zabuza and Haku's return, but replaced them with a horde of wild roaming shinobi scattered across Wave Country. And these men, once idle gluttons sustained by Kado, had, after surviving Haku's slaughter and fighting relentlessly for survival, undergone unexpected growth. Thus, the butterfly's wings completed a full 360-degree revolution, returning to where they began. Is this the inertia of history? Kaya felt she had just grasped another profound truth. After all, Sasuke's awakening was not spontaneous. It had been inevitable. His Sharingan had already manifested, he simply hadn't noticed it yet. So whenever a life-or-death battle demanded his absolute focus, the power would awaken naturally, a consequence ripening from seeds sown long ago. Hence, even if Kaya's interference removed Zabuza, fate would supply another Zabuza, a fiercer, more relentless one, to trigger Sasuke's awakening. Every cause bears its destined fruit. Kaya etched this insight deeply into her memory. And once Naruto and Sasuke defeated the strongest of the Ronin, the remaining petty thugs scattered like smoke. Half a month later, the Wave Country Bridge, built amidst countless setbacks, was finally completed. In recognition of Team 7's indispensable contributions during its construction, it was unanimously named the Team 7 Bridge. Crossing the Team 7 Bridge, the team set off homeward, with Haku in tow. After a long, even urgent journey, they pressed onward. Within the system's live feed, the travel-worn members of Team 7 finally appeared before the gates of Konoha. Gazing upon the familiar entrance, Naruto burst into jubilant cheers. We're finally back. Yes, we've been gone longer than ever before, Kaya murmured, overcome with quiet emotion. You rarely get such extended missions, do you, Sasuke? She winked playfully at Sasuke, her gaze heavy with implication. Indeed. Quite extraordinary, he replied. Though he missed her meaning entirely, he smoothly carried the conversation forward. Kaya immediately pivoted toward Kakashi, her intent laid bare. So, Sensei Kakashi, since we've successfully completed our first official mission, how about celebrating with dinner? She aimed to thoroughly drain his modest savings. Before she could finish, our mission ran unusually long. I must report to the Hokage immediately and arrange Haku's affairs. Dismissed. With that rapid-fire explanation, Kakashi seized Haku and vanished in a flash of the body flicker technique. Let's go eat together. Her final words drifted out, just as Kakashi's afterimage faded. He really did bolt that fast. Staring at the suddenly empty space beside her, Kaya, who often orchestrated light-hearted spectacle, stood flabbergasted. She'd wanted theatrical flair, but she'd also genuinely hoped to dine at Kakashi's expense, turning his wallet into the punchline of her own comedy. Now Kakashi had fled, and she'd become the joke instead. A perfect inversion when the trophy lose the prize. Still, the spectacle was undeniably richer for it. Viewers erupted in laughter across the live feed. The Yen Kingdom map is too short, Kaya. Is this elite Jonin-level anti-gank awareness? If Kakashi moved this fast against Zabuza, he'd never have been trapped in that water prison. 1 second of sympathy for Kaya. Her sentence wasn't even complete before he vanished. Fine. Kaya sighed helplessly and turned to her two bewildered teammates. Kakashi's gone, so let's treat ourselves. We captured quite a bit of coin from those Ronin. How about a celebratory meal? I know a little place with exceptional flavor. Let's go. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke hesitated to accept the invitation. Soon the group wound their way through Konoha's labyrinthine streets, until from a narrow side alley a faint, but unmistakably familiar female voice rang out. Let go of Kyo. Sakurakin. Naruto gasped, the very name of his long-cherished idol Sakura Haruno. Like a dog answering its master's call, he dashed toward the sound, before either Kaya or Sasuke could react. Naruto. Hey, why'd you vanish so fast? Her voice trailed after him as his figure vanished around the street corner. Kaya and Sasuke exchanged a glance and followed in pursuit. The live feed surged forward, revealing the alley's interior moments before they arrived. There, a lavish bento box lay scattered across the ground. Nearby, Kyo, Kaya's classmate from the academy, was pinned beneath a figure swathed head-to-toe in black robes, his face painted with violet war paint, and a heavily wrapped bundle strapped to his back. Using only his body weight and the mass of his burden, the painted man held Kyo immobile in a textbook police choke hold. Clearly suffocating, Kyo's struggles grew feebler by the second, and his face darkened with alarming speed. Sakura watched tense and pale. Naruto, arriving just then, burned with fury. "You monster, let Kyo go." Without hesitation, he lunged straight at Kankuro. Oh, another one. One after another. Konoha's genin truly lack memory, don't they? Kankuro dismissed Naruto's arrival with disdain, not even shifting his posture. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Naruto tripped, as if snagged by an invisible wire, crashing backward onto his back. "Naruto, are you alright?" Sakura rushed to help him up. "I'm fine." Naruto rubbed his rear, sprang upright like a leaping carp, and glared furiously at Kankuro. "What kind of sorcery did you just use, Oi?" "Sorcery?" Kankuro chuckled. "If you can't even identify my method, Konoha's genin standards are truly worrying." Grr. Humiliated anew, Naruto seethed with redoubled rage. Yet rage demanded context. Kyo was still choking. So Naruto shouted, "I don't care what tricks you use. Release him now. Can't you see he's dying? I'm warning you. If you don't let him go, I'll make you regret it." Temari stepped forward, urging restraint. "All right, Kankuro. Enough is enough. He's right. You are being reckless. This is Konoha's soil. And besides, he's coming." Kankuro grinned lazily. I know, but no rush. He's tough. A few more seconds won't kill him." As if on cue, Kyo strained again, his voice ragged and broken. "You've got the guts to choke me dead, otherwise GHH." Kankuro tightened his grip triumphantly and glanced at Temari. "See, I told you." "You really?" Temari sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation, powerless against her brother's sheer foolishness. But before she could insist, he released Kyo. Shishishishi. A barrage of concealed weapons erupted from afar. "Fall back." Temari's expression hardened. She yanked Kankuro behind her in one fluid motion. Swiftly unsheathing her 3-star fan, she raised it like a shield. Yet before the kunai reached her, a ghostly figure with white hair and crimson eyes materialized before them. "Hello there." Kaya greeted Temari, whose pupils widened in startled disbelief. Without waiting for a reply, Kaya twisted her hips, her ponytail tracing a graceful arc through the air, then delivered a devastating whip kick squarely against Temari's fan. Boom. Tremendous force ripped the fan from Temari's grasp. Using the kick's momentum, Kaya simultaneously swept Kyo, still lying on the ground, away to the edge of the alley. Temari was left staring helplessly as the kunai hurtled toward her, growing larger, sharper, brighter. Oh no! Kankuro lunged forward, but it was already too late. Flip, 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 flip. A thin golden barrier shimmered into existence, absorbing every kunai thrown by Sasuke. Clatter, clatter. The discarded kunai clinked softly onto the stone. Then, as the kunai vanished, the golden shield dissolved into fine sand, drifting down to settle like a pale yellow film over the scattered weapons. Sand? How is that possible? The utterly unexpected medium of defense left everyone's stunned mouths agape. They turned to Kankuro and Temari for answers, only to find both siblings frozen in stark visceral terror. This was no fear born of near death, no panic at mortal peril. It was the dread of something infinitely darker, and Kankuro's terror was especially pronounced. His arrogance had been boundless moments before. Now it was eclipsed by pure, abject dread. Hey, what's wrong with them? Naruto stared, utterly baffled. Kaya merely frowned, lifting her gaze toward a towering tree behind her, and discreetly pressing a hand to her chest to preserve her modesty. For perched upside down on that very branch, watching her with unnerving stillness, was Gaara, his arrival silent, his presence absolute. Their eyes met, the starlit crimson of hers locking with his somber, pandering gaze, for several silent, suspended seconds. Then Kaya snapped, annoyed, "Who's this little peeping Tom? Since when did voyeurs operate so brazenly? No wonder your panda eyes run so deep. You must have taken a brutal beating." Huh, what? Chinyes remark caught everyone completely off guard. When Gaara made his entrance, he first unveiled a shield of sand, striking before uttering a word, then materialized silently via sand Shunshin, unleashing an oppressive aura laced with faint traces of blood. His face, etched with profound sorrow and simmering rage, bore the exhaustion of sleepless nights. Slung across his back was an oddly heavy, peculiar gourd. Anyone who laid eyes upon Gaara should have felt the icy chill of being stalked by a ravenous beast. Instinctively recoiling, heart pounding senses sharpened in alarm. Yet Shinyu stared directly at Gaara and bluntly accused him of being a peeping pervert. A pervert? Gaara? What nonsense is this? Kankuro couldn't possibly reconcile that word with Gaara's very being. Still, it was undeniable witnessing the haughty, ice-cold Gaara, so feared, so untouchable, being openly scolded as a lecher by a girl, stirred within Kankuro a fleeting, guilty spark of dark amusement and schadenfreude. Yet that momentary flicker vanished instantly, replaced by a surge of unprecedented tremors and raw, seething agitation that seized his entire body. The tremors stemmed from sheer terror at Gaara's potential descent into berserk fury, the agitation from the grim duty he shared with Temari to prevent exactly that. So if Konoha shinobi recklessly provoked Gaara, Kankuro had no objection, but could they at least die elsewhere? He certainly didn't want their blood splattering on his clothes. Onizen, what do we do? Kankuro called out to Temari once more, a rare lapse for a boy convinced he'd already grown into manhood, revealing just how deeply shaken he truly was. Temari, however, stood drenched in cold sweat. She hadn't expected Chienyu, so fair and delicate in appearance, to possess such audacity. But as the elder sister, she had no choice but to step forward. She reassured Kankuro, stay calm. For now, let's observe Gaara's reaction. TCH. Kankuro gritted his teeth, eyes locked tightly on Gaara. Unexpectedly, despite being publicly branded a voyeur, and even mocked for his dark-ringed eyes, Gaara remained eerily composed. Fascinating. He gazed at Chienyu as though seeing her for the first time, not merely as an anomaly, but as a worthy adversary that stirred genuine intrigue. A faint chilling smile curved his lips. Woman, what is your name? We're saved. Kankuro, watching from afar, nearly burst with relief at Gaara's restrained response. Yet Chienyu had clearly come to provoke. How could things possibly settle so peacefully as Kankuro naively hoped? There's an old saying. Those who falsely accuse you understand your innocence better than you do yourself. Chienyu's delicate brows knitted slightly. You wish to know my name? Hey, little pervert. Don't think changing the subject will save you. You'll accompany me to the Konoha security force, immediately. Don't presume your status as a Suna shinobi grants you license to spy freely on others within Konoha. If you dare spy here in Konoha today, what horrors might you commit tomorrow? I shudder to imagine. My. Gaara's smile froze, then slowly faded. Oh. From a distance, Kankuro felt as though an ice-cold bucket had been dumped over his head, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. In the next breath, he erupted in frantic despair. WH. What in the world are you saying? Gaara would never spy on you. Who do you think you are? Don't mistake your beauty for immunity to slander. How utterly arrogant. Exactly. Exactly. What is Chienyu doing? Why provoke him like this? Beside them, Sakura's inner voice shrieked in panic. Sakura herself stepped forward, gently urging Chienyu, could there perhaps be some misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding. Chienyu cast Sakura a faint knowing smile, her reaction unsurprising. At this stage, Sakura was precisely this kind of person. Even when her own teammates stood defiant, she still instinctively spoke up for the other side. Chienyu countered coolly, what pray tell is misunderstood? Sakura inexplicably shrank back at Chienyu's gaze, yet forced a brittle chuckle. Well, perhaps the spying accusation is a bit mistaken. Huh. Chienyu turned her gaze toward Naruto. Naruto, what do you think? Huh. Me. Naruto jolted upright. He glanced first at Chienyu to his right, then at Sakura to his left, her hopeful eyes fixed on him. Gulp. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, suddenly inexplicably tense. A simple yes or no question had transformed into a matter of life and death, weighing down upon him with crushing gravity. It was no longer about Gaara's alleged voyeurism, it was unmistakably Naruto's survival at stake. Spurred by primal urgency, his brain, dormant for 12 years, ignited into hyperdrive. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto offered an awkward grin. Well, maybe there is a tiny misunderstanding, but given his position, it is rather suspicious. So, yet best to clarify everything at the security force. It was a masterstroke, diplomatic, balanced, and unambiguous. He neither dismissed Sakura nor betrayed Chienyu, firmly anchoring his stance. On-screen chat flooded with high EQ. Master balancer. After all, he carried the brilliant genes of Minato Namikaze, and under pressure Naruto did possess intellect. Yet Chienyu knew this well, and thus never expected him to deliver the decisive catalyst. And you? Chienyu lowered her gaze to Kusa no Kyo crouching at her feet. Kusa no Kyo, you've recovered, haven't you? Yes. Though still dizzy, Kusa no Kyo forced himself upright, glaring venomously toward Kankuro in the distance before declaring to Chienyu. He definitely spied on you, Chienyu. I saw it clearly, lying right there on the ground. You bastard. Kankuro roared again, grinding his teeth. If you seek revenge, do it honorably. Challenge me directly. Slandering is no mark of strength. And what precisely are you Konoha Genin scheming now? Are you trying to eliminate rivals before the Chunin exams even begin? Haha. Chienyu laughed softly, yet her ethereal, breathtaking smile appeared utterly malicious in Kankuro's eyes. With feigned innocence, she replied, what on earth are you talking about? We've just returned from a mission. We know nothing about any Chunin exams. Rather, you assaulted a Konoha shinobi on Konoha soil, and you spied on me. Clearly a visit to the security force is unavoidable today. You. Kankuro seethed fury boiling so fiercely he nearly charged forward for a noble samurai-style duel. Alas, just as he was about to unleash the sole viable solution, a hand, pale and flawless as if carved from desert snow, gently blocked his path. Temari's voice was low, steady. Calm down, Kankuro. Haven't you realized yet? She's trying to provoke us. Provoke us? Have they lost their minds? Kankuro couldn't believe it. To him, Gaara was pure unrelenting terror. No one in their right mind would deliberately enrage him. Temari sighed again. Soft, resigned, she succeeded. What a... Kankuro instinctively whirled toward Gaara. Only then did he notice amid the commotion Gaara's expression had darkened beyond measure, his countenance a storm cloud gathering over barren earth. Unseen until now, the lid of the sand gourd slung across Gaara's back had lifted, and fine grains poured forth ceaselessly, swirling like living mist. What do we do, oi? Kankuro stumbled backward instinctively. Temari snapped, release your crow puppet, run, and fetch Maki-sensei. And hurry, she stressed. What about you? Kankuro blurted. I'll hold the line. If necessary, I'll intervene myself. I will not let Gaara lose control here. Temari urged, go now. Right. Kankuro nodded sharply. Under Temari's command, the puppeteer actually abandoned his cherished puppet and bolted toward their lodgings, sprinting full tilt. His frantic footsteps echoed like a starting pistol, triggering Gaara's inverted form to lash out. A barrage of sand shuriken erupted toward them in rapid succession. Qianyu drew her blade in a flash, and with one swift kick sent Kusa no Kyo flying clear. Face the tempest, wind release. Boom. A wall of pure white wind surged upward from the ground, meeting Gaara's sand shuriken Hiden. Under the ferocious scouring of the gale, Gaara's sand shuriken crumbled like a sandcastle battered by ocean waves, reduced instantly to fine drifting grains. Even now, the intensely condensed wind wall held firm in its forward-thrusting stance, resembling a colossal wave crashing ashore. Seeing its relentless advance, Gaara furrowed his brow and leapt down from the treetop, attempting to evade the onrushing wall. The next instant, Chiyo burst through the wind barrier, blade in hand. The forward-driving wind wall now served as her acceleration gate, propelling her with explosive speed to close the distance and intercept Gaara midair. Before Gaara could even register the threat, Chiyu's razor-sharp blade slashed straight toward his flank. To the onlooker's eyes, it was but a blur. Then Chiyu's long sword hovered at Gaara's waist. Has she already landed the blow? Sakura stood stunned, breathless. No. Sasuke shook his head. Unlike Sakura, who saw only surface appearances, his perception spanned wider. Thus, he clearly perceived Gaara's unruffled composure. Gaara allowed himself to fall freely, as if utterly certain Chiyu's strike could not harm him. True enough, in the next heartbeat, the sand scattered by the wind wall coalesced once more. At the precise moment Chiyu's blade drew near, an identical sand shield, just as Temari had deployed, materialized before her, blocking the fierce slash. Yet Chiyo had anticipated Gaara's sand from the outset. One strike failed, then two, then three. With agility far surpassing Gaara's, Chiyu's single long sword multiplied into countless flickering arcs, woven into a dense shimmering net that enveloped Gaara from all sides. Still, Gaara's expression remained unaltered throughout, unchanged by this onslaught, for his mother's blessing shielded him from all malice. Before the astonished gazes of the crowd, no matter how Chiyo varied her blade's trajectory or concealed her strikes, with artful subtlety, a cluster of sand unfailingly rose ahead of her edge, intercepting every advance. A rapid, muffled percussion echoed, thwip, 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 as sand billowed upward only to be struck down again. Chiyu's blade light flowed without pause, yet neither combatant gained the upper hand. Seeing this, Chiyo abruptly accelerated. Like Rock Lee's battle against Gaara, she began circling him, spinning rapidly around him as the center of her whirlwind. Simultaneously, her nimble blade darted forth like a serpent's tongue, or like the elusive horn of a gazelle, landing sudden precise strikes upon Gaara even amid blinding speed. This time, faced with Chiyu's high-velocity tactics, Gaara finally furrowed his brow, his sand's autonomous defense faltering under the pressure. Temari's eyes widened in disbelief. Gaara is being suppressed. Indeed, though he had yet to channel chakra directly into the sand for acceleration, Gaara, once invincible in every prior confrontation, was now visibly overmatched. It truly astonished Temari. Yet while Temari observed both fighters, Sasuke watched Gaara, and Gaara alone. Thus, he noticed something subtle. Without anyone realizing, a thin layer of yellow sand had quietly spread across the ground beneath their feet, and thickened steadily with each of Chiyu's strikes. The sand grows thicker. What does that signify? Sasuke's brow furrowed in thought. His Sharingan activated without his conscious notice, fixed intently upon Gaara. Through the heightened perception of his dojutsu, he saw at Gaara's hands, until now idle, suddenly pointed downward, aimed precisely at the earth beneath their feet. Danger! Chiyo! Realizing Gaara's intent, Sasuke's face paled. But before he could shout a warning, Gaara's command over the sand outpaced even his voice. With a mere gesture, the sand lying placidly on the ground lifted upward, coalescing into a dense, swirling fog hovering just above ankle height. Chiyu's feet sank into the mist as though into quicksand. The initial momentum of her charge dissipated, leaving her rooted in place. He has this technique too. Chiyu's expression shifted to genuine surprise. She truly hadn't foreseen this move. Then again, Gaara's sluggish speed had always been his greatest weakness. Of course, he devised ways to restrict his enemies. In the original narrative, he never employed it, because both the Chunin exam preliminaries and finals arenas were vast. Here, however, neither Chiyo nor Gaara wished to draw excessive attention, so they deliberately confined their battle to the narrow alley's center, where space barely permitted full movement. Within such cramped confines, Gaara deploying this technique was hardly surprising. At last, having seized Chiyo, whose agile leaps and bounds had finally ceased, Gaara, silent for so long, spoke at last, voice dripping with cold menace. "I've caught you, insect. Such exquisite beauty. You must bleed with the fragrance of blossoms." As he spoke, Gaara raised his hands once more. Vast quantities of sand streamed toward Chiyu's feet, like swallows returning to their nests. In an instant, her feet, ankles, and even her alabaster calves were encased in thick, suffocating layers of yellow sand. Beneath that shifting mass, a terrifying force gathered, slow, inexorable, immense. "Chiyo!" Naruto and Sasuke cried out in alarm, bodies tensing, ready to rush forward. Temari immediately unfurled her two-star fan, prepared to intercept. Yet, bafflingly though her feet were ensnared and crushed beneath crushing pressure, Chiyo smiled. A radiant, unrestrained smile. That luminous grin pierced Gaara like a shard of glass, evoking an instinctive, visceral revulsion, the dark recoiling from the light, the shadow seething at the sun. Gaara's voice turned icy. "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing?" Chiyo paused, her smile flickering, as if genuinely startled by the question. Yet she answered swiftly, "I'm laughing at you. You've finally revealed your opening." "What?" Gaara's mind stalled, unable to comprehend. After all, he held her fast. How could he have exposed a weakness? But he would understand, immediately. Chiyo suddenly parted her crystalline lips, revealing pearl-white teeth, then placed the hilt of her sword between them, biting down, as if using it as a mouthguard. Ignoring the sand already surging up her thighs, and threatening to climb higher, she dropped smoothly into the textbook crouch of a sprinter poised for launch. Though Gaara had never seen this stance before, its very sight ignited a profound, primal unease deep within him. Frantic, he abandoned his half-formed grip, reaching instead for Chiyu's feet, fingers curling to seal her in place, sand binding. The final syllable, "Q," died unspoken, for an overwhelming gust erupted from beneath Chiyu's soles, shattering his jutsu before completion. Wind release, gale palm, and body flicker technique. Her mastery-level body flicker technique activated simultaneously, and mastery conferred a crucial insight, transforming the standard body flicker into a nature affinity variant, a true elemental teleportation. Given Chiyu's profound reserves, her acquired affinity naturally manifested as wind flicker. Now combined with the explosive propulsion of gale palm, the synergy exceeded simple addition. It became exponential. Propelled by the violent updraft beneath her feet, Chiyo launched forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing before Gaara in the blink of an eye. Gazing upon Chiyu's flawless, serene countenance, Gaara finally grasped the meaning behind her words. The confined arena constrained not only Chiyo, but him as well. In open terrain, he could generate sand endlessly, ensuring a constant supply regardless of circumstance. But here in this narrow alley, his innate reserves proved sufficient. So focused was he on capturing Chiyo that he'd committed all his sand forward. Her opening was his critical shortage of sand. Yet what did it matter? His ever-present gourd, slung perpetually at his back, existed solely for moments like this. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At Gaara's mental command, the gourd dissolved into sand, rising as a towering, impenetrable barrier between him and Chiyo. Feeling the familiar reassurance of sand surrounding him, Gaara smirked with arrogant confidence. "You failed to break my defense moments ago. What makes you believe you can succeed now? It is you who has exposed your weakness. Woman, once my sand returns, your death will be inevitable." As Gaara declared behind Chiyo, great torrents of yellow sand surged forward, heedless of collateral damage, roiling like furious, vengeful tides rushing to reclaim their master. Trapped, her path forward blocked, her rear engulfed in roaring chaos. Chiyo's bold assault had paradoxically ensnared her in a deadly pincer. "Jinyu." Naruto's voice trembled with concern as he watched Chien's perilous predicament. He had never imagined the tide of battle could turn so swiftly. Even the live comment stream erupted into discussion at this spectacle. Could this little calabash warrior truly be this formidable? Indeed, ID always believed Qianyu was peerless among her generation. Yet now it seems heaven itself holds greater powers beyond her. It appears Qianyu is about to face a grueling battle. Grueling. With the strength she's already displayed, she stands utterly helpless against such an opponent. Where are her teammates? Someone save her. The commentators watched Qianyu with mounting anxiety. Yet Qianyu, deemed utterly powerless, merely smiled faintly. On what grounds do you presume I hadn't already accounted for your gourd? What? Gaara froze startled. Then he saw Qianyu grasp the sword hilt and raise it high in a diagonal arc, assuming an unusual poised stance. Simultaneously within Sasuke's Sharingan vision, Azure Chakra flooded Qianyu's body once more. The Hao Shui won a technique she had invested heavily to elevate from proficiency to mastery, capable of enhancing her entire physique. Only with the full body reinforcement of Hao Shui Wan could Qianyu execute the technique she now prepared to unleash. A master-level variant of the White Fang Sword Art. White Fang Sword Art. First form revised Zhan Wu. The long blade descended, Qianyu's body followed its arc, and she became, borne aloft by steel, a maelstrom of whirling blades. The spinning blade light resembled the fangs of a ravenous tiger, effortlessly shredding Gaara's autonomous sand barrier and reducing the resilient wall of sand into scattered crumbling dust. Gaara attempted to reassemble the shattered sand to block her advance. Yet no matter how many times he gathered at the sand, lacking sufficient mass, shattered anew under Qianyu's ferocious onslaught, dissolving into finer ash with each futile attempt. In mere moments of clashing steel and surging sand, Gaara's gourd summoned sands were utterly annihilated. Gaara! As Temari cried out in alarm, the vortex of spinning blades engulfed Gaara entirely. Roar! A distorted, pained roar tore from within the tempest. Hearing that cry, an inexplicable shadow fell upon the hearts of all present. No, it's Gaara. Where do you think you're going? Temari rushed forward to aid her younger brother, only to be intercepted by two figures, one clad in yellow, the other in black. You cannot interfere with Qianyu's battle. You fool. Temari gritted her teeth in frustration as Sasuke and Naruto spoke in turn, calm, resolute, unyielding. When she turned back toward the battlefield, all she saw was Gaara's reclaimed sea of sand swallowing both him and Qianyu whole, crushing an entire stretch of alley wall beneath its surge. Qianyu. Now it was Naruto and Sasuke who voiced their dread. Yet their fear proved fleeting. For within mere breaths, Qianyu leapt from the collapsing dune's long sword gleaming and flickered across the distance to land beside them. That was precisely why she had chosen Zhan Wu. Its omnidirectional bladestorm rendered her impervious to attacks from behind. Had she sought only to shatter Gaara's sand defense, the simpler first form Zhan would have sufficed. Sasuke immediately asked Qianyu, "How did it go? Did you defeat him?" She must have. Naruto burst in before Qianyu could reply. After taking that strike, how could anyone possibly survive? Idiot, Sasuke scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. Do you truly believe your eyes see more clearly than my Sharingan? Huh. Naruto blinked. Only then noticing Sasuke's crimson Freedomo eyes wide open, and fell speechless, turning helplessly to Qianyu. But Qianyu offered no reassurance. No, she shook her head. Beyond his external sand defense, there was another layer. Armor forged directly upon his body. Another layer? Naruto gasped in disbelief. To him, Gaara's autonomous sand defense alone had seemed miraculous. Yet now he learned that beneath that very defense lay yet another shield. Did you break through it? Sasuke pressed, the true question burning in his gaze. With his Sharingan's piercing insight, Sasuke had already discerned Gaara's sand armor. He simply hadn't witnessed its aftermath. The returning tidal wave of sand had obscured his view. I broke it. Yes, Qianyu affirmed, then shook her head. But only partially. Gaara's sand armor was extraordinarily dense. Even Rock Lee, awakened to the third gate, could only fracture it. To fully shatter it required the fourth or fifth gate. Compared to Lee, Qianyu possessed but one decisive advantage: she wielded a razor-edged blade, not fists or feet, blunt instruments ill-suited to cleaving such armor. Thus, after brief perfunctory replies to Naruto and Sasuke, Qianyu redirected her gaze toward the ruined alley wall, where Gaara's sand had lain dormant. There the amber dunes stirred. Soon after, Gaara rose from the sand. Just as Qianyu had foreseen, his entire body crisscrossed with fissures. And beneath those cracks blood seeped forth, clear evidence of the wounds carved by Qianyu's long blade. Seeing Gaara thus wounded, Temari's mind went blank. It's over, he's injured. A profound, suffocating despair instantly flooded her soul. For she knew all too well what Gaara's injury signified. Having just arrived in Konoha, his sudden, uncontrolled berserk rage had already exposed his instability. She had never imagined such a disastrous outcome. Such a catastrophic failure of their mission, given their father's cold, detached nature as the Wind Daimyo. Even his own children might face imprisonment. And if not prison, then surely a near-suicidal mission. One designed to strip away 3 layers of skin where death remained a distinct possibility. Yet a sudden shift in thought what truly was so terrible about imprisonment, or even death. At least it would free her from this exhausting existence, treading carefully before a distant, uncaring father, tending anxiously to her youngest brother, mediating constantly between her volatile middle sibling, all while grinding herself relentlessly beneath impossibly high standards. The moment resignation bloomed, the world seemed to exhale, vast, silent, unburdened. Enough. Calmly resigned, Temari tilted her face skyward, like an ancient monk in deep meditation, her expression serene, neither sorrowful nor joyful, awaiting Gaara's fated descent into madness. Yet she waited in vain. Minutes passed. No sound, no movement from Gaara's direction. Puzzled, she turned her head, and found Gaara watching her in return. His demeanor was deeply unsettling, arms crossed tightly, fingers digging fiercely into his own biceps, as if wrestling some invisible torment. Yet only one of his eyes reflected that struggle, while the other burned with unrestrained savage fury. Slowly, even that furious eye began to dim, its wildness yielding under Gaara's fierce control to the same strained resistance. This sight sent Temari's thoughts spiraling. Clearly Gaara retained his reason, aware of consequence and consequence, actively restraining himself from losing control. Yet he glanced at her only once before turning away as though it had been mere coincidence. The next instant an inhuman, overwhelming aura erupted, engulfing everyone present. So terrifying. Sakura, supporting her injured teammate nearby, turned pale and trembled violently. Naruto and Sasuke recoiled in shock. An unbearable pressure. Can this truly be the same person we faced moments ago? Even more fearsome than Zabuza. Chinyu. Both turned to her, silent, yet their eyes brimmed with unmistakable worry. Unspoken between them was this truth: though they trusted Qian's intellect and judgment, without reservation, they couldn't help but feel her provocation of Gaara had been recklessly bold. Yet with events now set in motion, debating right or wrong served no purpose. What mattered was resolution. Still, Qianyu met their gazes with a tranquil smile, her eyes fixed on Gaara. For in his rage, though Gaara suppressed Shikaku, he also unleashed a fraction of his true power. Vast quantities of amber sand rose and swelled around him like living things, chipping away at surrounding walls and concrete as if gnawing upon stone. But it wasn't gnawing, it was assimilation. Wherever the sentient sand touched wall or ground, that portion dissolved into fine grains and merged seamlessly with the swelling tide. Within seconds of undulating surges, the sand coalesced into a small dune, roughly the size of a freight truck. Then Gaara raised his arm high, and the sand surged skyward, forming a colossal 6 to 7 meter high tidal wave of amber fury. Gazing upon Qianyu, Gaara's eyes blazed with cruel, bloodthirsty light. "Woman, I will make you die. Mother will savor your blood." With that, he swept his arm forward, and the towering wave crashed downward. Its descent promised devastation, a floodgate bursting, swallowing the entire alley in ruin. Qian's eyes gleamed, not with fear, but satisfaction. For this was precisely the effect she intended. As for resolution, what need had she to resolve anything? The one who needed resolution was Gaara. Qianyu reached out, gripping Naruto's and Sasuke's arms, ready to evacuate them when the wave struck. But the wave never fell. For halfway through Gaara's sweeping gesture, a broad, calloused hand, roughened by wind and desert, closed firmly around his wrist. Without visible effort, the towering sand wave collapsed, its spine seemingly severed, as it slumped lifelessly downward. Simultaneously, Gaara's eyes rolled back, his body went slack, and he collapsed unconscious. The stranger caught him effortlessly and turned his gaze toward them. Only then did Qianyu and the others register the stranger's peculiar appearance. His face bore no extraordinary features, merely the weathered, sun-baked visage of a native of the land of wind, though half his headscarf draped loosely, veiling one side of his face. "Who is this?" Naruto murmured, stunned. "Maki-sensei." Temari exclaimed, elation breaking through her earlier dread. Hearing the name, Qian's expression hardened with solemn gravity. Maki, the elite of elites within Tsunagekyu's Jonin ranks. Even among prodigies like Kakashi with his Mangekyo Sharingan, or Might Guy at his peak, Maki stood unchallenged among the highest echelons of Konoha's most feared shinobi. Had Gaara not emerged as a transformative force, Maki would undoubtedly have ascended as the 5th Kazekage, a foe infinitely more formidable than Gaara in his current state. True to form, having subdued Gaara, Maki turned sharply toward them. "What happened here?" "Maki-sensei, it's like this." Temari hurried forward, recounting the events with practiced haste. "I see. So that's how it was." Upon hearing Temari's account, Maki's sharp, incisive gaze sliced through the air like a blade, then locked onto them. "Is this truly how the Leaf Shinobi conduct themselves, eh?" With those words, an invisible pressure descended, palpable, suffocating. Instantly Naruto, Sasuke, and the others felt as though they'd stumbled into quicksand in the heart of a vast desert. Helplessly buried sand filling mouth, nose, ears. Unable to inhale, unable to exhale. Chien Yu fared slightly better, but even she felt a tightness in her chest, her breath shallow and labored. A quiet irritation flared within her. Why did everyone insist on crushing others with sheer presence? Killing more foes, amassing denser chakra, forging a sterner spirit. Was that truly so impressive? Well, perhaps it was. Frowning, Chien Yu weighed her response to Maki's interrogation, searching for a way to stall. She also wondered how had Suna's Jonin arrived before Kakashi, when this confrontation unfolded within Konoha's very borders. Fortunately, Kakashi did not keep them waiting long. Yar. Looks like quite the lively gathering here. A light-hearted voice drifted from afar. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto cried overjoyed. Sasuke allowed himself a rare, genuine smile. Took you long enough, Kakashi. My apologies. I was delayed by a black cat on the way. Terribly sorry. Kakashi delivered the flimsy excuse with unruffled composure. Yet for once his words brought profound relief. By the law of emotional equilibrium, if Chien Yu felt eased, Maki's mood inevitably soured. But sourness changed nothing. The moment Maki laid eyes on Kakashi, he knew today's incident would end unresolved. Though had temporarily subdued Gaara using a secret technique, Gaara's unconscious state risked unleashing Shikaku, and Maki's jutsu could not hold indefinitely. Immediate action was imperative. With a final disgruntled glare at Chien Yu and her companions, Maki declared, "My student has exhausted his chakra in blind fury. He requires immediate medical attention. However, Leaf Shinobi, remember this, while Suna will demand accountability for today's affair." With that, Maki vanished in a blur of instantaneous movement, carrying Gaara with him. Temari followed swiftly in his wake. Phew. As the Suna Shinobi departed, the Konoha group collectively exhaled. What an intense skirmish. Such prowess. Sunagekyu's Genin truly concealed dragons and tigers among them. No wonder they sent only this single team this year. Kakashi gazed thoughtfully at the massive crater gouged by Gaara's sand. Remarkable. Then he turned puzzled to Chien Yu and the others. How exactly did you provoke a fight with Suna's shinobi? Well, at Kakashi's question, the group tensed anew. After exchanging uneasy glances, Kasano Kyochi, Hood remained silent throughout, stepped forward, jaw clenched. I apologize, it was my fault. I carried my lunch without watching where I walked, collided with Suna's shinobi, and then behaved arrogantly, provoking them. Chien Yu intervened on my behalf. That's why the conflict escalated. I see, Kakashi said, turning his gaze to Chien Yu. That explanation satisfied him, until Chien Yu shook her head. Yes and no. Huh. Her reply startled them all. Then she continued calmly. Of course I wanted to retaliate when a classmate was bullied. But more than that, I genuinely wished to spar with him. Why? Sakura stared bewildered. To instigate such chaos, to fabricate accusations, just for a fight. It seemed incomprehensible. Is it truly so difficult to grasp? Chien Yu regarded Sakura with mild surprise. The Chunin exams approach. These Suna shinobi are clearly competitors. Assessing formidable opponents before the exam is essential strategy. The group gasped again. Chunin exams. Naruto blinked, baffled. What's that? I don't recall briefing you on this. How did you know? Kakashi's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. I deduced it. It wasn't particularly difficult. Chien Yu gave them an innocent, almost quizzical look. Sunagekure is our ally, but its shinobi rarely enter Konoha without cause. Eliminate unlikely reasons, synthesize available clues, and the answer reveals itself. With a flourish, she spun her long blade in an elegant arc and sheathed it. Chien, Sherlock, you stood serene. Elementary deduction, my dear friends. Just basic deduction. Hearing Chiyo's words, Naruto felt momentarily disoriented, almost as if his cerebral cortex had short-circuited. Is that really all it takes? Just this, and you deduced the upcoming Chunin exams. Sakura stared stunned. As the top scorer in written exams at the Ninja Academy, Sakura had always believed herself the sharpest-minded girl among her peers. Yet now confronted with Chiyo's insight, she wondered, was she merely adept at memorizing textbooks? The crowd marveled openly at Chiyo's acuity. Meanwhile, across the live-streaming comment feed, phrases like Sherlock Chiyo began flooding the screen. Yet Chiyo did not sustain the aura of genius for long. A persona bordering on supernatural intellect was perilously fragile and prone to collapse under scrutiny. After savoring their collective astonishment, she gracefully offered a rationale both plausible and relatable. Haha. Truth be told, I simply consulted official records. Since 4 years ago, the Chunin exams have been held twice annually, alternating between Konoha and Sunagekure. This year's Konoha cycle falls precisely now. Oh, I see. The others nodded, enlightenment dawning. It made perfect sense. Yet Kakashi's gaze deepened, not with doubt, but with quiet admiration. To proactively seek out such intelligence, you're truly exceptional, Chiyo. Her initiative revealed something rare, a shinobi with deliberate career foresight. Though the phrase career planning sounds deceptively simple in the shinobi world, few ever cultivate it. After all, shinobi often live without a guaranteed tomorrow. With that explanation, all lingering questions about Chiyu's motives dissolved. Kakashi, having formally announced the Chunin exams to the team, departed without further word, clearly en route to brief the third Hokage. Following this unexpected interlude, Team 7 lost all appetite for dinner. They parted ways quietly, each needing rest after an unusually long day. Yet as Chiyo walked home, an odd realization struck her. The livestream's camera angle remained fixed upon her, unblinking, unrelenting. Had she forgotten to end the broadcast? Ordinarily, the stream would have terminated by now. Was more narrative unfolding? Was today's encounter merely the prelude? Was it Danzo, Suna Shinobi, Gaara, or even the third Hokage himself? At the thought, Chiyu's outward calm masked sudden razor-edged vigilance. But the moment she rounded a corner and saw the familiar gate of her modest single-family home, her tension dissolved. No one lurked there, not a soul. Instead, leaning against the wall stood a young man in a black t-shirt and white shorts. Hearing her footsteps, Sasuke lifted his head. Chiyo, your pace today was unusually slow. Can't be helped. I just fought someone. Exhaustion lingers. She shrugged, casual and unbothered. I see. Mind if I come in? Sasuke glanced at her front gate. Of course, let's go. Chiyo produced her key and unlocked the gate. They stepped inside side by side, their ease so natural, as if this ritual had unfolded countless times before. The livestream erupted in confusion. Wait, what's happening here? Suspicious. Naruto, oh, so that's how it is, ganging up and freezing me out. Chiyu's famously broad-minded. Maybe squeeze in. Hold on. Whoa, car. The comment feed exploded into chaos. In truth, however, this was only Sasuke's second visit to Chiyu's home. Their first had been during introductions, exchanging addresses for emergency coordination. Chiyu's composure stemmed from certainty Sasuke wouldn't have come unbidden. Sure enough, after offering him tea and settling into silence, Sasuke set down his cup, his expression turning solemn. Chiyo spoke gently. Sasuke, your visit today carries purpose, doesn't it? Speak freely. We're teammates. Whatever lies within my power, I'll lend you. Good. Her words softened the gravity in his features. Then I'll be direct. Lips pressed firm, he met her gaze unwaveringly. Chiyo, though it may seem presumptuous, could you tell me how you've grown so strong so swiftly? From our survival exercise, to the Wave Country mission, to today's skirmish, I felt your ascent with visceral clarity. Each step you surge ahead. At first I believed I could close the gap, but now the distance between us widens relentlessly. It does not narrow, it expands. So then His voice rose, edged with urgency, then faltered mid-sentence. He caught himself instantly, bowed low. Forgive me. That was uncalled for. Chiyo shook her head. No need. I understand. Instinctively Sasuke opened his mouth to protest. What exactly did she understand? Then checked himself, lowering his eyes again. What Sasuke didn't know was that Chiyo did grasp his anguish profoundly. She hadn't imagined he'd humble himself so deeply nor so earnestly for the sake of strength. Nor had she anticipated he'd contain such desperation until now. She'd expected it to surface in Wave Country. Yet clearly her threshold for patience differed vastly from Naruto's and from Sasuke's own. Indeed, differing thresholds were fortunate. Otherwise, Team 7's dynamic might veer unsettlingly askew. Returning to the present, Chiyo realized with quiet dismay that Sasuke's question had genuinely stumped her. What could she possibly tell him? Don a pink frilly dress and chant Nico Nico ni. Such advice would surely garner likes, and perhaps even a private message from Itachi Uchiha. But Sasuke possessed no system, such theatrics would not forge his power. Frowning, Chiyo fell silent, pondering. The stillness stretched thick and heavy. For Sasuke, it was unbearable. After shifting restlessly, he interpreted the silence as polite refusal. I see. My apologies. I acted rashly. Clenching his fists, jaw locked tight, he bowed stiffly, then rose abruptly, fleeing as if escape were his only recourse. But Chiyo slammed her cup down, its sharp report halting him mid-stride. Sit down. She sighed, exasperated. With that level of patience and that thin skin, you expect to grow stronger. What's the rush? Chiyo, you mean? Sasuke whirled around, astonished. Exactly, she affirmed. The secret. I'll share it, but fair warning, no guarantees of efficacy. That's fine. His relief was palpable. Just telling me. That alone means everything. All right, sit. She gestured to his seat. He obeyed. Yet as she instructed him to sit, she herself rose. The secret, where shall I begin? Recalling the life before the arrival of the memory system, Qianyu was struck by inspiration. Right, let's start with effort. First and foremost, you need to work hard. Your effort is the most important thing. Suddenly, Yu asked mysteriously, Sasuke, have you ever seen the moon at 2 o'clock in the morning? However, before Sasuke could respond, the comment section began to light up. Never seen it, the smog is too heavy. I've seen it, but I wasn't asleep then. What a coincidence, I wasn't asleep either. You two were sleeping together upstairs. Ta. Yu couldn't help but smirk. No wonder the internet users were so amusing. However, Sasuke clearly wasn't as capable of humor as they were. The moon at 2 o'clock in the morning. Listening to Yu, he was a bit confused. Of course I've seen it, what's the matter? What's the matter? Yu smiled, her smile deep and profound. Can you see it every day? Every day. Sasuke felt he understood yes, meaning she was implying that one should practice hard at night. But don't you need to sleep? Sasuke asked. Young people differ from adults. During their development, they cannot afford to skip sleep. If Yu meant practicing without sleep, Sasuke believed he simply couldn't do that. Of course you need to sleep. Yu replied, so it's my shadow clone that practices. Hearing yes' response, Sasuke suddenly felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his forehead, and he was enlightened in an instant. Right, shadow clone? Sasuke realized. As a ninja, he certainly knew about the technique of the shadow clone. However, shadow clones inherit fatigue and cannot train the physical body. They can only train ninjutsu skills, which places too much strain on the body. Therefore, Sasuke had never considered using them. But now that Yu mentioned it, it made sense. A person only has 24 hours in a day, and for a young person, at least half of that time is needed for sleep. But if after sleeping the shadow clones are still active, then the more hours they practice, the more extra training time you gain. With this back and forth, wouldn't time accumulate? In fact, after Yu said this, Sasuke was inspired. Excessive chakra consumption for a ninja also leads to fatigue. So many times when Sasuke practiced a few great fireballs, he couldn't continue physical training. But now with yes' suggestion of using shadow clones to continue practicing, he could focus on physical training during the day, conserve his chakra, and let the shadow clones train ninjutsu while he sleeps. As for the fatigue from the shadow clones, teenagers recover quickly anyway, and since you're already asleep, and recovering the additional fatigue from a shadow clone would just make your sleep a bit deeper. This is indeed a good method. But why didn't I think of this before? It's so simple. After Yu peeled away this layer of confusion, Sasuke felt a bit frustrated and slapped his forehead. However, although he said that Sasuke understood that Yu could think of it while he couldn't, not because Yu was lucky, but because there was indeed a gap in their thinking. It's like solving a math problem, the answer that you can't seem to find a genius can figure out in an instant. You are indeed very smart, Yu. Oh, it's nothing much. Yu waved her hand with a smile, showing a bit of modesty. I'm merely standing on the shoulders of giants. If it weren't for those who created the shadow clone, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Although she was indeed quite proud of this, as it was a method she had discovered herself. However, is that really enough? Sasuke then asked. Yes' method was indeed good. It effectively solved the problem that ninjas could only focus on practicing either physical skills or ninjutsu in a day. But this method only divides a day into a day and a half of use. It does not reach the intensity that Yu has. Yes, indeed, it's not just that. Yu had never thought that this would be enough to satisfy Sasuke. But in fact, this method already contains the next key point, which is the approach. Yu continued, with effort established, you also need to exert initiative. Look for methods that allow you to achieve twice the result with half the effort, rather than just mindlessly working hard and exhausting yourself, achieving little. And next, if you have both effort and methods, then you might succeed in whatever you do, but wanting to leap over a big level in a short time is still impossible. At this point, another thing is needed: talent. Talent. Listening to Yu, Sasuke couldn't quite grasp it. Although he couldn't compare to his brother, he considered himself to have some talent. Was yes' talent supposed to be boundless? Yu explained, the talent I refer to is the best part of your talent. That is, what do you find easiest to master, what do you learn faster, and what is most suitable for you to learn. Like me, Yu used herself as an example. I am suited for swordsmanship, so I have always been learning swordsmanship. And you, Sasuke, you can use fire release. Do you think your talent lies in fire release? Fire release. Sasuke immediately shook his head. He could still remember how his father looked when he taught him the great fireball. He had some talent in fire release, but it was really average. And as Yu spoke, Sasuke completely understood. This meant that to improve, one couldn't just work hard. They needed to find methods, look at their own talents, and find the fastest path they could take. However, the current problem is that while Yu clarified the reasoning for him, how specifically should he do it? How should he explore what he is suited for? Sasuke shared this part of his confusion with Yu. But Yu just shook her head. For this you need to seek Kakashi. He is the Konoha technician who has copied thousands of ninjutsu. He might be able to help you. Alright. Sasuke felt a bit disappointed, but said nothing, as Yu had indeed done all she could. Then Sasuke was about to express his gratitude to Chienyu and head home to ponder how to seek direction. But at that moment Chienyu spoke first. By the way, I just remembered something. I remember your Sharingan has reached the level of 2 Tomo, right? Yes. Sasuke nodded. The 2 Tomo Sharingan can already copy physical techniques, so why not spar with me? Since the Sharingan can do such things, it shouldn't be wasted. We're teammates, so it's nothing for you to copy my swordsmanship. Sasuke stared in disbelief. The Uchiha Sharingan could replicate techniques others had painstakingly cultivated for years. Yet in the past, no one dared voice complaint, for the Uchiha clan stood at the zenith of power. Still, whispers persisted in the shadows. The Uchiha were dubbed the thieves of the clan. Thus, Uchiha members often exercised restraint. Especially when replicating a fellow villager's unique, closely guarded art, they would internalize it as personal cultivation, never flaunting it openly. Yet now Chiyo had just invited him outright. Go ahead. Copy me. What's so astonishing about that? Chiyo in turn regarded Sasuke's shock with genuine bewilderment. After synthesizing the Koryu swordsmanship and the Hatake blade art into the White Fang sword style, she had elevated it to master rank, the pinnacle of her current martial prowess. She already possessed several master rank techniques, and thus understood a fundamental truth: the profound personalized insight inherent in a master rank art could never be replicated. The White Fang sword style, for instance, consisted merely of stark, distilled forms, such as Form 1/Form 2 Thrust, Form 3 Cleave. Yet her earlier technique, Form 1 Modified /Dance, was not part of the formal style at all. It emerged solely from her own intuitive refinement, tailored precisely to her body and spirit. Those who learn from me live, those who imitate me die. Chiyo concluded with this aphorism delivered to Sasuke like a blade drawn clean from its scabbard. Oh, I see. Sasuke's eyes widened in sudden clarity. His intellect was sharp. Once guided comprehension bloomed instantly. To Chiyo, his learning from her held no taint of theft, for what was hers remained irrevocably hers. Mere mimicry could never seize its essence. And once he forged something truly his own, what he wielded would no longer be hers, but wholly, unmistakably his. Hence Chiyo felt no reluctance letting him copy her with the Sharingan, the core logic being simple: if it strengthened an ally, why withhold it? Just as she had taught Naruto the Gale Palm technique, whose dazzling variations had shone brightly during their battle against the Wave Country bandits. Still, Chiyo's generosity, abundant yet unguarded, stirred something deep within Sasuke. This was no ordinary bond between comrades or friends. After all, even blood brothers in the shinobi world had slaughtered one another for forbidden jutsu. Gazing steadily at Chiyo, Sasuke pledged solemnly, Chiyo, I will never forget this kindness today. If ever you need my aid, grant me the honor to serve you. Absolutely, no problem at all. Chiyo readily agreed. Yet agreement was agreement, and whether Sasuke would ever fully repay such a debt remained entirely uncertain. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Chiyo realized she did have something she needed Sasuke's help with. She turned to him, eyes wide and gleaming like polished cajole-rimmed orbs, rubbing her fingers together with mischievous glee. Sasuke, you're the last heir of the Uchiha, which means you're filthy rich, right? So, how about escorting your big sister shopping? And naturally, you'll cover the bill. Chiyo's current attire was still rather coarse. To achieve that miho caliber mastery over aesthetic resonance, the kind that seizes the heart at first glance, form alone wasn't enough. Fabric texture and craftsmanship demanded equal attention. To such a request, Sasuke of course consented without hesitation. Of all the Uchiha's legacies, only wealth remained in his possession. Truth be told, his happiest moment had been the day he owned nothing but the price of a single steamed bun. Thus one was impoverished save for gold, the other destitute save for steel. When these two met, it was as if the golden wind and jade dew converged. A single encounter eclipsed countless mortal joys. For days thereafter, Chiyo trained with Sasuke each morning, letting him replicate her swordsmanship and taijutsu, while every evening's indulgence was paid for by the young Uchiha heir, granting her a fleeting taste of aristocratic ease. Yet her repertoire was limited to begin with. Replication required little time. Once Sasuke's training was complete, Chiyo redirected her focus inward, to her own path. It was no grand crisis, merely the matter of strength, specifically the future evolution of her wind-weaving sword art. She sought to resolve its glaring flaw, its utter lack of actual swordsmanship. After all, the art had originally been conceived as a counter to Soji's approach, yet even Hashirama's might hadn't sufficed. Chiyo reflected the current state, wind-woven swordless, was ultimately her responsibility. For the system could only extrapolate along the lines of her original intent, and her original vision had centered solely on wind itself. Thus, though she'd invested heavily in morphological transformation and elemental wind manipulation, she possessed no practical application beyond auxiliary utility. Then the solution became clear: simply weave true swordsmanship into it. And conveniently, she now held the perfect foundation, the White Fang sword style. Yet the White Fang sword style alone was insufficient as she required inspiration. So she went straight to Konoha's Memorial Stone Forest, intending to seek Kakashi's personal training notes on his father's daily discipline. But this time Kakashi, whose presence in the Memorial Stone Forest had been as inevitable as sunrise, was nowhere to be found. Where is he? Chiyo began searching the forest. Though called a forest, it was scarcely larger than a modest grove, each stone carved with dozens of names, making cemetery a far more accurate term. Within moments, Chiyo had traversed the entire quiet expanse. Only 2 or 3 women lingered there, Kakashi's unmistakable silver mane conspicuously absent. She tugged absently at her hair, puzzled. Why has Kakashi strayed from life's path today? Where could he possibly be? Nearby, a woman with waist-length flowing hair and an aura of refined grace turned, revealing eyes of molten gold. Little one, are you searching for Kakashi? Yes, exactly. Chiyo stepped forward, brightening instantly, and asked sweetly, Big sister, do you know where he's gone? Indeed I do, the golden-eyed woman replied with a serene smile, speaking slowly and deliberately. A young man in black robes and white trousers came for him not long ago. Judging by the crest on his back, he appeared to be of the Uchiha clan. Ah, I see. So Kakashi was summoned by Sasuke. Now I understand. Chiyo nodded, comprehension dawning. Knowing Kakashi was with Sasuke, she could easily deduce their whereabouts, and prepared to set off immediately. Before departing, however, she bowed deeply to the kind woman. Thank you so much, big sister. I'll go find them now, goodbye. As she spoke, curiosity flickered, wondering why such a radiant woman would come here, and her gaze drifted instinctively toward the nearby memorial stone. Whether she saw anything or nothing remained unclear. She simply turned away, walking off with calm, measured steps. Yet as Chiyo's snowy white ponytail swayed gently behind her, the golden-eyed woman, who had just offered that helpful warning, curved her lips into a faint, knowing smile. She murmured almost imperceptibly, Child, you recognized me, didn't you? Are you going to die? Hearing the voice behind her, yes, body stiffened and her expression turned slightly grim. Luckily, she was not facing the other party at the moment, otherwise she would have been exposed in an instant. By subtly activating her water control technique, adjusting the flow of her blood to slow her heartbeat, Chiyo maintained an appropriate level of confusion as she turned around. Sister, are you calling me? Orochimaru did not answer, but maintained a teasing smile, watching Chiyo with great interest, as if she were enjoying a performance. Sister. Seeing that the other party did not respond, although she was already drenched in sweat, Chiyo still tilted her head cutely, maintaining a charming demeanor. But the woman before her was not swayed by such antics. Orochimaru spoke in a calm tone, her attitude resolute. You recognized me. I'm curious, how did you recognize me? Just by looking at Orochimaru's current female attire, it was clear she had only returned out of sudden interest. Of course, she might also have entertained the thought that few could recognize her upon returning in this guise. But this was akin to exposure. While seeking thrills, the desire was for undiscovered excitement for being discovered would lead to a different kind of play. Thus, she was genuinely curious about being recognized by Chiyo. This is quite unexpected indeed. However, facing Orochimaru's question, you could only force a smile. This time recognizing Orochimaru truly was unexpected. Hadn't she just mastered the White Fang sword technique to the master level? Reaching the master level not only enhanced her understanding of sword techniques, but also improved her previous sword territory. The sword territory encompasses all within a single sword strike, and upon reaching master level, with the White Fang sword technique, an additional step was added. Essentially, in every step within the reach of a sword, you would maintain the highest level of perception and reaction. The trouble today was precisely this additional distance, which allowed Chiyo to sense Orochimaru's cold and eerie aura. And Orochimaru was a man. This mental imprint may have blinded others, yet it did not obscure Chiyo. With long hair cascading to her waist, an oval face, and golden eyes, Chiyo instantly identified the person exuding such a chilling aura. Then the trouble arose here. Chiyo never expected that her first encounter with Orochimaru would not be during the Chunin exams, but at the Soul Consolation Forest. Caught off guard, she revealed a slight flaw, which immediately drew Orochimaru's attention. One could only say that knowing too much was truly a curse. At the same time, a single unexpected event could not dispel Orochimaru's curiosity. Unexpected? How can there be so many surprises? You can't dismiss my doubts with mere excuses. Or are you simply unable to speak? As she spoke, Orochimaru stepped forward, instantly appearing before Chiyo, her cold white hand bypassing Chiyo's instinctive block and precisely pinching her cheek. Then with a slight force, Chiyo's small mouth was forcibly opened, revealing a delicate pink tongue before Orochimaru's eyes. Yet upon that delicate tongue, there were no visible black seals as Orochimaru had presumed. So you are not one of Danzo's people. Orochimaru frowned slightly upon seeing this result. She had thought Qianyu was affiliated with the Root organization. She was a teammate of Naruto and Sasuke in Team 7, suddenly inserted into the class roster to replace Sakura Haruno after the list had already been finalized. In such circumstances, considering that Danzo had been clamoring about weaponizing Jinchuriki and monitoring the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru naturally inferred that Danzo had triumphed in the struggle against the third Hokage. She had mocked the third Hokage back then. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. There were other reasons for her joining Team 7. So tell me, don't keep me waiting too long. Orochimaru released Qianyu, expressing some interest in her. Alright. Under the immense disparity in strength, Qianyu was rarely obedient, even refraining from rubbing her sore cheeks. She explained, actually my perception is just relatively more sensitive than others. And I enjoy reading a bit more than others, so. Qianyu glanced at the Soul Consolation monument beside Orochimaru. That monument had some years behind it, weathered by the elements over time, leaving many traces. Yet the names inscribed were still as clear as ever. Following Qianyu's gaze, Orochimaru also saw that name, which had a profound impact on her, Shinju. Not bad, very keen observation and judgment. Orochimaru couldn't help but nod in praise. Being able to deduce her identity through her aura and the act of paying respects to Shinju, Qianyu was indeed among the more astute individuals Orochimaru had encountered. This put Orochimaru in a better mood. After all, as a scientist, she had a certain aversion to stupidity, unable to tolerate fools and idiots. Yet at the same time, Orochimaru shifted her tone. However, reading won't reveal my information. There is a saying that the pursuit of destruction begins with written words. Since the exposure of Orochimaru's human experimentation, everything about her had been labeled as evil, with all public records destroyed and any remaining ones hidden away by Danzo. The official records that could not be destroyed were written in a historical style, only preserved in the memories of that generation. If there were any inheritance, that would certainly not be surprising. But Qianyu is an orphan. So you have secrets? Orochimaru chuckled softly, opening her mouth under Qianyu's vigilant gaze, her dark red tongue sticky, with saliva darting out to lick her lips. What kind of secret could it be? Oh, how intriguing. A terrifying pressure descended upon Qianyu in that moment. It felt as if her body were crawling with countless slick cold snakes, sending chills down her spine. Drip. Cold sweat trickled down her smooth forehead. At that moment, she even felt an impulse to open the third gate and slip away using her space substitution. Yet she had a degree of confidence about escaping. However, Qianyu forcefully suppressed that impulse. Because she suddenly realized that Orochimaru would never harm her. She indeed had secrets, but she was not Sasuke. Her secrets were inconsequential to Orochimaru. Moreover, she was still a member of Team 7. Orochimaru's current target was Sasuke. What if something happened to her, and Team 7 couldn't participate in the Chunin exams? Thinking of this, Qianyu gradually calmed down. Observing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. A wise choice. You did not lose your composure out of fear, and you are quite clever with decent strength. What to do, little one? I find myself rather fond of you. So how about following me? Orochimaru's sudden invitation caught Chiyo off guard. Yet after the initial shock, she had to admit she was genuinely intrigued. After all, Orochimaru was no stingy miser like the third Hokage. To apprentice under the Snake Senpai meant unparalleled access, whether standard ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, or forbidden techniques would release even the Sharingan. Whatever one desired, she would provide it along with meticulous instruction. And hadn't Chiyo long yearned for a fine longsword? The Kusanagi blade, one of the finest in the shinobi world, would be hers too. The sole risk lay in brilliance itself. If one proved too exceptional, one might become a vessel. A mutual transaction. She sought his generosity, he her body. But Chiyo need not fear that fate. If Orochimaru could successfully possess her despite her system, then she might as well dash her skull against a tofu block and be done with it. Without exaggeration, Orochimaru stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiraiya. Both claimed with quiet authority to be the second greatest instructor in the shinobi world. No one dared dispute the first. Truly, to follow her would be extraordinary. So, shall I pledge my allegiance to Orochimaru? Chiyo asked herself inwardly. She pondered deeply, for a long while. Her final answer was yes, fervently, but regrettably no. For her system operated on impression points, tethering her irrevocably to Naruto's central narrative arc. Orochimaru's path held undeniable allure, yet alignment with her would likely sever her from the main storyline early on, much as Sasuke did. That outcome was utterly unacceptable to Chiyo. What then of declaring loyalty to Orochimaru while secretly serving as a Konoha spy? Superficially appealing, yet flawed. Did Orochimaru truly need a Konoha spy at this moment? She did, but only for one purpose: Sasuke's defection. Once Sasuke departed with her, Konoha lost all strategic value. Meanwhile, Chiyo, the so-called spy, would face peril either way, discarded by Orochimaru or exposed before the world, inviting catastrophic consequences. Thus, after careful weighing, Chiyo could only offer Orochimaru a graceful, heartfelt refusal. Is that so? Orochimaru showed no surprise at Chiyo's reply. What did surprise her was that Chiyo had genuinely hesitated, had felt genuine allure, and weighed the offer with sincere deliberation. How curious! After so many years' absence, a young kunoichi of the village still paused so thoughtfully when invited by her. A quiet, private warmth stirred within her chest. Yet for Orochimaru, the matter ended there. Her invitation had been little more than habitual impulse, an old habit of seduction spoken almost idly. To Orochimaru, Chiyo was merely a promising junior, nothing more. Her true intent was subtler. Chiyo was intelligent, and intelligence meant discretion. She would never burn bridges. By extending the invitation, and doing so with visible esteem, Orochimaru had granted Chiyo full dignity. Thus, even if Chiyo declined, she would never betray Orochimaru to Konoha. Though this return visit was merely incidental, discretion remained paramount, especially before the Chunin exams. Then, farewell, junior. I shall now. Orochimaru began to take her leave. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting her luxuriant silken black hair. Yet simultaneously, Orochimaru froze, astonished to find that Chiyo's hair and hem remained utterly still, unmoved by the same breeze. Closer inspection revealed a faint, imperceptible current swirling perpetually around Chiyo's form. This subtle vortex shielded her entirely, leaving her pristine and radiant, untouched by dust or wind. Yet she, who mastered wind release better than any in the 5 great nations, and bore the Sand Village's epithet, harbinger of calamity, for her mastery, had sensed nothing of this wind before it manifested. Fascinating. Orochimaru's serpentine golden eyes narrowed as she studied the delicate cyclone encircling Chiyo, genuine curiosity kindling within her. She asked again, Junior, you excel at wind release. Wind release. Adequately, I suppose. Though puzzled by the question, Chiyo answered truthfully, I know few formal wind release techniques, only a self-crafted wind-based taijutsu. To call it proficiency feels generous. Oh, a self-crafted wind release taijutsu. At the mention of novel jutsu, Orochimaru's interest sharpened further. Might I observe it? Certainly. Chiyo summoned a gale, enveloping herself and accelerating her movement as she darted back and forth before Orochimaru with blinding speed. Then in an instant she drew her blade, wind coiling fiercely around its length, as several razor-edged gusts slashed cleanly through falling leaves. Chiyo sheathed her sword slowly. Clap, 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 clap. A crisp, rhythmic applause echoed. Though the demonstration lasted mere seconds, Orochimaru's golden serpentines gleamed with renewed intensity, and Chiyo's perceived worth surged sharply in her estimation. Enveloping oneself in wind to negate air resistance, thereby enhancing speed, and further amplifying velocity through controlled gusts. A remarkably elegant conception. Your taijutsu is truly exceptional. Truly. Receiving praise from Orochimaru, the undisputed master of ninjutsu, filled Chiyo with quiet elation. Indeed. Orochimaru nodded firmly, then shook her head gently. Alas, I see your intention. You seek to thicken that protective wind layer, to augment speed and add defensive resilience. Am I correct? Yet insufficient chakra reserves confine you to mere resistance and negation. Likewise, your windblade attacks remain underdeveloped. This technique remains for now unfinished. You're absolutely right. I've been seeking ways to refine it. That's precisely why I sought Kakashi's counsel. Chiyo acknowledged, nodding in agreement. She longed to forge a natural windshield around herself, like the way of the wanderer, yet lacked the impression points to manifest it. And yes, her offensive capability remained persistently weak, the enduring flaw of her wind-wielding swordsmanship. Yet Orochimaru's words hinted at something more. Chiyo looked at her hopeful and expectant. Meeting Chiyo's gaze, Orochimaru offered the serene, knowing smile of a venerable elder. In her signature low, resonant voice, she declared, No need to trouble Kakashi. Such a trivial matter is easily resolved by me. Consider it a welcome gift for a charming junior, and recompense for startling you earlier. With that, Orochimaru raised a finger, whereupon a small serpent slithered from her sleeve, yawned wide, and regurgitated a scroll the size of a mineral water bottle into her palm. Emblazoned across its surface, bold and unmistakable, the kanji for wind. Here, take it. Orochimaru extended the scroll toward Chiyo. What is this? Chiyo accepted the scroll. To her mild astonishment, its surface bore no viscous residue, only dry, clean parchment, utterly unobjectionable. Merely some modest insights I've gathered on wind release, Orochimaru replied casually. Also included are several foundational techniques. Study them to perfect your taijutsu. Truly, Chiyo's delight surged. Though Orochimaru spoke lightly, this was the distilled wisdom of the true doctor of ninjutsu, his lifelong mastery of wind release rendered tangible. Were this scroll unveiled in the shinobi world, rival Windusers would wage bloody wars to claim it. Yet here it lay freely bestowed upon her. Overwhelmed, Chiyo stammered, "This, isn't it far too precious?" "Not at all," Orochimaru smiled faintly. "As I said, it's but a modest token for a junior." Her gaze drifted toward the memorial stone nearby, and her voice softened with melancholy. "Seeing you stirs memories of days long past." For a suspended moment, Chiyo could not discern whether Orochimaru's sorrow was genuine, whether she truly saw in her the ghost of Danzo's fallen comrade, or whether this too was performance. After a long silence, Orochimaru emerged from her reverie with a soft sighing breath, laden with unspoken emotion. Then she turned to Chiyo. "Well then, junior, I have paid my respects to Danzo. It is time I depart." With that she turned and walked away. Yet after only a few paces she paused, turned back with a playful blink and a faint enigmatic smile. "Ah, one last thing, do remember, do not speak of my visit to anyone else. Let it be our private pact." "Of course." Chiyo bowed her head earnestly. Reassured, Orochimaru finally departed, her silhouette receding with effortless grace. Yet inexplicably, watching Orochimaru's elegant retreating figure, Chiyo felt an urgent visceral urge to chase after her, until after a long moment, she forcibly quelled it. Then she unfurled the scroll in her hands and glanced inside. Wind release great breakthrough, wind release gale cut, wind release beast wave palm, wind release wind slaying formation, wind release pressure harm. Techniques spanning ranks D through B comprehensively compiled. This was no mere collection of modest insights. It was a foundational compendium of wind release, annotated meticulously in Orochimaru's own hand. At last Chiyo understood the origin of that sudden, overwhelming impulse to follow her. The snake senpai. She truly was magnanimous beyond measure. As one of the legendary Sannin, she maintained impeccable composure throughout, never once slipping from her role as a revered senior, treating Chiyo with unwavering respect and gravity. Upon recognizing Chiyu's technical deficiency, she immediately offered a priceless scroll, no strings attached, no expectation of reciprocity, perfecting her posture of benevolent mentorship. Then came the poignant memory play, evoking the rare, tender vulnerability beneath the serpent's cold exterior, instilling involuntary affection sealed with a solemn, intimate vow. Who among mortals could remain unmoved? Impossible to tell, truly impossible. Only Chiyo, as a transmigrator who knew Orochimaru's true nature, resisted. Were she a native shinobi of this world, would she not have pledged herself on the spot? Even knowing the truth, Chiyu's regard for Orochimaru had soared, proof perhaps of the greatest seducer in the shinobi world wielding her craft with peerless mastery. Snap! Watching as Shao Li confessed, Qianye's lips twitched, her eyes trembled, her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her facial expression spiraled out of control. Uft! Ha 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 ha! 2333333333333. I never expected this episode to be so funny. I am a trained professional, and I would never laugh under any circumstances, but this time Qianyu ha ha ha. The barrage was filled with laughter. As someone said before, I never expected this episode to be so funny. It's perfectly normal for someone as beautiful as Qianyu to have admirers and receive confessions. But they never imagined that the first to confess would be someone like Shao Li, dressed in green like a watermelon rind, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a kappa hairstyle, and a comical grin that could reflect light. With such a comical character around, the goddess-like aura of Qianyu, who occasionally appeared aloof with her white hair and red eyes, seemed to dissipate, making her appear more like a comedic figure. This is the reason for the barrage of laughter. Of course, the visible distress on Qianye's face at that moment was also a contributing factor to their amusement. One could say that the more frustrated Qianyu felt inside, the more they wanted to laugh. It was a balance of smiles. Perhaps Qianyu herself never expected that there would come a day when she would embarrass herself to make others laugh. However, at this moment, Qianyu couldn't care less about that, because she truly never anticipated that she would have a day where someone would confess to her. Although she had mentally prepared herself for such a scenario upon becoming a girl. However, the arrival of this day felt like a reminder that she no longer had to long. An uncontrollable wave of agitation surged within her. What she also never expected was that Shao Li, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, was actually someone who fell in love with anyone he met. Or perhaps he was simply someone who liked beautiful things. And Qianyu, who once had to long, could certainly accept that. But how could you say that she was the one you liked, the beautiful one? With a frown, Qianyu suddenly placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, surprising everyone. In the next moment, a strong sense of sharpness pierced through the hearts of everyone present. Under this overwhelming aura, a panic arose, as if standing on the edge of a cliff, a slight misstep could lead to a fall. For those with keen senses like Ning Ci, There was even a premonition that Qian long sword would slice across his neck in the next second. He quickly shouted a warningly step back. Then facing Qian Yu, Ning Xiai assumed a standard martial arts stance. Prompted by Ning Xiai, Tian also hurriedly braced herself. Only Naruto, who was naturally oblivious and not the main target, was completely clueless. Nah. What's going on? Naruto couldn't understand why everyone was ready to fight, just because Xiaoli came over to confess. That fool. Sasuke sighed helplessly at Naruto. But at the same time he looked at Qianyu with a serious expression. Although he completely understood that Qianyu had touched her sore spot and overreacted, wasn't this reaction a bit too much? Sasuke tentatively called out, "Hey Qianyu, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Qianyu took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her displeasure, her imposing aura receding like a tide. A cold voice slipped through her teeth. "Sorry, I have no interest in ordinary humans. And I don't like men. Moreover, you're just someone who is simply attracted to beauty, which is quite troubling." "Is that so?" Hearing Qianyu's words, Xiaoli immediately slumped. "I'm sorry, Qianyu." "Who?" After finally expressing her thoughts, Qianyu let out a long sigh of relief. "In any case, remember this for the future. Let's go, I've already wasted too much time." Qianyu glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. She no longer wanted to linger at this falling phoenix slope. Seeing Qianyu like this, Naruto and Sasuke naturally dared not say a word, obediently following behind her as they headed to the examination room on the 3rd floor. Ning Xiai watched the few of them leave, his gaze finally shifting from Sasuke's back to Qianyu. "Qianyu, huh? Even someone from the Uchiha clan can be commanded by her and that previous aura. This time's Chunin exam has become interesting. Let's go." Ning Xiai looked at Xiaoli. "Oh." Xiaoli nodded and followed behind Ning Xiai as they left. And it's hard to tell whether Qianyu had struck him too hard or what, but this time Xiaoli had no intention of looking for Sasuke. Watching as Xiaoli confessed, Qianyu's lips twitched, her eyes trembled, her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her facial expression spiraled out of control. Ha. 2333333333333. I never expected this episode to be so funny. I am a trained professional, and I would never laugh under any circumstances, but this time Qianyu, ha. The barrage was filled with laughter. As someone said before, I never expected this episode to be so funny. It's perfectly normal for someone as beautiful as Qianyu to have admirers and receive confessions. But they never imagined that the first to confess would be someone like Xiaoli, dressed in green like a watermelon rind, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a kappa hairstyle, and a comical grin that could reflect light. With such a comical character around, the goddess-like aura of Qianyu, who occasionally appeared aloof with her white hair and red eyes, seemed to dissipate, making her appear more like a comedic figure. This is the reason for the barrage of laughter. Of course, the visible distress on Qianyu's face at that moment was also a contributing factor to their amusement. One could say that the more frustrated Qianyu felt inside, the more they wanted to laugh. It was a balance of smiles. Perhaps Qianyu herself never expected that there would come a day when she would embarrass herself to make others laugh. However, at this moment, Qianyu couldn't care less about that, because she truly never anticipated that she would have a day where someone would confess to her. Although she had mentally prepared herself for such a scenario upon becoming a girl. However, the arrival of this day felt like a reminder that she no longer had to long. An uncontrollable wave of agitation surged within her. What she also never expected was that Xiaoli, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, was actually someone who fell in love with anyone he met. Or perhaps he was simply someone who liked beautiful things. And Qianyu, who once had to long, could certainly accept that. But how could you say that she was the one you liked, the beautiful one? With a frown, Qianyu suddenly placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, surprising everyone. In the next moment, a strong sense of sharpness pierced through the hearts of everyone present. Under this overwhelming aura, a panic arose, as if standing on the edge of a cliff, a slight misstep could lead to a fall. For those with keen senses like Ning Xiai, there was even a premonition that Qianyu's long sword would slice across his neck in the next second. He quickly shouted a warningly step back. Then facing Qianyu, Ning Xiai assumed a standard martial arts stance. Prompted by Ning Xiai, Tian also hurriedly braced herself. Only Naruto, who was naturally oblivious and not the main target, was completely clueless. Nah. What's going on? Naruto couldn't understand why everyone was ready to fight, just because Xiaoli came over to confess. That fool. Sasuke sighed helplessly at Naruto. But at the same time he looked at Qianyu with a serious expression. Although he completely understood that Qianyu had touched her sore spot and overreacted, wasn't this reaction a bit too much? Sasuke tentatively called out, "Hey Qianyu, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Qianyu took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her displeasure, her imposing aura receding like a tide. A cold voice slipped through her teeth. "Sorry, I have no interest in ordinary humans. And I don't like men. Moreover, you're just someone who is simply attracted to beauty, which is quite troubling." "Is that so?" Hearing Qianyu's words, Xiaoli immediately slumped. I'm sorry, Qianyu. Who? After finally expressing her thoughts, Qianyu let out a long sigh of relief. In any case, remember this for the future. Let's go, I've already wasted too much time. Qianyu glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. She no longer wanted to linger at this falling phoenix slope. Seeing Qianyu like this, Naruto and Sasuke naturally dared not say a word, obediently following behind her as they headed to the examination room on the 3rd floor. Ningxiai watched the few of them leave, his gaze finally shifting from Sasuke's back to Qianyu. Qianyu, huh? Even someone from the Uchiha clan can be commanded by her and that previous aura. Hee, this time's Chunin exam has become interesting. Let's go. Ningxiai looked at Xiaoli. Oh, Xiaoli nodded and followed behind Ningxiai as they left. And it's hard to tell whether Qianyu had struck him too hard or what, but this time Xiaoli had no intention of looking for Sasuke. Ino pouted, her lips pursed in displeasure as the assault was thwarted. Karu gently set Ino down and admonished her. You know better. Modesty suits a young lady. Right, I get it, Mama Karu. Honestly, you're just like an old-fashioned housekeeper. Isn't that right, Hinata? Ino turned to seek an ally. Ah, well. Hinata shyly interlaced her fingers. I think it's fine. A housekeeper's oversight may be all-encompassing, but when laced with genuine affection, it far surpasses even the rigid house rules of the Hyuga clan. Ugh. Ino fell silent, fully aware of Hinata's gentle nature. Moments later, the rest of Team Konohamaru gathered around. Kiba scanned the crowd with Akamaru perched atop his head. Looks like this year's graduating genin teams are nearly all present, except Sakura's squad. Ino, do you know what's going on? I actually do. Ino nodded, her expression tinged with regret. One of Sakura's teammates was injured and hospitalized. She's been tending to him there these past few days, so she couldn't attend the Chunin exams this time. Oh, that's right. Naruto suddenly recalled. That must have been why Sakura's team was heading to the hospital after meeting Gaara. What a shame. I was really hoping to see Sakura-kun. Naruto sighed wistfully. Karu, however, remained unperturbed. If this encounter prompted Sakura to begin training in medical ninjutsu earlier than before, it would indeed be a favorable outcome, albeit one where she forfeited the dual promise win and become Hokage, lose, and marry Sakura. Alas, Sakura had just missed her greatest safety net. Yet as Karu reflected upon this, a subtle realization struck her. When Sakura was present, the equation was win and become Hokage, lose, and marry Sakura. But now, the 7th team was Sakura. So who stood at its center? Win and marry Karu. Lose and become Hokage. Karu felt a phantom ache ripple through her limbs. After a brief round of greetings among the young shinobi, the ever-timely Chunin exam briefing figure, pharmacist Kabuto, appeared as if scripted. With practiced eloquence, he effortlessly cultivated the image of a caring senior. Then before their eyes appeared the shinobi information cards, compact tools capable of recording detailed personnel data. The first card displayed the number of participants from each village Suna: 30 Oamigakure, 21 Akuzagakure, 15 Otakigakure, 12 Kanagakure, 72. And finally, Otogakure 6. 6. Karu's attention snapped into focus. That's 3 more than expected. She distinctly remembered only Dosukin and Zaku representing Otogakure. Instinctively, she recalled the unique earth release traces she'd observed earlier in room 201. A distinctive earth technique, reddish in hue. Could it be her? A faint, indistinct silhouette stirred within Karu's mind, though certainty still eluded her. Just then, after Kabuto concluded his remarks, Sasuke stepped forward. Do these cards store personal details as well? Indeed they do. Kabuto's gaze sharpened. Is there someone specific you're curious about? Yes, Sasuke replied without hesitation. Very well. Kabuto began shuffling his cards deftly. Though the candidates' profiles aren't exhaustive, I've archived everything, including yours. Just tell me the name of whomever you wish to know about. I'll retrieve whatever I can. Garo of Suna. Sasuke named his first inquiry without pause, yet hesitated before uttering the second. And whom else? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, intrigued. Is there something unusual about this person? Nothing. Sasuke shook his head, then paused, his gaze slowly drifting sideways. All eyes followed his line of sight, to find Karu silver-haired, crimson-eyed, and utterly endearing. Karu instantly caught on. She'd even planned to ask Kabuto about Otogakure herself, once Sasuke finished. Instead, the wind had shifted abruptly toward her. She tilted her head, puzzled. If you want to know about me, just ask. I'm hardly secretive. After all, you've already learned quite a bit these past days. I've kept nothing hidden. Well, Sasuke, uncharacteristically flustered, looked away. He murmured, I simply wondered how someone so formidable could seem so ordinary. Since he collects intelligence, I thought perhaps his records held extra insight. Ah, I see. Karu nodded. Kabuto, listening closely, likewise grasped the intent. So, To confirm Gaara of Suna and Karu of Konoha, Phoenix Temple Karu. With names retrieval is swift, please wait a moment. Kabuto's fingers danced across his deck like a seasoned card shuffler, swiftly drawing 2 cards. Here they are. First, Gaara of Suna. Kabuto pressed Gaara's card to the ground and tapped it once with a single finger. Mission record 8, crank 1 brank. Abilities. Regrettably, as a foreign rookie visiting Konoha for the first time, no further data exists, though rumor claims he returns from every mission unscathed. That's it. Sasuke sounded disappointed. This yielded less than what he'd gleaned from Karu's battle with Gaara. Apologies, ahem. Let's proceed to Phoenix Temple Karu. Flustered Kabuto drew the second card and unlocked it. As a fellow Konoha shinobi, Karu's dossier proved far richer. Phoenix Temple Karu 1 crank 7 dranks. Her Jonin instructor is known to all, no need to elaborate. Regarding abilities, she is a master swordsman, a legacy of her clan. Before joining Konoha, the Phoenix Temple clan was renowned across the land as a distinguished samurai lineage. But Sasuke, you sought special information, didn't you? As it happens, I do have one intriguing detail. Truly. Kabuto's words sharpened their focus. What is it? Karu leaned in eagerly. Well, a cryptic smile flickered across Kabuto's lips. As I mentioned, the Phoenix Temple clan is a fallen samurai house. Yet many such clans dwell in Konoha bound by alliance, marriage, and mutual respect. Among them, the Phoenix Temple clan shares its closest ties with another storied samurai family, the Hatake. Kabuto swept his gaze across the group. Yes, the very clan from which your Jonin sensei Hatake Kakashi hails. It's entirely possible Karu and your sensei share blood ties, even distant ones. After all, Konoha has remarkably few silver-haired shinobi. At Kabuto's words, every pair of eyes darted to Karu's hair, then instantly to Kakashi's. The resemblance was undeniable. Truth be told, they'd sensed it before. Now Kabuto had confirmed it beyond doubt. Consider the white fang sword technique. Even if Kakashi no longer wielded it, would he truly bestow its original scrolls upon Karu so freely? Such generosity seemed excessive, for mere teacher and student, not formal master and disciple. So, does that make the lazy Kakashi our elder brother-in-law? Who on the upper floor do you think you are calling someone a lazybones? Show some respect to my elder brother-in-law. Your elder brother-in-law. My elder brother-in-law. Enough. What's the point of arguing over the cyber elder brother? We're all comrades, aren't we? True, but I must say Kakashi still carries an air about him. Why not count him in as well? 6. Kakashi, is it still too late for me to bow out now? The barrage of comments had already summoned the elder brother-in-law. Qianyu, for her part, found Yao Shido's words plausible. Setting aside her earlier fusion of ancient sword techniques and flagwood blade methods into the white fang sword style. Consider Yao Shido himself a trusted retainer of Da Shiwan, a three-faced spy moving between Da Shiwan, Tuanzong, and Xia. He was not the sort to speak without cause. Still, such revelations changed little in practice. At most, they dispelled some of Qian Yu's doubts. Putting aside the possibility that Kakashi might be a relative, Qian Yu continued, back to the other intelligence. Do you have anything on Inrin Village? Inrin Village. Yao Shido bowed his head slightly as he listened. The gleam on his lenses conveniently masked the oddity in his eyes. Yes. Qian Yu feigned curiosity. I'm quite intrigued. Other villages field a dozen or more, sometimes dozens, yet they only have 6. How confident must they be in themselves, eh? I see, Yao Shido chuckled. I'm afraid I have no intelligence on them. Inrin Village is a newly established small village in recent years, so I possess no records. Not even names. Qian Yu frowned. She had not expected Yao Shido to be so meticulous. Indeed, not even names. But those who made it to the Chunin exams must be formidable. All the villages are like this. Those who reach this stage are the elite among the Genin, Yao Shido concluded. Is that so? Chutian felt a little intimidated. I feel a bit less confident now. Hey, don't say that. Jingye scolded. Sorry, Chutian bowed her head. A heavy atmosphere spread through the group. After all, they were freshly graduated Genin stepping out of the academy only to compete with elite Genin from other villages. It was like clutching the village's ancestral blade and leaving the novice hamlet only to find the final boss waiting at the gate. Qian Yu, however, remained untroubled. Some things look weighty until measured. Once weighed, they may amount to almost nothing. In the ninja world, Genin from great villages and those from small hamlets were polar opposites. Moreover, many present came from the distinguished clans of the great villages. She glanced at Mingren, who was clenching his fists and clearly building up his temper, and with a sharp clap, she interrupted him. Then she comforted Chutian. All right, Chutian, there's no need to be afraid. Should I have Mingren protect you? This. Chutian flushed crimson, turning into an embarrassed wisp of steam. The teasing was too much for her. Yet hints such as these meant nothing to Mingren. He simply asked, puzzled, why would I protect Chutian? Really? Just sit down. Qian Yu rolled her eyes at Mingren with no patience. The commentary feed erupted in ridicule at his cluelessness. One could not deny that Mingren was rather slow to catch on. Some wondered if he had drunk too much spoiled milk and lost a bit of wit. Qianyu could not be bothered to fuss. If Mingren could grasp it, fine. If not, he could remain a loser. There were plenty of golden-haired failures to spare. Whether someone restrained the attack or Yao Shidou simply did not provoke them this time, the Inran ambush did not occur. As the commentators mocked, Mingren's Sena Yabixi made a glittering entrance. The first stage of the Chunin exams, the written test, officially began. Each contestant began with 10 points by default, 1 point deducted per wrong answer, 2 points for being caught cheating once, and 5 instances of detected cheating meant immediate disqualification. A 0 would drag down teammates and eliminate them as well. With proctors everywhere, the examination became a nightmare for these average students. Thus, the so-called exam was really a test of their reconnaissance and subterfuge. Wa'ilao and Zhuazhu brute forced with Sandai and Sharingan Shino, and Xuanzhongya relied on Pets Jingye, turned her heart around, and cleverly rigged mirrors on the ceiling with wire kankuro, even had crows posing as proctors for a 2-player farce. For a time, everyone displayed their tricks. The rustle of pens formed a chorus. Each was occupied with their own scheme, except Mingren. Oh no, what do I do? Time keeps slipping away. Oh, is cheating the only option? Staring at a blank paper, Mingren's head throbbed. As he, under Kyushin's invitation, prepared to swallow his pride and peek at her answers, a kunai sliced silently between them and pinned itself to the exam paper of the person diagonally behind him. What followed was a steady stream of eliminations announced by the proctors. Some candidates, unwilling to accept a ruling, attempted to resist and were pinned against the wall. Mingren's impulse to cheat evaporated. After agonizing thought, unwilling to implicate Qianyu or Zhuazhu, he declared with mock swagger to Chutian that true strength never stoops to cheating. He left under Kyushin's admiring gaze and silently shed bitter tears. His pretension would be maintained even if it cost him those tears. Ha ha, I'm dying laughing. This is what a great obsessed loser looks like. The commentary launched another volley of jeers at Mingren. Mingren, you fool. Qianyu shook her head in exasperation. Fine'll help you. Although Mingren might not be disqualified for leaving answers blank, Qianyu possessed the means to help, and aiding him would also earn her reputation points. Conveniently, she had finished her own paper. The questions posed no difficulty to someone with higher education in a past life. Qianyu laid her hand on the exam sheet she had deliberately left nameless. In that instant, her spatial perception unfurled and locked onto Mingren's paper. She intended to employ the system's pinnacle substitution technique. The spatial substitute that could even swap bodies. Exchanging 2 papers would be trivial. Luckily, the first and second stages of the exam were a day apart, so she need not fear exhausting her trump card on the first test. In the next moment, the substitution activated. With a soft whoosh, the 2 exam papers were swapped without a sound. Under Mingren's astonished gaze, his blank paper transformed instantly into a perfect answer sheet filled with elegant flowing script. He recognized the handwriting. Qianyu. When? He blurted, looking instinctively in her direction. But Qianyu, having successfully swapped the papers, began writing again on the sheet now in front of her. She completed the deed and slipped away, hiding her merit as ever. Incredible. How did she do that? Imagine using that to pass secret notes. What a thrill. The chat erupted with awe. Just as Qianyu had predicted, her small display provoked admiration and a surge of reputation points. The tensest moment of the whole Chunin exam rested upon Mingren's illiteracy. Once the literacy problem was solved, the rest unfolded naturally. With Sena Yabix's pressure broken by Mingren, and with many candidates already eliminated from the room, Qianyu finally spotted the second team from Inran. They consisted of a young woman with a pineapple-style hairdo and bluish-gray hair, flanked by 2 burly men. Qianyu did not recognize the last 2. They were clearly just muscle for show. But the woman in front was very familiar. As she had guessed, the newcomer was the famed Jingdun master Honglian. She wielded a bloodline limit that fused fire and earth, the crystalline release Jingdun. It could crystallize surrounding matter into various offensive and defensive forms. Its sole weakness was brittleness. Jingdun's structures were delicate and easily shattered by high-frequency sonic resonance. During the Jiefengchuan era, Honglian once briefly clashed with the Three Tails. Though overwhelmed, her Jingdun left an indelible impression. Clearly, if Honglian could solve Jingdun's fragility, she would be worthy of an ambu-level standing. Even with 3 years until the Jiefengchuan timeline, Honglian was already at least a special Jonin, and perhaps even stronger. In this early phase, when techniques were scarce, Jingdun's fragility was almost irrelevant. Against Wa'ilao, she might even hold her own. Qianyu was puzzled. Honglian had no business appearing in the Chunin exams. Who could possibly be her opponent? Qianyu scanned the examinees, but after a round of glances, her gaze sadly returned to her own seat, number 32C. With Jingdun's attributes, facing a purely physical swordsman like her would be child's play, an absolute counter. Was Shiwan trying to recruit her? Perhaps he planned as with Zhuozhu to arrange a staged defeat and then offer power afterward. This is troublesome, Qianyu frowned. If so, Honglian would inevitably meet her in the Chunin preliminaries of the second stage. Maybe Shiwan would not mind Qian Yes elimination. For Qian Yu, missing the third stage would mean a direct loss of reputation points. I must find a way. Qian Yes gaze drifted once more to her skill panel as she searched for a plan. If one intends to confront Honglian, learning a sound-based technique now would clearly be too late, and Qian Yu lacks the requisite foundation. Yet what fundamentally is sound? It is vibration. If high-frequency sound waves are unattainable, perhaps high-frequency vibration remains viable. In the Gundam universe, high-frequency weapons frequently transmit intense oscillations into materials, inducing rapid vibrational fatigue, ultimately severing them in moments. Does Qian Yu's existing skill set contain an ability capable of generating such high-frequency vibration? The answer is yes, Shuntan. So in the end, I must master Shuntan after all. Qian Yu sighed, gazing at the locked Shuntan skill on her interface. Of her two bloodline limits, she had secretly preferred Hayatan. After all, which warrior hasn't dreamed of becoming a mage? Yet necessity leaves no room for preference. Thus, after completing the first examination and dispersing from Team 7, Qian Yu returned alone to her favorite training grove. She had begun with 1500 impression points, spending 100 on Hakagiki Kinpo, and Go Suiken left her with 5000. Yet upon returning, she noticed, whether due to a surge in popularity of the Naruto series elsewhere or some other cause, that viewership was rising sharply and her impression points consequently swelled. Her battle against Gaara and the first stage of the Chunin exams alone yielded another 1300 points, surpassing her prior total by 300, bringing her tally to 1800. Thus developing Shuntan was now feasible. Gazing at her interface, Raitun and Shuntan both displayed. Qian Yu tapped decisively and began her effort. Ding! 1000 impression points consumed. Raitun chakra, undeveloped 1100 Raitun chakra, fully developed max. Ding! 1000 impression points consumed. Shuntan, unfused 1100 Shuntan, fully developed max. As the system announced each step, a torrent of energy surged directly into Qian Yu from the void. Yet unlike before, this energy did not linger in skin, muscle, or meridians, but descended deeper, ever deeper, until it reached the most fundamental level of human genetics, the base pairs of DNA. A strange tingling itch erupted from the very core of her soul. MMN. Clenching her lips against the peculiar sensation of enhancement, Qian Yu stifled a low, guttural sound in her throat. Fortunately, though precise genetic modification required no vast expenditure of energy, soon the tingling subsided, and a newfound lightness flooded her being. Simultaneously, the system issued another round of enhancements. Agility Elite Chunin Tokubetsu Jonin. Spirit Tokubetsu Jonin Standard Jonin. Chakra Tokubetsu Jonin Standard Jonin. Through the mastery of Raitun chakra and Shuntan, Qian Yu's agility, spirit, and chakra reserves had all ascended once more. Her 5 core attributes now stood thus: Physique Tokubetsu Jonin, Strength Elite Chunin, Agility Tokubetsu Jonin, Spirit Standard Jonin, Chakra Standard Jonin. Aside from the natural physical disparity between genders, every attribute had reached a truly formidable level. As for strength, Qian Yu scarcely worried. After all, physics ancient sages had long declared speed is force. She gripped the hilt of her blade and turned toward the wooden post she'd prepared earlier, channeling the newly awakened power within her. In the next instant, a blinding white light erupted from her body, enveloping her entirely. VVVRR. A subtle, enigmatic ripple shimmered through the air. Then Qian Yu realized. The world had fallen utterly silent. The forest's rustling creatures, its fluttering wings and skittering paws vanished, as if muted by an invisible hand. Yet she quickly understood the world hadn't stilled. She had accelerated. Before her, a dragonfly beat its wings in slow, deliberate motion. Dragonflies typically flap their wings 10 to 13 times per second, up to 16 to 40 under peak conditions. Yet now that motion appeared as sluggish as a slide presentation frozen mid-transition. She surveyed her surroundings. All movement seemed suspended in amber. This is Shuntan, Qian Yu murmured softly, awestruck. Such stillness, so surreal. A sudden question flickered across her mind. How then did Quicksilver ever succumb to bullets? Was it truly just budget constraints? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. Instead, she began rigorously testing Shuntan across the training ground. As she immersed herself in experimentation, time itself seemed bent. By the time she glanced up, noon of the following day had already arrived. Training Ground 44 of Konoha, the entrance to the Forest of Death, Team 7 reconvened. Yet something felt different. Crack, creak, creak, crack, creak, creak. An odd, persistent sound now accompanied their reunion, repeating rhythmically without pause. After enduring it for some time, Naruto could bear it no longer. Hey Chinyu, are you starving? Why have you been eating nonstop since you arrived? He stared bewildered as Chinyu devoured chocolate bars with vigorous bites. That question, I'd like to ask it too. Sasuke's eyes gleamed sharply. Choji eats like that because the Akimichi clan's secret techniques demand it. Why have you suddenly adopted the same habit? Could it be, you're nervous? Folding one arm across his chest and resting his chin on the fingers of the other, he nodded with quiet certainty. Indeed, eating does seem to effectively ease tension. Is that so? Naruto accepted the explanation without hesitation. Though he considered himself unfazed, he reasoned that Chinyu, despite her strength, was after all still a young woman. Nerves were only natural. Instantly flustered, he stammered. Sorry Chinyu. I didn't realize, ow. Tears welled as he clutched his forehead, baffled. Why did you hit me? For jumping to absurd conclusions, Chinyu replied, exasperated. Then she turned to Sasuke. Enough provoking. I'll tell you plainly. I'm eating like this because yesterday I mastered a new secret technique, one that demands extraordinary energy replenishment. Chinyu now resembled Barry Allen, the Flash. His connection to the Speed Force accelerated his metabolism far beyond normal, necessitating constant caloric intake. Her shuntin, while negligible in idle state, exacted a far greater toll during activation than even the Speed Force. During her first use last night, unaware of the strain, Chinyu nearly starved, her body burning through reserves like a camel depleting its hump. To avoid wasting away into frailty, she deliberately stocked high-energy snacks. I see, Sasuke said, the confusion in his gaze melting into understanding. But almost immediately his expression twisted into a mask of anguish. So you've grown stronger again. While Chinyu advanced, Sasuke had sought Kakashi, only to be told time was insufficient and training would wait. TCH. He fell silent, retreating inward. Observing him, the commentary stream erupted in amused mockery. We warned you, don't pry into a beautiful girl's affairs. Ignored us, did you? Exactly. My wife needs extra nourishment for our future child. What's wrong with that? Right? And if the baby can't finish it, I'll gladly take over. The one ahead claims human milk tastes fishy. Even better, I adore flavor. Slurp slurp. Truly, internet commentators never fail to astound me. Oh, and save me a share. 6. Mind-bending. Undeniably mind-bending. Chinyu averted her gaze from the livestream panel, resolving to browse commentary less often. There was that saying, when you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you. Too much exposure to such commentary risked infecting her own thoughts. Take for instance the question now occupying her mind. Truly, does it taste fishy? Should I, when I master medical ninjutsu, synthesize a sample to taste? Of course she was no pervert, merely curious. Pure curiosity. Really, just look into her eyes. Guided by the commentary, Chinyu blinked slowly, her innocent crimson eyes wide, as her thoughts drifted into delightfully unmoderated reverie. Noticing her distraction, Naruto and Sasuke chose not to intervene. Time remained early, still well before their appointed meeting with Mitarashi Anko. Unbeknownst to them, the camera's focus had subtly shifted, no longer centered on the trio, but now lingering upon 3 figures approaching from afar, 2 men and 1 woman, each bearing musical note forehead protectors. Glancing briefly at Team 7, one man bowed respectfully to Honglian. Madam Honglian, we've located them. Then what are we waiting for? Proceed. Honglian's voice dripped with haughty disdain. They're curious about us. Let us satisfy that curiosity, thoroughly. Yes, Madam Honglian. Both male Odanin nodded in unison. Then towering figures, both standing a full 180 centimeters tall, they strode purposefully toward Team 7. A distant hostile presence pierced the air. Chinyu and Sasuke tensed instantly. Their eyes met. Chinyu gave the faintest shake of her head, urging caution. Let them observe further. They watched silent as the Odanin passed directly by them, then veered sharply toward Naruto. Naruto, absorbed in peering through the wire mesh at the forest of death, offered no immediate clue as to their intent. Until, though clearly spotting Naruto, they collided with him, deliberately, hands sweeping over his person, planting something unseen. Oof! Toppled by the impact, Naruto landed flat on his back, legs flailing skyward. Who pushed me? He spun around, fury blazing, only to meet the towering, stooping figures of the 2 Odanin. His bravado visibly crumbled. What do you want? He ventured cautiously. Nothing much, just surveying the exam site. Didn't expect to bump into a little shrimp. Sorry, little shrimp, you're simply too short. We genuinely didn't see you. The Odanin sneered, arrogance etched across his face. His words ignited Naruto's temper. What did you say? He rolled up his sleeves. Wanna fight, huh? Ha ha. Stepping forward in unison, the 2 Odanin flanked him, trapping Naruto helplessly between their massive pectorals. At that moment, Chinyu and Sasuke could no longer stand idly by. Yet before either could act, Mitarashi Anko's kunai struck first. Thud, thud. Two kunai sliced past Naruto's cheeks and simultaneously grazed the Odanin's chests before burying themselves deep into the earth. God! The Odanin recoiled, clutching their wounds. Naruto fared no better. Unlike the original incident, where only a single cheek was nicked, this time both sides of Naruto's face bore symmetrical lacerations, crimson blood tracing clean paths down his jawline. Witnessing this, Chiyo couldn't suppress her dismay. Naruto, why must you always be so unlucky? Simultaneously, Mitarashi Anko materialized behind Naruto in a blur of motion, cupping his face gently and collecting several drops of fresh blood on her fingertips. These young men today, so full of fiery vigor. Just a slight nudge and out pours my favorite sight, vivid scarlet blood. Still, if you insist on fighting, do so inside the forest. Understood? Her tone hardened as she fixed her gaze upon the two Odanin. A chilling serpentine dread, precisely what Odanin feared most, swept over them. Sweat poured as they bowed deeply. Apologies, Chief Examiner. We understand. Humph. Satisfied with their contrition, Anko said nothing more, only patting Naruto's shoulder lightly. Little brother, a shinobi must always watch all four directions and listen to all 8 corners. Otherwise, a venomous serpent may follow your trail and swallow you whole. Without waiting to see if he grasped her meaning, Anko strode away, proceeding to outline the rules for the second exam, then distributing the life-or-death contracts. Yet neither Chiyo nor Sasuke devoted much attention to the formalities. Sasuke turned to Chiyo. You saw it too, didn't you? She nodded. Yes, I saw. A wry, intrigued smile tugged at Sasuke's lips. How amusing. There are those who dare regard us as prey. You were right, Chiyo. They are confident. Let us hope their confidence is genuine and not mere arrogance. Absolutely. This is the episode one most admire Sasuke. The commentary stream echoed in fervent agreement. They placed a tracker on Naruto, specifically targeting Team 7. Good grief. How do these people think? Exactly. This is the main protagonist's team. Naruto aside, Chiyo and Sasuke. Neither is someone to trifle with. Hee hee. Those fools marked their targets and laughed, only to lift the veil and find Miss Sadako's face staring back. Tomato-like thumbs up. Commentators eagerly anticipated the inevitable humiliation. Yet beneath her composed smile, Chiyo was utterly perplexed. Anko hadn't intervened. Instead, Hōōji's squad had appeared to place the marker. What did it mean? Was Anko signaling disinterest and tossing them a red lotus instead? Chiyo couldn't make sense of it. Adding just one more person, herself, had somehow warped the entire plot. Where was the so-called narrative inertia? Inertia, lend us a hand. Life was hard, Chiyo sighed. But the die was cast. First order food, or rather press onward. Whatever came next, they would meet blade with shield and flood with earth. After all, she still had her convenient live streaming interface, a small square window through which she could secretly observe others' movements. Next, after Hongdo announced the examination rules, the 3 members of Team 7 signed their life and death oaths, and just as in the original plot, received the Celestial Scroll. Then, under the guidance of the examiners, Team 7 arrived at the entrance to their designated examination arena. 30 minutes later, precisely at 2:30 p.m., the Chunin exams commenced on schedule, amid rising anticipation from all present. Go! Led by Sasuke, the 3 members of Team 7 broke into a full sprint the moment they entered. Knowing that Naruto had been marked with a tracking seal, they naturally sought an ideal location to prepare for battle and turn the enemy's scheme against them. As they sprinted, Chiyo kept her gaze tightly fixed on the live streaming square. Within it, Teams 8, 10, 2, the Sound Ninja, Toshi Squad, Gaara's squad, and Kabuto's squad appeared one after another. Their behavior matched the original canon exactly. For instance, Toshi's squad merely declared, "Don't forget our objective," before vanishing into the forest to begin their search. Chiyo recalled they were supposed to have received orders from Orochimaru to kill Sasuke. Yet in truth, these 3 were nothing more than bait, carefully placed by Orochimaru to trigger Sasuke's cursed seal. They were irrelevant. Then following them, the Korin squad appeared in the stream. Unlike the other squads rushing frantically through the forest, Korin's movements were astonishingly unhurried, almost leisurely. They advanced at a slow, deliberate pace, as if they'd received no instructions whatsoever from Orochimaru. What does this mean? Chiyo frowned slightly, watching Korin's squad within the stream. Could it be that they intended to wait in comfort, letting their opponents exhaust themselves first? Yet given the roles of pursuer and pursued, if anyone were to wait in comfort, it should be them, not Korin's squad awaiting them. This behavior suggested unmistakably that Korin's squad had no intention of coming at all. Wait, no intention of coming. A crucial insight suddenly struck Chiyo. Yes, Korin's squad clearly had no intention of appearing. And if they weren't coming, then the tracking seal placed on Naruto wasn't meant for them. If not them, then who? Orochimaru himself. No, he had no need for such a seal. Within this exam, the sound ninja presence was limited to only a few known factions. Once all impossibilities were eliminated, what remained, even if seemingly improbable, must be the truth. The tracking seal was actually intended for Toshi's squad. As for why Toshi's squad, who originally appeared much later in the plot, now bore the tracking seal from the very outset, clearly they were meant to encounter Naruto immediately. And who else but her beloved Snake Annie could have orchestrated this? Though Chienyu remained puzzled as to what Orochimaru hoped to achieve by directing Toshi's squad thus. And as if summoned by thought, she appeared. The moment Korin's squad materialized in the stream, Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, finally made her entrance. The sole anomaly. Orochimaru's squad was even more relaxed than Korin's. Korin's squad at least walked forward steadily, yet Orochimaru's squad had simply halted entirely. What does this mean? Staring at this scene, Chienyu's mind spun wildly, question marks flooding her thoughts. Could this truly be the real deal? Has Snake Annie genuinely decided not to come? Judging from current information, it doesn't seem entirely. No. Chienyu abruptly overturned her own conclusion. For at that instant, Orochimaru lifted her gaze toward a distant direction. Following that line of sight, the camera revealed a landscape Chienyu knew better than her own breath. After all, wasn't that exactly the path Team 7 was now traversing? Orochimaru hadn't stopped moving. She was already waiting ahead of them. Fixing her eyes upon Team 7's approach, Orochimaru calmly formed hand seals. Seeing this, Chienyu's expression turned stark. Beware, the front. What a... Hearing Chienyu's warning, Naruto and Sasuke tensed instantly. Yet ninjas leapt through forests midair. Just then both were suspended mid-leap, bodies weightless above the canopy. Even with Chienyu's alert, they could not react, only lift their eyes forward. As their bodies rose and fell with momentum, their gaze climbed, and there unmistakably stood Orochimaru. Gazing upon Team 7, Orochimaru's lips curved into a faint smile. You've sensed me. Truly sharp reflexes. But alas, Orochimaru drew a deep breath, air flooding her lungs until her chest swelled like a taut drum. In the next instant, she exhaled explosively. Wind release, great breakthrough. Boom! A typhoon force gale erupted, blasting toward the airborne trio of Team 7. Before such fury, countless tree branches, thicker than human torsos, shattered and spiraled into the vortex, transforming into battering rams capable of breaching fortress gates. Splintered wood and shredded leaves became arrows and throwing knives alike. It was certain a direct hit from this jutsu would leave even Naruto's resilient flesh grievously wounded. Yikes! Naruto's face twisted in dismay. Sasuke meanwhile recoiled in shock and despair. This is just the Chunin exams. How can a being of such power appear here? Unacceptable. I haven't even seen Itachi yet. A thick wave of bitter resentment surged within him. No, I cannot fall here. Roaring inwardly, Sasuke flared his Sharingan wide and clenched his kunai, relying on its perceptual acuity and his peerless physical prowess to find a sliver of survival amid the storm. But a figure clad in pure white arrived before the wind itself. Thump! Thump! Two muffled impacts echoed. Midair, Naruto and Sasuke felt sudden, overwhelming force seize their waists. Then their bodies lurched uncontrollably sideways, plummeting down. Struggling to stabilize himself, Sasuke twisted mid-fall, his gaze snapping back. There, reflected in the crimson depths of his Sharingan, stood a familiar, elegant silhouette. It was Chienyu. Because she'd been distracted, monitoring the stream, she'd lagged behind Naruto and Sasuke. That slight delay proved perfect. She leapt just as Orochimaru unleashed her jutsu, kicking them clear of the blast radius. But having saved them, what of herself? Answer improvised now. Facing Orochimaru's great breakthrough, Chienyu poured every ounce of strength into slashing a wall of wind midair, attempting to deflect wind with wind. Yet how could her wind compare to Orochimaru's? Her solidified wind barrier held for less than a second, then shattered with a thunderous crack. She then swung her long blade fiercely, shattering several wheel-thick branches with the swift, lethal precision of the White Fang sword technique. But more followed, thicker, faster, surging like a tidal wave. Chienyu stood like a sandcastle on the shore, beautiful, fragile, and doomed to collapse beneath the tide. Finally, within Sasuke's widened Sharingan, its blood-red field now filled with splintered timber, only one thing remained visible: a single silk ribbon severed, drifting silently downward. It was the very ribbon he'd commissioned for her, teasing her mercilessly at the time. All show no substance. Yet now, recalling those words, Sasuke fell silent. Yet within his Dual-Tomo Sharingan, its crimson field bleeding deeper still, a third Tomo began to swirl into being. Though not as devastating as Tuzi brother's tragic loss of his beloved, nor as desolate as a landscape in ruins, these past days had seen Kanu and Sasuke grow remarkably close, thanks to her extraordinary character and flawless appearance. Moreover, Kanu had always been the strongest among Team 7. When the strongest suddenly fell, the shock reverberated like Gojo Satoru confronting Sukuna himself. Kanu, we will win. Under the convergence of intense emotion, and having seemingly sacrificed herself to save them, Sasuke's activation of the three-tomo Sharingan was hardly surprising. And it wasn't only Sasuke who awakened the three-tomo. Faced with his comrade's apparent death, Naruto instantly manifested the Nine-Tails chakra cloak. Yet against Orochimaru's overwhelming might, the difference between two-tomo and three-tomo paled into insignificance. Furthermore, as long as Naruto remained below the four-tails threshold, he posed no insurmountable threat. Thus, though the battle between the two power-awakened fighters and Orochimaru raged fiercely, it strayed little from canon and required no further elaboration. Let us shift our focus elsewhere. Was Kanu truly obliterated in a single strike by Orochimaru? Of course not. While Orochimaru's wind-release great breakthrough was indeed formidable, one must recall that Kanu herself was a master of wind techniques, versed in the wind-commanding sword art. From Sasuke's perspective, she vanished beneath the torrent of wooden branches unleashed by Orochimaru's technique, clearly lost beyond recovery. In truth, Kanu was engulfed, but those splintered timbers never touched her. She encircled herself with a vortex of wind, shielding her body from Orochimaru's foreign assault. Yet in that split-second defense, she could not preserve herself entirely. A portion of her garment tore away, hence the ribbon Sasuke glimpsed. She could shield herself, but not resist being swept along. Thus, Orochimaru's great breakthrough hurled Kanu nearly a kilometer away. When she finally descended from the sky and gazed upon the live feed, a vivid square showing Naruto and Sasuke locked in fierce combat, Kanu had no choice but to acknowledge a bitterly absurd truth. In this battle, she had been banned. Yes, much as Captain Commander Yamamoto was invariably targeted before battle ever began. She, Kanu Hōōji, now bore the same distinction. Why had she failed to perceive Orochimaru's design earlier? Because from the outset his sole intention had been to exclude her from this confrontation, to ensure she would not interfere. Kanu simply hadn't imagined she warranted such meticulous attention, thus blinded by cognitive bias. Orochimaru chose the great breakthrough precisely for this reason, having encountered Kanu before he knew of her wind-commanding sword art, and knew she could be carried away by wind. Was Orochimaru's decision to ban her motivated by a desire to preserve his cultivated image, or merely by an aversion to complications? That ultimately mattered little. Truly, life offered no respite. Kanu sighed once more. Orochimaru, if you wish me absent, why not discuss it openly? Granted, Sasuke is my cherished comrade and seamless ally, but with sufficient compensation terms are negotiable. Must it come to this? To expend such effort, devise such intricate schemes, merely to sideline me? Kanu shook her head, turning toward a towering tree beside her, her expression cool and detached. You may as well emerge now. No need to hide. I still have over a kilometer to walk back after this. Oh, you still intend to return? A sinister, chilling voice echoed down from the tree. Then came a haughty feminine voice. If you kneel now and lick my toes, I might graciously carry your corpse home. Enough talk. Kill her swiftly. We have more than one target. An impatient male voice cut in. As if reading each other's thoughts, they fell silent. Then leapt down from the branches in unison, two men and one woman, forming a triangular formation around Kanu. One male shinobi stooped low, his face swathed in bandages. The other stared blankly ahead, his garments emblazoned with a stark crimson kanji for death. The female shinobi, by contrast, possessed striking beauty, her jet black hair cascading like a waterfall nearly to her ankles, though her arrogant expression dulled its allure. Could this be anyone but the Sound Four? Clearly Orochimaru had handpicked them as her designated opponents. Kanu swept her gaze across the trio, then fixed it squarely on the figure directly before her, the man known in certain circles as Rakudo Tosu. In-game lore dubbed him Rakudo Tosu for his invincible grappling ability. Within this sound team, he stood unchallenged as both strongest and undisputed leader. Indeed, among these three sound, Shinobi Tosu alone warranted Kanu's full attention. Casually, she spun her long blade in a flourish, ready to test the true measure of his strength. Yet this clash began not with Tosu, but with Kin, the black-haired kunoichi, who struck first. Tink 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 tink. For Senbon, each adorned with tiny bells, shot toward Kanu. Yet she detected something else, for silent senbon concealed beneath the ringing. Indeed, the bell-adorned senbon existed solely to mask their soundless counterparts. How intriguing! Kanu murmured, a faint smile playing on her lips as she effortlessly evaded them all. But intriguing is all it remains. Is that so? Then how about this? Seeing Kanu deflect Kin's assault with ease, Sakan raised both hands, the orifices in his palms locking onto her. 60% charge, vacuum wave. With a thunderous droning roar, a torrent of compressed air and high-frequency ultrasonic waves surged forward. Ultrasonic waves travel at the speed of sound. So before the blast arrived, the sonic barrage already enveloped Kanu, inducing nausea, ocular distress, vertigo, and a piercing tinnitus. So this is ultrasonic energy. It truly poses a complication. Frowning Kanu intensified the gentle breeze surrounding her body, attempting to disrupt sound propagation through controlled airflow. Yet while air serves as a medium for sound, effective suppression demands vacuum, not mere wind. Thus, though Kanu amplified her personal wind barrier, the ultrasonic waves were only slightly scattered, not meaningfully weakened. As the concussive wave drew near, Kanu planted her feet and detonated a violent gust beneath her soles, propelling herself skyward like a rocket. But just then, tink 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 tink, a distinctly different chime pierced through Sakan's vacuum wave. Their techniques don't interfere with one another. That was Kanu's thought in the first second. In the second, overwhelming dizziness struck. Her vision fractured into overlapping images, and her airborne form wobbled uncontrollably. She'd aimed for a branch, but under the chime's influence, she overshot it entirely, plummeting downward. "Now, Tosu!" Kin cried out sharply. "Oomph!" Tosu rolled up his sleeve, revealing a metallic forearm guard, then lunged upward in pursuit, his steel-hard right hand snatching violently forward. Whether Rakudo Tosu's grip was truly inescapable, or whether Kanu, disoriented by the chime-based genjutsu, had simply lost lucidity, remained unclear. Facing Tosu's lunge, Kanu flailed wildly, only to feel his iron grip clamp around her throat. "Got her!" Feeling the soft, supple warmth beneath his fingers, Tosu's expression brightened, then hardened into cruelty. "Resonant piercer!" A shrill, oscillating shriek erupted from his forearm guard. The ear-splitting resonance traveled up Kanu's spine, directly into her auditory canals. Under the violent sonic assault, Tosu felt her body shudder violently in his grasp, then watched startled as twin streams of blood burst from her delicate ear canals. Kanu collapsed like a serpent drained of strength, limp, unconscious. Thud, thud. She and Tosu landed in quick succession. Yet their landings differed starkly. Tosu touched down firmly on both feet, while Kanu struck the earth headfirst, her pure white hair buried deep in the soil, instantly soiled. "Is that it, eh?" She spoke so boldly just moments ago. I expected far greater resistance. Kin approached curiously, eyeing Kanu's mud-caked silken white hair, and a cruel satisfaction flickered across her face. So even elite kunoichi from the great villages prove unremarkable. All that training must have gone into maintaining this snowy mane. Indeed, why did Lord Orochimaru assign us specifically to eliminate her? Sakan joined her. "Regardless, we may now resume our pursuit of Sasuke, correct?" "In theory, yes." Tosu nodded. "In theory." The pair exchanged baffled glances. "What do you mean?" "I mean, did she truly die?" Tosu studied the figure impaled headfirst in the dirt, legs splayed limply, skirt flipped upward, undergarments exposed, and sensed something deeply amiss. "Huh, what nonsense are you spouting, Tosu?" Kin stepped forward and kicked Kanu's soft, yielding buttocks roughly. "Look at her. How could she possibly be alive? That fall was from immense height." Seeing no reaction to Kin's mockery, and recalling the tactile sensation of her flesh, Tosu's doubt gradually dissolved. "It seems I overthought it." "Then let us proceed." Tosu turned to urge his teammates onward, but at that very instant, shink! Before Kin's stunned eyes, a cool, gleaming blade erupted from her left chest, spattering droplets of fresh crimson heart blood. Qianyu's voice carried a tone of weary resignation. "Even if it's merely a replica doll bearing only my likeness, being handled by you like this is deeply embarrassing." As Qianyu spoke, the figure of Qianyu, planted headfirst in the ground, exploded into a puff of smoke. The smoke swiftly dissipated, revealing the scarred wooden effigy beneath. "Substitution technique. When did you cast it?" Toes roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at the splintered log lying on the ground. "But the texture, I felt it." "Well, then consider yourself fortunate. I granted you that privilege. That was realistic, tactile feedback crafted through my transformation technique." She paused, then added lightly, "As for when I employed the substitution technique." Qianyu flashed a playful, knowing smile. "Why don't you guess?" "Guess what? You bastard, die." Vacuum wave. Furious, Sakuraku bellowed his challenge, abandoning Jin, who lay beyond saving, and unleashing supersonic shockwaves and turbulent air currents that engulfed both targets indiscriminately. Yet this time, the moment Sakuraku's air vents aligned toward her, Qianyu vanished in a blur of motion, reappearing beside him, while simultaneously extracting Jin still impaled upon her long blade. En route, Jin, her heart pierced yet clinging to faint vitality, fumbled for a handful of Senbon, desperate to strike back. But Qianyu simply withdrew the blade. A torrent of crimson gushed forth from the wound like floodgates bursting open. Jin collapsed backward, her slender frame toppling lifelessly, her silken black hair soaking into the pool of her own blood. Her pallid, delicate features lent the scene an eerie, haunting beauty. Qianyu, however, remained impassive. She flicked the blade clean of blood and intoned coldly, "He who takes life shall himself be slain. Be grateful. You fell by my hand, not as a sacrificial offering for Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation." She leveled her blade toward the remaining two. "The troublesome illusionist is dealt with. Now it's your turn. Hurry up and let me cut you down. I've got another battle to reach." "You insolent fool. I am no weakling like Jean." Sakuraku snarled, his chakra surging violently into his palms. Sensing the volatile surge, Toas urgently interjected, "Sakuraku, calm yourself." Yet among three rivals steeped in mutual disdain, reason held no sway over a mind already consumed by rage. 100% output. Vacuum extreme wave. In the next instant, a devastating supersonic blast erupted from Sakuraku's hands, accompanied by a concussive shockwave powerful enough to shatter boulders. Even the earth itself groaned, carved deep by the force of the technique. Though their specially enhanced squad could normally resist one another's vacuum waves, the vacuum extreme wave offered no such immunity. Toas could neither advance nor intervene. He was forced to retreat lest he be caught in the cataclysm. Yet at that very moment, Qianyu's graceful silhouette had already materialized behind Sakuraku, like an executioner awaiting the appointed hour. The moment Sakuraku's vacuum extreme wave expended its fury, Qianyu struck, just as she had done with the Kunoichi Jean, driving her blade forward with lethal precision. The same blade that had pierced Jean now emerged slick and crimson from Sakuraku's chest. But for a man, Qianyu showed no mercy, no pause, no hesitation before withdrawal. With a sharp, brutal pull, the blade tore free. Then, even before the arterial spray erupted, Qianyu dissolved into motion, once more reappearing behind Toas. A chilling, detached voice echoed from behind, "Only you remain." Gulp. A suffocating pressure gripped his throat. He swallowed hard, his pulse hammering. He instantly recognized the fatal vulnerability of his flinch and reacted with furious denial. "Get lost." His massive right fist swung backward, releasing a shrieking sonic wave from the perforated surfaces of his weapon. Yet when Toas whirled around, astonishment froze his face. His back stood utterly empty. Like his fallen comrades, he too had been outpaced, outmaneuvered, mocked by Qianyu's impossible speed. From the direction he'd just vacated, a faint rustle stirred the air. "Don't presume the same trick can fell all three of us, you wretch." Roaring, Toas unleashed another blow, this time amplifying the sonic resonance of his Ryomi-san to its absolute peak. But Qianyu had already discerned the truth, so long as she avoided direct impact and relied not on conventional senses, but on her sword's aura to perceive bodily presence. She could render those disorienting waves utterly irrelevant. She nodded in quiet acknowledgement, indeed. Simultaneously, she declared, "White Fang's sword style, first form slash." A luminous sky-rending cleave sliced through the sonic barrage, shattered the resonant weapon, parted flesh and bone, and carved a deep diagonal gash from his left shoulder to his right hip. A crimson fountain erupted from the wound as Toas crumpled slowly, his hunched form collapsing onto the earth. Lying there, his uncovered eyes, unbound by bandages, locked onto Qianyu's, his lips trembled faintly, as though striving to utter something. Yet he closed them instead, his expression settling into quiet resignation tinged with dawning comprehension. Though he remained silent, Qianyu spoke. "What a pity. Though your trio lacked true strength, your unique sound-based abilities, properly coordinated, could have delayed me, perhaps even forced me to reveal my full power. That would have given me pause. After all, this is the forest of death. No provisions. Even beasts know better than to risk injury or expend energy needlessly. But your coordination was abysmal. None dared commit fully at first. Once I deceived Jean. The teams brought a strange illusionist. With a mere substitution, your demise became inevitable, as sudden and unstoppable as an avalanche. Had your three frequencies resonated through these woods in perfect unison, like the Malleus Incus and Stapes within the inner ear, would this outcome truly have been unavoidable? Without glancing at Tu's still form, Qianyu shook her head, retrieved the earth scroll from his body, sheathed her blade, and set off swiftly toward Naruto and Sasuke. Reaching her next battle was one motive for dispatching the sound team so rapidly. Another, far more pragmatic, was the simple fact that this scene held no cinematic focus, no need for spectacle, just swift, decisive elimination. Meanwhile, as Qianyu swiftly concluded her confrontation, the clash elsewhere had already reached its fevered climax. After Qianyu's removal, Orochimaru sealed Naruto with the 5-element seal, effectively removing him from the fray. With a grotesquely elongated tongue, Orochimaru coiled around Naruto and tossed him aside without ceremony. Seeing Naruto unconscious, Sasuke cried out in alarm, desperate to reclaim his comrade. But in the next breath, Orochimaru appeared before him in a flash of instantaneous movement. Sasuke, you have no time to spare on others. Damn it. First Shinyu, then Naruto. Each collapse traced directly to this man before him. Sasuke ground his molars together, fury searing his veins. Yet after this exchange, he knew with grim clarity rage alone could not overcome such an opponent. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. Shinyu said it herself. Cultivation rests on effort, method, and then talent. But talent is elusive, only testing reveals its measure. And so it is with combat. Think. No foe is flawless. Only perception determines whether you uncover the flaw. We've already tested ninjutsu and taijutsu, and neither has yielded results. Then only jinjutsu remains. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Good, my eyes have evolved. I'm still unpracticed, but let me try. Locking eyes with Orochimaru, the three tomo in Sasuke's irises began to rotate slowly. Illusionary art valley of hell technique. An invisible ripple emanated from Sasuke's eyes, passed through Orochimaru's gaze, and surged into her mind. Orochimaru, who had been smirking, poised to savor Sasuke's futile struggle, suddenly froze. For in that instant the figure before her was no longer the helpless boy she could crush at will, the young Sasuke, but the man who haunted her bones with dread, Uchiha Itachi. Unable to defeat me, you've resorted to bullying my younger brother. How pitiful you are, Orochimaru. Itachi gazed upon her, expression impassive, eyes disdainful, as if observing a crawling insect. His left hand, unbound by sleeve, rested calmly over his chest, posture unchanged from long ago. It seems the despair I once bestowed upon you was insufficient. Then let me awaken that memory once more. As he spoke, the crimson three-tomo pattern in Itachi's eyes began to whirl, converging inward until it coalesced into a blood-red windmill shape. Itachi's eyes flared. Jinjutsu Kagai no Jutsu. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The sickening sound of blades piercing flesh echoed sharply. Orochimaru stared in disbelief. Under Itachi's single glance, her body was once again impaled by those monstrous iron nails, now etched deep into her nightmares. That suffocating paralysis, her limbs locked rigid like a frail insect trapped in amber, was revolting, yet undeniably terrifying. After all, it was merely the Kagai no Jutsu. A searing wave of bitter resentment welled up from within her heart. She was Orochimaru, the one who mastered every jutsu, unraveled every mystery, who defied death itself. How could such a simple binding technique hold her captive? Cursed fool, 7 against 1. You'd better kill me now, or I'll never relent. Fury erupted as Orochimaru thrashed violently, her enraged roars unceasing. Yet the Narukami no Jutsu did not assail the body. It awakened the deepest, most primal fear buried in the soul. And how easily can one escape what dwells within their own heart? But fate held irony, even as Orochimaru raged. Sasuke heard the name that had haunted his dreams for years. 7 against 1. Huh. Sasuke halted mid-lunge, stunned. His deepest fear is Itachi. What does this mean? This sudden formidable adversary bore ties to Itachi. Suddenly the ambush was veiled in deeper enigma. And the truth about Itachi, this he must uncover. Seize him first. Sasuke lunged forward, hurling a barrage of kunai, each striking Orochimaru's limbs with uncanny precision, mirroring the Kagai no Jutsu's cruel geometry. Iron wires trailing from each kunai swiftly bound her limbs, wrapping her tight as a mummy. Without pause, Sasuke's hands blurred through hand seals, swiftly completing the Ryuka no Jutsu. Only then did he exhale faintly, holding the blazing dragon fire steady while dispelling Orochimaru's Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu. I fell prey to Jinjutsu. Orochimaru blinked awake, staring at Sasuke with utter disbelief, her composure utterly shattered. To be overwhelmed by her elder brother's illusions was one thing, but to fall under his younger brother's. Had she truly come all this way for nothing? Sasuke, however, wasted no breath on her dismay. He simply asked, "What is your connection to Uchiha Itachi?" Itachi. At the name, Orochimaru's voice cooled, her expression darkening. An enemy, nothing more. He delivered upon me a defeat, so crushing, so unforgivable, it remains my deepest shame. I came here seeking one who could stand against him. And you are the one I seek. Sasuke, join me. I will grant you the power to slay him. Her tone dripped with seduction. Is that so? Sasuke seemed momentarily swayed. Yes, absolutely. Come now. You will never regret it. Orochimaru pressed harder, yet Sasuke ended it with a single lethal barb. Why would I follow a man already bested by Itachi? And you murdered Chiyo. Die. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Whoosh. A torrent of white-hot flame shot vertically from Sasuke's mouth, racing along the iron wire clenched between his teeth, straight toward Orochimaru herself. Fueled by raw fury, the inferno engulfed her in an instant, raging, incandescent, consuming. Beneath the searing blaze, Orochimaru writhed like a loach pinned to a cutting board, thrashing wildly, yet utterly bound, her shrieks piercing the air. Moments later, her cries faded into silence, her body crumpled lifeless, collapsing into a heap of blackened ash. It's over. Sasuke lowered his guard, only for exhaustion sudden and overwhelming to flood his limbs. Then, a teasing voice whispered beside his ear, truly over. What? He whirled around and froze. There stood Orochimaru, perfectly holed directly behind him. He glanced back, where moments ago her burning form had lain, only a hardened clay shell remained. Clearly that had been nothing but Itsuchi Bunshin. When? Sasuke couldn't fathom it. When had she slipped free? Though she far surpassed him in strength, under these eyes such an escape should have been impossible. Why, when I mentioned Itachi Sasuke-kin, Orochimaru murmured, a low chuckle escaping her lips. The Sharingan did constrain her, but Sasuke was no Itachi. And besides, he had given her the opening. Too young, too raw. Yet even this spontaneous awakening of the three-tomo Sharingan, and that flash of tactical brilliance in Genjutsu, proved beyond doubt Sasuke was an uncut gem of extraordinary potential. Orochimaru's hunger surged, uncontrollable enough. Sasuke-kin, I've seen enough of your strength. The time has come. The moment her words settled, Sasuke watched in horror as Orochimaru's head launched skyward, detaching, soaring, flying free like a missile. What the hell? What kind of abomination is this? A flying head yokai fully awakened. I knew her tongue stretched, but her head, that far. Brothers, I've just conceived a bold new idea. Up there, regarding your bold idea, the hospital's infectious disease department offers a full treatment protocol. Even seasoned observers were stunned by Orochimaru's sudden decapitation, her audacity leaving even the most jaded commentators speechless. Sasuke, of course, was far more shaken. Yet unlike them, he stood in mortal combat, where confusion offered no refuge and instinct demanded action. As Orochimaru's severed head arced toward him, jaws agape, Sasuke staggered backward, hands weaving seals, chakra surging violently around him, gathering for something immense. Orochimaru scoffed, futile Sasuke-kin. At most you'll manage another Dragon Fire Blast, nothing more. A mere Ryuka no Jutsu. She'd endured worse. Her own body, remade and resilient, could bear the heat without breaking. Is that so? Then you underestimate me gravely. Sasuke's lips curled in fierce pride. I am Uchiha. Each evolution of the Uchiha's Sharingan granted holistic mastery. Greater chakra reserves, refined control, heightened perception. This awakening of the three-tomo, coupled with sheer will, empowered him to unleash what came next. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A roaring, incandescent dragon head erupted from Sasuke's mouth, blazing, colossal, unstoppable. A full-tailed fire drake launched into the sky, its maw lined with jagged teeth, clamping down with a crushing bite upon Orochimaru. Orochimaru had already been in a charge, intending to brave Sasuke's assault, to prove his strength. To scramble and dodge now would have been unbecoming. Decisively, Orochimaru met Sasuke's Grand Dragon Flame head-on. The Crimson Dragon head and the Serpent head collided with a thunderous roar, erupting into a towering inferno in midair. Seething gusts of heat drove the blast forward. Sasuke's hair was singed and curled by the high temperature, an acrid sting of burning filling the air. Yet Sasuke could spare no thought for that. His gaze remained fixed on the heart of the explosion. After several breaths, the fire dissipated, revealing Orochimaru's skull utterly blackened. It's done, Sasuke breathed, his legs went weak, and he sank to his knees, a relieved smile finally breaking across his face. He did not notice that Orochimaru's mouth was still open. To everyone's disbelief, a pale, mucus-slick hand suddenly braced itself against that charred upper jaw. Then the hand heaved, and the intact Orochimaru slid out from the mouth. The sole difference was that this Orochimaru revealed a masculine true form, not the grass ninja guise produced by his erasure-off appearance art. How can this be? Staring at the unscathed Orochimaru, despair finally overtook Sasuke. Faced with an adversary of such caliber, he truly had no idea how to prevail. Orochimaru offered a faint smile. I told you, Sasuke, you cannot overcome me. Very well, the time is nearly up. Let me finish this quickly. With that, Orochimaru's head leapt up, once more hurtling straight toward Sasuke. Sasuke tried to resist, but the earlier Grand Dragon Flame had already drained every ounce of his chakra. He was now in the same overdrawn, exhausted state as when Kakashi first fought Zabuza. He had time for only a feeble sway before Orochimaru's venomous fangs sank viciously into his neck, the power of the heavenly curse mark pouring in at once. Seconds later, Orochimaru's head withdrew and 3 obsidian Magatama slowly manifested at the nape of Sasuke's neck. Agonizing pain seized his body to the core. Thanks to his early awakening of the 3 Magatama, Sasuke could still barely endure. Clutching his neck, he croaked, "What have you done to me?" Orochimaru replied, "I merely gave you a little gift, Sasuke. You are an avenger, you will need my power." He turned his head toward the direction they had come from. "Rest now, Sasuke. Seeing this measure of your strength today satisfies me. As for now, I must deal with another little one." "Another?" Sasuke murmured, head bowed and consciousness already thin. He could not imagine who else might be coming. He soon understood whom Orochimaru meant. With soft, measured footsteps, a pair of achingly familiar cloth shoes entered his field of view. Yes' voice tinged with regret came. How was I late? I was already running at full speed. Yet rather than her being slow, it was simply that Orochimaru had been too quick. Her freedom from romantic distraction and the confidence of one fully herself had indeed sharpened her blade speed. Sasuke's joy burst forth. Chienyu, you're not dead. You thought I was dead. Chienyu teased. Tisk, you doubted me, Sasuke. Rest assured, I'm not that fragile. Sasuke offered a smile of relief and muttered sorry. Perhaps because his mind was already clouded, a wholehearted thought slipped from those proud lips. Chienyu, it's truly wonderful that you're alive. Before Chienyu could reply, Sasuke's head lolled, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Chienyu froze as Sasuke's head lay at her feet, then her expression softened. Has he reached his limit? She asked. Yes. He must have thought I was dead and fought desperately against a formidable enemy. You've both worked hard, Sasuke and Naruto. She had watched the battle through the tiny livestream window. In that case, I cannot let this go without some explanation. You're right about that, Orochimaru. Chienyu glanced to the side as wind and lightning gathered around her. Her right hand gripped the hilt tightly, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Orochimaru emitted a hoarse chuckle. His gaze was amused, utterly untroubled. Because? Don't waste your effort, Chienyu. I'm only a shadow clone now. What? Chienyu gathered momentum, deflated like a punctured balloon. Where are you? She demanded, unwilling to relent. Orochimaru shrugged. I left. Is that so strange? He spread his hands with that irritating smile. Team 7 has 3 people. Now Naruto is unconscious and Sasuke is unconscious. If something happened to you, as well, other teams would gladly pick up the prize, wouldn't they? I'm doing this for your own good, Chienyu. Huh. The girl itching to fight, but unable to ground her teeth. So I should thank you then. Orochimaru smiled indifferently. If you wish. Oomph. Irritated, Chienyu flicked her ponytail, turned her back on Orochimaru, and bent to drag Sasuke away, preparing to tend to her comrade. Orochimaru found her composure curious. Aren't you at least curious why, if my true body is gone, I left a shadow clone here? Not curious. If I wanted to know, you would tell me anyway. Chienyu found a flat patch of grass and laid Sasuke down, sprinkling some insect repellent powder around him before going to retrieve Naruto beside Orochimaru. Observing Chienyu, Orochimaru could only conclude that she genuinely did not wish to waste effort, which matched his impression of her cleverness. The clever know not to squander their strength. They do not let emotion dictate their actions. It is sensible. Watching the elegant curve revealed as she bent, Orochimaru spoke again. As I expected of someone I admired, Chienyu. Very well, I will speak plainly. What he sought to say was simple. It concerned Sasuke. To him, Sasuke was ostensibly an avenger, yet his bonds with Naruto and Chienyu were perhaps too deep. This time Sasuke had even awakened the 3 Magatama because of Chienyu. Orochimaru therefore hoped Chienyu might serve as his persuader when Sasuke wavered. In Orochimaru's view, the clever, when presented with reasoned interests, would make the correct choice. But just as he believed, Chienyu would not act. She moved. The white radiance of the body flicker technique engulfed her in an instant. From luminous skin to the tips of her hair, every part of Chienyu shone with a solemn, blinding light. Her long fingers closed on the hilt as she remained bent, and with a single swift motion, she drew the blade. In the blinding speed of the body flicker, an unexpected slash appeared. Viewers in the stream saw only a pure white streak flash past Naruto and appear behind Orochimaru. The light faded, and there stood Chienyu, poised in a striking posture. A cold voice came from those vermilion lips. Bias sword style. Second form Kai flash. Orochimaru, your words may well have reason. With your rhetoric, if I heard it in full, perhaps I might be persuaded. But sadly, I do not wish to listen. With that, she sheathed the blade in a spray of blood. Behind her, the Orochimaru shadow clone, its arm cleaved open by the strike, stared in shock before bursting into smoke with a bang. The shadow clone's memories flowed back to the original through a trickle of chakra. The camera in the little streaming room shifted with the action. At the edge of the death forest, Shi-wan, who had been waiting for Hong Do, showed a clear look of surprise on his face. She glanced at her arm and seemed still to feel the impression of yes, long blade, sliding across her skin. Was it to avoid provoking a sense of imminent danger that would trigger the reflexes of a true expert? Did she deliberately aim not for a more satisfying next strike, but only to graze the flesh? After all, a shadow clone is fragile. A single minor wound is enough to destroy it. And then there was that last flash of light. The astonishment on Shi-wan's face softened into an interested smile, his long tongue flicking out to lick his lips again. How intriguing. Did you inherit something of Baiya? Chienyu, you are even more remarkable than I imagined. If so, then the bond between you and Zuizhu must be severed. Whether as an avenger or as a body prepared for use, Zhu's deep attachments were a liability. Especially now when Ming Ren and Qianyu both display such extraordinary potential. Suppose she ultimately succeeds in seizing Zhu's body, and Qianyu or Ming Ren finds out. If they were to pursue her, as Jiraiya once pursued him, would her research continue? Would she still have the material she needs? Would her life be ruined? At the thought, Shiwan's expression turned cold and hard. His golden serpentine eyes emitted an eerie radiance amid the dim trees. Simply observing her now, one could sense a new scheme beginning to ferment into Shiwan's mind. An oppressive pressure settled over the scene. Watching this, the live audience, who had been fired up moments earlier by Qian Ye's strike that destroyed Shiwan's clone, suddenly calmed. Worried comments began to appear in the chat. This is bad. Qianyu is being targeted. Other messages spun panicked fantasies about being taken by a serpent monster tied with a tongue and tormented by thick snakes crawling back and forth. An unsettling picture indeed. Another viewer remarked in vivid, if coarse prose, that the image conjured a three-dimensional scene that reduced one first to tears and then to nothing at all. Someone scolded the noisy commenters for being off topic. This is not the time for such talk. Yet others answered that this was exactly the time. A conciliatory voice urged everyone to calm down. No need to overreact. Things would unfold as they should. One fan invoked the long legend of the shinobi world, arguing that everyone has suffered setbacks except Qianyu, who seemingly never takes a true beating. Comparable to a TV powerhouse or an omnipotent idol in her own show. Such invulnerable characterizations, the same fan argued, often appear fragile on the surface, but remain steady as a mountain in practice. So they claimed Qianyu would be fine. No need to worry. The presence of a long-winded, reassuring elder in the chat calmed many fears. But soon someone found a new angle in his words. If the omnipotent idol never gets hurt, and Qianyu never gets hurt, then Qianyu equals that idol. Qianyu is Ultraman. Another viewer exclaimed in delight. The idea was irresistible, like opening a mecha only to find a firefly inside. Irresistible and adorable. Requests poured in for someone skilled in production to make that concept a reality, with fans clamoring that they would do anything to help. A veteran contributor joked that he had already explained everything and urged others to act. Laughter rippled through the chat as the strange, earlier anxious messages turned cheerful. That lightened atmosphere reached Qianyu herself, easing her tension for a moment. But more than the chatter of an alternate world's audience, Qianyu cared most about the gain to her impression score. Unexpectedly, when the phrase, Qianyu Ultraman, appeared, her impression points surged dramatically. Though her role in this episode had been banned at the start, and she expected little reward, that Ultraman reference and the single decisive slash still earned her a respectable 80,000 impression points. This made Qianyu keenly aware of one thing: through her consistent efforts, the persona of her as a devoted partner, the wife character, had become deeply ingrained in the audience's mind. Beyond that archetype, the viewers began to explore other facets of her, further enriching her character. The fact that she never gets smacked down was now conspicuous. But did she truly never suffer setbacks? In truth, she did. This was a signal the audience was moving beyond superficial gloss and seeking depth. Like the early craze for shallow spectacle, where cute battles amuse for a while, lasting attachment ultimately depends on story to keep people invested. Naturally, she needed to craft some story for herself. A story, Qianyu muttered, suddenly troubled. She realized that compared with Ming Ren and Zhu, she indeed lacked a little narrative weight. But she could not conjure a tale on the spot. Qianyu shook her head. Forget it. They'll think of something slowly. For now, her priority remained the two brothers. She looked down at the unconscious Ming Ren and Zhu at her feet, exasperated. How am I supposed to arrange for you two? In the original story, the brothers remained unconscious for some time, arriving just in time to meet the 5-day limit between the first and second rounds of the Chunin exams. But caregiving is a different matter. She could handle 1 or 2 days, but 3 or 4 days of nursing was beyond her appetite. She was not a pair of soft-hearted maidens. TSK. Qianyu clicked her tongue, her face clouding. She found herself missing the later stage Xiaoying. If Xiaoying were here, chores like tending the injured would never fall to her. But here in the Death Forest, where would she find a nanny of Xiaoying's caliber? A headache. Qianyu glanced down at her 32C and lamented half in jest, how does one have milk without a mother? Yet a wet nurse. Then inspiration struck. Who said there were no wet nurses in this forest? She remembered a red-haired, bespectacled girl. She quickly formed hand seals. Clone technique. An identical Qianyu materialized, glanced once at the original, and then hurried off into the dense trees, everything understood without words. The original Qianyu, meanwhile, found a hollow tree to shelter Ming Ren and Zhu and settled in to wait. When the camera returned the next day, the audience was surprised to see a new figure beside Qianyu, a delicate, seemingly submissive red-haired, bespectacled girl who looked easy to bully at first glance. The red-haired glasses girl bustled about, her slender legs sheathed in fishnet stockings, crossing and recrossing to some the sight had a certain provocative allure. Multiple puzzled comments filled the chat. What is going on? Did I miss an episode? Where did this red-haired glasses girl come from? As Kagami watched the livestream, chat erupted with questions. Yet they had not missed a thing. Kagami was in fact a clone of Chiyo discovered by him the previous night and brought in secretly at midnight. Chiyo had merely severed the two teammates who habitually fed on her chakra to heal themselves, and Kagami obediently followed him home. After a brief rest, she had tended unwaveringly to Naruto and Sasuke ever since. Her diligent devotion was so earnest it even made Chiyo feel faintly self-conscious. After all, this younger Kagami truly was endearing. She wore an oversized grayish-green short-sleeved jacket beneath which clung a tight-fitting fishnet top that gently outlined a slender, still youthful figure, delicate yet unmistakably formed. Below, Chiyo saw no trousers. Only an exceedingly short pair of briefs nearly concealed beneath the jacket's hem. Her legs were wrapped entirely in black fishnet stockings, lending them an air of fragile slenderness. With the briefs hidden beneath the jacket's drape, she evoked the tender vulnerability of a girl borrowing her lover's shirt. Innocent, delicate, heartrendingly frail. To speak candidly, this younger Kagami possessed a rare, unspoiled charm. As she matured, however, that charm seemed strangely diminished, a paradox that left Chiyo quietly astonished. Yet Kagami appeared only later in the narrative, and thus her youthful, winsome visage remained largely unknown to the wider audience. An unfortunate oversight. To remedy this, Chiyo waited until Kagami had labored a while longer and the livestream viewers had grown familiar with her, then ended the rest period and rose to her feet. But Chiyo had gravely underestimated the terror she inspired in Kagami's eyes. At her rising, Kagami flinched, as if already anticipating disapproval. Instantly, Kagami collapsed to her knees. I'm deeply sorry. I'm deeply sorry. Lord Chiyo, I shirked my duty, and that's why they remain unconscious for so long. In truth, they've already tested it. Even in unconsciousness, they can draw vitality directly from any wound upon me. Please don't be angry. I'll treat your two comrades right away. Blurted out in rapid succession, she swiftly drew a kunai from her weapon pouch and pressed its tip against her own palm. Though she'd spoken so resolutely moments before now, faced with the act itself, Kagami hesitated. After all, save for masochists who truly welcome self-harm. Yet recalling Chiyo's ruthless dispatch of her former teammates the night before, Kagami clenched her teeth, squeezed her eyes shut, and drove the blade downward. Just as the kunai's cold edge scored a thin line across her soft, yielding palm, snap. A warm, gentle hand closed firmly over hers, halting the blade's descent. Enough. Chiyo sighed, exasperated. If I didn't compel you to let them feed on you when I brought you here last night, then why would I do so now? Listen well, Kagami. You are a person, not a walking reservoir of life force. All human beings are born equal. You possess this ability, but you may offer it freely, never under coercion. If anyone forces you, that is injustice, and you must resist it fiercely and without compromise. Do you understand? Chiyo gazed at Kagami with quiet intensity. Meanwhile, within the livestream's miniature viewing window, viewers heard Chiyo's words, interwoven with fragmented, time-metilated flashbacks of Kagami's past. They witnessed Kagami's mother being savagely devoured. Then, after her mother's life was drained utterly, the child herself callously treated as mere sustenance. So this power exists too. How horrific. How could anyone commit such atrocity, biting a mother to death before her child's eyes? Damn it, I'm furious. What monsters? Wife Chiyo, you struck true. First came shock and outrage. Then came awe. Chiyo, you're so gentle. Goodness, she seems bathed in light. Truly worthy of our devotion. An unexpected surge of impression points rippled outward, sparked by Kagami's story, leaving Chiyo quietly surprised. For though she now spoke with noble conviction yesterday, when seeking Kagami, her original intent had been far simpler: let her bite Naruto and Sasuke once and be done with it. But arriving just as Kagami was being bitten by her former teammates, Chiyo abandoned that plan, opting instead to bring her back solely as temporary labor. What she said now was sincere, yet Kagami, having endured years of suppression, could not yet grasp its depth. Huh? Kagami blinked, bewildered. So, you mean I don't need to let them bite me after all? Precisely, Chiyo affirmed. Then what should I do now, Lord Chiyo? Kagami asked timidly. Nothing at all, Chiyo almost replied, then paused, reconsidering. After all, given Kagami's history in the grass ninja village, sudden kindness might unsettle her more than comfort her. Very well, choose one of them to carry. We proceed directly to the central tower. Chiyo gestured toward Naruto and Sasuke. She realized belatedly that in the original narrative, Team 7 never reached the central tower, lacking a complete set of scrolls, and with Sakura unable to carry both boys. Yet Chiyo had slain the sound for acquiring their Earth Scroll, and their original heaven scroll remained intact, unspoiled by Orochimaru. With both scrolls secured, transporting two people posed no obstacle. Thus Chiyo resolved to head straight to the central tower, where the Konoha Medical Corps could assume care of the two brothers. At Chiyo's command, Kagami approached Naruto and Sasuke, pausing before them, seemingly weighing whom to carry. She glanced first at Naruto, her inner voice murmuring softly in the livestream window, "No matter how many times I see it, his chakra feels so warm." Just as everyone assumed, she would choose Naruto. She turned to Sasuke, whose pale, handsome face remained serene, even in unconsciousness. Her cheeks flushed. Then, without hesitation, she turned away from Naruto and hoisted Sasuke onto her back. The chat exploded. Naruto, wasn't I supposed to be warm? Betrayed. Chiyo chuckled aloud. Even at this age, her preference for looks is unmistakable. Per Naruto. Honestly, Chiyo couldn't fathom it. Minato Namikaze was undeniably handsome, yet his son somehow lacked that same allure. Was it perhaps Kushina's facial structure? Pondering this, Chiyo lifted Naruto onto her own back and set off down the path. Unnoticed by her, Kagami walked behind Sasuke, resting on her back, not gazing at him, but lost in quiet contemplation. And as she watched Chiyo's retreating silhouette, Kagami's expression slowly shifted, deepening, softening, transforming. Soon they arrived at the central tower. Thus concluded the second stage of the Chunin exams for Team 7. In the following days, there was not much to say. The three members of Team 7 rested in the central tower, which could be considered a rather comfortable time. In between, there were several live broadcasts, but they showcased other teams, and Qianyu did not make an appearance. The only noteworthy point was that Qianyu successfully extracted her mother's name from Xianglin. Of course, it doesn't matter what Xianglin's mother is called. Qianyu is not looking to propose to her mother-in-law. She mainly wanted to obtain her mother's surname. As she had speculated, although Xianglin did not have a surname, her mother was originally one of the escapees from the Vortex clan, thus possessing the surname Vortex. Although it is unclear why the Vortex clan members from all over the world would rather rot away in small countries than seek out their supposedly best relatives, Konoha. Qianyu speculated that there might be many unspeakable grievances hidden within, causing the scattered Vortex clan members to harbor deep resentment. But that was an issue of the previous generation. Currently, Konoha has only one Vortex, Naruto Uzumaki. If Naruto were to lose control, Konoha, despite its size, would struggle to find a second person with the potential of a Jinchuriki. From a value perspective, Xianglin, a girl who had clearly inherited the Vortex vitality, is extremely precious. Therefore, Qianyu directly informed Irika of Xianglin's existence, who then relayed it to Kakashi. With Kakashi's intelligence, he understood many things without needing to be told. Staying in Konoha is far better than in the grass village. Moreover, the third Hokage is nearing death, and Tsunade will be returning soon, which is even better for Xianglin. As Qianyu had anticipated, just half a day after she informed Irika, the Umbu exclusive to the third Hokage arrived quickly to take Xianglin away, as if fearing someone would try to snatch her. As for the grass village, perhaps others would handle negotiations with them. In any case, the matter regarding Xianglin came to a close. A few days later, the 7 teams that successfully passed the exam stood in the Central Tower's first floor arena. Qianyu silently looked around and found that the ones who passed the exam this time were still those people, namely Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Team 2, the Do team, the Sand Ninja siblings, and the Sound Ninja. The only difference was that this time the Sound Ninja team had been replaced by Hong Lian's Sound Ninja team. Everything else remained the same. After the third Hokage explained the significance of the Chunin exams, simulated battle, Moonlight Breeze appeared and announced that there would be a preliminary match before the third exam. Then Yakushi Kabuto, just like in the original story, withdrew. Naruto looked at Sasuke with some concern and asked, "Hey, is that curse mark of yours all right?" "It's fine." Sasuke shook his head. "I've rested for so many days. I just need to use a little less chakra. For the previous me, this would have been troublesome, but now I just need to borrow a sword from Qianyu." "No problem." Qianyu nodded. "It's just borrowing a sword, not borrowing a wife." After this little interlude, the electronic board appeared to select opponents for the preliminary match. Everyone looked up. Soon a rapid succession of names appeared. 2 names showed up on the electronic screen. However, this time's duel was not between Sasuke and Chitoa. Instead, it was Sasuke against Jian Meiqing. Seeing this result, Moonlight Breeze said, "Please, the 2 selected step forward. The rest, please wait at the sides." "Is the first match really me?" Sasuke was quite surprised. Qianyu felt the same. Chitoa has been replaced by Jian Meiqing. I remember Jian Meiqing's ability is to stretch and contract his limbs, right? Just being able to stretch isn't like a rubber fruit. Why is it him? Because Qianyu remembered that Orochimaru's intention should be to make Sasuke use the curse mark. With Jian Meiqing's abilities, wouldn't it be chaos if Sasuke used a sword? Under the premise that Orochimaru already knew that Sasuke was skilled in swordsmanship, he still made such arrangements. There must be a scheme. While handing Sasuke the sword, Qianyu couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful. I feel something is off about that person." "Are you saying something is off?" Sasuke furrowed his brow and immediately became serious. I understand. I will take it seriously. Good. Good luck, don't lose. Seeing Sasuke's attitude, Qianyu patted his shoulder in satisfaction. I really want to have a serious match with you. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. Am I not the same? When the time comes you better not hold back. Sasuke then turned to Naruto and said, of course you too. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto, who had felt a bit excluded, was taken aback. He had thought that since Qianyu and Sasuke were borrowing swords and making battle promises, it had nothing to do with him. Unexpectedly, in the end, Sasuke specifically pulled him in, as Sasuke truly had him in mind. Of course, Naruto exclaimed with high spirits and a bright smile. When the time comes, I will fight you with the intention to kill Sasuke. You better not get knocked down. With you being a dead weight. Sasuke shook his head disdainfully. But regardless of who it was, as long as one saw the unmistakable smile at the corner of his mouth, it was clear how Sasuke felt at that moment. For a time, the atmosphere within Team 7 reached a new height. Soon Naruto and Qianyu bid farewell to Sasuke and walked towards the spectator stands. However, every 1,000 people have 1,000 Hamlets. Watching this scene, some had different interpretations. Strange comments appeared in the bullet screen. Sasuke, just pamper him. Sure enough, Naruto is the true heroine. Sobbing coming from XXX, this pair is really good to ship. Yes, as soon as Naruto looks down, he immediately goes to comfort him. Sasuke is so warm. However, seeing these comments, someone quickly couldn't stand it and interrupted. Hey, you guys with corrupt eyes, this is just normal brotherly love, okay? But soon someone came out to refute. Alright then, please explain why with a beauty like Qianyu in the team, neither Naruto nor Sasuke likes her. The crowd fell silent, because they truly could not understand this point. Even more extreme was the next comment. Qianyu, so, am I also a part of your play? Meow meow meow. Qianyu, who also saw this comment, expressed her confusion. In the original story, there was still a Sakura here to distract Naruto's attention. Now that she was here, Naruto only looked at Sasuke, so she wouldn't truly become part of their play, right? Qianyu, what's going on with this Team 7? I am trapped in thought, lost in contemplation. Fortunately, Moonlight Breeze's voice quickly rang out, interrupting. Qian, yes, somewhat dangerous thoughts. The candidates for the first match are Uchiha Sasuke and Jian Meiching. Does anyone have any objections? None. Sasuke, Jian Meiching spoke simultaneously. Then, Moonlight Breeze raised his hand high and then waved it down. The match begins. As soon as Moonlight Breeze's voice fell, Jian Meiching exerted force with both feet and charged at Sasuke, aiming to close the distance. Coming directly at me. How confident. Remembering Qian, yes, reminder, although he had a sword in hand, Sasuke was still not prepared to let Jian Meiching get close. He swiftly created illusions with his hands, and 3 sharp shurikens formed an equilateral triangle targeting Jian Meiching's eyes and throat. Seeing such a perfect throw, Kakashi's eyes lit up. You've improved, Sasuke. Then he looked at Jian Meiching, wanting to see how he would respond. However, a surprising scene unfolded. Facing Sasuke's shuriken throw, Jian Meiching neither dodged nor avoided, but instead covered his face and neck with his hands and charged forward. Thud thud thud. The sharp shuriken collided with Jian Meiching's arm, producing a sound akin to hard objects striking rubber. Yet against Sasuke's sharp shuriken, Jian Meiching only had a few light scratches on the arm that was hit. He broke the skin, but it was merely a scratch. What? Jian Meiching's evident defensive power caught Sasuke slightly off guard. He jumped back several times, retreating while shooting ninja tools, maintaining a kite strategy against Jian Meiching. No matter where Sasuke aimed his ninja tools at Jian Meiching, he simply used his hands to guard, and then was perfectly safe. Even as Sasuke showcased his tricky Uchiha Shuriken techniques attacking Jian Meiching from all angles, Jian Meiching merely extended his hands, forming a flesh armor to wrap around himself, and ignored it. In front of Jian Meiching, the Uchiha's ninja tools, known for their excellence, appeared to be ineffective. Watching Jian Meiching's performance, the comments in the small streaming room began to tease. Very good, our ninja world also needs its own Straw Hat Kid. You remind me of a deceased friend. What friend? Where no one say it again, it's the human fruit mythical beast type Nika form. However, the people on site were not as relaxed as the comments. How can this be? Watching this bizarre scene, Naruto, on the spectator stand, tightly gripped the railing. Is this what Orochimaru prepared for Sasuke? Qianyu also furrowed her beautiful brows. She had jokingly referred to the situation in her mind as being like a rubber fruit, yet now Jian Meiching truly resembled a straw hat kid, one who could stretch his limbs and possessed extraordinary toughness, making it impossible for sharp objects to cut through. One must admit that what was once easily resolved by a great fireball is now truly a nemesis for Sasuke, who cannot use chakra effectively. In such a situation, even she could not come up with a solution for the time being. At this moment, after circling around the large battlefield 3 times, the two finally stopped. Sasuke was slightly panting. Maintaining precise shooting while constantly fleeing was undoubtedly a very physically exhausting task. Seeing him like this, a hint of pride appeared in Jian Meiqing's small eyes behind his round glasses. You are already tired. The famous Uchiha, is this all there is to you? But just like this you can't defeat me. Don't be too proud, you bastard. Sasuke gritted his teeth. From his earlier observations, he noticed that Jian Meiqing's abilities were indeed tricky for him, but not without flaws. The only invincible defense the opponent had were those hands. As long as he could bypass those hands to attack the vital points, he would be fine. However, as the opponent said, merely kiting and shooting ninja tools was not enough. Thus, Sasuke drew the sword he had borrowed from Qianyu. Are you going to use a weapon now? Jian Meiqing's expression stiffened. Although his hands had greatly increased in defensive power due to Orochimaru's temporary modifications, he was still somewhat afraid of continuous cutting by sharp weapons, which was different from thrown shurikens. Fortunately, he had different strategies for different situations. The two charged towards each other again. White Fang sword technique, first style slash. Second style thrust. Third style chop. Fourth style flick. The basic sword techniques copied from Qianyu were executed continuously by Sasuke. Although they were copied, Sasuke had privately practiced them over these days. At this moment, whether it was a horizontal slash from left to right, a thrust from back to front, a downward chop, or an upward flick, all were executed skillfully. Moreover, combined with the White Fang sword technique, stimulation of the body, Sasuke's sword speed was extremely fast, appearing as though he was wielding a wheel of light. However, after feeling the softness of both hands, Jian Meiqing quickly showcased his entire Buddhist flexibility. He either leaned back to dodge or shifted his waist to evade, utilizing his hands' defensive power. The two ended up in a deadlock. After all, no matter how sharp Sasuke's long sword was, as long as he couldn't hit it, was useless. However, at this point, even though they were in a deadlock, they were still evenly matched. Furthermore, Jian Meiqing's use of body flexibility would consume chakra, making it clear that Sasuke held an advantage in a prolonged battle. However, after a period of stalemate, Sasuke executed a powerful slash, and Jian Meiqing, unable to dodge in time, received a clear cut across his abdomen. But just as everyone was invigorated and Sasuke was about to press the advantage, a sudden sharp pain came from the back of Sasuke's neck. Sasuke's body stiffened. Finally here. Watching this scene, Jian Meiqing's eyes brightened. His right hand shot forward like a snake, wrapping around Sasuke's sword multiple times before finally grabbing his arm. Then Jian Meiqing forcefully twisted and pulled. Clang! Sasuke's long sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, while he himself was tightly restrained by Jian Meiqing's arms and legs, with a strong arm choking his throat. And this was the long-lost Asian binding. Sasuke! Naruto shouted in worry. He chuckled darkly. Your teammates are very concerned about you shouting and yelling since the battle began. So why not concede? You can't keep your teammates worrying for too long. Sasuke's face turned red, speechless. At this moment, Jian Meiqing seemed to realize something and apologized. I'm sorry, I tied it too tightly, and you can't speak. But it's okay. Relax, it will be over soon. Jian Meiqing silently tightened his arm's strength, intending to suffocate Sasuke to death. Under Jian Meiqing's restraint, Sasuke's struggles grew increasingly feeble. His obsidian-like eyes were about to roll back completely. Just when everyone was greatly disappointed, thinking that the mighty Uchiha was finished, Naruto's voice called out again, Sasuke, give it. You're really noisy, that loser. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes, his blood-red Sharingan directly locking onto Jian Meiqing. Sharingan not good. Jian Meiqing hurriedly tried to close his eyes. However, before he could, Sasuke's Genjutsu was unleashed first. Illusion Netherworld's insight technique. Oh, terrifying scenes began to resonate in Jian Meiqing's mind. Due to being trapped in the Genjutsu, his hands binding Sasuke loosened. Thus, Sasuke successfully broke free from Jian Meiqing's grip and grabbed the long sword on the ground, ready to finish him off. I won. Seeing this, Naruto happily punched the air. But just as his long sword pierced Jian Meiqing's right shoulder, blood spraying out. Ugh! Sasuke let out another cry of pain. Because he used the Sharingan, the curse mark was finally activated, fiery patterns spreading from the back of his neck, quickly covering half of his body. Good, just like that. Use its power more, Sasuke-kun. The disguised Orochimaru, posing as the Sound Ninja's Jonin instructor, revealed an excited gleam in his eyes. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, she would have even considered sticking out her tongue and licking her lips. So you were triggered by the curse mark, Sasuke. Jian's expression also grew serious. The curse mark is highly invasive. In the original story, Sasuke managed to suppress it, but whether he could here remains uncertain. After all, in the original story, he was merely drained of chakra, but here, he used the Sharingan. And most importantly, his opponent Jian Meiqing was not dead. At this moment, spurred by the pain, Jian Meiqing broke free from Sasuke's Genjutsu, revealing a sinister grin. His still functional left hand wrapped around Sasuke's neck, once again tightening fiercely. Dai Uchiha Sasuke. After narrowly escaping a life-or-death crisis, Kanami Sumi no longer held back. Though she now wielded only her left hand, its strength surpassed that of both hands combined. Crack, crack, crack. Under Kanami Sumi's crushing grip, Sasuke could almost hear the anguished groan of his own cervical vertebrae. No, not almost. They truly shrieked in despair. Were it not for the Uchiha clan's innate skeletal resilience and the fortifying power of the cursed seal, Sasuke's neck would have snapped beneath Kanami Sumi's grasp. Before everyone's eyes, the cursed seal, previously covering half his body, crept further across his frame. Where once it claimed 50%, now it spread to 60%. Trapped between the curse within and Kanami Sumi, without Sasuke, stood at the very precipice of annihilation. Sasuke. The sudden dire shift in momentum sent waves of alarm rippling through the spectators. Yet Chiyo merely lifted a faint, knowing smile. Through the livestream window, she had heard Sasuke's furious inner roar. I cannot fall. Not here. I must still slay that man. Yet even as he vowed vengeance, his mind flashed, not with hatred, but with the elegant lethal motion of Itachi Uchiha performing the Uchiha Kunai art. Then, to the stunned silence of the arena, Sasuke abruptly released his grip on Kanami Sumi's arm. Has he surrendered? The spectators' eyes narrowed at the gesture. No, this is no surrender. This is his final desperate gambit, Chiyo murmured, shaking her head. Indeed, Sasuke lowered his hands not in defeat, but to reach for his weapon pouch. Sensing the movement, Kanami Sumi tightened her hold and shifted her stance, draping herself entirely behind Sasuke's back. Futile. Your kunai will never pierce me. Ugh. Suffocation and vertigo crashed over Sasuke's mind. Yet in that instant of extremity, he bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself awake. Gathering his last breath, he hurled his razor-edged kunai skyward, a perfect arc descending toward Kanami Sumi's crown. Barring interference, it would strike true, dead center upon her skull. But gravity alone lent the kunai agonizing slowness. A kunai thrown from above. Clever, but what if I do this? Kanami Sumi wrenched Sasuke backward with all her adult weight and deliberate force, shifting their shared center of gravity, toppling them both onto their backs. The kunai aimed at Kanami Sumi's head moments before now plummeted straight toward Sasuke's chest. Sasuke. Naruto's voice tore through the air, louder than any other. And in that same breath, Sasuke launched a second kunai, its trajectory intercepting the first. The collision shattered the first kunai's path, diverting it from Sasuke's chest to Kanami Sumi's eye. Ahawk. Her scream pierced the air as the falling blade shattered her glasses and buried itself deep into her left eye. Her grip slackened instantly. Sasuke surged upright, driving a brutal elbow downward, striking the hilt of the embedded kunai. Thwip. The blade plunged deeper, beyond salvation, beyond gods. Kanami Sumi's scream ceased, abruptly, utterly. Haha. Gasping, Sasuke rose slowly, his body now veiled by the cursed seal across nearly 2/3 of his form. Yet through sheer force of will, he compelled the seal to recede. Witnessing this, Moonlight Hate stepped forward, glanced at Kanami Sumi's still form, and shook his head, beyond saving. I declare in the Chunin exam preliminaries round 1, victor is Sasuke Uchiha. Yes, he won. As Hayat's proclamation echoed, Ino and Naruto erupted in cheers, others exhaled in quiet relief, smiles softening their faces. Worthy of you, Sasuke. Chiyo gazed upon Kanami Sumi's unblinking corpse and sighed. You were strong. Yet this is the protagonist forgotten at the start, rare in the middle, and when crisis strikes. Boom. Transcendence. Then, Aag. So, you lost no shame after all. Medical Corps personnel arrived to remove Kanami Sumi's body. Meanwhile, Kakashi led Sasuke away to seal the cursed seal. Following Sasuke and Kanami Sumi's shocking duel, the remaining matches unfolded predictably. Shino Aburame faced Ino Yamanaka, the swarm of insects overwhelming her willpower, securing Shino's victory. Tekka Akagane confronted Kankuro, suffering a fate even more humiliating than Kanami Sumi's. Temari fought Tenten amid Tenten's lavish precision thrown arsenal. Temari claimed victory through tactical counterplay. Next, Shikamaru Nara defeated an Odanin from the Red Lotus squad. Choji Akimichi overcame another, advancing to the next round. Naruto Uzumaki bested Kiba Inuzuka. Hinata Hyuga fell beneath Niji Hyuga's relentless assault, until Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy Kurenai Yuhi, and Moonlight Hate intervened simultaneously, an iconic moment etched into Chunin exam lore. Tisk tisk. Chiyo shook her head faintly at the scene. Such disparity in treatment. No wonder Niji harbored such resentment. Hinata collapsed, coughing blood. Kurenai rushed to assess her injuries. Oh ho ho. Why? Wait. This girl looks so petite, yet so remarkably endowed. Could this be the legendary hidden magnificence? She rivals even Chusuma herself. Stream chat exploded with commentary on Hinata's physique. Chiyo sighed inwardly, Shed anticipated this. Yet still, could no one focus on Hinata's injuries? That said, Hinata was quite exceptional. Perhaps a hot spring outing someday. Given her shy, reserved nature, even if teased by a bold woman, Shed likely just blushed silently. No protest, no resistance. Or whisper in her soft, trembling voice, "Please, don't." Absolutely. Chiyo mused, until Naruto's furious declaration against Neji jolted her back to reality. His challenge rang like a starting pistol, ushering in the most electrifying climactic battle of the entire Chunin exam. Gaara versus Rock Lee. Yosh. At last, it's my turn. Lee's gaze blazed as his name lit up the electronic board. Mike Guy gave a thumbs up. Go Lee. Yes. Lee vaulted onto the railing, only for a slender pale hand to gently tug the fabric at his waist. Chiyo. Lee turned surprised, then beamed fire blazing in his eyes. Chiyo, you're worried about me. No need to fear. No matter the foe ahead, Rock Lee's youthful passion burns eternal. He raised his thumb again, teeth flashing like polished steel. Guy mirrored him. Well said, Lee. Master and student stood locked in identical poses, thumbs aloft, teeth gleaming, gazing wordlessly into each other's souls. Then, fervent embrace, tears streaming. Lee. Sensei. Lee. Sensei. In that moment, the Chunin exam arena dissolved, replaced by a windswept shore where crashing waves thundered against granite cliffs. And Chiyo, radiant, melodious-voiced, poised, and graceful, silver-haired with crimson eyes, a national treasure. Was there even someone like that here? A stray chat comment surfaced in Chiyo's thoughts. Chiyo, I'm truly just a cog in your script. Chinyu wore a face full of existential doubt. As she exhibited this demeanor, the barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, Chinyu is routinely ignored. 11. Regarding being the first beauty yet constantly overlooked, I have surprisingly come to accept it now. The legend of the ninja world is quite fascinating, isn't it? Sighed. Seeing the mocking comments, Chinyu helplessly rubbed her forehead. Indeed, she shouldn't have come here. With this Shaoli claim to like her, is this how he shows his affection? Indeed, in this world of Naruto, love is merely an illusion of bonds or what truly matter. I'm sorry to interrupt. Goodbye. Chinyu decisively turned to leave. As the beauty was about to depart, Shaoli finally remembered his affection for Chinyu and hastily stepped away from the reassuring embrace of his teacher Kai. Wait, Chinyu. Shaoli chased after her. As he gazed at Kianya's flawless face, he blushed and said, Did you come to find me for something? Thank you for assuming I have something to discuss. Chinyu retorted, her eyes resembling Kakashi's dead fish eyes. Sorry. Shaoli readily admitted his mistake. Forget it. Chinyu chose not to delve deeper, but instead began to explain her purpose for coming, which was to inform Shaoli of Gaara's feelings. If it could spare Shaoli some pain, that would be splendid. However, unfortunately, after a while lying on the ground, Gaara struggled, but resolutely reached out his hand towards Shaoli. A significant amount of yellow sand under Gaara's control rushed towards the now nearly defenseless Shaoli, ensnaring his limbs. Then Gaara's fingers clenched tightly. Sand coffin. Shaoli's scream echoed throughout the entire venue. With a strong sense of unwillingness, Shaoli collapsed. So this is how it ends. Chinyu sighed as she witnessed the outcome. Somewhat surprised, but it also felt expected. After all, the gap in strength was evident. Gaara was undeniably strong, and that was undisputed. Afterward, looking at the unconscious Shaoli, Gaara's yellow sand surged, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a green comet struck down. Boom! As if bathed in the scorching sun, Gaara's yellow sand melted away like snow. It was Mike Guy who intercepted Gaara's pursuit of Shaoli, acting as a wall of size before him. Seeing Kai's pained yet serious expression along with his unwavering stance protecting Shaoli, Gaara felt a pang of pain, recalling past scenes. Why are you saving him? Gaara questioned, cradling his head. Because he is my cherished subordinate. I won't fight anymore. After staring blankly at Mike Guy for a moment, Gaara turned to leave. However, just as the moonlight's swift wind was about to declare Gaara the victor, a shocking event occurred once more. Despite trembling limbs, the severely wounded Shaoli staggered and stood up again, striking a fighting pose. Lee, that's enough. Your body can't take any more fighting. Seeing Shaoli like this, Kai hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. But before he could finish his sentence, a sudden realization struck Kai like a thunderbolt, causing him to break into tears. Because Shaoli had already lost consciousness. This was his subconscious reaction. Lee, you rascal, even without consciousness you still want to prove your ninja way. As Kai's heartfelt words resonated, the camera zoomed in on Shaoli's face. His scarred visage and vacant eyes felt like a chisel carving into the hearts of everyone present. No matter who it was, upon witnessing this scene, they could not suppress the shock within their hearts. This is why I only informed him rather than stopping him. Chinyu closed her eyes, speaking to herself in her heart. While stopping Xiao Li in advance could fill the regret within her for someone like him, wouldn't it extinguish his brilliantly burning light for her selfish desires? The winner is Gaara. The voice of the moonlight's swift wind finally rang out. Yet compared to the victor, the crowd's focus was undoubtedly on the defeated. Though defeated, Xiao Li was still a winner. Subsequently, Xiao Li was carried away by the medical team. Xinyu leaped over the railing, standing in the center of the arena. Finally, it's my turn. I didn't expect to be the last one to appear. With her spiky grayish-black hair, Hong Lian descended from the stands, declaring, "Me too." Hong Lian, with an attitude of extreme arrogance, proclaimed, "Watching others fight passionately, while I can't step in, I'm now filled with fighting spirit." She clenched her fist and said, "Don't get hurt by me, pretty girl." Listening to Hong Lian's words, Xinyu hadn't even spoken yet when Naruto, one of her two top subordinates, expressed his displeasure. Who is this person talking so arrogantly? Indeed, the barrage of comments agreed. Those sound ninja who played tricks on Naruto, I thought they were impressive, but turned out to be nothing but paper tigers. With their teammates losing so badly, what right do they have to be arrogant? Let's disperse, she's probably just a loudmouth. I'm out of here, there's nothing to see, likely to be defeated instantly. I'm heading to the restroom. No one held high hopes for Hong Lian. After all, logically, the recent battle between Gaara and Xiao Li was no longer that of a Jinin. The subsequent battles would likely not surpass theirs. Such thoughts were not unique to the barrage. Hurry up and end this, I'm so tired. Ino yawned. Me too. I'm hungry. Choji rubbed his stomach. After 5 days of survival in the vast death forest, and then battling strong opponents along with witnessing the spectacular fight between Xiao Li and Gaara, one could say that they were now completely drained, both physically and mentally, feeling as if their eyelids were in a battle with continuous yawns echoing throughout. Only the two individuals below knew the formidable adversary they were each facing. Everyone seems a bit tired, what do you say? Casting a glance at the others in the stands, ignoring Hong Lian's clumsy provocation, Xinyu smiled brightly and asked Hong Lian. Oh, tired? Hong Lian raised an eyebrow. Then let's make them excited. All right. Xinyu nodded. Examiner, can we start now? Ahem, yes. The moonlight's swift wind raised his hand high and then waved it down. Ahem, then in the 10th round, Xinyu of the Phoenix Temple versus Hong Lian begin. As the moonlight's swift wind's voice fell clang, Xinyu drew her long knife. Crystal release, emerald crystal blade. With a light shout, a red circular ring passed through Hong Lian's fingers as if she were transforming like a Kamen Rider. 2 transparent crystal blades appeared on her arms. Then the two exchanged glances and charged forward simultaneously. Clang! The steel long knife clashed with the crystal blades. But in the next second, half of the long knife flew out narrowly, missing Naruto's face, embedding itself into the wall of the stands. What just happened? In a single clash, the blade shattered, utterly unexpected by everyone present. The live commentary stream erupted into heated debate. Did Kanu's sword really break already? What on earth is going on? I thought this was a brand new blade. Yes, it was commissioned by Iruka after treating Naruto to a meal. I recall it being quite expensive. Surely Iruka wouldn't deceive Kanu. Could the weapon shop have cut corners? The commentators were left utterly unable to determine the truth. Yet the weapon shop had in fact spared no effort in its craftsmanship. Even if they had wished to profit dishonestly, they would still have to consider their own daughter. After all, Kanu was nearly ready to begin advanced fingerforging training. In truth, the moment her initial shock subsided, she had already regained composure. The shattering of her blade beneath Hong Lian's strike was hardly surprising. For one profoundly counterintuitive fact remained: crystal is harder than iron. Though forging dramatically enhances a metal's resilience, the blade Hong Lian wielded was itself a construct of her earth-release technique. Moreover, Kanu cast a fleeting glance at the fractured cross-section of her broken sword. There, precisely where the clean-cut met air rested, a grano fry-sized nick. That tiny flaw had first appeared during her battle with Gaara, when her blade struck an unyielding fragment buried within the sand. Then moments ago, during Sasuke's duel with Kameheim, it had struck bone and chipped again. Ordinarily, Sasuke's mastery of Kenjutsu would have rendered such damage impossible. Cleaving bone or flesh required neither strain nor error, provided his blade's edge remained true. But at that instant, his cursed seal had flared violently. Impressive, you noticed even that detail? Kanu remarked, gazing at Hong Lian with genuine admiration. Hong Lian tilted her chin upward, pride gleaming in her eyes. Well then, lovely girl, surrender now while you still can. You cannot possibly defeat me unarmed. I beg to differ. Kanu replied with a light, knowing smile, her demeanor uncannily reminiscent of a certain rhyme martial arts master from Huafu. Whoever said half a sword can't draw blood? Is that so? Hong Lian's grin widened, edged with mischief. Let me rephrase. Lovely girl, I said unarmed. Who told you I'd leave you half a sword? What? Kanu froze, startled by Hong Lian's words. A sudden wave of danger surged up her arm. from the very blade still clutched in her hand. Instinctively, she dropped it and leapt backward. The long sword that had accompanied her for over a month tumbled freely toward the ground, before it could strike the earth. The next instant, crack, 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 a rapid crystalline cascade echoed from the falling blade. Before the stunned gaze of the entire arena, pink-hued crystals erupted from the fracture point, spreading swiftly along the blade's length like living frost. Finally, the encroaching crystal sealed the broken sword entirely within a translucent amber cocoon. Tink! The crystal-encased fragment struck the floor, a crisp, resonant chime. Silence fell over the preliminary arena, so profound a pin dropping would have echoed like thunder. No one had anticipated that Kanu, whose prowess rested so heavily upon her swordsmanship, would lose her weapon before the match had truly begun. The outcome defied all expectations, leaving even Kanu, who had never faltered before Gaara, humbled and disarmed. Another elite fighter. Such comments flooded the live feed. What do we do, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto turned urgently to his teacher. Kanu has no sword now. Can we get her one? As he spoke, his eyes drifted instinctively toward Tenten. Clearly, her dazzling twin rising dragon maneuver had left a deep impression on him. Noticing Naruto's glance, Tenten instantly understood and began reaching for her scroll. A ninja blade. She certainly kept spares. Absolutely not, Kakashi shook his head. This is an official examination, not open combat. Interference is strictly forbidden. Naruto slumped crestfallen. So what do we do now? We watch. Only Kanu can resolve this, Kakashi replied, his gaze steady and unwavering upon the arena. Have faith in her, Naruto. Right? Go, Kanu. You won't lose to that arrogant woman, never. Bolstered by Kakashi's words, Naruto rallied, shouting encouragement once more. Naruto's optimism sprang from his innate nature, but others held no such hope. Kankuro sneered, venom dripping from every syllable. Lose. Lose already. That haughty girl finally got what she deserved. TCH. Gaara frowned, restless and silent. Niji's gaze sharpened with condescending scrutiny. Will she fall so easily? If Kanu of Hōōji surrenders here, then perhaps she is nothing more than empty renown. True strength lies only in relentless, unadorned mastery of fist, foot, and body. Feeling the audience's attention shift from indifference to rapt focus, and sensing most now watched her with anticipation, Honglian felt Orochimaru's gaze settle upon her as well. Her triumph swelled to its zenith. I knew it. I am unquestionably supreme. Sasuke Kanu, mere trash. Behold Lord Orochimaru. Witness the humiliating surrender of the one you so highly favored. Roaring inwardly, Honglian thrust her crystalline arm blade toward Kanu and declared, voice laced with arrogant finality, one last chance. Surrender, lovely girl. Otherwise such a beautiful face would be marred by scars. How unfortunate. How chivalrous of you, thank you. Though honestly you're quite lovely yourself. Kanu smiled warmly, her praise appearing utterly sincere. The unexpected turn left the spectators frowning anew, bewildered by her sudden compliment. They understood moments later. Under Kanu's praise, Honglian, who had moments before radiated ferocious confidence, blushed faintly, her expression softening into shy delight. Honglian glanced slightly away, voice flustered. Well, I suppose, but don't mistake kindness for mercy. I will show no leniency. Then, realizing her momentary vulnerability, she snapped her head back, forcing her lips into a stern line, regaining her former poise. Enough. I'm here to become a chunin, not exchange pleasantries. No more delays, fight or yield. She delivered the ultimatum with decisive authority, yet having just witnessed her endearing flustered side, the commentator's perception of her had undergone a complete reversal. Like an elf who'd stumbled into a goblin warren, there was no turning back. Just an ordinary tsundere. What's there to boast about? Exactly. Flat-chested and narrow-hipped. Such a petty tsundere is laughable. Tsundere? I'll hit her with such blunt sincerity she'll collapse, begging to be taken as my starge force. Kanu herself hadn't expected Honglian to be a tsundere. She'd merely found it odd that Honglian kept pressing her to surrender aloud, less focused on defeating her and more eager for her to admit her own inadequacy. Having just glimpsed Honglian's inner monologue via the live broadcast, Kanu had simply leaned into the archetype of the proud, brilliant prodigy, desperate to prove herself, and tested the theory with a compliment. In truth, her flattery served a tactical purpose, exactly as Honglian had suspected, buying time to devise a solution. For within Kanu's current system, lacking a proper blade posed a severe material limitation, one no amount of willpower or grit could overcome. Fortunately, in those fleeting moments, Kanu conceived a desperate, unorthodox plan. Just a sword. Watch me conjure one, right before your eyes. Clone technique. Kanu formed the hand seals, and with a soft poof, a perfect clone shimmered into existence. The theatrical clone locked eyes with Kanu, then gently guided her hand to its own chest before closing its eyes and murmuring softly, "Please, use me." At that, the clone subtly formed new seals beneath its breath. Transformation technique. Another poof, and before the arena's collective gasp, the clone reshaped itself into a traditional Chinese longsword. Is this really possible? Everyone was dumbfounded as they gazed at the sword in Qianya's hand. Shiri Hong turned to Kakashi, the most experienced in ninjutsu among them. "Kakashi, is it feasible to transform into a weapon using shadow clone technique?" "Well, I'm not sure." Kakashi couldn't make a judgment at that moment, and looked at Asuma. "As far as I know, there's only one known case of turning oneself into a weapon." "Indeed. That would be the old man's Monkey King." Asuma nodded, taking a long drag from his cigarette in confusion, "But the Monkey King can transform into the diamond rod for the old man, because he himself is as hard as steel. But this shadow clone shatters at the slightest touch. How can it be turned into a weapon for someone to use?" Facing Qianya's unusual tactic, the elite shinobi scratched their heads in bewilderment. However, there was certainly a rationale behind Qianya's approach. Firstly, her clone was modeled after a wooden clone, which is quite resilient. Although the clone isn't as hard as the Monkey King, her transformation technique is impressive. Let's take a look at the perfect mimicry. Only, Chinyu looked at her long sword with a black line on her forehead. This was a Chinese-style long sword she desired. The long sword had a handle made of white jade with intricate patterns on the sword tip and guard, and a bright green gem at the sword eye. The crossguard resembled a water pot handle, or one could say it was moon-shaped, protecting the prominent large sun emerald in the middle. The spine of the sword was the same color as the large sun emerald, with both sides of the blade glimmering with a sharp light, looking magnificent and cool. Of course it was magnificent and cool, because this dramatic clone played a trick. It surprisingly provided her with the world's #1 sword, the sun and moon in the pot. At this moment, as Eternal Calamity had already become a free game, Qianya's sword was instantly recognized by everyone. Sun and moon in the pot. Damn, a heist. So you play too. How much did Eternal Calamity pay you? I'll give you double for PUBG. Alright, the rubber kid, the diamond rod. And now the sun and moon in the pot, huh? That's enough. I'm so happy that AI finally came to copy what I know. The most AI-like episode at last. I don't have to doubt its alien technology. Seeing such comments, Chinyu was taken aback. She thought she would be exposed, but unexpectedly they understood it this way. Thinking about it from her perspective, this was an AI-generated series, so it's normal to see familiar elements considering it's AI. How should I put it? This kind of perception is quite good, at least for her, as she doesn't have to be overly cautious about everything. Setting aside her attention to the outside, Chinyu looked at Honglian, while holding the sun and moon in the pot transformed from her clone. At this moment, Honglian also snapped back to reality from the shock of Chinyu's clone transforming into a sword. "You think a clone turning into a sword can block my crystal escape? What a joke. My crystal escape is not something so cheap. Shatter." Honglian charged at Chinyu with a pair of arm blades, just like at the beginning. But this time with a well-maintained weapon. Chinyu was no longer afraid of her. She directly swung the sun and moon in the pot to meet the attack, and the blade transformed, through perfect mimicry, clashed with Honglian's crystal escape blade, creating a series of clanging sounds. With Chinyu's swordsmanship, as long as the weapon issue was resolved, how could Honglian, who is essentially a ninjutsu-type ninja, defend against her even if she wielded dual arm blades? In the clash between the sun and moon in the pot and the arm blades, Honglian quickly revealed a flaw. Her defenses wide open. Opportunity. Chinyu's sword flew forth, aiming for Honglian's neck. But Honglian's reaction was also extremely swift. She released her arm blades, brought her hands together, then apart. Crystal escape crystallization. A suddenly appeared pink hexagonal crystal shield blocked Chinyu's blade. Then Honglian pushed with both hands, causing the hexagonal crystal shield to press forward continuously, a tremendous force immediately emanating from in front of Chinyu. Without activating the Grand Water Arm, she was actually pushed back continuously. As Chinyu retreated, she activated the Grand Water Arm for enhancement, but the hexagonal crystal shield in front of her suddenly displayed ominous patterns. She instantly teleported away from her original spot. The next moment, boom. A moderately sized explosion occurred, and the shattered pieces of the hexagonal crystal shield scattered like bullets, creating a scene of devastation. Seizing the opportunity from Qianya's momentary pause after teleporting, Honglian formed hand seals with one hand, while a brand new hexagonal crystal began to spin in her other hand, resembling a halo. Crystal escape, giant hexagonal shuriken. Swish swish. A high-speed halo shot vertically towards Chinyu. Facing this overwhelming attack, Chinyu initially intended to dodge to the side. However, when the giant hexagonal shuriken arrived before her, it unexpectedly turned horizontally, instantly enlarging its attack area. With no other choice, Chinyu could only raise her sword to block. Zzz. The hard hexagonal crystal scraped against the sun and moon in the pot, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Under the power of the ninjutsu, Chiyo was pushed back 4 to 5 steps before finally shaking it off. Boom. The giant hexagonal shuriken crashed into a statue in the preliminary competition arena, knocking down a large amount of giant rocks. Once Honglian's crystal escape offensive began, it was like an unending torrent. Crystal escape, crystal hexagonal pillar. Huge pink crystal pillars descended continuously, creating deep pits like when Lily kicked Gaara. In an instant, the previously empty preliminary competition arena was filled with 5 or 6 crystal pillars the size of pavilions, visually cluttering the space. Moreover, it seemed that Honglian was not satisfied with this. She formed another 3 or 4 hand seals, then slammed her hands to the ground. Crystal escape, God's passage technique. Boom, boom, boom. From the ground, a row of pink crystal pillars erupted, chasing toward Chiyo. With no way out, Chiyo dodged again, only to be met with another barrage of crystallized shurikens, which she deflected with the sun and moon in the pot. At this moment, Chiyo realized that under Honglian's relentless casting, the arena was becoming increasingly crowded and her space to evade was shrinking. In the blink of an eye, the arena was about to be filled with the creations of Honglian's crystal escape. "'Tis troublesome." Chiyo frowned slightly. Is this what a renowned teacher's bloodline ninja is like? Full of skills, versatile, powerful, and she doesn't need to perform 44 hand seals one by one to experiment, basically just bringing her hands together and shouting whatever comes to mind, or directly forming seals with one hand. And the occasional sealing ninjutsu doesn't exceed 6 seals, basically completed within a second, so there's no need to show off 6 seals in a second. This intensity is truly not something an ordinary person can compare to. Before the fight began, she was thinking about how to break the opponent's crystal escape crystals. Who would have thought that once the fight started, she would be prevented from getting close? It seems I need to find an opportunity to use swift escape next. Chiyo made a decision. However, before using swift escape, she had a small doubt. What kind of humanoid-tailed beast is Honglian? How can she casually spray such a wide range of crystal escape without turning red or panting? Boom. Caught in the explosive blast, Mariboshi Koji shot skyward like a rocket, soaring nearly 8 meters into the air and still rising. Ordinarily, Koji's wiry diminutive frame could be concealed 2/3 beneath a simple iron pot. Convenient indeed. Yet now his light weight became a liability, leaving him helplessly lifted by Chiyo's gale palm. As for that iron pot, meant to add ballast, it had long since been hurled away by Chiyo's gale palm, vanishing into the unknown. Watching Koji suspended midair, defenseless, unmoored, Chiyo for once formed hand seals with solemn focus. And as her fingers danced through the sequence, she silently thanked Lady Snake for her gift. For the technique she was about to unleash was none other than the Wind Release Jutsu inscribed upon the scroll gifted by Lady Snake. Wind Release, Thousand-Faced Gale. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Unlike her earlier playful strikes, this assault unleashed over 1,000 razor-thin wind blades, swarming like an enraged hive, as they converged upon the airborne Koji in a relentless hunt. Trapped in open air, Koji had nowhere to evade. Gazing at the wind blades slicing toward every angle of his body, a cold bead of sweat traced his temple. Is this child truly trying to kill me? Looks like I'll need to show my true skill. Koji's hands flickered. 2 rapid seals formed. Water release, water encampment wall. In the arid air, droplets suddenly coalesced, glimmering into existence. The next instant, under Koji's chakra infusion, those scattered droplets exploded into countless more, surging upward from beneath him in a violent spiraling torrent that coiled into a towering waterspout, fully enveloping him. Chiyo's thousand-faced gale struck that all-encompassing vortex and vanished without a whisper, swallowed whole like mud sinking into the sea. Unbelievable. Chiyo's lips parted slightly as she stared. She'd long known Koji's water release mastery, but to conjure such a torrent on barren ground defied all reason. Truly, this was the legacy of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, the authentic water shadow. As for the mist ninjas, so-called water users, a hollow imitation. The first was cursed, the second a war-mad tactician obsessed with steam and explosions, the third entrenched the blood mist era with internal strife, the fourth deepened its horrors under Sharingan control, the fifth restored balance, yet favored bloodline limit techniques. Not one wielded water release with pure unadulterated artistry. At this very moment, gazing upon that sublime waterspout, Chiyo's envy welled so fiercely tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes, sparking a firm resolve refine her swordsmanship, first, then master elemental jutsu, without delay. Koji, however, had no inkling of Chiyo's whirlwind of thought. Now back on solid ground, he tilted his head curiously. What's wrong? Aren't you coming in for another strike? Oh, I'll charge right in, to walk straight into your next feint. You sly old man. You even tried to trick me. Chiyo rolled her eyes. You saw through it. Koji sounded genuinely surprised. Of course. I'd have to be blind not to notice how blatantly you held those seals. Chiyo glanced behind Koji, at the water encampment wall still swirling in its basic form. Still, curiosity tugged at her. Though she'd sensed danger through his movements and instinctive chakra awareness, she couldn't fathom what transformation lay ahead. So she asked, puzzled, your water encampment wall is already extraordinary. Most users generate water from their own mouths to erect a wall, yet yours rises from the earth beneath you, spiraling upward like a dragon to encase your entire form. How else could such a unique variant possibly evolve? Since you're curious, I'll show you the technique inherited from that great master. Pride swelled in Koji's voice. Then, before Chiyo's awestruck gaze, and before the countless eyes of the livestream audience, his hands wove 3 additional seals. In the next breath, the water spout behind Koji, already ascending in elegant spiral, transformed anew. From its apex, a finely sculpted dragon's head emerged, followed seamlessly by its sinuous body, then its sweeping tail. Unlike Kakashi and Zabuza's version, whose dragons consisted only of heads and tails, the rest mere undulating currents, Koji's water dragon bore smooth, polished surfaces across its entire body, lacking only scales to pass for a living, breathing creature. Water dragon bullet. Chiyo gaped. That's possible. To shift directly from water encampment wall to water dragon bullet. She'd never witnessed such a feat. Why not? Koji laughed heartily. Would the second Hokage's water release be so crude a tool? With a sharp exhale, he declared, water release, water dragon bullet. Roar. The dense, unstoppable dragon surged forward, plowing straight into the training grounds grove. Under its crushing impact, trees snapped and toppled, revealing raw, glistening wood grain. An outsider might well mistake the devastation for a typhoon's wrath. All who witnessed it fell silent, speechless, awestruck. Meanwhile, within the live stream, an unusually perceptive question surfaced. Is that really the water dragon bullet? Why only 3 seals? Last time Kakashi and that Miss Jonin each used 44. And the power, so overwhelming. Exactly. Why? It makes no sense. Ask Chiyo. Come on, honey, help us out. Hey, you brat. Don't call her sister-in-law. If Chiyo asks anything, it'll be for me. Ask for me. Ask for me. The chat erupted in chaotic enthusiasm. So, what then was Chiyo doing at this pivotal moment, entrusted with the collective hopes of thousands? Answer. After witnessing the water dragon bullets display, a sudden wave of déjà vu struck her, and she slipped into reverie, retracing past scenes. And as memory unfolded, she realized, yes, she had seen this very transformation before. It was during the legendary clash between Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Azuna, when Tobarama first repelled Azuna's assault, with water surging up from the earth beneath him, then instantly reshaped that same water into a roaring dragon. But Tobarama had simply roared, water dragon bullet. So the subtle transition had escaped her notice. Now she understood, for a water release master like Tobarama, form followed intent, effortlessly shifting between defense and offense, even rendering the water dragon bullet itself a shield. Koji's method, by contrast, reflected necessity, not mastery, for he lacked Tobarama's peerless control. Yet even so, it remained astonishing. Brilliant. Chiyo breathed sincere admiration in her voice. Only then did she register the commotion unfolding in the livestream. Since everyone insisted she ask, she would. Master Koji, was that truly the water dragon bullet? But during Kakashi Sensei's battle with that Miss Jonin, they both performed it. Yet didn't the water dragon bullet require 44 seals? Huh. Koji blinked, genuinely stunned. That question lay entirely beyond his experience. He prided himself on decades of battlefield wisdom, on having seen it all. Yet a 44-seal water dragon bullet. He'd never laid eyes upon such a thing. He scratched his head, baffled. Qianyu descended from the sky, holding Honglian aloft. Staring down at the unconscious girl in her hands, she remained momentarily stunned. That's it. Just this. Earlier, Honglian's crystal release had roared with such ferocity, yet up close 2 swift punches had ended it all. Truly absurd. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. A ninjutsu specialist like her stood no chance, once closed in by a taijutsu master like Qianyu. Plop. She dropped the unconscious Honglian unceremoniously onto the ground, and turned to the referee, Moonlight Hade. Judge, I believe this counts as my victory. Moonlight Hade approached, scrutinized Honglian closely for a moment, then declared firmly, yes, she is unconscious. Therefore I declare Qianyu of Phoenix Temple the victor of round 10. Yes. Hearing the announcement, Naruto leapt into the air with unrestrained joy. Ah, that guy. Qianyu shook her head wryly. From start to finish, he'd been nothing but pure chaos. Still, she didn't mind. Not in the least. With Honglian fallen and Qianyu's battle concluded, the brutal Chunin preliminaries officially drew to a close. Summoned by the third Hokage, the 10 candidates who had passed the preliminaries gathered once more upon the scarred, debris-strewn arena floor. They were Sasuke, Uchiha, Shino, Aburame, Kankuro, Naruto, Uzumaki, Temari, Niji, Hyuga, Choji, Akimichi, Shikamaru, Naragara, and Chienyu. Of these, mere 7 hailed from Konoha, a staggering proportion. Though Chienyu's own butterfly effect had played a role, even she found it astonishing. Indeed, if the third Hokage was right, that the Chunin exams served as a microcosm of war, outsiders might well mistake Konoha's dominance for sheer, overwhelming strength. Yet the third Hokage appeared genuinely delighted. Calm and unhurried, he outlined the rules for the final round, and announced its date 1 month hence. Having lived this chapter before, Chienyu promptly tuned out, shifting her focus instead to the small floating screen in her mind, Orochimaru and Kabuto's clandestine meeting. Their exchange was brief and blunt. Orochimaru instructed Kabuto that Sasuke's bonds with Chienyu and Naruto had grown too deep, too entangled, and warned that delay risked making them unbreakable. He ordered Kabuto to retrieve Sasuke now. But Chienyu, privy to the plot, knew better. Orochimaru did not seek a captive, he craved a willing disciple. Sasuke must choose him freely. Viewed through that lens, Orochimaru's directive, to send Kabuto on a reckless abduction, seemed less strategic than theatrical, a calculated exposure, a deliberate severing of ties, with Konoha a forced descent onto the path of rebellion. In the original timeline, precisely that unfolded. Kabuto, rushing headlong to seize Sasuke, collided directly with Kakashi, who had happened upon the hospital wing purely by whim. Kakashi's visit had been impromptu. Yet, truth be told, regardless of circumstance, Kabuto could never have succeeded. Consider the timing. The preliminaries had just concluded. Hinata lay gravely wounded, Rock Lee critically injured. Thus the hospital was under its tightest guard, staffed not only by Kakashi, but also by Hayashi Hyuga and Might Guy elite Jonin, whose presence transformed the entire facility into an impenetrable fortress. Even granting Kabuto the full prowess attributed to him, equal to Kakashi himself, it would still have been impossible to extract Sasuke from such a stronghold. Chienyu exhaled softly, a quiet sigh escaping her lips. Poor Kabuto, manipulated with chilling precision by that eccentric serpent. Having finished his briefing, the third Hokage initiated the draw for the final round's match order. Chienyu drew number 9, unlucky indeed. The resulting matchups were set: Naruto vs. Niji, Sasuke vs. Gaara, Kankuro vs. Shino, Temari vs. Shikamaru, and Chienyu vs. Choji. So I'm last again, Chienyu muttered, gazing at the bracket with resigned dismay. Which means, I won't even step onto the field. She'd even positioned herself first in line, leftmost frontmost, for the draw. Well, she shrugged, dismissing the thought. Better to consider how I'll spend this month. After all, during this critical month of growth, Kakashi had promised to secure her a mentor. Later, following the dispersal, Chienyu accompanied Naruto to Konoha Hospital. A moment later, Ebisu, the special Jonin who had taught Konohamaru and briefly crossed paths with Naruto during an earlier lesson, emerged from within. Naruto stared incredulous. The very man he'd once felled with a single shadow clone technique's sexy jutsu now stood before him, real, authoritative, and utterly unembarrassed. Yet after Kakashi's stern lecture, Naruto reluctantly accepted the arrangement and departed with Ebisu. Silent until then, Chienyu fixed her gaze upon Kakashi and delivered the decisive question, "And what about me?" Kakashi pressed a hand to his temple, wincing. While finding a suitable mentor for you isn't exactly straightforward. He could begin with Naruto's shaky fundamentals, but Chienyu. Kakashi paused, then asked aloud, "Guy, how about it?" He dropped all pretense. "I know you've studied the 8 gates yourself. You saw Lee's power firsthand. We're close friends, and though Lee lies injured, if I ask, I will train you rigorously this entire month." Opening even one gate would be a formidable trump card. Might Guy Sensei? Chienyu mused, weighing the proposition. Admittedly, it was an excellent choice, if she lacked her system. But Chienyu revealed a sliver of her advantage. "Actually, I can already open them." "You can already open them?" Kakashi's astonishment flared anew. Truly, Kakashi couldn't resist asking again. "Would I be lying?" Chienyu sighed, shaking her head. "Shall I demonstrate right here?" No need for that." Kakashi chuckled, awkwardly waving his hands. Opening a gate unleashed a spectacle too grand for discretion. He had no desire to become the center of attention. Just as he'd glimpsed a solution, Chienyu had sealed it shut. Kakashi truly had no idea where to turn next. He finally asked, "Then, what do you want?" "Me?" The question caught Chienyu off guard. Her original plan had been clear, deep in her mastery of the wind-weaving sword art, with contingencies meticulously laid out. Yet after facing Honglian, she realized pure taijutsu, while viable, felt strangely mundane in this world of chakra and jutsu. Even specializing in swordsmanship demanded complementary skills. No true shinobi could afford to neglect breadth. Even Zabuza, after all, mastered the water dragon jutsu, a 44-hand seal technique, let alone someone blessed with her unique ability to allocate points. Thus, Chienyu hesitated. And hesitation in her case meant only one thing: insufficient impression points. This Chunin exam had yielded an unprecedented windfall: 200,000 impression points. Added to her prior savings of 150,000, she now held exactly 350,000. 350,000 sufficed for advancing the wind-weaving sword art, but branching further would strain her reserves, especially since future gains would inevitably dwindle. With no immediate way to increase income, austerity became essential. Yet reducing expenditure wasn't hopeless. Alternative experience acquisition existed: self-training and guided instruction. A mentor who could both refine her swordsmanship and cultivate her ninjutsu would drastically reduce her reliance on points. She voiced this dual demand to Kakashi. He fell speechless, overwhelmed by her audacity. Qian Yu's eyes narrowed, her voice dripping with mocking reverence. Kakashi-sensei, you, the legendary copy ninja, the wielder of the Sharingan. Surely such a man, so widely experienced, can find someone to teach me. What a bottom feeder, Kakashi-sensei. Her tone was insufferably smug, her expression disdain incarnate, her bratty little girl aura surging to maximum intensity. You little brat. At that moment, Kakashi's knuckles tightened, his fists literally hardened with restrained fury. He suppressed the urge to strike her abdomen and furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Sometimes greatness emerged only under pressure. Spurred by Qian Yu's provocation, Kakashi suddenly recalled the perfect candidate. Wait here, don't move. I'll return shortly. With that, he vanished in a blur of Shunshin. Before long, while Qian Yu pondered whom Kakashi might possibly fetch, a frail, elderly man with a massive iron pot strapped to his back followed Kakashi into view. Is it really this person? Upon seeing the approaching old man with a pot on his back, Qian Yu was astonished. With such a distinct feature, he could only be the true strongest genin of Konoha, Maru Hoshikage. She never expected that Kakashi could bring Maru Hoshikage to her. However, upon reflection, it made sense. She had requested a teacher who could teach swordsmanship and ninjutsu, and Maru Hoshikage was the only one in Konoha who fit that bill. Nice job, Kakashi. Thinking of Maru Hoshikage's unique second-generation water release and Konoha's unparalleled illusion sword, Qian Yu couldn't help but give Kakashi a mental thumbs up. At this moment, Qian Yu saw Maru Hoshikage, and he too noticed her. As Konoha's longest-serving swordsmanship expert, he could distinctly sense the sharp intent emanating from Qian Yu. Not bad, Maru Hoshikage exclaimed, nodding in admiration. What a lovely girl. What a sharp sword. He was very pleased, saying, Kakashi, it seems you found me a good student. Ha ha, as long as you're satisfied, Senior Hoshikage. I told you Qian Yu would never let you down. Hearing Maru Hoshikage praise Qian Yu, Kakashi felt a sense of pride. He then waved to Qian Yu, saying, Come over, Qian Yu, your teacher has arrived. Qian Yu obediently walked over. However, when she reached Kakashi and Maru Hoshikage, she was taken aback. Even with her keen sword intuition, Qian Yu sensed a very weak aura emanating from Maru Hoshikage, as if he were just an ordinary old man. But her sword intuition could even gauge Orochimaru. Of course, there were factors like Orochimaru having undergone too many reincarnations, leading to issues with his own soul, which made him somewhat lacking in these aspects. Yet how could it be possible that she couldn't sense anything at all? The only explanation for this situation was that Maru Hoshikage was far superior to her in swordsmanship. At present, Qian Yu had achieved the level of a master in swordsmanship. In other words, the frail old man before her was actually a swordsmanship grandmaster. Qian Yu was genuinely surprised. However, her astonishment was misunderstood by Kakashi as her underestimating Maru Hoshikage. Kakashi understood her perspective. After all, Maru Hoshikage indeed appeared to be just a kind, neighborly old man. In fact, Kakashi was waiting for Qian Yu to be surprised so he could turn the tables and prove her initial doubts wrong. Qian Yu, this is Senior Hoshikage. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He was trained by the second Hokage and fought alongside the third and fourth Hokage on the battlefield. Kakashi introduced proudly. However, instead of Qian Yu's surprise, Kakashi was met with a barrage of doubts. I can't see it at all. As a veteran who has fought in battles, I can say I have fought alongside the head of state. I went to Huangpu Military Academy. Who's to say I wasn't trained by the bald head? The audience in the comments section was not very optimistic about Maru Hoshikage. But Kakashi continued, just right, Senior Hoshikage is skilled in swordsmanship and water release, and he possesses a unique secret technique that combines swordsmanship with illusion techniques, making him a perfect match for your needs. So what do you think? Your teacher is quite impressive, right? Kakashi, the humble guy, began to bask in praise. Qian Yu, also wanting to show her support, clasped her hands in front of her chest and revealed a look of admiration typical of a young girl, sincerely exclaiming, as expected of teacher Kakashi. Ha 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 ha, it's nothing special. Kakashi calmly waved his hand. But anyone could see that although he appeared calm, his heart was already bursting with joy at being praised by his beloved disciple Qian Yu. Thus, once again, the chat room was flooded with comments. You know what I'm about to say. I also know you know what I'm about to say. Then it seems we all want to go together. All right, I'll count to 3 and well, all right on our palms. Cough, I crossed the stream and made a mistake. Oh, let's see how this goes. Good. 321 go. Poor Kakashi toyed with by Chiyo. And the comments were filled with laughter. At this moment, seeing Kakashi, Maru Hoshikage couldn't help but shake his head. How could this Kakashi, clearly a teacher, seem to lack the authority of a mentor? He didn't dislike this mode of interaction. However, seeing that Kakashi seemed to want to continue chatting with Chiyo, Maru Hoshikage interjected. All right, Kakashi, let me have a word with your disciple now. He continued, to be honest, although I agreed to your request, I actually have little confidence in teaching her. Kakashi hurriedly snapped back from the pride of being praised by Chiyo, saying, Senior Hoshikage, you are too humble. If you can't teach Chiyo, then I'm afraid no one in Konoha can. You two chat'll take my leave. Saying this, Kakashi looked at Chiyo with a serious expression. Chiyo, you must respect Senior Hoshikage, understand? Don't worry, Chiyo earnestly assured. Good. Kakashi left, leaving only Maru Hoshikage and Chiyo in the hospital lobby. Looking around at the noisy environment, Maru Hoshikage frowned slightly. This is not a place for conversation. Follow me. The two walked out of the hospital and arrived at a nearby vacant training ground where Maru Hoshikage looked at Chiyo once more. Previously in the hospital, it wasn't apparent, but now that they were outside in the bright light, Chiyo's beauty was fully revealed. Maru Hoshikage was astonished to discover that Chiyo was not just pretty, she was stunningly beautiful, capable of causing a national war in a warring state. Such beauty was rare, even in Maru Hoshikage's experience. He couldn't help but be curious. Chiyo, right? Kakashi only told me your name when he came to find me. What is your full name? Full name. Phoenix Temple Chiyo. Chiyo replied. Phoenix Temple. Upon hearing this surname, Maru Hoshikage was first taken aback, then a long-forgotten memory suddenly surged forth. Maru Hoshikage realized. So you're from the Phoenix Temple clan? No wonder, no wonder. Moi. Maru Hoshikage's attitude made Chiyo curious, and she asked, Senior Hoshikage, is there something special about the Phoenix Temple clan? Not really, Maru Hoshikage shook his head. It's just that the women of the Phoenix Temple clan were famously beautiful in the past. Is that so? Chiyo was surprised. But it was just surprise. After all, knowing such a setting was enough. Until Maru Hoshikage with a sense of nostalgia spoke up. You may not know, but even Kakashi's mother was a woman from the Phoenix Temple clan. Haha, that kid Hataki Sakomo's blade was so sharp that we all thought he would never find a suitable wife in his lifetime. I didn't expect him to end up with someone from the Phoenix Temple. Moi. Listening to Maru Hoshikage's words, Chiyo was puzzled. Kakashi's mother had always been a mystery, and she never expected her to be from their clan. Does this mean that Kakashi and her relationship is not just what Yakushi Kabuto said, but there is a possibility of blood relation, and that this blood relation is very close? Their relationship could even be that of brother and sister. Absurd. Chiyo shook her head. Kakashi is her brother, and she really didn't want that, since compared to a wandering orphan, Kakashi is the true calamity star in the Hokage. How should I put it? It's not that I dislike it, but it just feels a bit ominous. At this moment, Chiyo's reaction also startled Wanshinguja. He just realized why Kakashi and Chiyo have that kind of relationship, where it turns out they are relatives. But looking at it now, you didn't know? Wanshinguja asked. I didn't know. Chiyo shook her head. I only knew they might be relatives, but I didn't know if it was true. Oh, I see. Then who is your father? Wanshinguja continued to ask. It's, Chiyo revealed her father's name. Upon hearing this name, Wanshinguja quickly calculated, according to the relationship, you should be Kakashi's cousin. It's quite close, as his mother and your father are indeed siblings. This time Chiyo was genuinely surprised. The viewers still in the live broadcast room were equally astonished. Was calling him big uncle a joke? Now it turns out Kakashi is really my big uncle. Kakashi, I admit I was a bit disrespectful to you before. Now that no one is here, can I kneel before you? Get lost in front of me. Is that how you kneel? You clearly just want to kneel to your big uncle. Exactly. Here, I reiterate, Chiyo belongs to everyone. Private ownership is forbidden. What the hell? Private ownership? Does that mean Chiyo is a public bus? Upstairs, that side of Neon has published character designs, so why don't you check who the rising star of the new Dojin is? Yes, just a hint, Chiyo not only booked the Dojin King, but also the 3D area. Do you know what New Jerusalem means? The mention of Dojin King left the bullet screen in shock. Damn, Chiyo felt the same way. Originally, Chiyo was quite surprised by Wanshinguja's words, but now that the Dojin King is to be crowned in Jerusalem, what does it matter that she is Kakashi's sister? Being Kakashi's sister is not a bad identity. Chiyo didn't understand before, but now it's clear that her ability to enter Team 7 has a lot to do with this. Thus, Chiyo quickly calmed down. Seeing this, Wanshinguja nodded secretly, unfazed in the face of change. Very good. Alright, enough of that. Let's talk about the matters Kakashi entrusted to me. He said you want to develop both swordsmanship and ninjutsu. Yes. Qianyu nodded and was about to talk about her difficulties, Senior Gujia. Stop, wait. Wanqing Gujia interrupted her words. Then under Qianyu's puzzled gaze, Wanqing Gujia laughed. If we start discussing these things, it would be too troublesome. Qianyu, you are also a swordsman. Since that's the case, let's speak with swords. Speak with swords, eh? Qianyu smiled. I could not ask for more. An opportunity to spar with a master swordsman is invaluable. She took a few steps back to establish a proper distance for the duel, then executed her technique to create a clone that transformed into a sword. Although Wanqing Gujia was somewhat baffled by Qianyu's operation of turning a clone into a sword, he said nothing and simply gestured for her to proceed. Then I'm going for it. Qianyu's gaze sharpened, subtly channeling her energy to enhance her body. Then with a push of her toes, she vanished like a whirling wind, appearing right in front of Wanqing Gujia, her sword tip aimed at his face. Such a fast sword. Wanqing Gujia drew his blade at the same time. However, the first clash with Qianyu's blade was not with Wanqing Guji's ninja sword, but with a large iron pot. Uncertain of what material the iron pot was made from, when Qianyu's sword tip struck it, she found that instead of breaking through, her hand went numb from the impact. Then as the iron pot was withdrawn, a ninja sword swiftly followed, the transition between the two happening without a gap, as practiced as a Roman legionnaire. Facing such an opponent for the first time, Qianyu seemed a bit caught off guard as Wanqing Gujia's ninja sword was about to strike her. However, just as Wanqing Gujia was about to succeed, he suddenly halted his assault, and then with a flick of the iron pot, he hurled it to his left side. In the next moment, Qianyu's figure appeared in front of the trajectory of the iron pot, as if she was colliding with the pot. Clang! With a crisp sound of collision, the previous Qianyu transformed into a wooden substitute, while the real Qianyu was forced to halt by the iron pot. She had stopped, but the iron pot unexpectedly flew back due to the recoil, and Wanqing Gujia casually caught it, holding it in his left hand. Can it really work like this, eh? This maneuver of the iron pot returning on its own completely stunned Qianyu. In her days, the figure before her seemed less like a lean ninja elder and more like a guy in a star-spangled uniform. And if Qianyu, who had traversed for years, felt this way, one could only imagine how the viewers watching the battle live felt. Captain, is that you? While the iron pot can return on its own, so does that mean the next move is to show off some geometric pot skills? Wanqing Gujia, I can spend the whole day with you. Good. I was wondering why there hasn't been any news about Captain America retiring. It turns out he came to the ninja world to be a ninja. 666. However, at this moment, Wanqing Gujia was unaware that in the eyes of Qianyu and the bullet comments, there was now a pentagram added to the center of his cooking iron pot. Looking at the astonished Qianyu, he smiled slightly. It's nothing remarkable, just a little trick that comes in handy sometimes. If you want to learn, I can teach you later. You said that. Qianyu gathered her scattered thoughts. Wanqing Gujia was unlike any enemy she had faced before. He was indeed a ninja focused on swordsmanship, but he also wielded an iron pot as a shield. Coupled with his seasoned experience, the sword and shield worked in perfect harmony. In multi-against-stone battles, it was manageable, but Wanqing Gujia's iron pot was not Captain America's vibranium shield, which could absorb attacks. It couldn't block all strikes. But now it was unknown, a cold weapon duel, and with only a sword against an opponent with both sword and shield, the advantage was too great. She had to take care of that shield first. Determined, Qianyu charged forward once more. However, this time, she didn't charge directly to cut, but began swinging her sword midway, sending waves of wind blades from the sword tip, resembling miniature cruise missiles, attacking Wanqing Gujia. This time, Wanqing Gujia was the one who was surprised. You can actually directly slash wind blades with your sword. A figure resembling a big-nosed man seemed to flicker in front of him. As a notable elder of Konoha, Wanqing Gujia certainly had some connections with that big-nosed man. Thus, relying on his past experience facing Qianyu's wind blade assault, Wanqing Gujia held the iron pot in hand, and instead of retreating, he advanced, positioning the pot at the forefront using a tooth-for-a-tooth stance against Qianyu. And to be fair, it worked quite well, as it was a skill that could withstand a full-on strike, its effectiveness comparable to Naruto's Rasengan. At this moment, all of Qianyu's wind blades were negated, and Wanqing Gujia closed in, leading to another clash between the long sword and the iron pot. Under the impact of the iron pot's tooth-for-tooth approach, Qianyu was constantly pushed back, her feet carving 2 trenches in the ground that reached her ankles. Afterward, when the iron pot's force was exhausted, Wanqing Gujia exerted himself to leap back with the pot. Then he threw 3 shurikens at Qianyu, giving her the advantage. As for why it was Qianyu who gained the advantage instead of him, that's because in a life-and-death battle he usually threw shurikens laced with explosive tags. However, just as Wanqing Gujia moved the iron pot aside, the 2 delicate palms of Qianyu were already aimed at him. Not good. A knot formed in Wanqing Guji's heart. Sure enough, in the next second, 2 gusts of explosive wind erupted from Qianyu's palms. Take off, double gale palm. Boom. Caught in the explosive blast, Mariboshi Koji shot skyward like a rocket, soaring nearly 8 meters into the air and still rising. Ordinarily, Koji's wiry diminutive frame could be concealed 2/3 beneath a simple iron pot, convenient indeed. Yet now his light weight became a liability, leaving him helplessly lifted by Chiyu's gale palm. As for that iron pot, meant to add ballast, it had long since been hurled away by Chiyu's gale palm, vanishing into the unknown. Watching Koji suspended midair, defenseless, unmoored, Chiyo for once formed hand seals with solemn focus. And as her fingers danced through the sequence, she silently thanked Lady Snake for her gift. For the technique she was about to unleash was none other than the Wind Release Jutsu inscribed upon the scroll gifted by Lady Snake. Wind Release, Thousand-Faced Gale. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Unlike her earlier playful strikes, this assault unleashed over 1,000 razor-thin wind blades, swarming like an enraged hive, as they converged upon the airborne Koji in a relentless hunt. Trapped in open air, Koji had nowhere to evade. Gazing at the wind blades slicing toward every angle of his body, a cold bead of sweat traced his temple. Is this child truly trying to kill me? Looks like I'll need to show my true skill. Koji's hands flickered. 2 rapid seals formed. Water release, water encampment wall. In the arid air, droplets suddenly coalesced, glimmering into existence. The next instant, under Koji's chakra infusion, those scattered droplets exploded into countless more, surging upward from beneath him in a violent spiraling torrent that coiled into a towering waterspout, fully enveloping him. Chiyu's thousand-faced gale struck that all-encompassing vortex and vanished without a whisper, swallowed whole like mud sinking into the sea. Unbelievable. Chiyu's lips parted slightly as she stared. She'd long known Koji's water release mastery, but to conjure such a torrent on barren ground defied all reason. Truly, this was the legacy of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, the authentic water shadow. As for the mist ninjas, so-called water users, a hollow imitation. The first was cursed, the second a war-mad tactician obsessed with steam and explosions, the third entrenched the blood mist era with internal strife, the fourth deepened its horrors under Sharingan control, the fifth restored balance, yet favored bloodline limit techniques. Not one wielded water release with pure unadulterated artistry. At this very moment, gazing upon that sublime waterspout, Chiyu's envy welled so fiercely tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes, sparking a firm resolve refine her swordsmanship, first, then master elemental jutsu, without delay. Koji, however, had no inkling of Chiyu's whirlwind of thought. Now back on solid ground, he tilted his head curiously. What's wrong? Aren't you coming in for another strike? Oh, I'll charge right in, to walk straight into your next feint. You sly old man. You even tried to trick me. Chiyu rolled her eyes. You saw through it. Koji sounded genuinely surprised. Of course. I'd have to be blind not to notice how blatantly you held those seals. Chiyu glanced behind Koji, at the water encampment wall still swirling in its basic form. Still, curiosity tugged at her. Though she'd sensed danger through his movements and instinctive chakra awareness, she couldn't fathom what transformation lay ahead. So she asked, puzzled, your water encampment wall is already extraordinary. Most users generate water from their own mouths to erect a wall, yet yours rises from the earth beneath you, spiraling upward like a dragon to encase your entire form. How else could such a unique variant possibly evolve? Since you're curious, I'll show you the technique inherited from that great master. Pride swelled in Koji's voice. Then, before Chiyu's awestruck gaze, and before the countless eyes of the livestream audience, his hands wove 3 additional seals. In the next breath, the water spout behind Koji, already ascending in elegant spiral, transformed anew. From its apex, a finely sculpted dragon's head emerged, followed seamlessly by its sinuous body, then its sweeping tail. Unlike Kakashi and Zabuza's version, whose dragons consisted only of heads and tails, the rest mere undulating currents, Koji's water dragon bore smooth, polished surfaces across its entire body, lacking only scales to pass for a living, breathing creature. Water dragon bullet. Chiyu gaped. That's possible. To shift directly from water encampment wall to water dragon bullet. She'd never witnessed such a feat. Why not? Koji laughed heartily. Would the second Hokage's water release be so crude a tool? With a sharp exhale, he declared, water release, water dragon bullet. Roar. The dense, unstoppable dragon surged forward, plowing straight into the training grounds grove. Under its crushing impact, trees snapped and toppled, revealing raw, glistening wood grain. An outsider might well mistake the devastation for a typhoon's wrath. This. All who witnessed it fell silent, speechless, awestruck. Meanwhile, within the live stream, an unusually perceptive question surfaced. Is that really the water dragon bullet? Why only 3 seals? Last time Kakashi and that Miss Jonin each used 44. And the power, so overwhelming. Exactly. Why? It makes no sense. Ask Chiyo. Come on, honey, help us out. Hey, you brat. Don't call her sister-in-law. If Chiyo asks anything, it'll be for me. Ask for me. Ask for me. The chat erupted in chaotic enthusiasm. So, what then was Chiyo doing at this pivotal moment, entrusted with the collective hopes of thousands? Answer: after witnessing the water dragon bullets display, a sudden wave of déjà vu struck her, and she slipped into reverie, retracing past scenes. And as memory unfolded, she realized, yes, she had seen this very transformation before. It was during the legendary clash between Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, when Tobirama first repelled Izuna's assault, with water surging up from the earth beneath him, then instantly reshaped that same water into a roaring dragon. But Tobirama had simply roared, "Water Dragon Bullet." So the subtle transition had escaped her notice. Now she understood, for a water release master like Tobirama, form followed intent, effortlessly shifting between defense and offense, even rendering the water dragon bullet itself a shield. Koji's method, by contrast, reflected necessity, not mastery, for he lacked Tobirama's peerless control. Yet even so, it remained astonishing. Brilliant. Chiyo breathed sincere admiration in her voice. Only then did she register the commotion unfolding in the livestream. Since everyone insisted she ask, she would. Master Koji, was that truly the water dragon bullet? But during Kakashi Sensei's battle with that Miss Jonin, they both performed it. Yet didn't the water dragon bullet require 44 seals? Huh. Koji blinked, genuinely stunned. That question lay entirely beyond his experience. He prided himself on decades of battlefield wisdom, on having seen it all. Yet a 44-seal water dragon bullet. He'd never laid eyes upon such a thing. He scratched his head, baffled. Maru Hashinori couldn't help but ask, 44 hand seals. Even at 6 seals per second, that would still take 7 or 8 seconds. Spending that long just forming seals. Wouldn't you be instantly struck down by an opponent using the body flicker technique? Are you certain you mean Kakashi? Yes, Chiyo affirmed with unwavering certainty. It was Kakashi and Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, while Kakashi employed his Sharingan. Both legends. Maru Hashinori raised an eyebrow, still unconvinced. For myself, unless I pre-activate the water encampment wall, to gather water, the water dragon bullet requires 5 seals. And the second Hokage, who taught me this technique, needed only 3. The number of hand seals in truth reflects one's mastery and fluency with the jutsu. Given your account, I can only conclude Zabuza had ulterior motives, and Kakashi, compelled by his Sharingan's mimicry, was forced to follow suit. Oh, I see. Chiyo nodded as if enlightenment had dawned. Of course, her understanding alone meant little. What truly mattered was whether the livestream commentary grasped it. Chiyo lifted her gaze toward the small livestream window, where viewers' playful commentary appeared. Zabuza: yes, I'd actually forgotten the sequence, so I tried them all one by one. Who knew Kakashi would obediently copy every single one? Zabuza: wrong. How could I possibly forget the water dragon bullet seal sequence? I merely added extra seals deliberately, knowing Kakashi was mimicking me with his Sharingan. Zabuza: what if my memorized scroll simply lists exactly that sequence? Perhaps the flaw lies not with me, but with this elderly man and the second Hokage of Konoha. Maru Hashinori: impossible. Absolutely impossible. Am merely an ordinary man. Maru Hashinori: yes. I wield only a simple blade and perform water-based ninjutsu in the most unremarkable way imaginable. Ah, yes. Chiyo silently completed the final comment she'd read. A simple blade, yet one mastered at the level of a sword saint, enhanced by a unique, illusionary sword art. Unremarkable water ninjutsu, yet taught directly by the second Hokage, capable of summoning torrents even in arid, waterless lands. Is that truly ordinary? If this is ordinary, then nothing in this world could ever be extraordinary. Yet there was no need to dwell on such matters. Chiyo redirected her attention back to Maru Hashinori. If their earlier exchange had been an assessment of mutual strength, then his 2 successive water-based techniques performed in a water-scarce environment, though he bore them well, had nonetheless drained a tremendous amount of chakra, rendering further combat untenable. Thus Chiyo demonstrated her lightning release chakra mode briefly before engaging Maru Hashinori in a sincere, in-depth exchange on swordsmanship, bringing the encounter to a graceful close. At last Chiyo truly grasped the meaning of Sword Saint. Maru Hashinori's swordsmanship, though devoid of flamboyant flourishes, remained utterly beyond her current reach. Both parties left the exchange deeply satisfied, Maru Hashinori with Chiyo as his student, and Chiyo with Maru Hashinori as her master. People expressed joy in countless ways. A fine meal, a film, a walk outdoors, or a song sung aloud. Maru Hashinori's method differed entirely from these. His expression of joy was cooking an exceptional meal. After their conversation ended, Maru Hashinori retrieved his airborne iron walk, then, like conjuring magic, procured fresh ingredients from the surrounding forest. With culinary skill rivaling his swordsmanship, he prepared a sumptuous dinner, aromatic, vibrant, and exquisitely balanced, in remarkably little time. As the fragrance of pure, untainted ingredients filled the air, tears of repentance streamed from the corners of Qianyu's mouth. In that moment, she finally realized the gravity of her transgression. She had nearly shattered the divine iron wok, and even deemed its deity annoying. Such irreverence, such profound disrespect. This was no trivial misstep, it demanded decisive atonement. Decision made tonight, she would self-punish with 3, no 4, full bowls. Under Maru Hoshinori's generous hospitality, the young woman entered a transcendent realm of feasting. Meanwhile, the onlookers had yet to grasp the severity of the situation, until footage from Naruto's parallel ordeal was broadcast. They watched as Naruto, after barely escaping Ebisu, finally found Jiraiya as his mentor, only to discover the Sannin was an unreliable lecturer. To earn instruction, Naruto had to resort to the transformation technique, offering himself as bait. Even dining out required him to pay his own way. Then they turned to Qianyu, her belly round and content each day fed unfailingly by her teacher, and collectively typed question marks. Oh, so this is how favoritism works. Master Maru, you've done splendidly. Indeed, eat heartily. Then your mother will never again fret over your meals. I hereby declare Master Maru worthy of enshrinement in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Who supports this? Who opposes? No need to fish for approval, no one opposes. Applause. Is this the weight of being the official beloved daughter? All observers sighed in awe. Yet how could audiences on another planet possibly know that Qianyu, the beloved daughter lauded by the authorities and fed daily, was in truth quietly exasperated? For after the first day's full livestream, during her initial encounter with Maru Hoshinori, her feed vanished, reappearing only moments before each meal to showcase what she was about to eat. It reduced her effectively to a food streaming host. Though admittedly Maru Hoshinori's cooking was exceptional, so much so that under intense training, she was even gaining weight. Yet far surpassing the nourishment of his meals was the depth of swordsmanship insight she gained. For Qianyu never imagined Maru Hoshinori held personal ties with Uchiha Shursui. If the Konoha-style Willow style had offered limited refinement to her wind-channeling sword art, then Shursui's Uchiha sword style proved nothing short of revelatory, perfecting and elevating her technique. After all, wind and fire were intrinsically linked elements. Thus, wisdom drawn from another source could polish one's own craft. Forgive me, Mizukini, I shall never again jest about you safeguarding Konoha's future. In return, I shall warn Uchiha Itachi about what Konoha's true future really demands. The young woman silently vowed within her heart. Thereafter, days passed without particular incident. Only training, and more training. To Qianyu's delight, even without expending impression points, her skill proficiencies surged at astonishing speed under Maru Hoshinori's tutelage. And should she choose to invest additional impression points, that growth accelerated further still. In rapid succession, she absorbed Maru Hoshinori's insights on swordsmanship, elemental ninjutsu, and secret sword techniques, as if drawing water into a thirsty sponge. Thus began a period of explosive advancement in Qianyu's strength. With a master to guide her cultivation and a chef to nourish her body, her life stood in stark, blissful contrast to Naruto's struggles. Yet joy, alas, is fleeting. Before Qianyu could savor many more of Maru Hoshinori's meals, a striking woman with violet hair, crimson lips, and vivid flame-shaped markings upon her shoulders suddenly appeared. Seeing Qianyu practicing swordsmanship under Maru Hoshinori's guidance, the violet-haired woman paused, momentarily lost in thought. An instant later, sorrow flickered across her features, swiftly masked and concealed. Master Maru, she greeted softly as she approached. Yugao. Maru Hoshinori's eyes lit with genuine heartfelt delight. What brings you here? To visit the old man, perhaps? Ha! You've arrived just in time. Come, let me introduce you. This is Qianyu, a girl of extraordinary talent. Qianyu, meet Yugao. She was one of my former students. Maru Hoshinori gently introduced Yugao Yuzuki to Qianyu. Hello, little sister. Yugao Yuzuki murmured warmly. Hello, beautiful big sister. Qianyu smiled, hiding the astonishment blazing in her eyes. For she had never anticipated Yugao Yuzuki would be Maru Hoshinori's student. If so, then Tsunade's protege and Yugao's childhood friend, Kagami Hate, must likewise have trained under him. Childhood friends inseparable since youth, and both elite swordsmen. No wonder Kagami Hate possessed so radiant a fiancé as Yugao Yuzuki. Yet if that were the case, Yugao Yuzuki's purpose in coming today? Qianyu studied her face intently, and indeed beneath layers of makeup, exhaustion and weariness were unmistakable. Hayate's story unfolded at night. These past days she'd been too fatigued to monitor it closely. So, he truly fell before the onset of the Shippuden era. Originally, Hayate's death held no relevance to Qianyu. until she discovered this young couple's deep connection to Maru Hoshinori. This has become complicated, Qianyu sighed inwardly. For through their time together, she had grown profoundly fond of Maru Hoshinori, an open-hearted, generous elder who withheld no knowledge in teaching, and whose culinary mastery rivaled his swordsmanship. She had come to regard him almost as her grandfather. The death of Kagami Hade, a direct disciple, would strike Maru Hoshinori, who had no sons of his own, with grief no less devastating than losing a child. The blow would be catastrophic. Qianyu instinctively moved to stop Magetsu Yuyin from revealing the death of Tsukikage Hade. Yet pausing for a moment and gazing upon the violet-haired beauty before him, he abandoned the thought. For it was plainly evident that Yuyin herself was already wrestling with this very burden. Ever since their initial greeting, her thoughts had drifted, her eyes flickering between daze and inner turmoil. Perhaps Qianyu's presence had stirred some long-buried memory. Watching her thus, Mariboshi Kotetsu beside them wore an unmistakable expression of suspicion. Rather than let the elder uncover the truth on his own, it would be kinder and more urgent to tell him now, granting him at least one final chance to see Hate. With a soft sigh, Qianyu gently called out, "Elder sister." "Elder sister? Huh?" Yuyin blinked back to awareness, her gaze clouded with bewilderment. He then asked with quiet concern, "Elder sister, you seem utterly exhausted. Has something happened?" "Ah, you've noticed." She sighed faintly. "Judging by your appearance, you must be a newly graduated genin this year. Yet even you can see how deeply I've unraveled." Listening intently, Kotetsu, who had been burning with questions, blurted out, "Yuyin, what's wrong?" "Master." Yuyin's composure shattered, raw emotion surged forth uncontrollably. "Master," she cried, voice thick with sorrow. "Hate is dead." Clang. Kotetsu's long sword clattered to the ground. That a master swordsman could lose his grip on his blade spoke volumes about the depth of his shock. Though I always sensed such a fate loomed over that boy given his frail constitution, yet how could it come to this? "What exactly happened, Yuyin?" Kotetsu pressed urgently. "It began like this." Yuyin recounted Hayate's story. Her account was brief, identical to the known record. Hate had tailed Yakushi Kabuto, then vanished without trace. By the next morning, his body had already stiffened. As for the killer, unknown. The AMBU found no evidence whatsoever. So not even the perpetrator's identity has been uncovered. Having heard Yuyin's words, Kotetsu clenched his fists in anguish. Whereas Hayate's body? Was an autopsy performed? The AMBU have already retrieved it. And yes, an autopsy was conducted. Yuyin replied. But Hayate's brain was meticulously altered by a professional hand, leaving no recoverable data. All we know is that he died from an exceptionally refined wind release technique. So not even the perpetrator's identity has been uncovered. Kotetsu's grief curdled into seething fury. Yet even Konoha's interrogation division, home to both master torturers and elite mentalists, had drawn a blank. What hope did an aging man like him hold? Kotetsu lowered his hands in sorrowful resignation. "Very well. Take me to Hate." The three turned toward Konoha Hospital's morgue. Moments later, Qianyu and Yuyin stepped out of the morgue, leaving the space for Kotetsu's private farewell. Now that the news had been delivered, and a weight lifted from her heart, Yuyin appeared markedly calmer. Her gaze softened as she looked at Qianyu beside her. "Qianyu, right. Truthfully, you didn't need to accompany us." "I couldn't say that." Qianyu shook his head. "Though I am not Master Kotetsu's formal disciple, he has imparted everything he could these past days. We may not bear the title of master and student, but the bond is real. Then the one lying cold within that morgue is my senior brother. How could I possibly stay away when he met such a fate? And besides, senior brother Hei was my Chunin exam examiner. There remains a thread of shared history between us." "Is that so?" Yuyin looked surprised. "You're a candidate in this year's Chunin exams. Now that I think of it, Hei did mention you to me once. Since you're training under Master Kotetsu, that means you passed the preliminary rounds, and will compete in the main tournament 1 month from now, correct?" "Yes." Qianyu nodded unfazed. These were public facts. Yet to his astonishment, Yuyin suddenly bowed her head in apology. "I'm sorry." "Huh?" Qianyu was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the reason behind her sudden contrition. Yuyin then explained her reasoning. "You're in the most critical phase of preparation. Every day is precious, not to be squandered. Yet because of our affairs, you were compelled to accompany us here. A failure of responsibility on the part of your senior peers. How can you say that, elder sister Yuyin?" Qianyu responded helplessly. To someone like her, whose latent potential far outstripped visible effort, wasting time was simply impossible outside the scrutiny of observers. Yet Yuyin remained resolute. "Since your time has been taken, we must offer compensation. Consider it a welcome gift from your seniors." From her weapon pouch, Yuyin withdrew several small scroll cases and handed them to Qianyu. "What are these?" he asked, accepting them with quiet curiosity. Yin said. These contain Hōōji's personal insights into the three-moon dance, his signature technique, as well as his secret sword art Moon Shadow, and my own lunar veil night. Qian Yu's fingers twitched slightly, not from weakness, but from sheer awe. A swordsman's secret techniques were ultimate arts rarely shared and never displayed lightly. Elder sister. Yin had just lost her fiancé, yet here she stood offering such priceless treasures to this young junior sister. Even Qian Yu, normally unflappable, felt the weight of the gesture burn in his palms, tempted to refuse. Yet Yin anticipated his hesitation. Take them. These may find truer purpose in your hands. Her words were vague, but Qian Yu understood their meaning. In the original chronicle, Yin had crumbled after Hōōji's death, eventually losing even the strength to wield a blade, forced instead into medical mean training. No swordsman wished for their secret arts to fade into oblivion. This was no mere gift, it was a solemn entrustment. After a long silence, Qian Yu accepted the scrolls. The 3 sword art scrolls were compact, but in his hands they carried profound gravity. Until now, Qian Yu had held no particular sentiment toward either Hōōji or Yin. Indeed, before his transmigration, he'd even mocked Hōōji as a consumptive ghost, joking that having such a beautiful fiancée as Yin must have left him drained. And Yin to him had merely been a lovely widow. Now those narrow static impressions had dissolved, replaced by 2 vivid, breathing souls. The care extended by these seniors resonated in him with startling authenticity. The knowledge that Yakushi Kabuto and Maki had slain Hōōji now carried deeper, sharper resonance. Kabuto and Maki. Qian Yu's gaze darkened. Kabuto is likely beyond my reach. But Maki, he won't escape. Excellent. Originally, Qian Yu had entered this Chunin exam with neither drive nor objective. He knew he wouldn't even step onto the battlefield. Yet now clearly goals abounded. Decided Maki it is. Whether to avenge his ill-fated senior brother, or repay Master Kotetsu's mentorship and elder sister Yin's generosity, it mattered little. Slaying Maki would become her 3rd and final Chunin exam match. Qian Yu swore it inwardly. Shortly thereafter, Kotetsu emerged from the morgue, having bid Hōōji farewell. Qian Yu and Yin accompanied the grieving elder home. And due to this unexpected interlude, Qian Yu's training temporarily came to a halt. Yet this suited him perfectly. The next day, rested and restored after deep sleep, Qian Yu opened his personal status panel. His impression value now stood at a staggering 4200, even after deducting amounts spent during cultivation. It hadn't started so high, but Qian Yu's meetings with Kotetsu had been broadcast live, and his daily cooking streams added steady increments. Such a vast impression value demanded bold action. First this. His gaze settled upon wind-weaving swordsmanship, a skill long dormant. Wind-weaving swordsmanship, proficient 40214-34300. Though he'd never allocated points directly, combat experience and daily practice had steadily raised its proficiency to over 40,000. Qian Yu now attempted something he'd long contemplated. If 2 lower-tier abilities could fuse into a higher-tier one, then his skills were inherently malleable. Thus, integrating one ability into another should likewise be possible, allowing him to elevate a single core skill while all related techniques rose in tandem. For instance, Hōōji Palm and Shunshin no Jutsu Wind variant, both rooted in wind manipulation, could ascend alongside wind-weaving swordsmanship. He failed some attempts, but succeeded in others. He failed with White Fang sword style. The system noted that high-tier abilities required correspondingly advanced unifying elements. Yet Konoha style Willow 3-Moon Dance and Lunar Veil Night, all acquired from Kotetsu and Yin, successfully merged into White Fang sword style. Meanwhile, Hōōji Palm, other wind-based techniques, and the newly acquired secret sword Moon Shadow seamlessly integrated into wind-weaving swordsmanship. Qian Yu then invested impression points. Ding, 265773 impression points consumed. Wind-weaving swordsmanship, proficient 77267343000, expert 1686000. An overwhelming torrent of knowledge and bodily energy flooded Qian Yu's being. At last, the cyclonic body shielded the way of the Ronin, the razor-sharp steel-cutting flash, the vortex-generating whirlwind cleaver, and the step-forward slash, born from Moon Shadow, manifested fully. Simultaneously, this surge heightened his senses and swelled his chakra reserves with unprecedented potency. His status panel shimmered with transformation. Agility Special Jonin Standard Jonin. Mental Fortitude Standard Jonin Elite Jonin. Chakra Capacity Standard Jonin Elite Jonin. Current Impression Value 154227. Having completed his swordsmanship investment, Qian Yu made no hesitation with the remaining 15000 points. He spent 100 to unlock Ice Release, simultaneously acquiring Mirror Ice Prison and Water Dragon Bullet, intending to use water-based techniques as temporary proxies for ice until full mastery was achieved. A new wave of enhancement surged through him. Physical Constitution Special Jonin Standard Jonin. Strength Elite Chunin Special Jonin. Mental Fortitude Elite Jonin Pseudokage. Chakra Capacity Elite Jonin Pseudokage. Upon completion, his base attributes settled as follows. Physical Constitution Standard Jonin. Strength Special Jonin. Agility Standard Jonin. Mental Fortitude Pseudokage. Chakra Capacity Pseudokage. All attributes except strength now surpassed the Jonin threshold, while mental fortitude and chakra capacity soared to Pseudokage level. Gazing upon these stats, Qianyu felt absolute security. His sole concern lay in the aftermath, though wind-weaving swordsmanship had consumed the bulk of his impression points. His newly unlocked ice release lacked supporting techniques. Driven by urgent need for ice-based jutsu, Qianyu recalled a slender androgynous boy who had vanished shortly after arriving in Konoha. So, where's Haku? Oh no, could he have been taken by Danzo? A chill ran down Qianyu's spine. She hadn't paid attention to Haku after his return. Now, upon reflection, she realized she had heard nothing at all about him. As everyone knew in Konoha, silence itself was often a message, and rarely a good one. Qianyu pondered further. Within her current circle, only 2 people might know of Haku. Yuhi Kurenai, a direct AMBU operative under the Hokage, and Kakashi. Kurenai was still grieving. Qianyu, ever the considerate junior sister, naturally wouldn't disturb her. So, I'll have to seek out Kakashi then. Perfect. I'll also pay Sasuke a visit while I'm at it. Thus resolved, Qianyu decided it was only proper after so long apart to refresh herself with a bath. She had just completed a round of cultivation. Though unlike in Shinsha tales, no black grime sloughed from her skin, she had broken into a light sweat. She entered the bathroom and stepped beneath the shower. Crystal droplets traced a delicate path down her slender swan-like neck, paused briefly in the elegant hollow of her clavicle, then climbed a gentle rise before descending into a soft valley. They continued their journey down her alluring legs, spiraling playfully around her dainty porcelain feet before vanishing into the drain. In the compact, serene space, the steady rush of water mingled with the girl's relaxed, lilting hum. Yet Qianyu never anticipated what would happen next. The livestream camera had remained silent during her training, and even when Kurenai visited, but the moment she began bathing it activated without warning. First into frame came a pair of bare feet, dewy pristine, resting on white ceramic tiles, yet somehow appearing even whiter than the tile itself. Viewers who had just tuned in erupted with excitement. Another feast for the eyes. Is she bathing? Who is this? Could she be my wife? Holy, so 6 episodes passed with 0 fan service, and now at episode 56 it finally arrives. Bring it up already, I can't wait. Amid a wave of collective anticipation, the livestream camera began its slow ascent. And thus, like a lotus rising pure from clear water, unadorned, untouched by artifice, Qianyu appeared before them all. Yet, divine light. No, who summoned the holy knights? We've said it countless times. No divine light, no divine light, no divine light. Shadow energy. That holy light up front looks worthy of battle. Fight. Yes, this is exhilarating. To the viewers, that beam of celestial radiance, suddenly piercing from the void to obscure most of Qianyu's form, was an unforgivable affront. They could glimpse only tantalizing fragments of beauty, yet saw nothing fully, sparking furious commentary as if they'd gladly leap into the stream to duel the holy knight themselves. But sorrow and joy are seldom shared across souls. While the chat scrolled in frantic, feverish bursts, like a kingdom ruled by urgency, Qianyu exhaled deeply and gratefully. She could only think, thank goodness this isn't an 18 broadcast. Otherwise, this would have been a devastating loss. After all, the stream had never done anything like this before. She'd been utterly unprepared. If only I could control when the stream activates. Qianyu sighed inwardly for the umpteenth time. Alas, she had yet to discover any means of controlling the livestream. She only knew it triggered both at canonical story moments and whenever new narrative developments unfolded. For instance, Sasuke's earlier visit had been deemed essential exposition for the audience. Now it dawned on her her sudden livestream activation must stem from her recent decision to search for Haku, a thread left unresolved. Having pieced this together, Qianyu could only accept her misfortune with quiet resignation. As for bathing, it was impossible now. Even with divine light obscuring her, she possessed no such eccentricity as continuing her shower while knowing countless unseen eyes watched her every move. She rinsed hastily, then swiftly dried herself with a wind release technique before dressing. Naturally, the process, slipping on undergarments, fastening her brassiere, drawing on silk stockings, offered yet another cascade of delights for the livestream audience. Within mere minutes, her previously stagnant impression score surged skyward like a rocket. Where a full minor arc might once have earned her 100 impressions, she'd now amassed 2300 in minutes. These perverts are absurd. Staring at the unprecedented influx, Qianyu stood utterly dumbfounded. 230,000 impressions in minutes. Frankly, she felt a sudden, unsettling reluctance to strive any further. Fortunately, after silently repeating mine, oh mine, countless times, she managed to suppress the fleeting temptation to exploit her allure more deliberately. Following her original plan, she left her room and headed toward Sasuke's training ground to find Kakashi. Sometime later. Haku. Ah, that young man. Kakashi tapped his temple. I remember now. Where is he? Qianyu pressed urgently. Nearby Sasuke, who had paused briefly from his training, turned his gaze toward them, intrigued by the mention of a formidable rival. Yet Kakashi's answer proved utterly unexpected. At Konoha Hospital. Qianyu blinked. He's in the hospital? Yes. Kakashi nodded. After we brought him back, the ANBU conducted a thorough interrogation, including an investigation into his past as a Mist Village ANBU operative. Then the ANBU discovered something astonishing. The boy bore none of the hallmarks of a Mist shinobi. Following evaluation, and with my personal vouch, the third Hokage himself met with him directly. Out of respect for Haku, the Hokage secured him a nursing position at Konoha Hospital, though discreet surveillance remains part of the arrangement. That's it. Qianyu tilted her head, bewildered. For a bloodline limit user like Haku, had the third Hokage and Danzo truly done nothing? How utterly extraordinary. Of course there's far more to it. Kakashi shook his head with a faint smile. Then, recalling Haku's true circumstances, his expression softened, his lips pursing thoughtfully, caught between envy and quiet sorrow. In short, go see for yourself at the hospital. Kakashi concluded. That's it. Qianyu's curiosity flared at his enigmatic tone. Fine, I'll go see him. After all, she needed ice release. And besides, didn't Kakashi also acquire a set of ice release techniques from the land of snow? Granted, those were merely water release techniques reliant on ambient cold, useless in scorching climates, whereas she wielded authentic innate ice release. Still, the very existence of the land of snow remained questionable. Best to verify first. By the way, Kakashi, Qianyu asked, ice release. Kakashi looked genuinely startled. Why ask about that now? Well, Qianyu smiled mysteriously and extended her palm, revealing smooth, flawless skin. For a moment, Kakashi found himself captivated by the faint pale blue tracery of veins beneath her luminous flesh. Then, as he blinked, her open palm shimmered and a small frost-kissed object materialized, exhaling a delicate wisp of vapor. What is this? Kakashi instinctively reached out and lifted the object from Chiya's palm, its surface cool to the touch. After holding it for a moment, the chill subsided, replaced by a faint dewy moisture. Staring at the water glistening on his hand, Kakashi instantly realized this is ice. He gazed utterly astonished into Chiya's beautiful crimson eyes. How did you do it? He admitted. His gaze had indeed wandered slightly just now, and as a one-eyed shinobi his binocular vision remained incomplete. Yet that hardly explained how Chiyo could perform such an illusion right before his eyes. Let me show you again. Watch closely. Chiyo chuckled softly, rolled up her sleeves, and spread her fingers wide. She waved both palms and backs of her hands before them, clearly demonstrating she concealed nothing. Her graceful gesture captivated not only Kakashi, but also Sasuke. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector and closed his right eye. In that instant, every pair of eyes present turned crimson. In the next second, Chiyo repeated the feat. This time with the Sharingan's perception, both Kakashi and Sasuke saw it with perfect clarity. Chiyo had formed the ice using pure chakra. And this method, they had seen it before. This is ice release. Kakashi and Sasuke exclaimed in unison, stunned. Chiyo, how do you possess ice release? It's Haku, Chiyo replied. She gave me an ice release scroll not long ago. You must remember that, right? At her words, fragmented memories flickered across Kakashi's and Sasuke's minds. It had been during their return journey from the land of waves to Konoha. Chiyo had been studying a scroll constantly, drawing Naruto's curiosity. When he asked, she'd casually revealed it was Haku's ice release scroll. Recalling the scene, Kakashi nodded knowingly, then abruptly corrected himself. Oh, so that's how it is. Not quite. You mastered ice release in under 2 months, just from Haku's scroll. Kakashi challenged skeptically. Is there a problem? Chiyo blinked, her charming face alight with unwavering cheer. The problem is enormous. Kakashi struggled to accept it. Bloodline limit techniques are never so simple. Even for Kakashi himself, having witnessed countless prodigies, some had mastered strength forbidden jutsu, others had even tamed Biju. Yet none had ever created their own bloodline limit. Thus, Chiyo's claim that she had cultivated ice release from scratch shattered the very boundaries of Kakashi's understanding. By contrast, the audience watching through the screen reacted far more calmly. None found it strange that she'd awakened a bloodline limit. Instead, they flooded the feed with "truly worthy of being my wife." Then came bursts of dramatic battle lines grasped beneath my blade. Once drawn, my sword never retreats. I wield moonlight as my blade. Let this silver moonlight illuminate 10,000 rivers. Staring blankly at these lines, Chiyo stood bewildered, until another comment caught her eye. White hair, red eyes, ice affinity. Ah, mirror flow, got it. Ah, I see. Chiyo murmured, comprehension dawning. Apparently this was a newly introduced character from her world of origin. Her traits aligned so closely that fans had drawn the parallel. Come to think of it, those lines were rather striking. Perhaps she'd borrow one someday. Lost in thought, her attention drifted. Noticing this, Kakashi waved his hand before her face. Hey, aunt. Chiyo snapped back to reality and sighed, glancing helplessly at Kakashi. If ice release alone left him so flabbergasted, revealing she'd long been employing lightning release, Hiration level speed, might well prompt him to slap himself awake to confirm he wasn't dreaming. So Chiyo offered a light-hearted reply. Could it be? I'm simply that 1 in 10,000 genius. Alright, just a bloodline limit. No need for such theatrics. I might just take this talent to another village if you keep fussing. Kakashi fell silent at once. Chiyo ignored him and turned instead to Sasuke. So, shall we visit Haku at the hospital together? Visit Haku. Sasuke finally emerged from his daze, stunned anew by Chiyo's sudden mastery of ice release and further growth. No, I won't go. He clenched his fist tightly, his tone growing cold and rigid. I don't have time for games like this. Fine. Chiyo paid no mind to Sasuke's attitude. She knew he'd just been struck hard again. Yet no matter how gifted Sasuke was, he remained human. And how could any human rival a cheater, or rather a Chiatas? So be it. A few more blows and he'd grow accustomed to it. After all, spending a lifetime beneath her shadow wasn't such a bad fate. Others would kill for the chance. Then I'll head to Haku myself. See you later. Waving farewell, Chiyo set off alone toward the Konoha hospital. But after only a few steps, Kakashi hurried after her. Meow. Chiyo tilted her head slightly, her ponytail swaying, adorably playful. Kakashi was visibly charmed, yet quickly recalled his purpose. He had come for 2 reasons. First, ice release. Kakashi had indeed visited the land of snow and copied several ice release techniques. He planned to compile them into a scroll for Chiyo within days. Second, also ice release, but concerning the 3rd Hokage. Once Chiyo used ice release openly, secrecy would be impossible, and her self-cultivated methodology was invaluable, an entirely new path for Konoha's shinobi arts. Thus, the 3rd Hokage would inevitably request her method, hoping to replicate it and cultivate more ice release users in Konoha. On this point, Kakashi advised compliance. Though he could shield her, even without his protection, ice release wasn't central to her core system. Moreover, even if shared, few others possessed her innate aptitude. Better to exchange it for tangible resources. As a fellow prodigy, Kakashi understood this perfectly. The average person, this step then, that step then. Wait, what did I just calculate? The genius need help. The answer is obvious, isn't it? The average person. I see. Having heard Kakashi's counsel, Chiyo nodded obediently. Yes, if the 3rd Hokage approaches me. Assuming, of course, he still has the opportunity to do so. She added silently to herself. She wouldn't deploy ice release until the Chunin exams, and what transpired during those exams required no elaboration. Thus, anyone truly seeking negotiation would be Tsunade, not the 3rd. Coincidentally, Chiyo had long coveted Tsunade's in-seal technique. Yet judging by Chiyo's demeanor, Kakashi mistakenly believed she'd truly taken his advice to heart, fearing above all her willfulness. After all, Konoha's light and shadow were hardly paragons of virtue. Now, however, he reflected, my little cousin may occasionally act like a bratty girl, enough to rile me, but most of the time she's quite admirable. And she listened to him. How deeply comforting. Under Chiyo's puzzled gaze, Kakashi suddenly grew oddly sentimental. She paid it no mind. Once their conversation concluded, Chiyo bid Kakashi farewell and entered the Konoha hospital. Before the nurse at the front desk, Chihaya announced Bei's name, unaware at that moment of the gravity of the situation or why Kakashi's expression had been so complex. Upon hearing the name, the nurse's gaze shifted instantly. Then before Chihaya's astonished eyes, the woman, who had moments earlier seemed warm and approachable, suddenly regarded her with disdain, contempt, and cold indifference. As if Chihaya were no longer the universally adored radiant presence she always was, but rather some unrecyclable waste. The nurse shook her head impassively and said coolly, I'm sorry, miss, but there is no one named by here. Moreover, if you're neither visiting a patient nor seeking medical care, we kindly ask you to leave promptly. This is a hospital, not a venue for idle visitors. Chihaya blinked, utterly bewildered, 9/10, perhaps even 10/10 flabbergasted, as she struggled to comprehend why she was being dismissed so abruptly. Such an attitude by any standard was unreasonable. Clearly something had transpired, something unknown to her, that had triggered this sharp shift in demeanor. This must be a misunderstanding. With that thought, Chihaya took a deep breath and tried again. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding between us. Even if you won't help me locate him, could you at least announce my arrival? My name is Phoenix Temple Chihaya. Say that, and Bai will surely come. Oh yes, yes. Shall I also deliver a little note with your home address? Her tone grew increasingly dismissive. Or perhaps this time it's the guest house room number and key. Or, dare I ask, those lace undergarments you just peeled off yourself. Recalling past encounters with those flamboyant, shameless individuals who'd once dazzled the ward, the nurse shook her head in weary resignation, while Chihaya stood frozen speechless. A home address on a slip of paper, a guest house key and room number, lace undergarments. What exactly had Bai been enduring behind her back? What a life. Truly enviable. Yes, I too long for days when beautiful women seek me out for rendezvous. Hey upstairs, wake up. They only crave your body, and first you'd need Bai's looks. Ouch. That stings, old friend. Wait, shouldn't we be focusing on the real issue? I assumed Nanliang's fate would end with the Northern Dynasty. Never imagined it would culminate in this kind of social success. Aishiba. As Chihaya read, thus far the screen erupted with a torrent of rapid-fire commentary. Everyone had assumed Bai, having surrendered as a former enemy, would at best escape prejudice, and none expected him to be thriving so spectacularly. It was like fearing your brother's suffering, and fearing just as much that he'd drive off in a luxury SUV. Bai clearly was already behind the wheel. After all, women are inherently drawn to emotion and visual appeal. In the shinobi world, men typically fell into distinct archetypes: Kakashi, strikingly handsome; Asuma, exuding rugged masculinity; or Might Guy, unremarkable in appearance, yet radiating sincerity, responsibility, and formidable physical strength. The principle is simple: bedwetting as a child invites scolding, but as an adult it somehow earns praise. Bai's ethereal androgynous beauty thus represented an entirely new paradigm. Had Konoha remained in wartime chaos, Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy would undoubtedly have dominated. But Konoha had known peace for years now. One need only observe those polished, filter-enhanced idols on screens to grasp how female aesthetics evolve once war recedes. At that moment, Chihaya fully understood what had occurred. With a wry, almost rueful smile, she reasserted firmly to the nurse, "I'm Bai's friend, and I've come for a legitimate reason, not the one you imagine." Really? The nurse studied her skeptically. As true as gold, Chihaya insisted, emphatic. "Very well, come with me. I'll take you to see Baikuen." Convinced by Chihaya's sincerity, the nurse decided to assist, should the matter truly be urgent. They soon arrived before a staff on duty room. Just as the nurse's hand touched the doorknob, she couldn't resist one final caution. "Young lady, you're exceptionally lovely. Among all I've seen, few rival your beauty. Yet winning a man's heart has never depended solely on appearance." As she spoke, a shiver ran down her arms, goose flesh rising. Gazing into the distance, she sighed deeply. Ahead lies the battlefield of the Azuras. Before Chihaya could ponder the meaning of battlefield of the Azuras, the nurse swung the door wide open, and Chihaya understood instantly. Inside the on-duty room stood 5 women. Count them: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, encircling Bai. A white coat, black-stockinged, bespectacled woman. A gentle, braided neighbor girl. A bold, wavy-haired vixen. A cheerful, single ponytailed airhead. A tsundere, twin-tailed girl who denied her feelings outright. Each archetype plucked straight from a romance visual novel. In such games, multiple heroines inevitably clash, but here inexplicably a delicate equilibrium held rivalry without rupture. Bai faced no agonizing choice among them. Connecting this to Kakashi's earlier enigmatic reaction, Chihaya instantly grasped the truth: higher authority had intervened. The objective was straightforward: to ensure the ice release technique took root and flourished within Konoha. That too explained why the nurse had called it an Azura battlefield, where beauty alone availed nothing. Because compared to you, they'd only pity their beloved Gigi. Fine, fine, fine. Chihaya clenched her teeth, silver white and sharp. She'd fretted that Bai might be Orochimaru's experimental subject, only to find him immersed in a full-blown visual novel scenario. Help. I'm surrounded by beautiful girls. Ugly jealousy flooded Chihaya's heart. She should have cut him down in Wave Country after all. Those lacking the dragon's transformation truly cannot bear such scenes. Yet Chihaya's reaction was unmistakably misinterpreted by the nurse who'd brought her. The nurse rolled her eyes inwardly. Just friends. More like little sister. The kind who declares purple exquisitely nuanced. Ah, the nurse sighed. Even with her discerning eye, she'd misjudged this one, letting a fox slip right into the village. But survival came first. Time to vanish. The nurse slipped away silently, leaving Chihaya stranded before the cluster of women, motionless as a bystander. Then the on-duty room door swung open once more, and a pink-haired figure darted inside. "Chihaya!" Sakura exclaimed, startled to find her standing dazed at the threshold. "What are you doing here?" "That question belongs to me," Chihaya retorted. "Well, I've been assisting at Konoha Hospital lately." "Really?" Sakura smiled, her emerald eyes gleaming with quiet confidence. Perhaps I'll work here permanently someday. Eh, eh. The news stunned Chihaya, more than Bai's situation ever had. She hadn't expected Sakura to step onto her canonical path so swiftly. What about your Team 9? Chihaya asked, puzzled. If a shinobi's ultimate vocation is akin to a university graduate's career launch, then the early team assignment phase is essentially writing one's thesis. Surely one must draft it for at least a while. Yet at the mention of her team, Sakura's expression dimmed. Team 9 no longer exists. Here's how it happened. Sakura sighed, recounting her story, a simple account of how Konoha trained its genin. Under the current team system, not every genin could be assigned to an elite jonin like Kakashi. In truth, most genin considered themselves fortunate merely to land under a competent special jonin. That meant a relatively independent, free, and even joyful shinobi apprenticeship. Yet most people in this world are ordinary. So too are most shinobi. Most graduates were assigned to average instructors leading lives that were at best unremarkable, and often outright failures. It sounded bleak. And yet, that was reality. Still, this was a world imbued with extraordinary power, and not yet at peace. That very ordinariness was both their misfortune and their fortune, for they weren't entirely without upward mobility. They had one last recourse, the Umbu. Perhaps shaken by that earlier conflict, and acutely aware of his own powerlessness, Sakura's teammate Kasano Kyo had entered the Umbu upon recommendation from their sensei. With one member gone, Team 9, lacking formal structure, could no longer function. They weren't the legendary Minato's team or the future 7th team worthy of a direct replacement ordered by the Hokage himself. Left temporarily adrift, Sakura turned to another teammate's assistance and began working at Konoha Hospital, stepping onto her canonical path ahead of schedule. I see. Having heard Sakura's tale, Chihaya nodded, her ruby-like eyes studying her intently before murmuring, "You've changed so much." Really? Sakura touched her cheek in surprise, and even pulled out a small mirror to inspect herself. No, I don't think so. I mean, in spirit, you've matured. Chihaya smiled warmly. Indeed, no education rivals that of lived experience. Having endured Team 9's dissolution, personal uncertainty, reliance on a comrade's aid, and grueling hospital training, all within barely a month, Sakura now exuded the quiet strength of her later self. It made sense originally in Team 7 she'd sheltered behind Naruto and Sasuke, though later, even when entering the hospital, she'd done so as Tsunade's apprentice. Tsunade's disciple versus an anonymous faceless genin. How could they possibly compare? Since time immemorial, only trials forge growth. Chihaya found herself far more impressed by this Sakura. Sakura, however, failed to grasp her meaning, and offered only a strained chuckle. Ha ha ha. Well, yes, I suppose I've been through quite a lot. By the way, Chihaya, I heard from Ino that you passed the preliminary round and will compete in the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams. Good luck. Masking her envy, Sakura changed the subject. Unfortunately, I'll likely still be at the hospital then. I won't be able to cheer you on in person. It's all right. Chihaya shook her head, gently encouraging Sakura instead. Keep going. Hospital work suits you perfectly. I believe true talent shines wherever it lands. Your aptitude may even lie precisely in medical ninjutsu. Maybe. Sakura gave a faint, bittersweet smile and fell silent. Chihaya didn't press further. Offering advice now would only sound like armchair pontification. Coincidentally, their conversation had drawn Bai's attention. He quietly dispersed the women around him and waited nearby. Chihaya patted Sakura's shoulder in farewell, then joined Bai in a secluded corner to talk. Bai was genuinely astounded that she'd independently mastered the ice release. Yet after his initial shock subsided, he did not refuse her request for instruction, and so Chihaya smoothly acquired the ice release techniques he commanded. Sometime later, Chihaya bid Bai farewell. Watching his back recede, tall, poised, unmistakably grown, she murmured softly, "Another debt incurred. I'll find a way to repay him, perhaps through Zabuza." No, enough of that for now. Chihaya shook her head. After all, she was still in Konoha. Next, she went to visit Rock Lee. His sheer resolve, training relentlessly despite compound fractures, bone shards still embedded in muscle, left her profoundly awestruck. Yet regrettably, only Tsunade could heal such injuries. Chihaya would certainly master medical ninjutsu in time, but not yet. So she offered Lee words of encouragement much as she had Sakura, then left the hospital to check on Hinata Hyuga's injuries at the Hyuga compound. Her day proved both full and purposeful. Thus 4 days remained until the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams. In this brief, yet meaningful interval, Chihaya resolved to rest well, eat well, and prepare thoroughly. Yet the very next day, after returning from Konoha Hospital, came an unexpected knock at Chihaya's door. Who is it? Puzzled, Chihaya approached the door, surprised by who might seek her at this hour. There she found a violet-haired beauty, looking weary and worn. Senior Sister Yugao. Chihaya gasped, astonished. What brings you here? Please, do come in. She reached to usher Yugao inside. Yugao gently halted her enthusiastic gesture. No need, Chihaya. I've come on official business. Edge. Only then did Chihaya notice though Yugao wore no mask, she was clad in full Umbu combat gear. This meant Yugao approached not as a senior sister, but as a direct agent of the third Hokage, part of his personal Umbu cadre. Could the third Hokage wish to see her? Why? Chihaya's mind raced, yet her expression remained calm and composed. Senior sister, what is it? It is the Hokage who requests your presence, Chihaya. Yugao delivered the answer Chihaya had anticipated, yet still hearing it aloud stirred genuine surprise. The Hokage wishes to see me. Did he say what it concerns? Chihaya asked, voice steady. No, Yugao replied, shaking her head. But the Hokage is currently meeting with Sensei Muriokai. I see. Chihaya reflected quietly. With the third Hokage conferring with Muriokai, and sending Yugao of all people, the summons was unlikely to be a trap. It carried clear goodwill. This meeting would pose no danger. Moreover, wasn't it oddly incomplete for a transmigrator like herself to have never spoken privately with the third Hokage? Then let's go. Chihaya responded decisively, ready to meet the third Hokage at last. Go. Yugugo Yami swiftly led Chihaya Senju toward the forest behind Konoha. Before Chihaya could even spot the third Hokage, the savory aroma of Gunma Shiranui's cooking drifted through the air, followed shortly by the third's hearty, resonant laughter. So Gunma, you must take better care of yourself. Konoha's future still depends on you. Huh. And the same goes for you, Lord Third. Yugugo and Chihaya approached, and found the third Hokage and Gunma Shiranui already feasting with evident delight. The unmistakable sound of their footsteps quickly drew both men's attention. The third turned and smiled. Oh, Yugugo, you've arrived. And Chihaya too. Have you eaten? Join us. Gunma's cooking is truly exceptional. No thank you. I've already had a meal. Both Yugugo and Chihaya shook their heads in unison. Is that so? What a pity. Gunma's culinary artistry is truly rare. The third sighed, lightly, his expression genuinely regretful. He then turned to Gunma. Since Chihaya is here, may I speak with the child alone? Very well. Then Lord Third, I shall take my leave. Gunma rose gracefully and departed alongside Yugugo, pausing briefly beside Chihaya to offer her a reassuring, knowing glance. Only then did the third turn fully toward Chihaya, his face softening into the warm, benevolent smile that had long become his second nature. Chihaya, would you walk with this old man for a while? Of course, Hokage-sama. Chihaya nodded. And so they began walking, one ahead, one behind, through the dappled serenity of the forest. Admittedly, the shinobi world lagged in infrastructure, but its natural landscapes were undeniably sublime. Rarely relying on chakra-enhanced speed, Chihaya now tread softly upon loamy soil rich with decomposing organic matter, breathed air crisp and fragrant with greenery, and listened to the delicate symphony of birdsong and insect hum, a moment of quiet, unhurried grace. After a time, Chihaya felt as though her very spirit had been rinsed clean. It was then the third finally spoke. Isn't it splendid? Pardon. Chihaya blinked, momentarily disoriented. I mean, he clarified with gentle emphasis, Konoha's forest. Isn't it splendid? Indeed, she affirmed. Walking here feels like a purification of the soul itself. Oh, so that's how you perceive it. He laughed heartily. Excellent. It seems you belong to the school that values inner resonance above all. Hearing this, Chihaya offered a deferential reply. Doesn't the same hold true for you, Lord Third? No, he replied, sighing wistfully. As Hokage, I'm almost always thinking, analyzing, weighing, planning. Even now as I walk this forest, my mind dwells on why it thrives so magnificently. Why then? She asked. Because, he declared with quiet conviction, an invisible hand guides it. Oh, Chihaya tilted her head, intrigued. How so? Look. He raised a finger toward the sky. Sunlight pours down from above, striking the leaves, fueling photosynthesis, absorbing carbon dioxide, releasing oxygen. That oxygen sustains the forest's creatures. Their waste, in turn, nourishes the trees. Thus, within this forest, every being receives precisely what it needs, as if orchestrated by an unseen architect. It receives more when required, and repays that abundance through contributions to others. Each finds its due share, and so the forest endures in perfect harmony. I see, Chihaya murmured, as if enlightened. Yet inwardly she rolled her eyes. That's just ecology, nothing mystical. This invisible hand business, as if the grass beneath the canopy wants less sunlight. Truth be told, it doesn't refuse light. It's simply shaded by towering trees. Was the third treating her like some gullible novice? But after such an elaborate preamble, surely the crux was imminent. Chihaya turned her gaze to him. True to form, the third shifted tone. In truth, governing a shinobi village follows the same principle. Yet unlike the forest, a village has no invisible hand. Only me, the Hokage, to balance resources, ensuring each citizen receives their fair portion and remains content. Fortunately, I've managed this well enough to earn the trust of Konoha for many years, hence my long tenure as Hokage. He paused then asked directly Chihaya, do you understand what I'm implying? Yes, she replied, nodding faintly, her voice laced with quiet exasperation, because clearly he wanted something from her. Such a simple request, yet wrapped in layers of philosophical flourish. This was leadership at its most elevated and most tedious. Tiring of circumlocution, Chihaya cut straight to the point. So Hokage-sama, what is it you wish? Chihaya, I hear you've mastered ice release. He didn't answer her question, instead posed another. Yes, she confirmed her understanding complete. Her visit to Haku yesterday had evidently leaked word of her ice release. Might I see it, old man that I am? He requested. Without hesitation, Chihaya formed the seal's ice release, demonic mirroring ice crystals. A sharp, biting wind swept suddenly through the forest. In the next breath, a flawless mirror of ice crystallized midair, reflecting the third's eyes alight with sharp, calculating brilliance. Excellent, 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 he exclaimed 4 times over, just as Haku showed me before. So you truly have awakened ice release. What astonishing talent. His voice trembled with genuine awe. Even among those I've known, your aptitude ranks among the top 3. Chihaya offered a modest smile. You flatter me, Hokage-sama. Not at all. He waved a dismissive hand. In fact, ever since Haku joined Konoha, we've studied ice release relentlessly. Yet Haku's ability stems from bloodline inheritance. He grasps how, but not why. Our researchers attempted reverse engineering, but reached no breakthrough. Only you, Chihaya. You reconstructed this Kekii Genkai solely from Haku's scroll. You've demystified ice release for Konoha and severed its exclusive bond with Kirigakure. Your name will surely be inscribed in Konoha's annals, etched in history forever. How then could this praise be excessive? The third lavished her with effusive commendation. It was as if she'd already surpassed the first and second Hokage in merit, and eclipsed the third and fourth in virtue. Yet Chihaya knew better. This was classic elevation before extraction. First lift her high, then make refusal unthinkable. Why couldn't he simply speak plainly? Hokage-sama, you've made me blush. She touched her cheek, feigning bashful modesty. Then just as the third opened his mouth to continue, she preempted him. So please, say what you mean to say. Very well then, let us proceed directly. Watching her cover her face in apparent shyness, the third's gaze flickered, calculating, assessing. At last he drew a slow, deliberate breath and declared, then I shall speak plainly. Chihaya, would you entrust Konoha with your method of mastering ice release? You have my word the village will reward you generously as promised. Name your desire. I grant it. Anything. Chihaya ventured. Anything. The third nodded firmly. She rested her chin thoughtfully in her palm, deep in contemplation. After a pause, she met his eyes. What I wish is that it. The third recoiled, astonishment etched across his features. He furrowed his brow, weighed her words in silence, studied her intently, then slowly gave a solemn nod. If that is your wish, so be it. Yes. Having confirmed mutual terms, Chihaya bid farewell to the third and walked home alone. Though her ice release stemmed from accelerated cultivation, the underlying knowledge was hers, so transcribing a new training scroll posed no difficulty. 2 days later, scroll in hand, Chihaya arrived at the Hokage Tower and claimed what she had requested. To her, it was nothing more than a straightforward transaction. Yet moments after her departure, a figure entered the third's office, his right arm and eye swathed in bandages, left hand leaning heavily on a cane. Thud. Danzo slammed himself into the chair before the third's desk. The third regarded his longtime friend, whose presence radiated unmistakable hostility, with a faint knowing smile. Ah, Danzo, what brings you here today? Humph. Sarutobi, you needn't pretend ignorance. Danzo thumped his cane sharply. You know precisely why I've come. My, what a curious thing to say. The third narrowed his eyes, leisurely puffing on his pipe. I'm no parasite in your gut. I can't read your thoughts. Then I'll state it plainly. Danzo's lone piercing eye locked onto the third. I demand a copy of the ice release scroll. You withheld Haku, leaving him languishing in the hospital, claiming you sought to foster a new bloodline clan. That I could accept. But now, this scroll authored by the Genin Chihaya Senju. You must share it with me. Danzo's voice carried quiet disbelief. Ice release. The legendary Kekii Genkai of Kirigakure's Snow Clan once feared across the land. After the Blood Mist era, finding a surviving heir, especially a male one, was miraculous enough for Sarutobi to claim him. But for someone to master ice release solely from a vague, incomplete scroll, could this truly be genius? Danzo recalled studying his own teacher's Flying Thunder God scroll. Second Hokage Flying Thunder God. Do this then that then this again. Danzo, what is this? Minato Namikaze. Ah, I see. A brilliant technique indeed, Lord Second. I've grasped it completely. Danzo shook his head wordless. Yet the memory flickered and faded, his focus snapping back to the third. Then came fresh indignation despite his crystal-clear demand. The third refused. Again. The ice release scroll. Yes, it exists. But sharing it with you. Not yet. I've only just received it. Verification must precede distribution. The third smiled, a sly fox-like curve of the lips. After all, root shinobi are people too. One wouldn't want an accident during practice. You. Danzo shot upright, fury blazing across his face. In his view, a mere training scroll, even if unproven, hardly warranted such caution. Still, he suppressed his rage. Root's affairs require no oversight from you. Here's a compromise. I'll share all Root's progress with you, immediately upon completion. He yielded. The third hesitated, tempted. Two minds surpass one. A Root possessed unparalleled expertise in such matters. With Root's data, perhaps they could replicate ice release far more swiftly. Yet even then the third declined. No rush. Come now, you've hurried all this way. Rest first, have some tea. He poured Danzo a cup. As he poured, he mused aloud. You Danzo, you're always in such a hurry. Remember, haste makes waste. At our age, composure is wisdom. Drink your tea first, then we'll continue. He rambled, meandering, evasive, never circling back to the matter at hand. Faced with this familiar evasion, Danzo felt that old, impotent frustration. Yet it differed from his dealings with the Uchiha, where he held unilateral authority to shape their fate. For the third was Hokage, and Danzo his advisor. His power derived from the Hokage's mandate. Open defiance would undermine the very source of his authority. Seeing the third's posture, Danzo suddenly understood. His insight struck like lightning. The third, catching Danzo's look, fell silent mid-sentence and offered a quiet, knowing smile. You see what I mean? Danzo, comprehension igniting into fury, slammed his palm onto the desk, releasing the line rehearsed countless times. Sarutobi, you will regret this. The third merely smiled. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo snorted, and Rose exited and slammed the door shut with practiced precision. Thud. A deafening impact reverberated through the hallway. The ANBU guard stationed outside exchanged a knowing wry smile. Truth be told, his family owned a timber business, and for years they'd specialized in crafting doors for the Hokage Tower. Owing to reasons universally understood, these doors rarely outlived their predecessors, making his family's fortune and funding his own ANBU career. Hence he'd specifically requested this post, to guard the door. To others, gatekeeping seemed dull. To him, each slam meant coins clinking into his family's coffers, a joy he never tired of. But no one noticed the guard's private calculations. Once Danzo departed, the third chuckled softly and returned to his duties. Though his clashes with Danzo followed a familiar rhythm. Sarutobi, you'll regret this. Danzo, I am Hokage. Each confrontation arose from distinct causes. This time, Danzo had reached too far, into territory the third guarded closely. Chihaya had barely left before Danzo arrived. What else could it mean? Refusing him was thus a measured reprimand, neither harsh nor lenient. Of course, sometimes the third simply enjoyed asserting his authority, watching Danzo's fury flare. But such indulgences needn't be named. Silence settled over the Hokage Tower. The next day, the third and final round of the Chunin exams commenced. Shikamaru Narakiba, Inazuka, Chihaya, Hōōji, Naruto, Uzumaki, Niji, Hyugagara of the Sand, Kankuro, Temari, and Choji Akimichi, 9 genin, stood at the center of the vast arena for the third and final exam. Like the preliminary rounds before it, the third exam imposed no restrictions on tactics. Victory was declared only upon surrender or death. The sole distinction lay in its public nature. To avoid excessive bloodshed that might unsettle spectators, examiners were granted authority to intervene and halt matches at their discretion. Though this year's roster included 2 additional contestants, Chihaya and Choji, compared to the original 8, the initial match pairings remained unchanged. Sasuke Uchiha, having spent prolonged time with Kakashi Hitaki, predictably inherited his mentor's chronic tardiness, ensuring the narrative unfolded as before. As in the original timeline, Naruto unleashed a surge of Nine-Tails chakra and triumphed over Niji through sheer tenacity and a touch of ironic verbal persuasion. Then when Kankuro faced Shino Aburame, he forfeited outright to conceal the secret of his crow puppets. Next, Shikamaru and Temari engaged in a battle of intellect and prowess, culminating in his high-spirited concession, followed immediately by an impromptu declaration of mutual affection. Before Chihaya could even silently applaud, or perhaps scoff, at Shikamaru's audacious move, grim news arrived. It's my turn. Yes, called out Gema Shiranui from below. Please descend, Chihaya, Hōōji, and Choji Akimichi. So I'm up against Chihaya already. Choji wailed. Ugh, why so soon? Crunch, crunch, I'm not ready yet. Who says otherwise? Murmured Chihaya, her brow furrowing slightly. This wasn't supposed to happen. Not yet. Wasn't it? Wait. She recalled Sasuke hadn't appeared in the original timeline either. Not until the disguised Orochimaru posing as the Kazekage intervened and delayed the match. She had misremembered. So we are fighting after all. Chihaya turned her gaze toward Choji. At her glance, he abruptly intensified his snacking. Where earlier he'd scooped handfuls of chips into his mouth, now he tore open entire bags and poured them straight down his throat. The chips vanished into his maw like matter drawn into a black hole. Beneath him, a growing mound of crumpled chip bags had already formed a miniature landfill. Clearly, he'd been eating non-stop since arriving. A prerequisite of the Akimichi clan's secret techniques, the more one consumed, the greater the chakra reserves for battle. Yet Choji's method sent a chill down Chihaya's spine. Oh no, surely he wouldn't take those pills just for a mere Chunin exam. Seriously, is this exam really worth such desperation? Chihaya sighed inwardly. Worse still, upon reflection, she realized it was plausible. After all, the Akimichi were a proud, storied clan of Konoha. Should Choji suffer a humiliating defeat before countless witnesses, rumors might spread that the Akimichi line had declined. Among the three-color pills, the first, the green one, was relatively benign, akin to an enhanced soldier pill. Though the heavenly demon unbinding technique was unthinkable, even acupuncture-stimulated chakra surges seemed tolerable. True, Chihaya remained confident she could overcome Choji, even if he took the pills. But what of the toll? Her thoughts raced, until she resolved to avoid the fight entirely. Choji, she called out. Meeting his puzzled gaze, she raised her left hand. Slender index finger extended, the other four fingers gently curled, forming the numeral 1. He stared baffled. Yet viewers watching via the live broadcast instantly recognized the gesture, sparking a cascade of playful commentary. Dr. Strange, look up, he can't fly. Tony, I am Iron Man. Dr. Strange, hold on for one more minute. Captain Marvel will awaken. Tony, okay, I am Iron Man. Dr. Strange, Tony, you'll be number 1 tonight. Tony, then I'll still be Iron Man. What the hell does be number 1 have to do with this? Isn't Chihaya signaling Choji, not summoning the Avengers? Understood. Chihaya, tonight you're on top. Whoa, no one, not even Chihaya herself, could maintain composure amid such absurdity. It struck her then the gesture had offered too little context. Could Choji, with his famously relaxed intellect, possibly decipher her intent? Yet she underestimated him. Alone, Choji might have faltered, but at that moment he wasn't thinking solo. He was linked mind-to-mind with the entire Akimichi clan. Clarity dawned swiftly. Beneath his signature underpants-shaped hairstyle, his eyes blazed with sudden, brilliant understanding. As if fearing Chihaya might retract her unspoken offer, he whirled toward Gunma and shouted, mouth still half full. Examiner, I forfeit. You're forfeiting too. Gunma groaned inwardly. Sasuke's absence should have disqualified him outright, but the Kazekage himself had interceded, postponing his match. With Chihaya and Choji scheduled to face off, time could stretch, but now with Choji stepping aside, what remained? Are you certain, Choji Akimichi? Certain. His voice, expression, and blazing eyes radiated unwavering resolve. After all, this was merely the Chunin exam, a chance to earn a promotion. How could it compare to a week of unlimited free barbecue? The choice was self-evident. Very well, Gunma conceded, helpless. Chihaya Hōōji advances. Next, he scanned the candidate waiting area. Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. He glanced toward the entrance, silent, empty. With no recourse, he turned upward, seeking guidance from the Hokage atop the observation platform. There, Reito Namishi materialized beside the third Hokage and whispered, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Sasuke has yet to appear. So it is. We cannot keep our guests waiting any longer. The exam shall proceed. The third Hokage's words trailed off abruptly. For in that instant, he sensed a fleeting fluctuation in the chakra signature of the figure seated beside him, the Kazekage. Recalling how Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, had previously delayed Sasuke's match, the Hokage turned courteously. Your thoughts, Kazekage-sama? I have no objection, replied the false Kazekage. Orochimaru, nodding slowly. A departure from canon, deliberate and decisive. Then let us proceed to the next round. Reito, convey this decision to Gunma. The Hokage declared. Understood. Reito bowed and vanished once more. So the Hokage has spoken. Gunma exhaled in quiet relief. Naruto Uzumaki Gaara of the Sand Temari, Chihaya Hōōji, and Shino Aburame, please step forward. We begin the second round of draws immediately. A second round? Naruto exclaimed, startled, still berating Shikamaru below. But Sasuke hasn't arrived yet. He cried urgently. Don't you see? Sasuke is no longer part of this exam. Shikamaru sighed. What is that guy doing, still absent after all this time? He paused, then added quietly, and why would the Hokage reverse course? He postponed it before, so why abandon him now? What purpose did the delay serve? Puzzled, Shikamaru studied the dais, searching for clues in the Hokage's demeanor, hoping to deduce the logic behind the decision. But the distance was too great. Only two indistinct silhouettes were visible, offering no insight. He shook his head, concluding the Hokage must possess reasons beyond his grasp. Yet the Hokage had no hidden rationale. Shikamaru simply lacked sufficient intelligence to perceive the full picture. Chihaya, however, understood perfectly her beloved snake Annie had hatched yet another scheme, and only agreed because it served her own agenda. Indeed, Chihaya's intuition proved accurate. When the Hokage announced the exam's continuation, Orochimaru had intended to object. But then he reconsidered. His goal remained unchanged: lure Sasuke into servitude, then seize his body. His bait, the promise of power. Yet power required awareness of weakness. And how best to make Sasuke confront his frailty? Simple. Place him before a peer whose strength dwarfed his own. The Uchiha bloodline instinctively rejected inferiority. And among this year's genin stood one enigma Orochimaru himself had yet to fathom: Chihaya Hōōji. Each time he presumed he'd gauged her limits, she shattered expectations, revealing new depths, new heights. Reviewing their earliest encounters, Orochimaru realized, astonished, that he had never witnessed Chihaya's true ceiling. Curiosity then ignited. Watching Chihaya draw her lot below, Orochimaru's lips curled beneath his mask, a sly anticipatory smile. As he thought, "Come forth, Chihaya. Before Gaara, show me everything you are." At his silent command, Chihaya drew a new number from the lottery box. 1. Gunma's voice rang out: "Contestants, display your drawn numbers." Naruto: "I drew 5. Shino: 3. Temari: 4. Gaara: 2. Chihaya: 1. At her words, Gaara spun around, eyes wild with bloodthirsty glee. "So, you are my opponent." "Correct. The pairing mirrors the preliminaries: 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, 5 receives a bye." Gunma addressed the others. Gaara of the Sand and Chihaya Hōōji remain. All others returned to the spectator stands. Shino and Temari departed. Naruto offered Chihaya a few hurried cheers before returning to his seat. In moments, only Chihaya, Gaara, and Gunma remained in the arena. "Looks like I'll need to deal with you first," Chihaya murmured, sighing. With effortless grace, she summoned a clone and reshaped it into her blade, the Kochu Nichigetsu. As she moved, the gourd strapped to Gaara's back emitted a dull thump, its wooden stopper dislodged. Sand erupted in torrents. Gaara's voice cracked with manic fervor. Mother, you can't wait either. Rest assured, this blood will taste exquisite." Gunma muttered, exasperated. "Hey, you two, at least acknowledge the examiner." Yet with both combatants locked in lethal focus, intervention felt futile. Gunma raised his hand and slashed it downward. "Begin." Chihaya and Gaara locked eyes. In the next breath, she pushed off lightly with her toes, her Gosuken technique amplifying her speed, and advanced, swinging her sword with deceptively ordinary motion. Gaara's sand defenses surged forward instinctively. Simultaneously, his vigilance sharpened. Memories flashed: his prior clash with Chihaya and his battle with Rock Lee. He knew against swift opponents like her the opening strike was invariably feint. They would feign attack, then vanish, exploiting gaps in his sand's coverage. Left, right, behind, above. Gaara wondered, only to find she went nowhere. She simply swung, straight, clean, uncomplicated, toward his sand barrier. Then, thumb crack. The first sound was the sword piercing the sand, the second its impact against Gaara's armored sand shell. In disbelief, Gaara's and every witness's, Chihaya's single unremarkable stroke shattered his legendary defense and struck his cheek. Though Gaara twisted his head at the last instant, a long, ragged gash split his skin, thick crimson blood staining the pure white tip of Kochu Nichigetsu. Seeing her first strike fail to land cleanly, Chihaya abandoned restraint. Gales roared to life around her as she raised her blade again. Zanshozen. Shink. The blade ripped through his sand shield, cleaved his armor, and opened a fresh wound across his shoulder. 2 strikes. 2 wounds. It defied belief. The boy hailed as the strongest shield, already bleeding twice. Yet Chihaya frowned. "I assumed your sand would blunt your reflexes, but your speed is surprisingly sharp. Also, can you let go of me now?" she added, tugging subtly. For clamped tightly around the hilt of Kochu Nichigetsu, shaped like a gourd's handle, gripped a second hand of sand, preventing her from withdrawing the blade and unleashing her third devastating strike. Stung by her surprise assault and the follow-up cut, Gaara entered full combat mode. Die. Still holding her sword fast, a sand clone of Gaara erupted from his shield, wielding a kunai and lunging toward Chihaya. Faced with this sudden shift, Chihaya made no movement, appearing inexplicably to hesitate. But hesitation was impossible. There existed only one reason: she didn't react. She needed no defense. Boom. Before Gaara's stunned eyes, a swirling vortex of wind erupted across Chihaya's body, a shimmering, impenetrable wind barrier. Blocked by the howling gale, Gaara's sand clone could not advance a single inch with its kunai. "This is wind." All present stared in stunned silence at the invisible barrier of wind encasing Chiyu's body, deflecting the clone's thrown shuriken. After all, Gaara's automatic sand defense was astonishing enough, but now Chiyu had conjured a wind shield of her own. Suddenly, I realized Chiyu bears resemblance not only to Master Kyoryu, but also to another old acquaintance I once knew. Indeed, Soji, is that truly you? Does a falling leaf ultimately remain rootless? Rootless? Seriously, up there I envy your cauliflower-level cluelessness. Commentary flooded the screen as floating text. Clearly Chiyu's sudden wind shield had astonished everyone beyond measure, including Gaara himself. Stunned by the unexpected wind barrier, Gaara's thoughts scattered for a fleeting moment. Seizing that split-second opening, Chiyo released her sword and dissolved into a gentle breeze, gliding past Gaara's cheek before reappearing behind him. Shoo! A gleaming greatsword of glacial ice materialized in Chiyu's grasp. Before Gaara's sand could fully retreat into defense, she brought the blade crashing down with crushing force. White Fang sword technique, third form revised black blade. Boom! The massive ice blade shattered Gaara's sand shield once more, slamming squarely onto his shoulder. Ugh! Gaara's shoulder dipped sharply even beneath his armored sand. Agony contorted his features. Yet from the observation stands Temari, and Baki exhaled sharply in relief. She made a mistake. Whether from unfamiliarity with the heavy blade, or some other cause, Chiyu's strike did not land with its edge upon Gaara's shoulder. Had it done so, Gaara's shoulder would have either been severed or dislocated outright, and such searing pain, given his volatile temperament, would surely have triggered total loss of control. Yet none considered one crucial question: why had Chiyo deliberately forged this colossal ice blade using ice release, if not to fail? The essence of the black blade lay not in the blade itself, but in the word black hand, black intent. Chiyo wrenched the greatsword backward, its razor edge tracing a chilling arc along Gaara's throat. Schlick! His sand armor splintered, revealing a long, narrow gash across Gaara's neck. For an instant, onlookers imagined arterial blood erupting like a high-pressure jet. For beneath the skin, just 1 or 2 centimeters deep, lay the life-threatening carotid artery. Gaara! Temari cried out in sheer panic. Meanwhile, Orochimaru furrowed her brow. The Sand Village's Jinchuriki. Is he already faltering? She had expected a fierce back-and-forth duel, yet Chiyo had landed 3 strikes in rapid succession, each drawing blood, while Gaara stood utterly defenseless. And should a Jinchuriki teeter on the brink of death, the tailed beast within would inevitably rage forth, derailing Orochimaru's carefully laid plans. Have I inadvertently sabotaged myself? A faint irritation flickered across Orochimaru's expression before her brows relaxed entirely. For in the blink of an eye, before Chiyo could even react, a massive sand hand veined with violet patterns coalesced and hurled her violently backward. Boom! Catapulted like a cannonball, Chiyo slammed into the arena wall, triggering a thick plume of dust that momentarily obscured her condition. Though Chiyo vanished behind the haze, Gaara remained clearly visible. His neck wound, though alarming, had missed the carotid artery entirely thanks to his sand armor's last-moment deflection. Yet while his physical injury proved mercifully minor, his mental state had clearly deteriorated. It hurts, I'm bleeding. Mommy, damn you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Clutching his wounded throat with one hand and tearing at his hair with the other, Gaara trembled violently, his voice fractured and incoherent. An oppressive chakra began to suffuse the arena. Unfavorable. Could Gaara be losing control? Temari and Kankuro tightened their grips on the railing, eyes locked on the trembling figure below. Losing control. Their alarmed reaction drew puzzled glances from nearby Konoha Genin. Naruto scratched the back of his head. What does that mean? Oh well. Temari and Kankuro exchanged startled looks, realizing they'd slipped up. What do we do, Temari? Wait. Temari's mind raced. Then in an instant, inspiration struck. She subtly channeled chakra and flicked her fingers, sending a soft gust toward Chiyu's position, which swiftly dispersed the dense dust cloud. There, embedded in the wall like a human star, Chiyo came fully into view. Oh, so it's over. Temari shot a sharp glance toward Chiyo, her abrupt movement drawing every eye in the arena. Chiyo, are you alright? No, cough, not dead. Coughing, Chiyo wrenched her head and hands free from the wall and waved away lingering dust. But truly, what immense strength you possess, Gaara. A month ago that blow might well have killed me, or left me grievously wounded. Alas, for you it is too late. Chiyo's gaze shifted inward, to her personal status panel. Prominent among its entries were wood release and water release, great water arm technique, master rank. Indeed, days earlier Chiyo had chosen wood release over the legendary flying thunder god technique. Her reasoning was straightforward. First, she already possessed swift release. Second, the flying thunder god technique simply did not suit her nature. As a direct blade-wielding swordsman, she was no master tactician like Minato Namikaze or Tobirama Senju. In Chiyo's understanding, mastering the flying thunder god demanded chess-like foresight, anticipating moves 3, even 10 steps ahead. Such strategic depth came naturally to Tobarama Senju or Minato Namikaze, both silver-haired, crimson-eyed prodigies, but Chiyo doubted she could match their precision. Moreover, Minato's entire arsenal existed solely to synergize with the Flying Thunder God, whereas Chiyo's did not. Rather than pursue a technique whose mastery might never integrate seamlessly into her own combat style, she opted instead for Wood Release, to elevate her very being. And now, bolstered by Wood Release, her once ordinary Jonin-level physiology had ascended to pseudo-Kagedeer, while her previously deficient strength surged to elite Jonin caliber. With these enhanced attributes, further amplified by master-rank Great Water Arm technique, Chiyo repeatedly shattered Gaara's defenses. Brute force supremacy, young man. These stats, combined with Great Water Arm's resilience boost, meant Chiyo faced no serious threat. After pausing briefly against the wall, she leapt down, her gaze shifting curiously toward Gaara ahead. For Gaara now clutched his wound, breathing heavily, while an unsettling chakra churned ominously about him. Yet with each ragged breath, that disquieting aura gradually subsided, as Gaara forcefully suppressed his inner savagery to contain Shikaku's imminent rampage. Chiyo mused, inwardly bewildered. Why has he reasserted control? Is Gaara unusually stable today? In the original timeline, wasn't he destabilized immediately after being wounded by Sasuke? Chiyo remained perplexed, yet she was unaware that she was the reason. In the original timeline, Gaara's instability stemmed from Yashimaru's taunts and subsequent brutal slaying. That surge of murderous intent proved irrepressible, prompting Gaara to seek out Rock Lee for slaughter, only to be thwarted unexpectedly by Naruto and Shikamaru. Later during the tournament, two nobles wagered on Sasuke versus Gaara, and one dispatched two reckless grass ninja to provoke him, only for Gaara to crush them both. Having slain 3 people in rapid succession, Gaara's psyche was anything but stable. Now, however, Yashimaru was gone. The fight with Sasuke had been officially halted by the 3rd Hokage, and Gaara had shed no blood, hence his calm. Or rather, he burned with singular consuming focus to kill one person. If Shikaku emerged, chaos would reign, and Chiyo could simply depart. Only by remaining lucid could Gaara guarantee her annihilation. Having fully quelled Shikaku's uprising, Gaara fixed Chiyo with a feral blazing stare, then pressed his palms together and began weaving hand seals with blinding speed. Sand, originally pooled in a single gourd, multiplied rapidly beneath his command. I will kill you. Quicksand waterfall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Instantly, the once spacious arena filled with sand, towering waves 7 or 8 meters high, surging forward with terrifying momentum. As the tidal wave advanced, dozens of grasping sand hands branched off, lunging relentlessly toward Chiyo. Again, indiscriminate AoE. Resigned, Chiyo danced between the sand hands, dodging and weaving with practiced grace. Outdoors, she might have created distance, but here within this enclosed battlefield, it was akin to facing an opponent who had just played a field card in Yu-Gi-Oh!, while she held none herself. Confronted by Gaara's terrain-altering sand wave, Chiyo found herself cornered, driven straight up the arena wall. Yet even there, Gaara's sand pursued her without pause. Relentless torrents of sand hammered the wall where she stepped, leaving jagged craters in their wake, until the entire Chunin exam hall trembled violently, as if poised to collapse at any moment. Panic rippled through the audience. Hey, this is getting completely out of hand. Is he trying to demolish the whole venue? Shikamaru shouted toward Temari from the competitor's stand. Aye. Temari, realizing events had spiraled far beyond her plans, stood speechless, tears welling in her eyes. Kankuro stepped forward, scowling at his future brother-in-law. Gaara's recklessness has nothing to do with us. Worry less about the venue, and more about your teammate. Ah, Chiyut. Kankuro's words jolted Naruto into action. He whipped his gaze toward the arena, where the chase had already stretched on for some time. Both Gaara and Chiyo had now reached the limits of their patience. With a furious sweep of her arm, Chiyo unleashed several cyclonic slashes, shattering the pursuing sand, then began weaving hand seals, muttering, "Do they think I lack elemental techniques, or what? Time to dampen your little sandbox." Four-hair tiger. 3 seals flashed across her fingers in rapid succession. This is the 2nd Hokage's technique. On the observation stand, the 3rd Hokage snapped upright, eyes wide with recognition. Simultaneously, Orochimaru narrowed her gaze. Not only wind release, but water release too. Still, casting water release in a waterless land is ill-advised, especially under today's arid conditions. How then will you perform? Ah, how thrilling. Lost in anticipation, Orochimaru instinctively extended her tongue, only to forget she wore the Kazekage's mask and licked directly against its metal surface. Snake-sensei. Unnoticed by all, the normally impassive Kazekage's expression twisted into something oddly comical. Yet no one spared attention for the Kazekage's minor slip, because as Chiyo's chakra swelled with commanding intensity, dense moisture gathered around her. The vapor thickened, condensing into liquid, until amid a roaring cascade a colossal water dragon, identical in form to Tobirama Senju's, rose from Chiyo's feet, coiling protectively around her like a serpentine guardian. The dragon roared fiercely at Gaara, its full majestic form bristling with fury. Chiyo echoed the cry, water release water dragon bullet technique. In the next heartbeat, the azure dragon lashed its tail and plunged from the sky, meeting Gaara's advancing sand wave heat. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amid the deafening crash, droplets mixed with sand sprayed outward in chaotic bursts. Within moments, Chiyo's mighty water dragon bullet clashed evenly with Gaara's sand tide, both dissolving into mist and grit. Yet precisely after the techniques faded, Chiyo's true strategy revealed itself. Standing atop his self-made desert, Gaara moved to summon fresh sand against Chiyo. But the moment he shifted his stance, his expression hardened. The sand, it's grown heavy. So, that was her intent all along, to drench my sand with water. And yet, what of it? My sand is endless, while your water evaporates by the second. You've merely postponed your demise. Gaara slashed his arm downward. Continuous sand shower. Dry, unmoistened sand surged upward, transforming into a relentless barrage of granular projectiles aimed at Chiyo. Yet facing this assault, Chiyo merely formed two swift hand seals and leapt from the wall. Water release water encampment wall. From her feet rose another identical water dragon, spiraling upward to envelop her completely. Gaara's sand bullets struck the watery barrier and vanished instantly like snowflakes cast into flame. Once Chiyo landed upon the sandy floor and dispelled the wall, torrents of water spread outward, saturating the ground. When Gaara attempted to manipulate the sand beneath her feet, he found it leaden, nearly impossible to move. Even when he succeeded, its sluggish response rendered it useless against a foe as swift as Chiyo. Moreover, within a radius of dozens of meters centered on Chiyo, not a single grain of sand responded readily to his will. Clearly, every grain had been thoroughly soaked, drenched to saturation. This was Chiyo's answer. At least within this arena, Gaara's sand was neither infinite nor invincible. With most of his sand thus neutralized, Gaara's overwhelming advantage dissolved, allowing Chiyo at last to step confidently onto the sands. Damn it! I am Gaara, the Sandfall. How can I possibly run out of sand? Enraged, Gaara slammed both palms onto the earth, flooding chakra into the ground and triggering violent tremors. Chiyo's expression shifted. She vaulted back onto the wall just as the ground beneath her collapsed inward, like a mine shaft collapsing from over-excavation. The waterlogged sand sank downward, while fresh dry sand erupted anew, reclaiming the entire arena. Chiyo landed precisely where she had stood before. For a fleeting moment she wondered, had she somehow experienced temporal recursion? Had Gaara reversed time? Of course, temporal reversal was mere fantasy. Chiyo knew with certainty no such reversal had occurred. Yet if this battle devolved into mere chakra attrition, it would become tedious and meaningless. Gaara, as a Jinchuriki, possessed inexhaustible reserves, making chakra duels pointless. Moreover, without water-saturated sand, Chiyo dared not tread upon Gaara's domain, even with swift release, lest he spring a hidden quicksand trap and bury her alive beneath a sandfall burial. Thus she refused to descend, and Gaara, grounded, could not strike her. To Chiyo's astonishment, their duel had settled into a stalemate. Unless, having already revealed her water release, she now deployed large-scale ice release. The snow country ice techniques she'd acquired from Kakashi would suit this high ground advantage perfectly. Yet Chiyo refused to expose the ice techniques she'd reserved for Baki's countermeasure. After all, confronting Gaara had never been her mission. How then shall I proceed? Chiyo pondered seriously. Perhaps conceding the match would be wisest. Let Guma Asuma intervene against the increasingly unhinged Gaara, and let the Sand Village manage the fallout. Wait, the Sand Village. A spark ignited in Chiyo's mind. Even as she evaded several more sand assaults, her thoughts sharpened. Feeling the arena's vibrations intensify, she grew certain she wasn't the one desperate for resolution. They were. For if this continued, Gaara would indeed raise the venue, and cracks had already begun appearing in its foundations. Regardless of Orochimaru's calculations, the destruction of this venue, with its noble attendees, would be catastrophic for both the sand and leaf villages alike. Realizing this, Chiyo abandoned aggressive pursuit, instead settling onto the wall to stall Gaara indefinitely. She dodged his sand attacks when possible, and countered with cyclonic slashes when evasion failed. Before long, she noticed pristine white feathers drifting gently down from the heavens. The apothecary clasped his hands together in a seal. Illusion technique, Nirvana Pavilion. Splash, 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 splash. Under the hypnotic spell of the illusion, the continuous sounds of falling came from the audience. At the same time, on the central and highest viewing platform, boom, A violent explosion erupted and thick smoke immediately billowed up. As the much-anticipated action took place on the Hokage platform, the Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja outside the Leaf Village seemed to hear the signal gun go off, and their chakra began to flow into the prepared summoning array. Summoning technique. Bang bang bang. A massive three-headed serpent appeared and instantly crashed through the cursed wall of the Leaf Village with a large number of Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja pouring in through the gap, rushing towards the Leaf Ninjas they spotted. Thus the plan for the collapse of the Leaf Village officially commenced. But this also meant that the battle between Gaara and Chiyo had come to an end. Maki on the platform came down. "Stop it, Gaara, the plan has begun." Maki. Gaara looked at the figure in front of him in astonishment. His expression suddenly darkened. "Just give me a little more time, just a little more time, I want to kill her." "Shut up," Maki reprimanded mercilessly. "Wasn't that time enough? Gaara, the battle has already started. Quick, follow the plan and head to the designated location." "Don't worry about me." Maki's firmness met with Gaara's even firmer refusal. He wore a grim expression, ignoring Maki as he continued to move towards Chiyo. Fortunately, at that moment, Temari and Kankuro also landed beside Gaara. "Gaara." Seeing Gaara like this, Temari voiced her concerns. Her sister's voice felt like a shackle imprisoning Gaara. With an elder sister like a mother, although Gaara was currently acting quite insane, he still valued Temari, who had always cared for him deep down. "Tisk." Gaara clenched his fist, but ultimately did not move forward. "Huff." Sensing Gaara's halt, Maki, who was straining to maintain his firmness, let out a sigh of relief. He continued to command, "Temari, Kankuro, escort Gaara to the designated location. Ensure he successfully initiates it." "Okay." Temari nodded. At the same time, Kankuro asked worriedly, "Sensei, what about you? They'll hold off these guys." Maki turned to look at the returning Shiranui Gunma and Chiyo. "Do you think I'll let you leave?" Shiranui Gunma bit down on a senbon, his gaze cold, his words resolute. Yet while he spoke confidently, Chiyo, standing behind him, could clearly feel him trembling slightly. Obviously, as an experienced Sand Ninja, Jonin Maki exerted significant pressure on Shiranui Gunma, who was merely a special Jonin. Seeing this, Chiyo naturally stepped in front of Shiranui Gunma. "Alright, Examiner, you go do something else, I'll take care of this one." In a daze, her tone was as relaxed as if she were discussing what to eat today. However, the crowd was collectively shocked by Chiyo's words. Even Kankuro, who was the most staunch supporter of Chiyo, found it hard to believe. Does she know what she's saying? "Yeah," Temari exclaimed in surprise. Facing Maki Sensei alone, has she always been this brave? Shiranui Gunma was even more displeased, as if he felt insulted. He reprimanded without mercy. "What nonsense, Examine Chiyo, that person is on the same level as Kakashi. The Jonin should do what Jonin should do, don't interfere in Jonin battles." Maki actually laughed. "Since she wants to, why not let her have a try? Don't worry, I'll gently send her away." None of the Jonin on either side took Chiyo's words to heart. Even the audience in the barrage was quite confused seeing this scene. Staring at Maki, Chiyo parted her lips slightly, revealing her pearly white teeth, about to speak. But faster than her words was a leaf drifting in the wind. Swish swish. With Sasuke, Kakashi appeared in the center of the venue in an instant. Looking at the dilapidated venue, the sleeping audience on the stands, and the confronting ninjas, Sasuke, who had originally worn a smile, froze. What happened here? Chiyo glanced sideways at the two. "Yo, the latecomers have finally arrived. Congratulations, the Chunin exam has already ended." Hearing Chiyo's words, Kakashi felt quite embarrassed. Sasuke hurriedly asked, "Chiyo, what exactly is going on?" "Just as you see it." Chiyo adorably pointed at the Sand Ninja in front of her. "You were late and judged to be defeated. Now it's a fight between me and Gaara. Then the Sand Ninjas betrayed their alliance, and now the Leaf is in a state of war." Sasuke instinctively ignored the latter half of Chiyo's words. "So you're saying these traces are all caused by your battle with Gaara?" Sasuke looked around in shock. The once smooth examination venue walls now resembled something that had been gnawed at, with chunks missing here and there. At the same time, the ground was covered with Gaara's sand, making it nearly impossible to stand. Given Gaara's abilities in a place that could almost be considered his home ground, Chiyo had still left 3 wounds on him, while she herself appeared only slightly disheveled without a speck of dust on her. In just a month, Chiyo's strength had surprisingly increased to this level. He had thought that under Kakashi's guidance, having learned Chidori and stimulated his body with lightning release chakra, he had already caught up with Chiyo. Yet he never expected that not only had he not caught up, but he had been left even further behind. Ugh! Sasuke bit his lip hard, his feelings of unwillingness growing stronger. At this moment, it could be said that Orochimaru's goal had been perfectly achieved. After all, no matter how good the relationship between Chiyo and Sasuke was, facing Chiyo's achievement, Sasuke would not be jealous, but not being jealous did not mean he was content to be behind. However, Sasuke's small emotions were evidently trivial at this time. Looking at the two in front of him, Shiranui Gunma let out a sigh of relief. Kakashi, luckily, you came that Gaara is most likely the Jinchuriki of the sand. We must stop him here, we cannot let him go to the village and unleash his power. Jinchuriki. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. That's true, but even if we want to hold him off, this isn't a good venue. If we let Shikaka go wild, who knows how many feudal lords from countless countries will die here, and we ninjas can't take responsibility for that. Thus an unspoken agreement was quietly established. Kakashi looked at Sasuke behind him. Stop hesitating, although it's a bit disappointing to be late, your Chunin exam isn't over yet. Listen carefully, Sasuke and Chiyo, as soon as Gaara moves, you both pursue him regardless of what he intends to do. You must stop him, understood? Understood. Sasuke replied immediately. Although the Chunin exam was over for him, being able to fight Gaara was still acceptable. Very good. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Then Shuni, Gunma, Kakashi, and Maki exchanged glances, and receiving the signal, Maki slightly waved his hand to Gaara and the others. Go! Gaara and his companions leaped high and vanished in a few flickers. At the same time, Kakashi also spoke. Chiyo, Sasuke, pursue. Sasuke chased after Gaara and his companions. However, as one of those ordered by Kakashi, Chiyo remained motionless. Moi. Kakashi did not quite understand. Chiyo. Kakashi-sensei, you should send Naruto and the others. I have my own opponent. Chiyo said without turning back. Hearing Chiyo's words before Kakashi could respond, Shiranui Gunma exploded in anger. Kid, this is not the time for your recklessness. I admit you're strong, even far exceeding the level of a Jonin, but a Jonin is a Jonin. You cannot face one alone. Chiyo actually wants to face the opposing Jonin alone. Upon hearing Shiranui Genma's anger, Kakashi understood Chiyo's intentions. That's not a wise choice. Kakashi wanted to persuade Chiyo. However, Chiyo merely glanced at both of them, then her chakra burst forth, her long ponytail being pulled into a straight line by the wind. At the moment, a 10-meter radius of sand around Chiyo instantly froze into ice. A chilling aura rippled outwards, sending a refreshing chill to the two. I'm telling you, trust me. Chiyo said solemnly. If it really doesn't work, consider it a trade. Kakashi and Shiranui Gunma fell silent immediately. One reason is that Chiyo had preliminarily proven her strength. She was not joking. The other reason was that if a mere genin could hold off a jonin, it would indeed be a bargain. However, whether to allow such a genius like Chiyo to face an experienced jonin in a life-and-death struggle was a decision Shiranui Gunma could not easily make. In fact, he had been scolding Chiyo out of a protective instinct. After all, he had once been a shadow guard for the 4th Hokage. Kakashi. Shiranui Gunma looked to Kakashi, wanting him to advise her again. However, after contemplating for a moment, Kakashi ultimately chose to agree. If you insist. Gunma, let's go. They'll keep an eye on the venue, you lead the pursuit. The two swiftly left the Chunin exam venue, and Maki attempted to intervene, but was forced back by a gust of wind from Chiyo's wind slash. With no other option, Maki retracted his steps, looking at Chiyo in confusion. Why Phoenix Temple, Chiyo? I don't understand. What deep hatred do we have between us? If Maki had previously interpreted Chiyo's words as arrogance, he no longer thought so after witnessing her chakra. But at the same time, deeper doubts arose. With such power at Chiyo's age, her future must be incredibly bright. Why would she risk her life against him? Chiyo's expression was serious, her tone indifferent. Because I remember the scent of your wind. The wind lingering on Shippu's wound was just like that scent. Shippu. Moonlight Shippu. Upon hearing Chiyo's words, Maki's pupils contracted and memories from a few days ago flashed before his eyes. Finally, the figure rushing towards him with the crescent moon dance merged with the Chiyo before him. Oh, I see. Maki sighed in realization. So you are from the same school. What a pity. Maki's expression twisted into a sneer. I never expected I would have to kill both heirs of the Leaf's sword technique. Pray that you are not the last disciple of your master. Otherwise, the Leaf's sword technique founded by the 2nd Hokage may very well end with me today. Maki coldly issued threats. As for Chiyo's scent of wind, he was unconcerned. There were too many eccentric figures in the ninja world. Chiyo retorted coldly. Then let's see whose wind blade of the sand ninja breaks first, or whether my leaf sword will shatter first. After saying this, the two unleashed their auras without holding back, entering a standoff. Sensing the sudden rise in presence from the two below on the uppermost platform, Orochimaru looked at the 3rd Hokage. Looks like it's quite lively down there. Then we should get serious too, sensei. Just as I wish. The 3rd Hokage tore off his Hokage robe, revealing the battle attire beneath. The chakra of a Kage level erupted, and under the powerful chakra from the two, the sturdy roof of the viewing platform cracked, as if it was under tremendous pressure. Such powerful chakra made the watching Umbu gasp in astonishment. Then the two charged at each other, quickly forming hand seals. The 3rd Hokage threw out 2 shurikens, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The rapidly spinning shurikens multiplied from 2 to 4, then 8 to 16, instantly becoming a dense swarm. In response to the 3rd Hokage's technique, Orochimaru prepared his own, Summoning Technique Impure World Reincarnation. 1, 2, 3. Coffins marked with the numbers 1 and 2 rose from the ground, followed by the fourth. It was uncertain whether the fourth had issues or if it was interrupted by the third Hokage's attack. The coffin marked with the number 4 only emerged halfway before retracting back underground. However, just from looking at the two coffins at present, the third Hokage's wrinkled face was already dripping with sweat. As the coffin lid slowly opened, two towering figures, one red and one blue, emerged. They were the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who created the leaf, and the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, who laid the foundation for the leaf's strength. Upon seeing these two, the third Hokage's cold sweat increased, and the surrounding Umbu were also shocked. Of course, the summoning of the past Hokage by Orochimaru was indeed stunning. But as Orochimaru embedded the cursed talismans into Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama's brains, their colors shifted from grayish-white to normal. The audience in the barrage noticed something even more noteworthy. That was Senju Tobarama's hair and eye color. White hair, red eyes. Quick, tell me, who are you? Yes, this blue Hokage also has white hair and red eyes. Could it be an ancestor of Chiyo? Hey, don't say that. If Chiyo has Hokage blood, then it would make sense for her talent to be so good. Indeed, I remember the earlier number was 2, meaning the blue one is the second Hokage, and the water release technique that Chiyo learned from Marahoshi Kokai is exactly his. According to what Marahoshi Kokai said, their water dragon bullet requires 3 seals identical to his. I can't believe it, we've solved the mystery. Alright, in Team 7, 1 is a Jinchuriki, 1 is a Uchiha survivor, and 1 has the bloodline of an ancient Hokage. What a team. No wonder is this the worth of the main character group. When can Chiyo tear apart the shoulder of the heart? See? Heart, see my tender and smooth shoulder. If you don't play with it, that's fine, but why do you keep thinking about tearing it apart and then eating my caviar? The following 1 million words of Teyvat curses omitted. The audience, convinced they had discovered Chiyo's background, became excited. Because this was their first time digging deeper into Chiyo's origins, the previous mentions of her being a relative of Kakashi or from the Phoenix Temple were too superficial and ordinary. Unlike this, the bloodline of the former Hokage rounding up, isn't that the bloodline of the Do Emperor? Isn't that more interesting than any clan? Moreover, the audience's speculations quickly received confirmation. In the footage, in response to the first and second Hokage's surprise attack, the third Hokage chose to counter with a white fire dragon projectile. The scorching flames destroyed the roof and instantly engulfed the first and second Hokage. In the face of such an attack, the second Hokage merely formed 2 seals, then placed his hands in front of his chest. Water release, water barrier. Just like Chiyo's technique earlier. No, it should be said that Chiyo was exactly like him. Water surged up from the ground, rapidly rotating around his body, instantly protecting the first and second Hokage. In front of the towering water barrier several stories high, the third Hokage's fire dragon projectile couldn't even warm it. Then Senju Tobarama clapped his hands together, water release, water surge. A tornado-like water spiraled upwards and then wrapped around him before charging down towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if aiming to reach the heavens. In an instant, more water was summoned by Senju Tobarama than Kakashi's great waterfall technique, instantly filling the entire roof. Faced with such water release, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to defend with a wall as thick as a castle and create a foothold for himself. The clear water crashed against the dark rock of the earth barrier, producing the sound of waves, creating the illusion that they were not on a rooftop, but at some seaside. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Marahoshi Kokai praised the second Hokage so highly. This isn't just water release, it's clearly an ocean release. Someone posted this in the barrage, and it was quickly acknowledged. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. The notion of ocean release instantly took root in people's minds. However, before they could marvel at Senju Tobarama's ocean release, Senju Hashirama performed the empty-handed phoenix fire technique, followed by a series of physical blows, sending the third Hokage flying. Before the third Hokage could catch his breath, Senju Tobarama dragged him into the water, depriving him of air. And just when the third Hokage managed to escape from Senju Tobarama's grasp and climbed up the earthen wall, like a steep cliff, several high-pressure water lines pursued him, slicing through the giant earth barrier like a hot knife through butter. Thus, accompanied by the crushing of the earth barrier and the crashing of large stones, the third Hokage, who had just fled, landed in a panic. However, unlike before this time, the third Hokage was astonished to find that the water produced by Senju Tobarama had somehow receded, replaced by the joined hands of Senju Hashirama standing before him. Seeing this familiar gesture from Senju Hashirama, the third Hokage's eyelids twitched. Not good, this is the technique the first Hokage aimed for. As the third Hokage surmised, with his hands joined together, Senju Hashirama's chakra sank to his dantian, and he opened his mouth to shout, would release advent of the world of trees. According to the law of what you shout is what you get, the wood release responded to Senju Hashirama's voice. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled with giant roof tiles constantly breaking and rising, followed by small saplings sprouting, which instantaneously grew into towering trees. Faced with such wood release, the third Hokage, who had just landed, was immediately sent flying, having to jump like a monkey amidst the growing forest, fitting his surname Sarutobi. Even a monkey would be caught by the advent of the world of trees. Fortunately, he formed the seals for the summoning technique before being captured, and the Monkey King made his official entrance. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the Monkey King transformed into the legendary Kanabo, rescuing the third Hokage from his predicament. Orochimaru also spat out the legendary Kusanagi sword. Thus, the battle declaration between the Hokage entered its second round. Below, Chiyo and Maki were similarly locked in combat. After exchanging a flurry of white blade combat for a time, Chiyo made a preliminary assessment of Maki's strength and agility, then with a mighty swing, she sent him flying, placing the great sword made of ice behind her and raising her left hand in a sword gesture, assuming a ready stance. Seeing this familiar posture, Maki frowned. Another crescent moon dance. Don't you have any other techniques? If it works, then it's fine. Chiyo split into three, with three identical Chiyas charging towards Maki from the left, right, and above. Based on his experience from the last battle with Moonlight, Shippamaki shot a kunai at the Chiyo in the air, but the kunai passed straight through that Chiya's body, clearly a shadow clone technique. Then the Chiyo on the right rushed in first, slashing down with a sword, unable to discern which Chiyo was real. Maki used a kunai to block, and that slash also passed through the kunai. It's the left. Maki realized, and threw the kunai in his hand towards the left. However, his kunai passed straight through the Chiyo on the left. All illusions. Seeing this situation, Maki was momentarily stunned. Where is she? The recent confrontation with the three clones flashed quickly in his mind, and suddenly Maki looked up. She's still above. As expected, as he raised his head, Chiyo, who had been hiding in the shadow of the clones, could no longer conceal herself. Having tricked him 3 times already, Chiyo no longer needed to hide. A whirlwind erupted around her, accelerating her in the air, and the ice-blue great sword slashed out a crescent moon, heavily landing on Maki's right shoulder. Crescent moon dance, revised shadow moon dance. Pust, scarlet blood splattered, and the ice-blue long sword sank into flesh. But it only pierced slightly into the flesh, because Chiyo encountered the same situation as Moonlight Shippo. Her long sword, after cutting through Maki's Jonin uniform and sinking into flesh, was firmly lodged by his muscles, unable to be pulled out. From the sensation transmitted through the blade, Chiyo felt as if she had not struck a human body, but rather the front armor of a main battle tank. Confused, Chiyo looked at Maki's shoulder. At that moment, she noticed the pitch-black material on his flesh revealed through his tattered Jonin uniform. This was a Brank Earth Release Earth Spear. Leveraging the defense of the Earth Spear, Maki smiled triumphantly. You people really have no memory. And also too confident in the blades you wield. I've said it before, tangible blades are easy to be blocked. But intangible blades are different. A sharp wind blade silently formed in Maki's right hand. With her acute sense for wind, Qian Yu sketched the outline of the invisible wind blade in Ma Jia's hand. Upon arriving in this world, the most acute sense of danger yet rose in her heart. She had a premonition, even if her constitution amplified by what AI Luo's full body blessing could reach, Shadowed Ear or beyond, a true strike from Ma Jia's wind blade would still be unbearable. In a mere opening exchange, he began with a Brank Earth Release Earth Spear, then followed with an rank Wind Release Wind Blade. Ma Jia's potency was plain to see. Only a Ma Ji of such caliber justified Qian Yu's earlier caution in concealing her identity and conserving her energy before the fight. Facing an unprecedented adversary, an unprecedented blaze of martial ardor filled Qian Yu's ruby eyes. Qian Yu smiled faintly. I admit in wind release your mastery surpasses mine. But how sharp a wind blade is without a hand to swing it, what then? As she spoke, an icicle of extreme cold erupted from the frozen greatsword she had struck on Ma Jia's right shoulder. A chill capable of freezing flowing water began to pour from Ma Jia's wound into his body without pause. Ma Ji had used Earth Release Earth Spear to harden his body like diamond, maxing out physical resistance. Even Qian Yu could scarcely wound him. But as a ninja, how could she not prepare given foreknowledge? With advance and ample preparation, even Lu Wan could ambush and kill Fei Duan, let alone Qian Yu. Under Qian Yu's icy breath, Ma Ji, who had just been smiling confidently, suddenly bore crystalline frost. Even on his eyelashes, his complexion shifted from healthy bronze to a bluish black. As for the wind blade, it froze rigid upon Ma Jia's finger the moment it emerged. Seeing this, Qian Yu wore a satisfied smile. You're trembling, Ma Ji. Is it the extreme cold or the fear of imminent death? Ma Jia's lone eye rolled, his lips quivered as if to speak. What issued from his mouth was not sound, but a plume of deep purple poison. The putrid mist quickly smeared across Qian Yu's face. But where most would instinctively dodge, Qian Yu did not retreat. She simply burst the surrounding wind, and the poisonous fog blown toward her was turned back to douse Ma Ji instead. Ma Ji's trump card had been foiled. Yet all he sought was a single instant. As the poison was blown back, he deliberately detonated the wind blade on his fingertip. From the tip of Ma Ji's finger, the wind blade exploded into countless slashing gusts. The savage blades tore across the space between them, shredding Ma Ji himself, while severing Qian Yu's ice greatsword and forcing her to fall back. He tossed a smoke bomb at his feet, and with a bang disappeared into the veil. Watching such a maneuver, Qian Yu sneered with disdain. Hiding in smoke won't stop my pursuit. Qian Yu formed seals quickly. Wind release, thousand-faced wind. 1,000 wind blades swept into the black smoke. Under the hunt of the thousand-faced wind, the specially prepared fog was shredded as if pecked apart by crows torn into shapeless fragments. But after the wind had sliced the smoke bomb open, Qian Yu was surprised to find no sign of Ma Ji within. Only a patch of sand stained with blood. He ran away. Qian Yu guessed, then shook her head. No, it's not that. He buried himself in the sand. TCH. Qian Yu curled her lips in annoyance. She had not expected that the little desert what AI Luo created would become Ma Ji's terrain advantage. From Ma Ji's last wounded glimpse, the cold had invaded him badly. Normal movement might be difficult, so he should be hiding below the sand healing his wounds. But she did not know how deep what AI Luo had shifted the sand beneath her feet. Qian Yu did not possess that technique, so locating Ma Ji quickly would be hard. So this is a seasoned, elite Jounin, already nearly caught, yet still finding a way to escape. Qian Yu truly admired Ma Ji's performance. The more he showed such strength, the less breathing room Qian Yu could permit him. She intoned a chant of seals. Ice release, one-horned white whale. With massive chakra output, a long whale song rose across the land. As the small desert trembled violently, ice blue, giant whales with spiraled horns burst from the sand, like leviathans breaching the sea, surging skyward. After lifting their colossal bodies nearly 30 meters, hundreds of tons crashed down with earth-shaking force. Qian Yu's chosen counter. If she could not find Ma Ji, she would simply plow through the entire area. Simple, brutal, and effective. Yet Qian Yu's wildly forceful method made life difficult for Ma Ji. Hidden in the sand and observing the outside with a sandai-like ninjutsu, Ma Ji was startled. Damn it. Using such a jutsu here, is she mad? Mad or not, if Ma Ji did not want to be smashed into a pancake by the one-horned white whale, he had better act now. Thankfully, the cold invading his body had mostly been expelled. He could move. Ma Ji hastily ended his sandbath healing secret technique and began to rise. At the same time, Qian Yu's white whale landed on the sand. At the point where the whale struck, the sand heaved like water, forming waves comparable to those what AI Luo once made. The massive sand swells pressed outward in all directions. With such commotion, the arena's foundation, already damaged by what AI Luo's actions, was struck again. A violent shaking spread and affected everyone present. Akai, who had just knocked an Audionine flying, glared at his friend and complained, Kakashi, you still dare call me reckless? Didn't you teach me worse? Kakashi was speechless. The one-horned white whale technique had indeed been taught by him, but he had not expected Qian Yu to wield the ice release from the land of snow so well. Higher up, the taller the structure, the more it trembled. Shiwan and Sandai felt the shaking all the more keenly. Watching the creaking CZ array, Shiwan, unusually grave and surprised, asked, such a commotion. What is Qian Yu doing? Don't destroy the arena. I have not grown close enough to my teacher yet. Sandai heard the unexpected name leave Shiwan's mouth and was taken aback. Shiwan knew Qian Yu. That was not strange. What puzzled Sandai was how familiar Shiwan seemed with her. Yes, Qian Yu. Shiwan's snake-like eyes flicked. A thought crossed his face and a familiar wicked smile crept across. You have met her too, surely. After all, she is such an exceptional child. I must say, though, I grow weary of Konoha. It truly is a cradle of geniuses that keeps producing promising seedlings. Teacher genius attracts genius. Shiwan covered his face and chuckled softly. What do you mean? Sandai felt a rising unease. Shiwan, it is not enough that you desires Wuzhu. You also want Qian Yu. I will not let you succeed. Sandai tightened his grip on the Rui Jingu Bang, voice angry. And that child is not someone like you. Shiwan's smile brimmed with malice. Head teacher, why be so enraged? You are an old blind gardener who cannot tend every seedling. What harm if I help care for one? And what kind of person am I exactly? Teacher, do not judge true genius with your narrow understanding. Shiwan said words that shocked Sandai. In fact, I have already met that child once, and we got along quite well. Has her wind release not seemed familiar to you? Sandai was struck as if by lightning. Shiwan's remark indeed stirred some recollection. Previously, Sandai had by chance watched Qian Yu's duel with Wan Xinggu Jie through a crystal ball. Could a genius like Qian Yu really have ties to Shiwan? Sandai was stunned, and so were the spectators. Little did he know Shiwan spoke mostly to needle his teacher. There was also the purpose of buying time. While Sandai was distracted, Shiwan quickly sent several inquiries outward, and Chu Dai and Air Dai once more closed ranks around Sandai. After a while reading the replies, Shiwan's eyes grew contemplative. He issued several orders, and an undercurrent of machination began to stir. But those arrangements clearly had little to do with the present scene. Below, after the one-horned white whale had landed and been buffeted by sand waves, a disheveled Ma Ji finally crawled free from the sand. He no longer moved with the same ease. His gown and vest had been shredded by his own wind blades, and his body was covered in sand. Looking at Qian Yu, Ma Ji muttered, "You truly are insane." "Insane?" Qian Yu replied casually. "Genius and madness are two sides of the same coin. If you call me mad, does that not prove I am a genius?" Sharp-tongued brat. I want to argue." Ma Ji dropped the idle words and calmed himself to consider how to deal with Qian Yu. Unlike the pure swordsman Moonlight Gale, he had once utterly bested Qian Yu was not only skilled in close quarters, but her release techniques were strong, and she possessed the ice release bloodline limit. However, Qian Yu's ice release had clearly consumed tremendous chakra. Ma Ji formed a plan. Wind release web. A pure white wind web wove out to entangle Qian Yu. If her chakra was low, he would win the contest of jutsu. No matter how prodigious Qian Yu, her youth meant less accumulated technique and chakra. Ma Ji still had confidence in his releases. After the web, Ma Ji followed with several wind releases to ensure she could not flee. Yet as he cast, thunder and wind trembled around Qian Yu, and a distinct white light cloaked her. The next instant, aided by swift movement, Qian Yu became an afterimage. A white flash pierced Ma Ji's wind release, and like an age-old assassination, she circled behind him and silently thrust a kunai into his lower back. A backstab, the blow aimed for the kidney. A sharp wet sound echoed as Qian Yu suddenly accelerated beyond Maki's reaction time. Caught off guard, Maki failed to summon his earth spear or even activate his hardening technique and took the blow full force. The sole complication was that Qian Yu's kunai, aimed precisely at Maki's kidney, grazed his waist instead. Though it tore a deep, near-fatal gash, the result fell unmistakably short of her intent. Whoosh! Snapping into awareness, Maki instantly retreated with a body flicker, clutching his blood-soaked side. His gaze hardened. That maneuver you just used, the 1,000 years of death circling behind at blinding speed, it's his technique. So I was right after all. That was the White Fang's ability. Oh, Qian Yu raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. You recognize the White Fang's technique? How could I possibly miss it? He was once the living nightmare haunting every sand shinobi's dreams. My own father's generation passed down specialized movement arts solely to counter the White Fang. If they hadn't, I'd be dead from that strike just now. No wonder the White Fang's swordsmanship lives up to its legendary reputation. Qian Yu's eyes widened in sudden clarity. Now she understood why Maki's waist had shifted minutely the instant her kunai lunged forward. She had never imagined the shinobi world retained such vivid memory techniques forged by the Sand Village to counter the White Fang were now being deployed against her. Yet if even her lightning speed technique had failed, the situation grew perilous. With grim focus, Qian Yu conjured a long blade of glacial ice and activated lightning speed once more, slicing toward Maki. This time she did not withdraw after a single strike. Instead, she pressed forward with relentless lethal intent, her cerulean ice blade striking Maki again and again without pause. Had Maki remained unaware that this was the White Fang's legacy, he might still have fought back instinctively. But now, knowing its origin, he abandoned resistance entirely. Activating Earth Release Earth Spear to harden his body while shielding his neck and eyes with his free hand, elsewhere he simply let Qian Yu strike as she willed. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic ring of metal on metal fused with the brittle shattering of ice blades unceasing. After countless shattered blades, and even 2 exploding tags, Qian Yu finally halted. She realized that beneath Earth Release Earth Spear's defense, her strikes inflicted only superficial wounds. The exploding tags could pierce his guard, but she possessed only 2. Though minor injuries accumulated, lethality remained distant. Before then, her chakra would drain completely. Compared to a clone, an ice-formed blade lacked durability. Qian Yu sighed, exasperated. A seasoned jonin like yourself cowering like a turtle before a mere genin. I ask you, Maki, does this not shame you? Shame, eh? Maki scoffed, dismissive. We Desertborn are no delicate leaf shinobi. We use whatever works. Fine, no objection. Speechless, Qian Yu fixed him with a long, penetrating look. Then pray you maintain that defense, forever. With that, she leapt backward in swift succession, landing atop a small dune, and reached down into the fine golden sand. There, recovered from where she'd abandoned it during her earlier battle with Gaara, lay her treasured artifact, the Sun Moon vessel. In truth, Qianyu already possessed a clear strategy for breaching Maki's earth defenses. She merely required the proper weapon. Seeing this, Maki's breath caught. That vessel, wasn't it formed from her clone's blade? It's still here, and at that spot. Cold sweat traced Maki's temple, because that very spot, he'd nearly stepped there moments before. Her clone had transformed into a sword, but nothing forbade it from transforming back. This was unmistakably a trap laid with meticulous patience, waiting only for him to step inside. This woman's cunning ran deeper than he'd ever imagined. What new stratagem would she unveil next? He could no longer afford to endure her unilateral assault. Resolving inwardly, Maki quietly gathered chakra. The next instant, Qianyu, now gripping the Sun Moon vessel, charged forward while Maki's hands blurred through rapid hand seals. Before Qianyu had covered half the distance, Maki slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth release yellow spring swamp. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Vast chakra surged through the sands, spreading outward from Qianyu as its center, engulfing most of the arena in a vast sucking swamp. Within such mire, Qianyu had no chance to leap or evade. One moment she sprinted forward. The next, her foot plunged deep into the quagmire, her body sinking steadily under gravity's pull. This is the yellow spring swamp, oi. Recognizing the technique, Qianyu attempted water walking, to rise upon the surface. But against this chakra construct, her own chakra proved utterly inert. And within the brief span of her attempt, the swamp had already risen to her knees. Freeze. Desperate, Qianyu swung her blade, releasing frigid energy to solidify the marsh into ice. Though the swamp's surface froze, the thin ice refused to float, immediately sinking as if dragged downward by unseen hands beneath. Stunned, Qianyu murmured, "So this is the yellow spring swamp. No wonder it bears an rank classification, truly deserved." She'd assumed it merely created ordinary swamp terrain. Yet this revelation offered no reprieve. Her predicament only deepened. Frowning sharply, Qianyu's mind raced, searching for escape. By the time her thoughts coalesced, she had vanished entirely beneath the swamp's surface. Did it succeed? Maki stared, disbelieving. Moments ago, he'd been locked in desperate combat against her. He refused to accept her defeat as so simple. Yet reality confirmed it. Qianyu did not emerge from his yellow spring swamp. After a stunned silence of 1 or 2 seconds, Maki burst into hollow laughter. Had I known it would be this easy, I'd have used the yellow spring swamp from the start. This arena offers no room to dodge anyway. Enough. No more speculation. What of the others? Maki lifted his gaze toward the spectator stands, and toward the third Hokage, seeking news of their battles. In that moment, he failed entirely to notice the crystalline square silently forming behind his back. It was Qianyu's demonic mirroring ice crystals. A moment later, a faint breeze stirred, carrying the chilling aura of the ice mirrors. Only then did Maki sense something amiss, whirling around with a furious punch. Simultaneously, Qianyu, drenched in mud, shattered forth from a mirror, her wind-charged blade slashing toward Maki's throat. Blade versus fist, speed favored the blade. Clang. The Sun Moon vessel struck Maki's neck, ringing clear and sharp. His expression twisted into a cruel, startled grin. "Brat, you've fallen for it. Die." Unseen, his fist, reinforced once more by Earth Release Earth Spear, blacked with chakra, and smashed toward Qianyu's chest. Given that Kakuzu's Earth Spear could shatter the ancient gate of a millennium-old temple with a single blow, this strike, if landed, would flatten Qianyu into a human tablet. Yet her ambush thwarted. Qianyu's expressive eyes shimmered, not with despair, but with quiet amusement. "You're the one deceived." Whirlwind raging slash. Boom. A miniature tornado erupted from Qianyu's blade. Before Maki's fist could reach her, an irresistible force seized him from behind, yanking him violently into the vortex. Spinning wildly, Maki was hurled skyward, encased within the tornado where razor-edged winds clashed relentlessly against his Earth Spear armor, clanging incessantly. He could not fathom its purpose. He knew his Earth Spear rendered him nearly impervious. So what did this whirlwind achieve? Was she truly hoping to hurl him high enough to kill him on impact? Yet the vortex showed no sign of lifting him higher. Spinning, Maki's eyes widened, straining to see Qianyu. There she stood, placing the Sun Moon vessel against her hip, gently tapping its hilt. Her clone, attuned as an old married couple, instantly understood and reshaped itself from a slender Chinese sword into a massive odachi. Gripping the colossal blade, Qianyu lowered her stance, coiling power like a spring. Then, she stepped forward. To Maki's eyes, the world blurred. Then Qianyu stood before him, and a flash of steel erupted across his chest. Puffed. Agony seared through him. Stunned, he realized, even with Earth Spear's supreme defense intact, her blade had pierced skin and buried deep into flesh. Peering closer, he saw at her odachi now shimmered with a faint emerald light, concentrated wind-release chakra as sharp and dense as his own wind blade. That was precisely why she'd retrieved her clone blade ice-dampened wind. Only a clone-formed sword could channel such potent, refined wind-release chakra. In the next heartbeat, the great sword became a blur, cutting faster, fiercer, accelerating without pause. Countless slashes rained upon Maki, blood spraying in arcs, a dense web of crimson gashes blooming across his body. After who knew how many cuts, Qianyu delivered her final decisive slash. Tum! Maki, his body a tapestry of wounds, plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Where he struck the earth, freed from the yellow spring swamp, a deep crater fissured outward, its surface webbed with spider-like cracks. Lying at the bottom of the crater, blood gushed from Maki's body like a floodgate unleashed, rapidly pooling into a crimson lake beneath him. His breath, visibly weakened, life ebbed away at an alarming pace. Absent any unforeseen intervention, he would bleed out and perish where he lay. Alas, just as fate conspired against certainty, the unexpected arrived. As Phoenix Temple, Chiyo stepped forward to deliver the final blow. A rapid succession of sharp shunshin sounds filled the air. In an instant, 4 squads, 12 sand shinobi in total, materialized, encircling the grievously wounded Maki. Then came a voice unwelcome and calculated. "I'm afraid I can't allow you to finish him off, Miss Phoenix Temple Chiyo." Orochimaru's trusted aide Kabuto Yakushi strode forward with serene arrogance, adjusting his glasses with a sly, chilling smile. It would cause Master Orochimaru considerable inconvenience. Orochimaru's assault on Konoha, the so-called Konoha Crush, aimed not merely to eliminate the third Hokage but to reignite instability across the shinobi world. Yet such upheaval was never meant to descend into utter chaos. The fundamental equilibrium among the 5 great shinobi villages had to be preserved. The 4th Kazekage had already fallen to Orochimaru's ambush. Should Maki, who served both as strategist and field commander, embodying the combined roles of Nara Shikaku and Hatake Kakashi, also perish, Sunagakure would likely collapse like an avalanche. Even if Chiyo and Ebizo remained alive, it would change nothing. This was no mere loss of apex figures. It was the shattering of the central pillar holding the entire structure aloft. Hence Orochimaru's rare display of foresight. He ordered Kabuto to deploy Suna reinforcements. In a flash of insight, Chiyo grasped Kabuto's true purpose. Her brow furrowed. Indeed, Maki's death would reverberate across the political landscape with devastating force. In the original timeline, it was Maki who personally elevated Gaara to the position of Kazekage. Were he to die now, Gaara's ascension would almost certainly falter before it even began. From the perspective of narrative continuity, and preserving her advantage as a transmigrator, sparring with fate might well mean sparing Maki. But then, what does Gaara's becoming Kazekage have to do with me? And this so-called canon, has it not already fractured beyond recognition? Rather than let half-remembered echoes dictate my path, I shall shatter the script here and now. Chiyu's resolve crystallized in an instant. Calmly, she fixed her gaze upon Kabuto ahead and declared with quiet certainty, "These 12 will not stop me." "Is that so? Perhaps, if you were still at your peak, Miss Chiyo." But Kabuto's lips curled into a knowing smirk. How much chakra remains after unleashing such a technique? Her grip tightened around the hilt of her long blade. Her chakra reserves were indeed depleted. Only 1/4 remained. By standard jutsu classification, that equated to roughly 2 rank techniques. Her stamina too had been severely taxed. Yet even at this diminished capacity could Kabuto, accompanied only by mid-rank Suna shinobi, possibly stand in her way. Then what unseen trump card did he hold? And where precisely were her allies? Ignoring Kabuto and the shinobi before her, Chiyo lifted her eyes toward the observation stands above. Though Kabuto's hidden maneuver remained unseen, Chiyo knew exactly where her comrades had gone. They were leisurely coasting through their duties. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy faced off against a group of sound ninja, none exceeding Chunin rank. Yet Kakashi relied solely on his Sharingan, while Guy didn't even open a single gate, both opting for tranquil, almost meditative composure. So now they feared moving too swiftly, lest the silence afterward forced them to confront what loomed overhead. Very well. So this was how they chose to perform the third Hokage's demise. Preposterous. Chiyu's lips twitched as she withdrew her gaze, refusing to indulge the pair further. After all, Maki was her target, and her own affairs demanded her own hand. Before Kabuto's watchful eyes and the wary stares of the Suna, Shinobi Chiyo casually spun her blade. The slender katana, resembling a polished staff, whirled with astonishing dexterity between her delicate fingers, revealing a mastery of fine motor control. Coupled with the elegance of her hands themselves, the sight was undeniably mesmerizing, enough to captivate even the most fastidious connoisseur. Indeed, the camera, intuitively perceptive, locked onto her hands alone. In the streaming feed, the audience, momentarily subdued after the earlier ferocity, began to stir anew. Yet before their minds could race, their eyes betrayed them first. Chiyu's spinning hand blurred, then multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, 3 blossomed into countless iterations. Suddenly their vision fractured, as if afflicted by extreme astigmatism, overwhelmed by a dizzying mosaic of Chiyu's hands and blades. Even the whirling katana ceased to resemble steel, transforming instead into countless, unblinking luminous eyes. Only after rubbing their eyes did they realize it wasn't their vision failing. It was her hand moving faster than perception could track. Clearly Chiyo was weaving genjutsu. Viewers outside the screen remained unaffected, but the Suna shinobi facing her possessed no such resistance. Danger, genjutsu. The moment Kabuto registered the threat, Chiyo unsheathed her blade in a thunderclap of wind and lightning, surging forward at speeds invisible to the naked eye. Konoha style, 1,000 hands, 100 eyes. 1,000 hands, 100 eyes, across heaven and earth. A soft shush echoed as a figure clad in pure white, carrying with her the fragrance of plum blossoms, swept effortlessly between the 12 shinobi. With each pass, she left behind a distinct afterimage, each wielding the katana in a unique arc, cleaving, slashing, striking, each pose distinct. In the blink of an eye, 12 phantoms stood arrayed, she herself now poised between Maki and Kabuto. Her slender katana pirouetted once in those exquisite fingers, then slid smoothly back into its scabbard. Simultaneously, all 12 afterimages raised their blades. SSSSHHK. Crimson jets erupted violently from the shinobi's wounds. Thump, 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 thump. A rapid succession of collapses followed. This time, however, there was no gentle slumber induced by illusion. Each thud marked not unconsciousness, but the irreversible extinguishing of a life. Drip. Cold sweat traced a path down Kabuto's temple. His earlier confidence had vanished, replaced by stark disbelief. 12 shinobi, annihilated in a single breath. No, not just them, but also. His gaze fell upon Maki lying on the ground. A brutal sword wound stretched diagonally across Maki's chest, from right abdomen to left pectoral, its terminus ending precisely where his heart had been cleanly bisected. Until now, Maki's rapid blood loss had hardly concerned Kabuto. For ordinary physicians, hemorrhage posed grave peril, but under Orochimaru's tutelage, replenishing blood was trivial. But a heart severed entirely. Not even divine intervention could restore such ruin. Kabuto recoiled inwardly. 13 precise strikes, including mine, executed near instantaneously. Is this the prodigy Orochimaru values even above Sasuke? Terrifying. My decision to lead this contingent here was gravely mistaken. Miss Phoenix Temple Chiyo. With wary vigilance, Kabuto took 2 deliberate steps backward. Yet think again. If you believe this alone is enough to kill me, you are vastly overestimating yourself. You should never have slain Maki. At Kabuto's words, Maki's fingers, lifeless moments before, twitched. First it was the faint, involuntary tremor of a coma patient awakening. Then jerking motions, like marionette limbs pulled by invisible strings. Finally he staggered upright, stiff, unsteady, undead. And he was not alone. Every Suna shinobi Chiyo had felled now rose and turned, gripping kunai with deadened hands. Plainly this was Kabuto's true source of confidence, the very reason he believed he could stall her. Edo Tensei Chiyo named the technique without inflection. Oh, you know it already. Did Kakashi tell you? No matter. Kabuto's self-assurance returned full force. One freshly deceased jonin, retaining 50% of his former strength, plus 12 revived shinobi. It seems the advantage has decisively shifted to my side, Miss Phoenix Temple Chiyo. You cannot sustain that state many times, can you? Not many times, Chiyo admitted, candidly shaking her head. The Shunshin no Jutsu variant she employed consumed chakra voraciously. Just that one burst had cost nearly half the energy of a Chidori. She had unlocked Mokutan, yet its acquisition demanded immense investment, 10,000 points for Mokutan itself, another 10,000 for prerequisite Doton, leaving her initial windfall of 23,000 reduced to 12,000. Of that remainder, she allocated points toward mastering Gosuken, acquiring advanced Hayaton and Suiton techniques, and refining swordsmanship, including adaptations of Konoha's Yanagi no Mai and Himitsu, Kenrogetsuya reimagined as Senju Hyakugen. Naturally, she'd invested little in Mokutan beyond one signature technique, Mokutan Myo no Jutsu, the wood release piercing technique, rendering her unable to absorb chakra via wood constructs. Moreover, even if Mokutan absorbed chakra, it nourished the wood itself, not the user. By Kabuto's logic, victory truly favored him. But that logic belonged solely to Kabuto. In reality, I won't need to use it again. Chiyo tilted her head, a wry, knowing smile playing upon her lips. Her voice, cool, precise, emerging from lips held at the perfect 36-degree angle. Cut through the air. I confess, I am deeply curious. Since when exactly did you begin believing I hadn't already cut you? What? Kabuto froze mid-thought. Instantly, searing agony exploded from his back, scarlet blood erupting in a violent spray. Thump! He collapsed face down rigid. Likewise, the reanimated corpses crumpled beside him. His round-framed glasses shattered beneath his weight, shards slicing his cheek. Yet he paid them no mind. His consciousness consumed by a torrent of questions. Was I struck too? 14 cuts. When did she strike me? I sensed nothing. Absolutely nothing. Was my spine severed? My body immobile? Straining to command his limbs, he found them utterly unresponsive, his neural signals vanishing into silence like stones dropped into a bottomless abyss. Yet Chiyo approached unhurriedly, her intent unmistakable to deliver the finishing stroke. To Kabuto, her delicate Yamiba sandals, elegant serene, now resembled the grim scythe of death, drawing ever nearer. Overcome by terror, Kabuto abandoned all restraint and shouted desperately, "Koryu, do you intend to wait until I'm dead before acting? Koryu, she's here too." Chiyo's eyes snapped toward the stands, where atop the central platform a translucent emerald barrier shimmered into existence. Within it appeared Koryu, the crystal release user, her signature pineapple-shaped hairstyle unmistakable. Exposed, she bristled with fury. "You imbecile Kabuto. You promised you'd buy us time. You failed spectacularly. Do you honestly expect me to save you?" Crystal release, shattering dragon descent. Rule war. Drawing on massive chakra reserves, Koryu summoned crystal dragons, larger, more numerous, and far more formidable than those deployed during the preliminaries. 3 colossal dragons surged forward in unison, bearing down upon Chiyo below. True to her word, Koryu made no effort to spare Kabuto. Her attack engulfed him as well. Clearly their discord had already taken root. Chiyo wasted no further thought on the paralyzed Kabuto. She leapt away with decisive grace. Crunch! A gargantuan pink crystal dragon obliterated the spot where she'd stood moments before, sending thick plumes of dust billowing skyward. Yet before the dust settled, the dragons erupted anew, bursting upward from the sand beneath the arena floor, relentlessly pursuing Chiyo. Endless is it. Faced with the spectacle, Chiyo sighed inwardly. She considered repeating her prior success, closing the distance with Shunshin, then ending it with a single decisive strike. But Koryu had learned from last time. She now stood a full kilometer away, clearly terrified of Chiyo's fists. If Koryu refused to be knocked out, Chiyo equally refused to endure endless attrition. Gaara, then Maki, then Kabuto, now Koryu. Even her extraordinary composure frayed at the edges. Thus, confronting Koryu's shattering dragon descent, Chiyo chose direct confrontation, revealing yet another hidden art gate of opening. Open. Water release, water dragon bullet. Modified ice wheel blade. Her katana slashed downward. Roar. A spiraling water dragon erupted from the earth at her feet, coiling upward before surging forward. Mid-flight, ice overtook the torrent, beginning at the dragon's whiskers and spreading relentlessly toward its tail. By the time it reached its apex, only the tail remained liquid, the rest frozen solid. A water dragon with ice at the front and water at the rear. Koryu watched, puzzled by the unconventional configuration. Still, she hesitated only briefly, then directed her crystal dragons forward. 3 against 1. Advantage hers unquestionably. With the titanic grandeur of Godzilla clashing with Kong, Koryu's crystal dragons collided head-on with Chiyo's glacial water dragon, neither yielding an inch. A feral roar rent the air as Qian's ice crystal dragon lunged, its jaws clamping down on a crystal dragon. The thick armored body coiled around its prey, and with razor-like talons it tore the rival almost instantly into a mangled, bleeding ruin. But Hong Lian's Pejing Jianglong was executed flawlessly this time. 3 dragons in total. The other 2 crystal dragons would not cease their assault simply because one had been restrained. They paid no heed to their trapped companion, focusing instead on tearing at Qian's ice crystal dragon, even turning to attack the crystal dragon that had led the charge. Amid such brutal collisions, Qian's ice crystal dragon showed a flicker of resistance at first, but as the blows deepened, it was soon covered in wounds and weakening rapidly. The flaw of an ice dragon formed from a modified water projectile revealed itself. Once the outer ice began to crack, the inner water leaked out swiftly, as if the beast itself were bleeding. Hong Lian wore a satisfied smile. She said aloud that the last time Qianyu had beaten her it had been because of the arena. Today she intended to prove herself anew. Tear it apart, Pejing Jianglong, she commanded, changing her hand seals. Not only the 2 free crystal dragons, but even the one bound by the ice crystal dragon began to struggle to break free. Under the threefold onslaught, Qian's ice crystal dragon quickly showed signs of collapse. Wounds widened and torrents of watery blood sprayed outward, blooming icy flowers where they struck the ground. Hong Lian's smile grew more wanton. As her mood rose, the crystal dragon's attacks only grew crueler and more relentless. Before long, Qian's ice crystal dragon shattered with a thunderous crack, fragments of flowing ice and water splashing across the surrounding crystal dragons. "It was your turn now, pretty thing," Hong Lian taunted, raising her chin as a peacock might. She added with faux tenderness that Qianyu would do well to yield, lest that lovely face be scarred. Qianyu was left speechless. Given how far the fight had already gone, Hong Lian's offer of surrender, meant to spare a life, felt oddly magnanimous. Qianyu did not know whether to call Hong Lian true to her roots or simply unexpectedly kind. Even the viewers in the livestream were moved. Comments flew, viewers saying they were in tears, applauding that Hong Lian still worried about not cutting Qian's face. The chat buzzed with affection and surprise. One viewer jokingly proclaimed Hong Lian the provisional head of the Qianyu Solo Fan Association in the Rinjie branch, asking who supported the motion. An uproar of support followed. "Call it," then one fan urged. "Speak the word, and we will hail you as our new president." Another chimed in that they too chose Hong Lian as the new leader, unafraid of a lover's disfigurement under her watch. The barrage of approving comments swelled into a noisy, gleeful chorus across the stream. Even the absurd posters who declared they did not wish to know themselves joined in with such voices in the chat. Qianyu found it hard to harbor any real hostility toward Hong Lian. After all, she was merely a proud, competitive young girl. Qianyu thought, answering playfully, that surrender had its perks in Mu Yi captives were treated well. 7 days a week, and 8 different handsome types would circle around you. Warm or aloof, nurturing or stylish, brotherly or girlfriend-like. There was even room for a domineering CEO, if one wished. Qianyu painted the temptation vividly. She teased that the CEO who declared, "Woman, you have successfully caught my attention," was not beyond imagination in their world. Qianyu was confident Hong Lian would understand Rinjie was a quasi-modern realm that had produced its share of romantic fantasies. After all, had Zhuozhu not been a textbook example of such a CEO in Xiaoying's eyes? Which young woman could truly resist that kind of seduction? Moreover, Hong Lian was the head of a faction that lacked a single ordinary man. Her circle was famed for its effeminate leaders and rare conventional masculinity. Really? Hong Lian's eyes brightened, and even the hand seals in her grasp loosened for a moment. Whether from that slight motion, or because they possessed true sentience, the 3 crystal dragons before Hong Lian turned their heads, their emerald eyes fixed on her with unnerving intent. Their gaze seemed to ask, "We were about to fight to the death. Why does your highness bid surrender now?" Qianyu hurriedly nodded and insisted, "Truly. If it's not so, I will hand Zhuozhu over to you." Previously, she had not dared say such things, but after witnessing Bei's treatment, she grew bolder. Mu Yi might be much else, but in matters of marriage and offspring it was earnest, truly a place that would make one a wife. The chat erupted in mock outrage on Zhuozhu's behalf, users pretending he was bewildered, complaining that while he was battling tailed beasts, he was already being auctioned off. The jokes and crude mock profanities flooded the stream. Despite the livestream's revelry, Hong Lian was indeed tempted, but she refused the offer. "Impossible," she roared. "Lord De Shiwan will not be defeated. I will be the vessel for Lord De Shiwan. I cannot pause here." With that, Hong Lian cried out and drove her crystal dragons to bite downward. In this Rinjie, when it came to brainwashing, De Shiwan ranked second. No one dared claim the first place. So young Qianyu sighed inwardly. Youth meant susceptibility. It was about time, she thought. She lifted her eyes to the crystal dragon charging straight at her without flinching or dodging. Before Hong Lian could decide whether to press her attack, there came a sudden cracking sound like ice giving way. The once menacing crystal dragon went still as the clear sound of freezing spread across its form. Hong Lian stared in astonishment and realized that a thin layer of ice crystals had formed over the dragon's pink surface, so translucent before that she had not noticed it. Having now perceived the trick, Hong Lian believed it a minor impediment she could dispel. Insulted, she spat that such mere frost should be smashed and poured more chakra into the crystal dragon to force it into motion. Yet as she surged chakra, an eerie silence answered from the dragon's side. For the first time, a look of panic crept across Hong Lian's face. Cursing, she ordered it to move. Pajing Jianglong. Pushing even greater stores of chakra, hoping brute force would work. But when the amplified chakra reached the dragon, it did move, accompanied not by a roar, but by the sound of shattering. Under Hong Lian's stunned gaze, the crystal dragon fragmented like glass struck by a hammer, splintering into countless shards before collapsing in a final thunderous ruin. Why? Hong Lian whispered in disbelief. She could not fathom how her technique had ended in such a dismal ruin. Because during the previous battle, your dragon was constantly being cooled down by me. The answer from Qian, you came from not far behind, Hong Lian. Do you think why is my ice will pill a mix of ice and water? Why is it that even though it's an ice dragon, a part of it can still be water? You who can use crystal escape should have knowledge about this part, right? Hearing Qian's words, Hong Lian's expression changed. She indeed had such knowledge. After all, her teacher was Orochimaru, not Jiraiya. It's because pure water cannot freeze. Exactly. Qian Yu nodded with satisfaction, finally glad not to encounter an illiterate. Pure water cannot freeze, therefore pure water can achieve temperatures far below zero. And during our previous class, your technique was continuously splashing out that water, causing its temperature to drop to a terrifying degree. Finally, after the temperature reached a certain limit, their properties underwent a brittle transformation. Then after your tremendous power was unleashed, boom. Qian Yu spread her fingers simultaneously, opening her mouth to illustrate the sound. It turned out to be like this. Hearing Qian Yu's words, Hong Lian completely understood. Moreover, there was one more point she wanted to understand. That is, the transfer of temperature ultimately requires time. Even if she did not see through Qian Yu's scheme, directly attacking without being lured by Qian Yu's conditions was naturally not a problem. But who told her she was tempted by Qian Yu's rhetoric? Hong Lian was furious. Bastard, pretty girl, you tricked me. I didn't trick you, everything I said is true. Qian Yu shook her head helplessly. But at this point, Hong Lian could no longer listen. Oh, I don't care, pretty girl, I'm angry, I must kill you. A massive amount of chakra surged from within Hong Lian. Seeing this, Qian Yu merely sighed. You dare to unleash such an obviously energy-consuming technique so close to me? You really have no memory. Forget it, you clearly can't take this in. Just calm down for a bit. Qian Yu stepped forward, and without needing to use swift escape, she instantly appeared in front of Hong Lian. Facing Hong Lian's horrified gaze, Qian Yu flicked the blade in her hand. Bang! The broad back of the blade struck heavily against Hong Lian's abdomen. In intense pain, Hong Lian spat out a mouthful of acidic saliva and then rolled her eyes, collapsing softly. One cannot help but admire the resilience of youth. After dealing with this typical tsundere girl, Qian Yu looked around with her sword and found herself without any opponents. The sand ninja brought by Yakushi Kabuto was slain by her, and the sound ninja, who kept arriving, were not the kind of people from the land of rain who could refresh automatically. Even if Kakashi and Guy were conserving their energy, there were hardly any left. Qian Yu thought for a moment and found a rope to tie up Hong Lian, taking her along to prevent her from escaping, and prepared to go to the rooftop to watch the live broadcast. However, after really tying up Hong Lian, Qian Yu suddenly remembered someone she had forgotten. Oh right, there's also Yakushi Kabuto. Earlier Hong Lian's attack didn't evade him, but where's the body? He wouldn't have run away, right? No way could someone with a broken spine still run. On the viewing platform, looking at the disheveled, yet empty sandy ground, Qian Yu frowned. At the same time, as if responding to her doubts, the camera that had been focused on Qian Yu turned again. In a certain deadened alley of Konoha, the figure of Yakushi Kabuto appeared. At this moment, he wore an expression of lingering fear and hatred. Damn, Hong Lian, not caring at all for my life or death. And that Qian Yu from the Phoenix Temple. Luckily, I can control my body by simulating neural signals with my own chakra. Otherwise, I would have really died this time. However, with this injury. Feeling his back, Yakushi Kabuto's face turned grim. I'm afraid I'll have to expend chakra to keep moving in the future. Let's see about treatment later. Yakushi Kabuto knocked on the wall in front of him. To his surprise, although this was a dead end, when Yakushi Kabuto knocked on the wall, the sound that came back was that of a wooden door being knocked. Accompanied by Yakushi Kabuto's rhythmic knocking, the wall suddenly opened to reveal a large door. Following that, several masked umbu from Konoha walked out. The few of them exchanged conversations, and then these umbu surprisingly welcomed Yakushi Kabuto inside. This situation left the viewers in the live room utterly shocked. Wait, what does this mean? Isn't Yakushi Kabuto an enemy? Can't they see that glaring sound ninja forehead protector? Yeah, are these really Konoha umbu? Is it possible that Konoha has some hidden shadow forces beneath the surface? I don't understand. While there's a fierce battle outside, these umbu are standing still like a mountain. All right, allies in trouble remain unmoved. Our country's military is orthodox in Konoha, right? Upstairs, could there be a possibility that this is the Central Command or Military Command? Incredible! Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. However, regarding their doubts, Qian Yu felt there was nothing unusual. The help Yakushi Kabuto could find was just from the root, right? However, the fact that the root dared to so blatantly shelter an enemy truly opened Qian Yu's eyes. Forget it. Shaking her head, Qian Yu decided not to bother with the root. That was a matter for the future Tsunade. Carrying the unconscious Hong Lian, Qian Yu jumped several times and reached the rooftop at the very top. Within the purple flame formation, the third Hokage and Orochimaru had already engaged in their final life and death struggle. That was a tug of war for the Reaper Death Seal. The third Hokage noticed Qian Yu's arrival first. Seeing Qian Yu carrying Hong Lian, the third Hokage let out a difficult chuckle. Orochimaru, that child is carrying your subordinate. It seems she lost quite badly. I told you that child Qian Yu is not someone like you. What? Orochimaru turned to look and indeed saw Qian Yu carrying Hong Lian. Did Hong Lian lose too? She lost, and it seems Kabuto is in serious trouble. This time it's truly a complete failure, old man. However, as long as I can kill you, then this time won't be a total loss. Orochimaru strained his chakra, his fingers curling as the Kusanagi sword dug deeper into the third Hokage. Ugh! The third Hokage winced in pain momentarily, causing Orochimaru's soul to retreat slightly. However, he had just spoken to distract Orochimaru, and it was meant to catch his breath. Don't underestimate the Hokage, Orochimaru. Of course not. This was no scene from Danzo's presence. No chance for the third Hokage to invoke sentiments of friendship, hope, or bonds before striking down Orochimaru. With a guttural roar, just as all believed the third Hokage might muster one final effort to tear Orochimaru's soul entirely from his body. Shink! The death god's short blade descended. The souls of Orochimaru's hands vanished into the deity's maw. Simultaneously, a fresh spiral seal flared across the third Hokage's abdomen. My hands! In Orochimaru's panicked gaze, her arms blackened rapidly, as if infected by a virulent toxin, then seized with unbearable agony, collapsing lifelessly at her sides. Watching Orochimaru writhe in anguish, the third Hokage spoke through gritted teeth. Your hands are now useless. Without them you cannot form hand seals, and thus no jutsu remains within your reach. He declared the Konoha Crush plan ends here. You wretched old fool, give me back my hands. Orochimaru shrieked, utterly unhinged. You've grown foolish, Orochimaru. Gazing upon his deranged former student, the third Hokage offered a faint sorrowful smile. Though it grieves me that I cannot take you with me, my disciple. We shall surely meet again in that world. With those words, the last vestiges of his strength were drawn away by the death god. His eyelids slowly closed. Witnessing the fall of this legendary shinobi, Chiyo felt an uncommon pang of melancholy. After all, for 12 years, she had lived beneath the third Hokage's stewardship. His presence had shaped Konoha's rhythm, its warmth, its very air. Yet perhaps even he could not foresee that their next meeting would unfold not in the afterlife, but amid the cataclysm of the Fourth Shinobi World War. That world, this world. Indeed, irony bloomed with quiet delight. Yet Chiyo paused, then reconsidered. With her present, even the necessity of reanimating past Kage via Edo Tensei hung in doubt. In that light, the third Hokage's words no longer seemed misplaced. Sensing the exquisite twist of fate, Chiyo smiled softly. At that moment, thump! The third Hokage, utterly devoid of life, collapsed backward onto the earth. Damn it! AHHH! For an instant, silence reigned within the four violet flames formation, broken only by Orochimaru's raw, shattered cries echoing endlessly. Seeing their master thus broken, the sound force swiftly dispelled the formation and gathered urgently around Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, have you perished? Tayuya asked, voice tight with concern. No, I have not perished. Orochimaru replied, drenched in cold sweat, pain etching every line of his face. Leave now. Yes. Shielding Orochimaru the sound, four leapt away in unison. Do not escape. Seeing the barrier finally fall, the ANBU squad waiting beyond surged forward, fierce, determined, relentless. Yet ANBU operatives had long been famed for their impeccable timing, of arriving precisely when failure was assured. Today proved no exception. The lead ANBU, clad in white, charged ahead with his unit only for Kodomaru's web to intercept them mid-leap, forcing a sudden, undignified descent. By the time the ANBU freed themselves from the sticky strands, the sound four had vanished. Orochimaru carried far beyond pursuit. Defeated, they withdrew in silence. For a fleeting moment, Chiyo pondered intercepting the serpent lady, not for duty, but for the spotlight. After all, once Orochimaru departed, the next encounter would be with the snake sage himself, and the next return of the serpent lady. Perhaps not until Boruto's era. But then, shall we pursue? We still have time. Chiyo turned, to find Kakashi standing beside her, calm, resolute. Yes, Kakashi, let us go together. Might added earnestly. Orochimaru has exhausted himself battling the third Hokage. Now is our chance. No, stop. Kakashi intervened, swiftly halting Might's impulsive charge. Orochimaru remains perilous. Even two of us would risk catastrophe. More urgently, the third Hokage's condition demands our immediate attention. Ah yes, the third Hokage. Might exclaimed, realization dawning. Remembering the fallen leader, Might instantly shined to the forested rooftop, where the third Hokage lay motionless, a serene smile lingering on his lips, breath stilled forever. No, third Hokage. Clutching his head, Might cried out, tears streaming hot and heavy, grief raw and unguarded. Though Kakashi bore grievances against the third Might, whose father had shattered the 7 swordsmen of the mist, had never known shortage of respect, support, or opportunity under his rule. Thus personal gratitude lingered in his heart, and now faced with death, he drowned in sorrow. Chiyo stepped forward gently. It is all right, Sensei Might. Wherever leaves flutter, fire burns. Its shadow shelters the village, nurturing new growth. So the third Hokage's passing is not an end, but a beginning. This is the will of fire. Chiyo spoke quietly. The third Hokage in spirit murmured, "Those are my own words." "You're right, Chiyo." Might wept openly, moved beyond measure. "This is the will of fire. This is youth. No time for mourning. The village suffers elsewhere. I must move." Roused by Chiyu's words, Might launched himself anew. Tears still wet on his cheeks, shining straight into the nearest skirmish where sand and sound shinobi clashed fiercely. Watching Might depart, Kakashi exhaled deeply. Finally, averted. Thank the heavens, Chiyo stepped in with those lines. Wiping sweat from his brow, he reflected that even his duel with Zabuza had demanded less improvisation than that moment. Yet Kakashi had clearly overlooked something. Just as he relaxed, his gaze met that of his silver-haired cousin, eyes gleaming with gentle mockery. A knot tightened in Kakashi's chest. Chiyo, why do you look at me like that?" Kakashi chuckled, awkwardly scratching his hair. "Nothing much, just that your enthusiasm for pursuit seems rather subdued." Her words struck Kakashi like a lightning bolt. Heart-seizing breath suspended. How could I forget? She's always seen too clearly. Fortunately, Chiyo only meant to tease. "Well, it's not truly important. You surely have your reasons, Sensei Kakashi. I won't press further." She let the matter drift away like mist. Hearing her, Kakashi felt warmth bloom softly in his chest. After a quiet pause, he admitted plainly, "Thank you, Chiyo. I truly did not wish to pursue." He'd chased Orochimaru once before, and the outcome was well known to all. Back then he'd been young, naive. But over the years, Kakashi had unraveled the truth, understanding fully what that chase had truly been. It had been theater, stage for the village's eyes. Neither the third Hokage nor Danzo ever intended Orochimaru's death. Orochimaru needed to bear the blame alone, to become a scapegoat, not a martyr. Sending Kakashi was a gesture of grace, honoring the legacies of Tsukumo Hatake and Minato Namikaze, ensuring Orochimaru would spare him. Moreover, just 1 or 2 years prior, Orochimaru had been hailed as a hero, bearing the entire sand front single-handedly during the Third Shinobi World War, a legendary Sannin and leading candidate for the fourth Hokage. When the fourth died, succession should have fallen naturally to Orochimaru. Yet instead, he became a pariah, reviled, hunted, infamous overnight. Does this pattern feel familiar? Have you seen it before? Does your scalp tingle? Kakashi often dreamed of his father placing a hand on his shoulder, whispering, "Kakashi, think deeper, always." Under such circumstances, Orochimaru's downfall was the third Hokage's own making, his tragic self-fulfilling choice. Why then should Kakashi sacrifice himself for another's error? Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken. Youth's world need not be stained by such shadows. Yet even without words, viewers watching through the stream could read the weight behind Kakashi's gaze, knowing full well a story lay buried there. Still, Konoha's hidden truths remained submerged. For now, they were mere foreshadowing. With the third Hokage's death, the village's dominant tone was sorrow, tempered by resolve. Soon Konoha held the third Hokage's funeral. On a mist-laden, rain-slicked morning, shinobi clad in black gathered solemnly near the memorial stone. The ceremony itself required little elaboration, merely quiet remembrance. Yet some viewers grew frustrated. After all, the saying went, to appear radiant wear pure mourning. They'd hoped the third's passing might unveil a new Chiyu's skin, only to find Konoha's tradition demanded black robes, leaving fans resigned and wistful. Such was Konoha's custom. No recourse remained but to accept it, vowing to explore other avenues later. Once the rites concluded, Konoha immediately launched into reconstruction, the beloved civil engineering phase. Yamato, the prodigy of wood release, began work ahead of schedule. Chiyo, however, counted herself fortunate. Her home sustained no damage during the Konoha Crush plan, granting her a rare, peaceful interlude. In the days that followed, intermittent streams resumed, offering preliminary insights into Jiraiya's status, Orochimaru's plight, and the Sand Village's turmoil. Jiraiya's situation required little commentary. The two elders simply found him and announced, "The organization has decided. You will serve as the fifth Hokage. Begin reciting poetry." Jiraiya declined. "I am no poet, merely a rough man. Let Tsunade assume the mantle." So the elders deliberated again, and reaffirmed Tsunade as fifth Hokage, tasking Jiraiya with retrieving her. Coincidentally, Orochimaru, now agonized by her severed hands, found her longtime aide Kabuto preoccupied with self-preservation. Thus she too sought Tsunade, aligning her path with that of her former Sannin comrades. The Sannin showdown loomed. Notably, the Sand Village suffered equally, betrayed by Orochimaru's treachery. Sand's condition deteriorated visibly. Without Baki lacking strong leadership, even the search for the fourth Kazekage devolved into disarray, confused, inefficient, fractious. Only their grim expertise in handling missing Kage spared them from failing entirely, though they nearly missed locating the fourth Kazekage's corpse altogether. Meanwhile, in fragments, Chiyo observed Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, suddenly drew hostile scrutiny from within his own village, now bereft of both Baki and Raza. Infighting erupted among sand shinobi, clear signs that chaos was descending upon the desert village. What came next remained uncertain. Would a savior emerge to restore order, or would Chiyo and Ebisu step forth to impose ironclad authority? For Chiyo, however, such matters held no immediacy. At present, Chiyo faced two developments, one seemingly favorable, the other dire, or rather two misfortunes, each worse than the last. First, following the recently concluded Chunin exams, Chiyo had officially lost her status as a Jinin, elevated against her will to Chunin. Second, a week of barbecue. Chiyo stared dumbfounded at Choji Akimichi, half tempted to peel back his underwear hairdo to peer inside his skull. She'd envisioned one day of grilled meat, a modest, manageable indulgence. Choji, however, had interpreted her offer as 7 consecutive days. 7 days of barbecue. Where would she source such funds? Feeding Choji for a week might force her into loan shark debt, an eventual cinematic bankruptcy complete with closing credits and coin-rounding fees. Is it impossible? Choji's face fell crestfallen at her reaction. Indeed, Shikamaru had warned him, the prettier the woman, the more likely she'll deceive you. Who truly would fund a week-long feast? His family's wealth. A single meal tops. To think, he'd barely entered the 3rd exam only to be disqualified by a cunning woman and lose his barbecue dreams in one stroke. Grief swelled deep and sudden. Today his hands trembled. Today his heart ached. Yet Chiyo, as a fellow Konoha shinobi, could hardly speak harshly. No, never mind. Sorry to bother you. Choji whimpered, retreating, with tears welling. His waistline 4 times Chiyo's, wobbling like a sobbing girl's as he fled. His departure left Chiyo unsettled, her scalp prickling, eyes averted. Outsiders might easily mistake her for having wronged him grievously. Wait. Chiyo called after him. Choji whirled, eyes, tiny as soybeans, shimmering with desperate hope. Chiyo had meant to say one day was feasible. She'd defer the remaining 6. But seeing his expression, the words dissolved. Then she remembered. He was only 12. Just a child. And what harm lay in a child craving meat? Fine. What was 1 week of barbecue? She'd charm the gold from Sasuke's pockets. She'd make him pay for his brother's sake. With the solemnity of a warrior crossing the E River, knowing she'd return sore spent and possibly bankrupt, Chiyo set off to hunt down the wealthy Uchiha heir. Yet even as she moved, 2 figures cloaked in blackened clouds, their faces veiled by wide-brimmed hats, silently entered Konoha. Seeing the sudden appearance of the mermaid's love duo in the live stream, Chienyu halted her steps. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. They came so quickly. It's only been a few days since the Chunin exams ended. However, since Kisame and Itachi had arrived, she needed to consider how to participate in this storyline. In her impression, after Kisame and Itachi arrived in Konoha, they seemed to have first gone to Itachi's favorite dango shop for some 3-color dango, only to be discovered by Kakashi, who then sent Asuma and Kurenai to investigate. Next came an exciting battle where the notorious Tsukuyami made its first appearance, instantly defeating the relatively strong Kakashi. From this perspective, being on-site could provide some camera time. But after studying her opponents, Chienyu ultimately decided not to go. Because if she went now, there would be camera coverage, but with Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy, the Konoha F4 present, there would be no chance for her to take action. In such circumstances, even if she went, she would only be a cheerleader, a supporting character in a corner. The problem is, as a supporting character, she couldn't suddenly charge in during the climax and explode like a firework. The gains from being a cheerleader were simply too low. In this situation, it was better to play it safe. And if she remembered correctly, there would be a better opportunity later on to showcase her entrance. So just as she stepped out the door, Chienyu turned around and returned home. She sent a shadow clone to brew a pot of hot tea and prepare some snacks, and Chienyu leisurely lay on the shadow clone's lap, enjoying the feeling of having only half a ceiling above her, and began watching the live stream. During the live stream, a small interlude occurred. Chienyu initially thought that Itachi being captured by Kakashi at the dango shop was because he wanted to eat dango himself, but she didn't expect that the suggestion to eat dango actually came from Kisame. Kisame thought about Itachi's poor health, having traveled such a long way, and even taking out a few umbu along the way, so he suggested that before they went out to find something, they should first find a place to have some tea, which is why they went to the dango shop. Kisame, 3 o'clock, let's have tea first. Kisame, I'm very ugly, but am very gentle. TSK tisk. Seeing the two of them, Chienyu couldn't help but click her tongue. Should she say that they truly live up to their fame as the mermaids love? Within Akatsuki, apart from Konan and Nagato, they were the pair with the best personal relationship. Don't mention just taking a break for tea. Even dealing with the Four Tails Jinchuriki later on was something Kisame handled himself, requiring no action from Itachi. However, the warmth of the Suzuka group ended there. Soon after, Asuma and Kurenai arrived, and the Konoha F4 engaged in battle with the Suzuka group, initiating this classic battle in the Naruto series. The exciting battle immediately caught Chienyu's attention, and soon it was time for Itachi to use Tsukuyomi. The Jinjutsu that completely controlled time and space shocked everyone. Only Chienyu was somewhat unfazed because she already knew what was coming. However, just as Kakashi broke free from Tsukuyomi's Jinjutsu space, something Chienyu never expected happened. That was Kakashi began to recall the time when Jiraiya talked to him about Akatsuki. In fact, Chienyu was not surprised that Kakashi started recalling this point. Recalling is a great means of educating the audience, and many anime include flashbacks. And on Chienyu's side in the live stream, it was also anime, so of course there was a flashback segment. However, the past Chien, you couldn't see the flashbacks because the flow of time differed on either side. The time in the live stream was synchronized with her own time, while the flashbacks were simply inserted in between, and she couldn't pause her own time to watch the flashbacks. She could only infer from the reactions in the bullet comments that they should have seen some flashbacks. But now she could also see this flashback. Chienyu turned her head in astonishment, wanting to observe her surroundings. At that moment, she realized just how light she felt. Upon closer inspection, she wasn't lying on her shadow clone's lap. She was clearly floating as a spiritual entity above her original body, while everything outside her spiritual entity was paused. This is possible. Seeing this scene, Chienyu was astonished. She attempted to return to her body. And in that instant, a pulling force came, and Chienyu instantly returned from the air. The next second, she suddenly sat up from the shadow clone's lap. What's wrong? The shadow clone looked at Chienyu in confusion. Nothing. Chienyu glanced back at the live stream. After she returned to normal time, the live stream also returned to normal time. Chienyu tried to re-enter the previous state, but nothing happened. Until the Konoha F4 finished their battle with the Suzaku group, the live stream moved to Jiraiya and Naruto. As Jiraiya began reminiscing, Chienyu's spiritual entity once again detached from her body. And in the current live stream, it was a flashback from Jiraiya's time as a Genin. Regarding Jiraiya's past, Chienyu was not particularly concerned. She only tried to move her body in this state. After all, this was time stopping. Even without a body, and even if she had a body, there were no tools to commit a crime. But if Chienyu's spiritual entity could move normally, wouldn't that be equivalent to a spirit transformation technique? Whether for gathering intelligence or scouting enemies, this state would be very useful. But unfortunately, Chienyu's attempt failed, because after exploring, she found that her spiritual entity could only move within 1 meter of her original body. Beyond that 1 meter, it was as if there was a chain pulling her back, and she could no longer advance, shattering her dreams of spirit transformation. Chienyu sighed and returned to her body. Even though the live stream was constantly changing. For example, at the very beginning, she could only grab 1 or 2 camera shots. Then later, after she joined Team 7, it seemed she was no longer just a passerby, but a supporting character with the live stream actively giving her camera time. But none of these changes compared to what happened today. Naturally, the source of this change was worth exploring. However, it wasn't too difficult to draw a conclusion. Is it the enhancement of spirit or strength? Chienyu looked at her personal panel. The spiritual awakening of her shadow clone was strikingly vivid. Because she speculated that the previous time stop was not really a stop, but an infinite elongation of her cognitive speed. To achieve this, a powerful spirit was absolutely essential. Otherwise, needing to pause time just to watch a flashback seemed a bit excessive. And why this functionality didn't appear during the Chunin exams, but emerged now, was also easy to understand. That was because she was currently in a completely relaxed state. Previously, she hadn't had the leisure to watch flashbacks. Upon realizing this change, Chienyu was very excited, because this change made her truly aware of controlling the camera and even more possibilities. She no longer wanted to ride the waves in reverse through the live stream. But such a large live stream room, giving her the authority to speak and letting her act as a guiding uncle, was also delightful. Spoilers, she had to spoil heavily. After all, with the environment on the other side, since Naruto was so popular, there were surely all kinds of novels flying around. Refusing to let Obito resurrect as the male lead in the novel was a duty. Isn't this much better than Bo-Ren? Thinking about future gameplay, Chienyu momentarily fell into a joyful fantasy time. Time quietly passed during her fantasies. Before long, Sasuke learned from Kakashi and the Jonin about Uchiha Itachi's return and that he was looking for information on Naruto. The opportunity for Chienyu to join the storyline had arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Sasuke quickly came to Chienyu's side and knocked on the door. What's wrong? Chienyu opened the door. Sasuke, do you know where Naruto is? I went to his house and couldn't find him. I don't know. Chienyu shook her head. Tisk. Hearing the negative response, Sasuke turned to leave. Hey, wait. Chienyu quickly grabbed Sasuke's arm. Why are you looking for Naruto? Naruto is in danger. He's being targeted by a very troublesome guy. If he gets caught, Naruto is done for. Sasuke replied quickly. Is that so? Then I'll go with you. Chienyu immediately became serious, quickly organizing her gear in her room before heading out with Sasuke. If we're looking for Naruto, we should go to Ichiraku Ramen. We're sure to get some information there. Let's go. The two of them, full of action, immediately set off to Ichiraku Ramen and successfully heard from Otsutsuki Ichiraku about a place called Shikuchu. After a while of hastily traveling, they arrived at Shikuchu. From its name, it was evident that it was a place meant for leisure, hence quite bustling. Observing the bustling street of the small town, Sasuke felt a bit troubled. Do we have to search one in at a time? Good thing you came along this time, Chienyu. Sasuke felt a bit relieved. What's this? We're teammates, right? Chienyu smiled, then her expression became serious. Let's split up and search. Okay. Sasuke nodded, and the two began searching separately. Subsequently, segments of the two asking at the front desk of various inns flashed continuously in the live stream until Uchiha Itachi found Naruto. Through the live stream's footage, you could clearly see that the inn where Naruto was staying was the one Sasuke had found. In other words, Sasuke would arrive at Naruto before Chienyu. Absurd. This outcome made Chien's eyes widen. Clearly we were supposed to search half each with a 50 chance, yet Sasuke still ended up choosing the side where Naruto was. This is what bonds are, huh? Chienyu quickly turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Fortunately, even though this small town was bustling, it wasn't very large. Chienyu arrived at the inn where Naruto was staying without taking much time. And just as Sasuke gathered chakra for his Chidori, tearing his collar and roaring with a face full of expression as he was about to charge forward. Slap. A delicate white hand grasped Sasuke's left wrist. Huh. Sasuke, who was about to rush forward, stumbled as Chidori retreated. Chienyu. The unexpected arrival made Naruto exclaim. Looking at Chienyu, Naruto was surprised, but Sasuke only felt irritated because he wanted revenge and no one could hinder him. With his Sharingan's Crimson Threedomo activated, Sasuke glared fiercely at Chienyu, his tone extremely harsh and rude. Let go. I won't let go. Chienyu fearlessly met his Sharingan gaze, appearing very firm. Thus, the next second, Sasuke, who had been furious, suddenly felt a pang of sadness and pain. Chienyu, are you trying to stop me? I always thought that if it were you, you would understand me. After all, Chienyu had always presented herself favorably in front of Sasuke. She was intelligent, exceptionally beautiful, powerful, yet gentle and kind, always willing to care for her companions and share their burdens with maturity, far beyond her peers. Sasuke could never see any of the genius issues that plagued him in Chienyu, which made him trust her completely. She was truly a companion he recognized. If Sasuke had a figure of his white moonlight in his heart, it would undoubtedly be a girl with white hair and red eyes. But now, as a companion recognized by Sasuke, Chienyu was showing signs of wanting to stop him, which made Sasuke feel a sense of betrayal. It was as if at this moment the undeniable blood feud in Sasuke's heart collided violently with his companionship. In his mind appeared a balance, one side weighed with hatred, the other with companionship. Undoubtedly, the hatred weighed more heavily. Therefore, although his heart ached to the point of suffocation for the sake of that hatred, he had to abandon the companionship. Sasuke, I can't do anything. Uchiha gaining love, losing love. Conditions met, the unique Uchiha nerves activated. Right, I am a avenger. Compared to revenge, what does companionship even count for? Sasuke roared in his heart. Thus, under the astonished gaze of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's eyes, identical to his, suddenly began to spin rapidly after the exquisite girl with white hair and red eyes grasped his hand. Spinning rapidly, tending toward convergence. Moi. Uchiha Itachi was instantly alarmed. He didn't understand. It was just a girl holding hands. Could it be that Sasuke was going to activate another round of Manjikyu? At this moment, Kisame, who sensed the gossip atmosphere from Sasuke's words, initially wanted to tease Itachi, wondering if she was his brother's wife or something. But now, seeing Uchiha Itachi's serious expression, Kisame instinctively became serious as well. Two Kages, both very powerful, becoming serious together could create a sense of oppressive darkness, even without a hint of killing intent. No one could ignore them now. Under the pressure of the two, Naruto shrank his neck and trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Chien's attention was drawn away by the situation across from her. She didn't know what Uchiha Itachi and Kisame were up to, so she didn't dare to look at Sasuke too boldly and could only focus on the two opposite. What are you thinking? How could I possibly stop you? Killing Uchiha Itachi and avenging your parents and clan is something you must do in this life, right? As a teammate, I can only support you. If I didn't know your revenge, absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to intervene. I would even want to act with you. I just want to tell you, calm down. Impulsiveness will only lead to flaws. Or do you mean that your so-called revenge is merely an emotional vent and you actually don't care whether it succeeds or not? Chien's final words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the complex and surging fire in Sasuke's heart. Because this was a blatant, heart-piercing statement, and it was also an extremely strict moral accusation. Sasuke's expression visibly cleared. Yeah, rushing and shouting isn't that just venting emotions? I'm an avenger. Revenge is a goal I must accomplish, not a self-emotional release. Thank you, Chiyo, for waking me up. Sasuke sincerely expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, we're comrades, right? Chiyo released her grip on Sasuke, tucking her slightly disheveled hair behind her ear. At the same time, she casually said, by the way, don't die you, otherwise I'll have to think of a way to avenge you later. If I won't. Sasuke revealed a confident smile, looking directly at Uchiha Itachi. I already have the same eyes as him. Yo, let's go, Sasuke. Naruto was momentarily inspired by Sasuke's confidence. And not just him. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also filled with great anticipation for the showdown between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. After all, before the fight began, there were harsh words exchanged and Sasuke was chastised by his companions, leading to a sudden awakening. With claims that he now possessed the same eyes, it was bound to be a fierce battle. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sasuke took a step forward. Then, bang! Uchiha Itachi landed a punch squarely in Sasuke's abdomen. The Sasuke who had charged forward moments ago was now sent flying back. Truly, it was Sasuke had charged in, and Sasuke was now down in a crying tone. His uncontrolled body crashed against the wall at the end of the corridor, hanging in the air like a painting for over a second before slowly sliding down, leaving Sasuke in a position with his face pressed against the floor and his rear end raised high. Seeing this result, the arena fell silent. Is this really it? Sasuke, I got up, I got taken out instantly, nothing more to say. Sasuke, I will win. Ooh, I already have the same eyes as him. 2 3 3 3 3. I can only say that I seem to see a person who clearly has a bright future ahead yet insists on walking the path of destruction. Old Gong. Is that you, Old Gong? Come back, I miss you. Alright, if we're playing like this, I shall call Sasuke Laoju. The intense barrage of comments in the live broadcast room surged forth. Clearly everyone was caught off guard by this outcome. Including Sasuke, of course. Impossible. Straining to lift his body, Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi in disbelief. I clearly saw it happen. Oh, foolish little bean, your eyes see it, but your body can't react. Do I need to teach you this? Uchiha Itachi spoke in a calm tone, as always revealing no emotional fluctuations. However, looking at Uchiha Itachi's deeply etched face, Sasuke felt as though he could sense the profound mockery and disdain hidden behind Itachi's cold mask. Shut up. You have no right to teach me. Sasuke's face darkened. He endured the pain to rise, the frustration within him almost compelling him to charge forward recklessly. Fortunately, Kianya's cool voice came once more. Calm down, don't let the opponent provoke you. Sasuke took a deep breath, then exhaled long, emptying the restlessness in his heart. He thought for a moment if his speed was too slow for Uchiha Itachi, then he would just have to speed up. Ugly Mao Shun. Chidori. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As the sounds of thousands of birds filled the air, brilliant lightning illuminated Sasuke's left hand. The familiar tingling from the lightning chakra stimulated his cells, once more activating Sasuke's body. At the same time, due to the recent hit, his adrenaline began to surge, turning what should have been discomfort into a moment of comfort. In such a state, Sasuke felt as if he were a vehicle freshly lubricated. Every gear moved smoothly and effortlessly. I have reached my peak state. He was so sure. So it will be fine. In a state of complete calm, Sasuke charged towards Uchiha Itachi once more. His Sharingan with its 3 tomo slightly rotated, absorbing all of Uchiha Itachi's reactions. Though still somewhat immature, a sense of being locked onto him had already settled upon Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Sasuke in this state, Itachi's seemingly emotionless eyes revealed a trace of appreciation as he murmured to himself. Adjust your speed quickly, Sasuke. It seems you have very good companions now. But unfortunately, that alone is not enough. Far from it. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, then opened them. The black tomo transformed into a blood-red pinwheel. Then as Sasuke lunged at him with Chidori aimed at his heart, Uchiha Itachi casually extended his hand as if to grab Sasuke's wrist. Seeing this, Sasuke hurriedly changed direction, trying to evade Uchiha Itachi's grasp. However, a shocking situation unfolded. No matter how Sasuke adjusted, Uchiha Itachi's hand would always be a step faster, preemptively moving to intercept his path, as if everything about him was laid bare to Uchiha Itachi. In such a situation, not wanting to be caught by Itachi, Sasuke could only abandon this attack and jump back to create distance. This situation left Naruto somewhat bewildered. He simply could not understand why Sasuke had charged in with such ferocity only to abandon the attack. But Sasuke was not concerning himself with anyone else at this moment. After retreating, he carefully thought for a moment, changed his route, and charged at Uchiha Itachi for the 3rd time. The 3rd time followed by the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th times. However, after 8 consecutive attempts, Sasuke would charge halfway, then abandon the attack and retreat. Sasuke, what on earth are you doing? The bizarre state of battle in front of him prompted Naruto to voice his confusion. What's wrong with you? Are you under a genjutsu or something? Sasuke was certainly not under genjutsu. Or rather, he wasn't even worthy of being targeted by Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu at this moment. Hearing Naruto's words, Kisame scoffed, "What do you know, brat? The Sharingan is a powerful bloodline that enhances the dynamic vision of its wielder. The world they see is entirely different from ours. Your confusion stems from the fact that you cannot see the true clash. And clearly in this battle of eyes, Itachi's brother has been completely suppressed by Itachi-san. While it's understandable Sasuke only has the 3-Tomo Sharingan, but Itachi-san's eyes are the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. How can a firefly compete with the bright moon?" The first Itachi said confidently. "Is that so?" Listening to Kisame's explanation, Naruto scratched his head. Although he still didn't quite understand, it didn't matter. He just needed to know that Sasuke was at a disadvantage right now. "Sasuke, come on, I believe in you. You definitely won't lose to that guy." Naruto entered cheerleader mode, shouting loudly with all his might. This clearly enraged Kisame. He didn't expect that after his explanation Naruto wouldn't bow down on the spot, merely shocked by Itachi's prowess, but even dared to shout encouragement over his voice. Kisame reprimanded angrily, "You brat, can't you understand human language? Enough, don't disturb Itachi-san, keep quiet." After saying that, Kisame even reached out to grab Naruto, seemingly prepared to deal with him. This sudden situation momentarily diverted Uchiha Itachi's attention, as his indifferent expression seemed to show signs of turning. Opportunity. Seeing Uchiha Itachi distracted, Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he immediately launched his 9th charge. The figure clad in Uchiha's signature round-collared t-shirt transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly charging in front of Uchiha Itachi. However, as Sasuke charged, Uchiha Itachi remained completely unfazed. He merely turned his head lazily and casually extended his hand. In the next second, boom, the wall shattered. Sasuke's powerful Chidori was thus casually pressed against the wall by Uchiha Itachi. In the violent collision, Sasuke's entire left hand was lacerated by the debris, sending intense pain surging through him. How could this happen? Sasuke could not accept this outcome. Clearly, I had seized the opportunity. "Don't you understand?" Uchiha Itachi spoke in a detached tone, his gaze indifferent. "Oh, foolish little bean, I'm curious, to what extent do you think your arrogance allows you to believe that simply wanting to defeat me is enough?" After saying that, Uchiha Itachi tightened his fingers as if grasping a hydraulic clamp. Crack! A clear dislocation sound came from Sasuke's wrist. Oh! The pain that pierced to the bone made Sasuke scream uncontrollably. "Sasuke!" Concerned for Sasuke, Naruto formed hand seals, beginning to channel the chakra of the 9 tails, intending to use summoning to rescue him. The powerful chakra made Kisame turn his head again. "Oh, so this is the chakra of the 9 tails. Not bad chakra, but unfortunately it's too slow." Kisame drew Samahata, preparing to absorb Naruto's chakra. However, before Kisame could act, a swift white light darted past him and Uchiha Itachi, pulling Naruto behind. At the same time, Chinyu slapped away Naruto's hand seals. "Chinyu, what are you doing?" Naruto, holding his pained hand, looked at Chinyu in confusion. "This is Sasuke's own battle. Don't intervene," Chinyu said seriously. But Naruto wanted to argue. "That's right, no interference, that's the rule." Sasuke's voice came through. "This is my battle." Itachi turned his head to find Sasuke had stood up again. Though his battered body was somewhat shaky, his gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Relying on his only usable right hand, Sasuke pulled out a kunai and charged at Itachi for the 3rd time. However, even in perfect condition, he couldn't handle Itachi's insight and suppression, let alone, now having sustained severe injuries, his body's functions were severely impaired by pain. In just a few exchanges, Itachi delivered a powerful kick to Sasuke's abdomen, sending him flying to the same spot as before. Wah! The staggering Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood. Sasuke! Seeing Sasuke being beaten like that, Naruto could no longer hold back and charged forward. But at that moment, Chinyu blocked him again. "Chinyu!" Naruto exclaimed anxiously. "Sasuke is in danger." "I know." Chinyu replied coolly, even somewhat coldly, "But as I said, in the current situation, even if Sasuke dies, you cannot intervene." "Why?" Naruto could not understand. Chinyu explained seriously, "Because battles are divided into 2 types. One is a fight for life, and the other is a fight to uphold dignity. Right now, Sasuke is fighting to uphold his own dignity. If you charge in now, while you might save him, what would happen to Sasuke's dignity?" But Naruto still couldn't comprehend. If life is lost, what good is dignity? Indeed. Naruto's words resonated with the viewers in the live broadcast room at that moment. Once a person dies, all is empty. A living grants infinite opportunities. While respecting companions is undoubtedly important in this situation, it would be better to take Sasuke away and let him come back later. I agree, though saying that might be a bit inappropriate. Isn't Kinyuzan a bit too conservative? Not just conservative, how should I put it? I believe Sasuke's current actions are not preserving dignity at all. A dignity is not something superficial. Indeed, it can only be said that this is ultimately a scripted anime. Over there they cling to superficial things, as if maintaining them grants them dignity after death. For a moment, many in the live broadcast room began to question Chinyu's actions. However, at this time Chinyu did not concern herself with this unfavorable public sentiment, but continued to focus on Sasuke. After being kicked away by Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke realized that he couldn't gain an advantage in close combat, so he turned to attack with ninja tools. However, if he couldn't deal with the weakened Itachi in close combat, how could he gain the upper hand in shuriken throwing, which was Itachi's strong suit? Seemingly tired of dealing with a novice, Itachi casually dealt with Sasuke's shuriken and pressed him against the wall for a brutal beating. Fists and feet all came into play, fully embodying the idea that hitting is love and scolding is affection. After expressing brotherly feelings through punches and kicks, Itachi began another round of hate me, love me dialogue. Then the Night of the Massacre experience card, Tsukuyomi Edition, activated. In an instant after reliving the Night of the Massacre countless times, Sasuke let out the most mournful scream he had ever produced. Sasuke. Naruto could no longer bear it and charged in. This time Chinyu did not stop him. So Kisame stood in front of Naruto. I told you this is their battle, Ninetales brat. I forget it. Why am I explaining so much to you? I'll just chop off your hands and feet and take you back. That counts as completing my mission. Saying this, Kisame swung the heavy Samahata, aiming at Naruto. Today Naruto obviously couldn't dodge the strike of a ninja blade. Fortunately, in this moment of crisis, a large arm clad in heavy iron armor appeared, blocking Kisame's strike, with a lion-haired hero standing in front of Naruto. Perverted sage? Seeing Jiraiya suddenly appear, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Taking this opportunity, Chinyu swiftly activated her swift escape technique, turning into a streak of white light as she dashed towards Sasuke. This situation caught the honest Kisame off guard, exclaiming in disbelief, "You brat, didn't we agree not to interfere?" As for Kisame's question, Chinyu had a very good answer. Chinyu, my saying not to interfere, I will not interfere. Unfortunately, at that moment Chinyu had no time to respond to Kisame, because she was already wielding an ice sword aiming for Uchiha Itachi's back. Feeling the sharp sensation coming from behind, Uchiha Itachi turned his head while reminiscing about their parents with his brother. Little did he know, not only was Kisame deceived by Chiyo, but he too had fallen for the trick. However, it didn't matter. For a mere chunin, he only needed an illusion technique too. Moi. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Uchiha Itachi's calm face. At this moment, Chiyo had already closed her beautiful red eyes, relying solely on the sword to amplify her perception in battle. This was undeniably a brilliant move. Faced with such a Chiyo, the illusion technique that Itachi had been ready to unleash lost its target. Reluctantly, he could only slide a kunai from his sleeve and hurriedly confront her. Bang! A small air ring exploded at the point where the kunai clashed with the ice sword. Under the immense power, the ice sword that Chiyo had gathered shattered instantly. At the same time, the powerful impact surged along the kunai towards Uchiha Itachi's thumb. Thus, before Kisame's shocked gaze, Itachi's kunai was suddenly dislodged, leaving him wide open. Seizing such an opportunity, Chiyo did not hesitate. She slightly bent her body, her hands forming a seal at her waist, and a blue ice katana with a sheath formed in an instant. In the next second, as the katana was drawn, a swift light filled every inch of Chiyo's skin and hair. White Fang sword technique, second form modified, Iato slash. Swish. A pure white sword light grazed Uchiha Itachi's scalp, causing several strands of smooth black hair to gently fall. He dodged that. Chiyo's pretty face tightened, her heart filled with astonishment. Before she could catch her breath, in the blink of an eye, dozens of sword lights were unleashed. This rapid-fire attack in such a short time was precisely the secret sword 1/1000 hits power retaining version she had previously used against Hong Lian. But then something shocking happened. Against Chiyo's high-frequency attacks, Uchiha Itachi dodged when he could and used kunai to block when he couldn't. Each movement was as precise as a robot, moving just a centimeter to evade attacks without an extra millimeter of motion. In such circumstances, Chiyo's sword light brushed past his fingertips, sleeves, cheeks, forehead, and even earlobes, yet she could not truly land a hit. She was indeed the master of outlining the human form. In a daze, Chiyo felt as if she were a mere pawn in the legend of Yin Shuangying. Clearly, she was the one wielding the firearm, and the speed of the bullets was something he could not evade, yet each time before she pulled the trigger, he could react 3, even 10 steps ahead by sensing the direction of her gun and muscle movements. Under such circumstances, even though she was the one holding the gun, she found herself utterly helpless against him. Not to mention the significant difference in strength between Chiyo and Uchiha Itachi, which was not as vast as that between an armed and unarmed ordinary human. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan? Chiyo was truly impressed. No wonder so many people desired to obtain this reedy ailment. It was genuinely powerful. The inside of the Mangekyo Sharingan combined with Uchiha Itachi's flawless attributes meant that even though it was she who had the first move and possessed swift movement, she could not transform that advantage into a lead, barely maintaining a 6-4 situation, and that 4 was continuously shifting towards 5. One must admit, in terms of micromanipulation, Chiyo truly had no way to contend with Uchiha Itachi. Since that was the case, she decided to cover the area with an AoE attack. Chiyo diverted a bit of her attention while continuously wielding her knife in suppression. Her left hand formed seals, summoning the ice release she had obtained from Kakashi to manifest once again. Ice release swallows snow. Moi. In Uchiha Itachi's astonished gaze, the fragments of the ice sword from earlier floated up again, continuously increasing in number, eventually transforming into dart-like swallows. Swish, 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 swish. The swallow-like darts circled in the air before launching an attack from behind Uchiha Itachi. This time Chiyo swore to make Uchiha Itachi unable to fend off 4 hands with his 2 fists. However, Uchiha Itachi's response was also quite simple. Fire release Phoenix Fire Technique. A multitude of small fireballs erupted from Uchiha Itachi's mouth, spiraling outwards to protect himself. Then Chiyo Swallow's Snow and Phoenix Fire Technique collided. Clearly a clash of ice and fire, yet the impact produced the sound of 2 stones striking each other. Under the high temperature of the Phoenix Fire Technique and the shuriken blocking it, Chiyo Swallow's Snow was equally countered, and she herself was temporarily obstructed. And just as Chiyo cut down the Phoenix Fire Technique aimed at her and wanted to advance, Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. Boom! A massive fireball occupying the entire corridor surged towards her. When did he form the seals? From the back, Naruto's astonished voice echoed. Hearing this, Chiyo couldn't help but smile helplessly. This isn't about fighting Sasuke with a seal every 60 seconds. Uchiha Itachi can form 6 seals in a second with 1 hand. If you could see him forming seals, that would be a ghost. However, this great fireball is indeed a bit troublesome. Chiyo quickly formed seals with both hands. She couldn't afford to be forced back by the great fireball. Behind her were Kisame and Jiraiya. If she was pushed back, she wouldn't be able to fight anymore, and her objectives were not yet achieved. Ice Release Crystal Ice Mirrors. Several rectangular ice mirrors formed an impenetrable wall blocking the great fireball. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of those behind, as the great fireball struck the crystal ice mirrors and began to melt them, Chiyo dashed towards the mirrors. Before the crystal ice mirrors could be completely melted by the high-temperature fireball, her pure white and beautiful figure slipped into the mirrors, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Before the astonished exclamations from behind could arise, a brand new ice crystal mirror quietly formed behind Uchiha Itachi. In the next second, Chiyo burst through the mirror, sweeping her long knife. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi turned around once more, his face showing no signs of surprise. Clearly, he had long anticipated Chiyo's arrival and had prepared his means. Sniff, sniff. Chiyo's delicate nostrils suddenly twitched. A scent reminiscent of burnt paper wafted through the air. Along with this scent came an ever-expanding sense of crisis. Chiyo opened her eyes and looked up to see several explosive tags, already burned 2/3, slowly drifting down. As she gazed at the explosive tags, a warning bell rang in Qianye's heart. Even for her, being so close to so many explosive tags would result in injury. Fortunately, there was still a chance to salvage the situation with these explosive tags. Wind Escape, Fierce Wind Palm. Qianyu hastily raised her hand, unleashing a powerful gust of wind from her small pale palm. Under the force of the raging wind, the burning of the explosive tags accelerated abruptly, yet they were pressed against the ceiling by the fierce gust. Bang! A violent explosion erupted. Crash! Fragments of the shattered ceiling fell incessantly as choking dust spread throughout the area. Amidst the thick smoke and dust from the explosion, the confrontation between Kisame and Jiraiya made it difficult for them to see the battle ahead. What's happening? What's going on? Anxiously, Naruto kept jumping on his feet, but he was not like Niji with his Byakugan. In such a situation, he had no other choice but to watch. However, after a while, Jiraiya suddenly felt something and turned to look back, causing Kisame to follow his movement. A gentle breeze blew from behind Naruto, carrying a fragrant aroma. Naruto frowned in confusion, a dazed look on his face. What scent is that? So fragrant. So familiar. Naruto, you idiot. Seeing his foolish disciple, Jiraiya helplessly covered his face. Fortunately, Minato was not as dull as Naruto back in the day. Otherwise, with Naruto's clumsiness, he wouldn't even recognize the scent of a girl, and who knows when he would have descendants. Jiraiya said weakly, "Didn't you notice that there are 2 more people behind you?" What? Naruto turned in surprise. Only then did he realize that at some point Qianyu had brought Sasuke to stand behind him. Qianyu. And Sasuke, when did you get here? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Just now. Chienyu smiled tiredly. The explosive tags had just detonated, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she charged forward through the explosion. The explosive tags set up by Uchiha Itachi were indeed quite clever. However, the smoke produced by the explosion also obstructed his Sharingan's line of sight, which prevented Uchiha Itachi from utilizing his greatest advantage. Simultaneously being naturally frail, he had not anticipated that Chienyu would be so fierce, directly charging through the explosion of the explosive tags. In such a situation, the two engaged in combat once more. However, while they had indeed fought, Chienyu did not go all out. Her purpose today was not to battle Itachi. So after a feint, Chienyu bypassed Itachi, snatching Sasuke into her hands, and quickly used a space substitution to retreat. Thus her goal of distracting Itachi while rescuing Sasuke was complete, and she would naturally turn the tide next. So after casually brushing Naruto off, Chienyu cast a dissatisfied glance at Jiraiya, ahead displaying evident anger. Lord Jiraiya, what are you doing? It's too slow. Oh, sorry. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head with an awkward smile. It took a bit of time to deal with this young lady. She was under Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu. Jiraiya pointed beside him, where a woman in a purple dress with an alluring figure leaned against the wall. Just looking at her, Chien's brows furrowed even deeper. So are you saying that as one of the legendary Sannin, a mere woman under Jinjutsu could seduce you away? Jiraiya was suddenly at a loss for words, because that was indeed the case. But at this point, Chien's fiery intensity did not wane, and she took a powerful step forward. If I hadn't unexpectedly appeared with Sasuke, and it was just Naruto alone, wouldn't he have already been taken away by the enemy? Is this how the legendary Sannin trains their disciples? How laughable! Jiraiya was rendered speechless. On one hand, this was indeed his fault, but on the other hand, for so many years since he achieved the name of Sannin, very few had ever scolded him so bluntly. For a moment, Jiraiya was left bewildered by Chien's scolding. After all, he was the renowned Sannin. Isn't he supposed to have some dignity? Even Naruto felt that Chien's reprimand was a bit too much. Chienyu, I didn't get into trouble, right? Can't we just let it go? Naruto attempted to mediate, drenched in cold sweat. But Chienyu showed him no mercy. You didn't get into trouble. You might not have, but the only reason you're safe is that Sasuke held the enemy off. Without Sasuke's delay, would you still be unscathed? If Sasuke and I hadn't rushed from Konoha to support you, you would have already been captured today. If you really want to apologize, say it to Sasuke. After all, he got hurt just to cover for your mistake, Lord Jiraiya. Chien's final words were like thunder. Sasuke. Looking at Sasuke, whose eyes were still open but lacked any sparkle, Naruto clenched his fists and fell silent. At this moment, the audience watching the live broadcast finally reacted to Chien's words. Indeed, with Itachi and Kisame's strength, capturing Naruto would be effortless. If it weren't for Sasuke and Chienyu coming today, Naruto would have really been taken away by the enemy. So what Chienyu said earlier about fights being of two types was just a ruse to fool Naruto. She was only stalling for time. Look at her. As soon as Jiraiya arrived, she immediately went to rescue Sasuke. Hey, don't say that. It really seems to be the case. After all, our impression of Chienyu has always been that she's very agile. If I told you Chienyu isn't that rigid. Where did this black-heart person come from? You know, Chienyu is my wife. I've known her for 10 years. She's incredibly strong. I'm a genuine 10-year-old fan. In the comments, Chien's reputation began to turn around. In this reversal, the one who could attract fans the most, as soon as the turnaround was complete, Chienyu immediately welcomed a wave of positive impressions. Although there weren't as many as during the bath scene, there was still a total of 1/8 of 0 points earned. Just for this wave, Chienyu felt that this trip was worth it. After glancing at her current impression balance with satisfaction, Chienyu returned her focus to the scene. At this point, Jiraiya had also become serious under Chien's reprimand. The man with lion-like messy hair spoke solemnly. All right, I understand. This is indeed my fault, and I will take responsibility for my actions. Before I return, I appreciate your hard work, Chienyu and Sasuke. Jiraiya expressed his gratitude. Then he looked towards Itachi and Kisame. Your target is Naruto, right? Using Jinjutsu to lure me away with this young lady is truly a despicable tactic. In that case, you two will remain here together. Jiraiya bit his finger and quickly formed hand seals, summoning toad mouth binding technique. Gurgle. With a strange sound, a red meat wall covered the walls of the inn and began to climb up towards Kisame and Itachi's feet. Seeing that the two were successfully ensnared by him, Jiraiya revealed a confident smile. Unfortunately, Itachi, Kisame, you are now in the belly of the toad of MT. Maya Boku, since you are wanted criminals, just become food for the toad. Saying this, Jiraiya quickly outputted chakra, causing the toad's stomach walls in the corridor to start closing rapidly. Under the pursuit of the crimson meat tentacles that split from the stomach walls, the two quickly fled to the side. Watching the two fleeing individuals, Chinyu quietly conjured a long knife preparing to strike. However, after some thought, Chinyu ultimately abandoned this idea. What significance would it hold to stop the two brothers? They couldn't be killed anyway. In fact, if they fought desperately, it might be her and Jiraiya who would end up dead. Thus, Chinyu chose to ignore Itachi and Kisame's departure. With Chinyu refraining from action, the outcome was all but predetermined. Amaterasu. Itachi unleashed a visual technique that incinerated the toad meat wall, swiftly escaping with Kisame, leaving behind the everlasting flames of Amaterasu burning fiercely on the toad meat wall. Seeing this, Jiraiya pulled out a blank scroll and smoothly drew a sealing fire technique, intending to seal away Amaterasu. Since Chinyu was right beside Jiraiya, she witnessed the entire incantation for the sealing fire technique. Thus, a new entry quietly appeared on her personal panel: sealing fire technique, not yet mastered, 1100. Watching this scene, Chinyu suddenly had an idea and raised her hand to interrupt Jiraiya. Please wait a moment, Lord Jiraiya. What's the matter, Chinyu? Jiraiya looked over in confusion. It's nothing, but Lord Jiraiya, could you leave me a bit of fire when you seal it? I'm quite interested in this flame. That can be arranged. It's no trouble for me, Jiraiya replied, scratching his chin in puzzlement. But can you perform the sealing fire technique? Of course. Chinyu smiled sweetly while internally adding, not at all. But it doesn't matter. System add points. Chinyu looked at her personal panel and gently clicked on sealing fire technique, not yet mastered, 1100. Ding, consumed 8,500 impression points. Sealing fire technique, not yet mastered, 1100. Sealing fire technique expert, 1100. A wealth of knowledge flooded into Kianya's mind. As of now, with her spirit having reached a certain level, the point allocation for level techniques no longer affected her significantly. After organizing her thoughts, Chinyu took out a scroll and effortlessly drew the sealing fire technique alongside Jiraiya. You really can do it. Jiraiya remarked, intrigued by Kianya's actions. Since you and I have nothing more to say, you'll seal half of this flame, and you can take the rest. With that, Jiraiya activated the sealing fire technique, an invisible hand reaching out towards Amaterasu. True to his word, he left half for Chinyu to collect. Seeing this, Chinyu felt a bit moved. Aside from being a bit lecherous, Jiraiya truly had no other flaws. When she expressed her desire for the flames of Amaterasu, he didn't even ask her what she would do with it. He simply agreed. The issue was when she was originally male, Jiraiya's lechery didn't bother her, but now she was female and quite beautiful at that, clearly within Jiraiya's hunting range. With Jiraiya's strength, if he purely intended to peep, there were indeed very few in this world capable of stopping him. Under Jiraiya's intimidation, Chinyu hadn't dared to visit hot springs lately, and it had been a long time since she had touched the smooth, silky skin of the ladies in the hot spring. It was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. Forget it, I'll talk to Jiraiya about this when my strength is a bit greater. Chinyu planned in her heart. Meanwhile, her hands remained swift, activating the sealing fire technique to seal away the remaining flames of Amaterasu. At the moment, she grasped the flames of Amaterasu, feeling the powerful fire within the scroll. Just as the thought had previously surfaced in Kianya's mind, a brand new entry quietly appeared on her personal panel. Fire release, added earth command, not unlocked, insufficient prerequisites, just as I thought. Looking at the fire release entry, Chinyu smiled slightly. Everyone, I've just obtained a bloodline limit. Added earth command, directly utilizing Amaterasu in battle. This harvest is truly substantial. I've really struck gold this time. However, just as Chinyu was secretly delighted, a gust of wind suddenly swept by her side. Chinyu, what just passed by? In the next second, dynamic entry. The figure of Guy maintaining a rider's kick stance appeared before everyone. Guy. Jiraiya looked at Guy, who was kicking towards him, with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Guy finally recognized who he was about to kick, and his gaze instantly transformed from serious to wise. However, given the timing of the kick, he clearly couldn't retract it. Thus, Uchiha Madara's 45-sized foot firmly imprinted itself on Jiraiya's face. Boom. A dull sound echoed. With the sudden flying kick from Guy, Jiraiya instantly became a rolling gourd. Just moments ago, Jiraiya had not been at a disadvantage against Itachi and Kisame, but in the end he was kicked by one of his own. This amusing twist led to a chorus of laughter in the livestream. They overlooked the fact that Guy's kick had left Jiraiya a bit stunned. Just like the past, Chinyu, the audience had not yet realized the severity of the situation. Who could have guessed that this comical character with green skin and watermelon hair would almost kick the story to its conclusion? Thus, the wisdom holds: never compare combat power with a comedic character. Jiraiya clearly understood this principle, so after Guy's bizarre apologies, he waved his hand and chose to let it go. In any case, the most pressing matter now is to quickly get Sasuke back to the Konoha medical facilities. Multiple fractures and the mental attack from that visual technique. Uchiha Itachi's methods are certainly ruthless. Jiraiya sighed gravely. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto was extremely worried. Pervy Sage, is Sasuke going to be okay? I can't say for sure. His mental damage is quite severe. Damn it. Naruto recalled the earlier battle between Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi along with Kienya's words. Thinking about how Sasuke had been beaten up like that for his sake, Naruto couldn't suppress the fury rising in his heart. Yet at the same time he felt acutely aware of his own weakness. Because both Sasuke and Shinyu were stronger than him and Shinyu was exceptionally powerful, if even she couldn't handle Uchiha Itachi, what could he do? With such thoughts, Naruto grew despondent. Their target must be me, right? If even Shinyu and Sasuke can't defeat them, then what pervy sage do I just have to hide from them for the rest of my life? Of course not. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. So I will train you next. Kid, if you don't want to feel powerless like today, then you need to put in your utmost effort. Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder emphatically. Yes. Encouraged by Jiraiya, Naruto lifted his spirits. On the other side, seeing the lifeless-eyed Sasuke and recalling Lee's figure guy sighed deeply. At times like this, I can't help but wish that medical expert were still around. Don't worry, guy, I'm actually going to look for her. Jiraiya replied with a slight smile. Who? Shinyu asked, knowingly feigning ignorance as she listened to their conversation. That would be Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary three ninjas alongside Lord Jiraiya and Orochimaru. As he spoke, recalling Tsunade's figure, both Jiraiya and Guy displayed a look of nostalgia. However, Guy was thinking of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, while Jiraiya's thoughts were less clear. After some pleasantries, Shinyu, Guy, and Naruto bid farewell to Jiraiya. Taking Naruto with him, Jiraiya set off in search of Tsunade, while Guy and Shinyu prepared to return to Konoha. However, just as Guy was about to depart, he suddenly noticed that Shinyu was motionless beside him, seemingly deep in thought since earlier. What's wrong? Guy looked over in confusion. Teacher Guy, why don't you head back first? Shinyu turned her head. I really do want to follow them. Follow them? Guy asked in surprise. Shinyu, are you still worried about Lord Jiraiya? A bit. He really seems too unreliable. Shinyu nodded candidly. So I'm a bit concerned about Naruto. Plus they're going to find Lady Tsunade, right? The more people there are, the more powerful they become. If we can find Lady Tsunade sooner, Lee, Sasuke, and Kakashi Sensei will recover faster. Shinyu. Hearing her words, Might Guy was quite moved and quickly affirmed her choice. In that case, you should go after them. They'll keep you informed about the village. With that, Might Guy returned to Konoha alone with Sasuke, while Shinyu chased after Jiraiya and Naruto. However, although she intended to pursue Jiraiya and Naruto, when Shinyu actually caught up, she didn't reveal herself to join them, but instead hid in the shadows. It was too troublesome to wait for Jiraiya's command to join her. It was better to be free in the shadows, as her goal was simply to chase the camera and participate in the battle of the legendary three ninjas. As in the original, Jiraiya started teaching Naruto the Rasengan, and Naruto's strength began to transform from this moment onward. Since Naruto started training the Rasengan, Shinyu naturally needed to pay attention to her own strength improvement. She glanced at her personal panel. At this point, after the third round of the Chunin exams and her previous experiences, her impression points had reached a terrifying total of 54000. 54000 may sound like a lot, but in reality, it was not enough. However, for Shinyu, it was undoubtedly insufficient. Her three primary abilities required substantial points: the 8 Gates Technique Mastery needed 5100, the Wind Swordsmanship Mastery required 6800, and the least, the White Fang Swordsmanship from Master to Grandmaster needed 3600. With 54000, she could only level up the White Fang Swordsmanship and add some scattered points. Previously, Shinyu would have instantly allocated points to the White Fang Swordsmanship without hesitation. But now she hesitated. There were two reasons for this. One was that she had just obtained Fire Release added Earth Command, capable of utilizing the flames of Amaterasu in battle. Although Amaterasu's prestige had diminished considerably in later stages, she still wanted it. The second reason was Senju would release Skilled 11,000. This was something Shinyu had synthesized after initially allocating points separately, akin to merging Wind Release into Wind Swordsmanship. The so-called Senju Wood Release is quite clear, meaning the wood release of Senju Hashirama. The strength of Senju Hashirama's wood release goes without saying, so Shinyu was indeed quite tempted. But ultimately, after careful consideration, she felt that having 10 birds in the forest was not as good as having one in hand. Subsequently, she summoned a shadow clone to protect herself, took a deep breath, focused her mind, and concentrated her points on the White Fang Swordsmanship. Ding consumed 36000 impression points. White Fang Swordsmanship Master 13600. White Fang Swordsmanship Grandmaster 11000. With a single expenditure of 3600 impression points, an overwhelming amount of energy surged forth. It was as if an endless white light emanated from the deepest part of Kianya's body, radiating outward. Under this white light, even Kianya's ruby-red eyes were transformed into a pure white, exuding a hint of divinity. Compared to this white, the Byakugan seemed insignificant. Maintaining this state, Shinyu looked around. At that moment, she realized the world had paused again. The clouds in the sky had stopped, the birds on the trees were frozen, and the insects on the ground seemed to be solidified in amber, as if she were the only living being in the entire world. However, Chinyu clearly understood that these things had not died. This was not a pause, but a state where her spirit had been accelerated to the limit akin to when she viewed memories. From this moment on, Qianya's body had been enhanced to fully adapt to high-speed combat with rapid movement. Whether it was neural reflexes, dynamic vision, or spiritual perception, Chinyu had been strengthened to a remarkably high level. It could be said that although Qianya's eyes were still ordinary in terms of pure insight, they were no less than the Sharingan or Byakugan. With such physical enhancement, the secret sword techniques Chinyu comprehended after mastering the White Fang swordsmanship seemed relatively insignificant. Yet there was one aspect that she found particularly interesting. After the state of suspension during the system enhancement faded, Chinyu looked at her pale white hands. As she grasped, a streak of white light appeared in her palm. Then Chinyu tightened her grip on the white light, and it elongated to form a spear of light, which she forcefully hurled forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a line of trees in the forest were pierced through. Yet the most remarkable part was that the light spear only left thumb-sized wounds on the trees. Outside of that, they remained unscathed. But within the thumb-sized area, everything blocking its path had been pulverized to dust. If there were a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan present, they would see that what Chinyu held was not a physical object, but rather a stream of high-energy particles constrained into the shape of a spear, with countless tiny particles moving at the speed of light under her control. Thus, those trees had not been penetrated, rather they had been blasted open by countless high-energy particles. And this was White Fang. After reaching the Grandmaster level of the White Fang swordsmanship, Chinyu had finally mastered the blade of the White Fang. Under the enhancement of the White Fang sword technique, the agility that had become a weakness for Chinyu welcomed a triple jump, elevating her from an ordinary Jonin to a pseudo-shadow. Subsequently, Chinyu continued to allocate points, decisively choosing wood release over fire release. With 11100 points of impression value spent, the once proficient Chinsho wood release ascended to Chinsho wood release master 11100. A brand new power emerged within Chinyu. Under the influence of this power, the large tree that Chinyu had pierced through suddenly saw the wound at its core shrink. This is. Looking at the strange phenomenon of the tree before her, Qianya's expression tightened, revealing a new discovery. Over the following days, Chinyu began researching the powers she had gained from allocating points in Chinsho wood release. As the plot steadily progressed, Orochimaru and Kabuto found Tsunade, and the battle of the three legendary ninjas was set into motion. Unexpectedly, Kabuto, who appeared in the live broadcast, did not show any signs of his previous severe injuries, leaving everyone wondering what methods he had employed. With a fractured spine healed, Chinyu was genuinely curious and prepared to study it the next time they encountered each other. However, unbeknownst to Chinyu, while she was plotting against Kabuto, someone else was plotting against her. In the land of rain, within the lair of white Zetsu, Uchiha Obito was engaged in his daily training. With plans to initiate in 3 years, he aimed to create a world with Rin, one that Rin would love. Before that, he needed to race against time. However, just as Uchiha Obito was deeply immersed in his training, a carnivorous plant suddenly appeared beside him. Sensing Zetsu's arrival, Obito chose to ignore it and continued his training, planning to speak with Zetsu afterward. Yet Zetsu approached him proactively. "What's the matter?" Obito paused his actions, his expression slightly displeased. "Obito, there's a situation." Black Zetsu spoke up, handing over a piece of wood. "Take a look at this." Obito, puzzled, took the wood and closed his eyes, sensing it carefully. After a moment, he looked at Black Zetsu in confusion. "This is a tree created by wood release, right? What's wrong with it?" "So you confirm this is a wood release creation, correct?" Black Zetsu continued. "Confirm? Of course, it's very simple. You could have Akatsuki recognize it as well." "Wait." Obito furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing. The only two people who could truly use wood release were him and Akatsuki. If Akatsuki had created a wood release tree, he certainly wouldn't come to find him. Therefore, someone has used true wood release. Who? Obito hurriedly inquired. True wood release is not the inferior version that Yamato possesses. Trees created by true wood release are living beings. Even without the chakra of the caster, they can survive in nature. Only living beings can absorb the chakra of trapped enemies for their own use. Traditional combinations of water and earth chakra clearly cannot create life. The decisive factor is the ability to infuse life with yang release. Water, earth, and yang are the true ingredients that made Chinsho Hashirama unbeatable in the ninja world. On the eve of his plans being set in motion, another wood release user emerged, which was not a good sign. It's a girl from Konoha, Chinyu from the Hinata Temple, a teammate of Uzumaki Naruto. Black Zetsu explained. She was training near the Jinchuriki, which was unexpectedly discovered by White Zetsu monitoring the Jinchuriki. We checked her lineage, and she indeed has a mixed bloodline of the Chinsho clan, albeit very thin. We never expected her generation to revert. TSK, Chinsho. Obito was extremely displeased. Even after disappearing, she still can't be at ease. Black Zetsu ignored Obito's complaints. In any case, that's the situation, Obito. How shall we deal with that girl? Let me think. Obito set aside his displeasure and began to think seriously. He was naturally aware of Kianya's information. Everything related to the Jinchuriki was a key focus for Obito, especially since Chinyu was also connected to Kakashi being that guy's sister. After some consideration, Obito still felt that a true would-release user was quite valuable. If he could find a way to recruit her, it would be advantageous. Of course, it certainly wasn't to see Kakashi's sister despairing after being taken advantage of. I have a plan. Obito looked at Black Zetsu, and the two began to conspire. Within a few days before Chinyu could participate in the battle of the three legendary ninjas, an order from Konoha had already arrived. The order was still from Kianya's old acquaintance, Yuzuki Yugao. You want me to go back? Why? Chinyu was quite confused. She was assisting Jiraiya in searching for Tsunade for the noble cause of Konoha's fifth Hokage. Even if Konoha was currently facing many difficulties, they shouldn't lack for a small chunin like her. Because you're the only one who can do this. Speaking of the matter of bringing Chinyu back, a smile appeared on Yuzuki Yugao's face. The situation is like this, didn't you capture a sound ninja before? She now. After hearing Yuzuki Yugao's explanation, Kianya's expression turned to one of exasperation. That guy really is. I can only say that she truly lives up to her reputation. I'm impressed. Fine. Chinyu decided to return to the village, even if it meant giving up her participation in the battle of the three legendary ninjas. This was indeed a pressing matter that Yuzuki Yugao was discussing. In simple terms, Chinyu had captured Honglien, who was a rare bloodline ninja and also a female ninja. Konoha had the intention of bringing her into their fold. However, Honglien was proud and refused to cooperate, even going on a hunger strike, refusing to communicate with anyone, displaying an attitude of determination to die. In other ninja villages, someone with Honglien's attitude would only end up becoming a breeding, so continuously producing children with the crystalline bloodline, ultimately dying like Kiri's mother. However, this was Konoha, and Konoha could not do such things. Fortunately, although Honglien refused to eat, she did have one request. Her only request was to see Chinyu. As for what she wanted to do, that would have to wait until after Chinyu met her. Thus, Chinyu had to return. She had a decent impression of Honglien, as the latter had never intended to harm her life during their battles, and Chinyu naturally didn't want Honglien to starve to death. Moreover, Honglien wanted to see her without even eating, so Chinyu was quite curious about what Honglien wanted to discuss. Let's go. Let's go. Together with Yuzuki Yugao, Chinyu returned to Konoha. Do you want to fight again? Are you that obsessed? Hearing Honglien's words, Chinyu's expression was strange. Should I say you haven't changed your mind? Or should I say you're just stubborn? Don't worry about that. Just say whether you're going to fight or not. Honglien proudly raised her chin. Or are you afraid? Afraid of losing to me? Afraid? Chinyu shook her head in amusement. I'm afraid of someone who's already lost to me. However, if you insist on fighting me, there should be some terms, right? Like what happens if I lose? Otherwise, am I supposed to come and fight with you every time you wanna? Honglien began to ponder. Chinyu's point was indeed valid, as she could indulge once or twice, but could she keep indulging 3 or 4 times? Honglien was very clear about how Orochimaru dealt with captives who refused to surrender. And on Konoha's side, although it was slightly better than Orochimaru's, this was still the birthplace of Orochimaru. How much better could it really be? Thinking about how no one from Orochimaru's side had contacted her lately, let alone come to rescue her, Honglien felt that she had most likely been abandoned. Since that was the case, Honglien gritted her teeth and stamped her foot. Don't you just want me to join Konoha? This is my 3rd chance. If I lose again this time, then I will join Konoha. Alright. Chinyu nodded in satisfaction. Then let's go. After having her chakra seal removed, they were led by the prison ninja to a large playground specifically for inmates. A refreshing breeze blew in, and Chinyu stretched lazily, showcasing her slender waist. However, Honglien felt a bit unsteady. Seeing this, Chinyu kindly reminded her, before we start, why don't you eat something first? Otherwise, you might regret it later. No need. I keep my word. Honglien became angry, clearly believing that Chinyu was trying to play tricks on her. And I have my own food pills. In Chinyu's surprised gaze, Honglien took off her hair tie. The hair tie was made of small crystals, looking quite plastic, reminiscent of industrial creations. Yet holding the hair tie, Honglien brutally tore off a crystal and threw it into her mouth to crush it. Accompanied by the crunching sound that made one's teeth ache, Honglien's momentum visibly surged. Impressive, sister. Chinyu truly did not expect that Honglien had such a trick up her sleeve. Encasing the food pills in crystals was indeed a brilliant idea. Of course, seeing Honglien's actions, the Konoha prison ninjas watching nearby looked pale, There was no need to elaborate on that. After Hong Lian recovered some chakra to Qian Ye's astonishment, she suddenly pointed heavily at her own heart. Life and death acupuncture. Boom. Hong Lian's chakra surged like a torch. The overwhelming chakra vibrated the air, transforming into gusts of wind that blew in all directions. Hey, this is too cunning. Seeing this scene, Qian Yu felt very helpless. What happened to joining Konoha if you lose? That's right, if I lose I will join Konoha. Hong Lian said proudly, if you can save me after I've used the life and death acupuncture, what does joining Konoha matter? I will fight with all my might regardless of win or lose. That will do justice to Lord Orochimaru. Alright. Qian Yu knew it wouldn't be that easy to get Hong Lian to join Konoha. She created a shadow clone to find the medical team, then waved to Hong Lian, come on, don't waste time, face me directly. That's what I've been hoping for. Hong Lian revealed a manic smile and quickly formed hand seals crystal release giant shuriken. A hexagonal crystal the size of a small house spun rapidly along the ground. The hard cement surface continuously shattered under the technique, its momentum colossal, like a bulldozer crashing. Such an astonishing display made Qian Yu glance at Hong Lian with new respect. Going all out is indeed different. However, I am no longer the same person. Now I can accomplish anything. Qian Yu once again activated her swift escape technique. A long beam of light gathered in her palm. Faced with the imposing giant hexagonal shuriken, Qian Yu simply slashed, and at that moment the light sword in her hand expanded several meters, instantly shattering the enormous hexagonal shuriken. What is that thing? Watching such a powerful slash, Hong Lian was greatly confused. However, seeing Qian Yu approaching her, Hong Lian did not dare to hesitate. Crystal release crystalline pentagonal road. Crystal release hexagonal shuriken dance. Crystal release divine passage technique. Like the second Chunin exam, continuous crystal techniques bombarded Qian Yu. Under the barrage of numerous crystal techniques, the rumbling sounds continued, startling the nearby prison ninjas who were watching, causing them to retreat, repeatedly fearing to be caught in the crossfire. However, in contrast to the grand display from Hong Lian, Qian Yu appeared very relaxed, almost leisurely. She was too lazy to use the speed of swift escape, just holding the light sword made of swift escape chakra, simply walking towards Hong Lian, cutting down any crystal technique in her way. The only thing that could make her move a bit more was the crystal techniques that Hong Lian raised from the ground. Such an easy demeanor made Hong Lian unable to believe that this was the same person who had caused her to lose during the Chunin exam. This was not a battle, it was clearly just toying with a child. Damn it, don't underestimate me. Hong Lian used her ultimate skill for the third time, crystal release, breaking crystal dragon technique. Roar. 3 immense pink crystal dragons roared to life once again. Go crush her for me. Hong Lian waved her hand, and the 3 crystal dragons surged forward. Facing Hong Lian's ultimate move, Qian Yu finally took it a bit more seriously, but only slightly. Powerful chakra flowed into the light sword, reshaping it into the long light spear she had used when she first employed it. Qian Yu charged up, aimed, and then threw. Boom. The electrically shot light spear pierced through one of the crystal dragon's forehead and exited through its tail, grazing another crystal dragon as it shot into the forest. The crystal dragon, which had been completely pierced, instantly shattered into minute particles before crystallization. Then Qian Yu condensed another light sword and appeared beside the remaining 2 crystal dragons, the sword's light surging. Swish swish. Crackle. The remaining 2 crystal dragons were again shattered by Qian Yu's strikes. Watching this scene, Hong Lian was left speechless, unable to utter a word. However, as the creator of this scene, Qian Yu also frowned, looking down at the hand that held the sword. From her palm to the position around her thumb, a noticeable blood mark was quite eye-catching. A hint of seriousness appeared on Qian Yu's previously relaxed face. Because this was not a wound left by Hong Lian, but a result of the light sword shattering during the attack on the breaking crystal dragon. Fortunately, Qian Yu reacted quickly, otherwise the unrestrained high-energy particle stream would have left her hand riddled with holes. Thus, the greatest flaw of the light sword created by swift escape emerged. That is, it is not stable enough. While it is incredibly sharp, there is also the risk of injuring oneself when it shatters. Qian Yu truly did not expect that the light sword created by swift escape would have such a flaw. But upon reflection, if the sword were indeed so effective, why would Baiya need to forge a short knife for himself? A light sword that can rely on something is indeed superior to one that cannot. It seems I have to forge a short knife, like Baiya. Qian Yu planned in his heart. Meanwhile, his unusual movements also alerted Hong Lian to the fact that Qian Yu is injured. She is injured and bleeding. Upon realizing this, Hong Lian was greatly invigorated. As long as she bleeds, it signifies that Qian Yu is not invincible. The somewhat demoralized Hong Lian rallied, quickly forming hand seals. Crystal escape, crystal wall formation 8. Boom. Thick crystals as heavy as castle walls rose around Qian Yu, ultimately forming a massive prison that enclosed him. Haven't you given up yet? Looking at Hong Lian Qian, you could not understand. Even if my technique has flaws, it doesn't mean you can defeat me. Give up, stop struggling in vain. I know, but I have one last move. Crystal escape, one thread of light. Hong Lian roared as she leaped into the air, 4 streams of chakra flames igniting around her in all directions. The flames intertwined, constructing a rectangular outer shape with a rhombus inside. In the center of the formation, a pure blue crystal enveloped Hong Lian. Within that small crystal, her chakra continuously surged forth, yet it was forcefully compressed, exuding a terrifying aura. Can I really unleash this ninjutsu at this moment? Looking at the sky, Qianyu grew serious again, as this was a technique that even the 3 tails could not endure. As Qianyu remained on high alert, Hong Lian's final move quickly approached its climax. Around Hong Lian's body, flames unleashed energy that converged in the center, launching a high-energy laser towards Qianyu. The powerful laser made contact with the crystal formation, instantly creating a large hole in the crystal array that bound Qianyu. Under the constraints of the crystal array, Qianyu had nowhere to escape. It worked. Witnessing this scene, Hong Lian felt a sense of relief rising within her. If at first defeating Qianyu was merely Orochimaru's task, then after being defeated by Qianyu several times, what had once been a smooth life had suddenly plummeted, and defeating Qianyu had become Hong Lian's obsession. Having fought 3 times and exhausted all means in this final attempt, she finally managed to win against Qianyu once. In this way, she could die without regrets. With her last vestiges of fighting spirit lost, Hong Lian plummeted from the sky, her gray robe fluttering in the wind like a wingless crane. However, as Hong Lian, still possessing a fragment of consciousness, fell to the ground, the first thing she felt was not the hard ground, but a soft embrace that carried a fragrant scent. Moi. Hong Lian opened her eyes in confusion, only to find herself face to face with the annoyingly beautiful smile of Qianyu. Looking around, Qianyu remained as clean, neat, and ethereal as ever. Hong Lian seemed to understand something and reluctantly said, "You jerk, I used my last move, couldn't you just take it properly?" Yet Qianyu merely wore an annoying smile and replied confidently, "I'm not some big piece of meat, why should I take your moves, heathen?" Although she didn't know what big piece of meat meant, Hong Lian understood the context. With trembling fingers pointing at Qianyu's tears glimmered in the corners of her eyes as she wailed again. You jerk. I refuse to accept this." Seeing this, Qianyu rolled her eyes dramatically and playfully pinched Hong Lian's face. "What happened to the promise of keeping your word? All right, go rest and recover, you tsundere girl." With that, Qianyu waved her hand, summoning the waiting medical team to quickly come and take Hong Lian away. Then even that hard-mouthed individual who could not be burned by Amaterasu was silenced by someone. Thus, the events of the day finally came to a close. However, as she watched the medical team take Hong Lian away, Qianyu remained tense, looking towards the nearby building. "You over there, after secretly watching for so long, you should come out now." Clap, 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 clap. The crisp sound of applause rang out. Subsequently, within the slightly widened pupils of Qianyu, an old man exuding a dark aura with his right eye and hand bandaged stepped out. Despite appearing so disabled on the outside, Danzo's eyes concealed extraordinary light, and the scar on his chin told tales of time, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Not bad, being able to perceive my existence, truly worthy of being Konoha's most outstanding newcomer." The battle just now was executed beautifully. Qianyu of the Phoenix Temple. A somewhat natural smile appeared on Danzo's stiff face. "Who are you?" Qianyu feigned confusion, purposefully asking. Danzo displayed a hint of arrogance. "I am the assistant to the Hokage, the master of the roots of Konoha." Danzo. Assistant to the Hokage. Hearing this title, Qianyu displayed a look of profound shock. She gazed at Danzo in disbelief, seemingly completely intimidated by this title. Observing Qianyu's reaction, Danzo felt a surge of pride. What if he possessed wood release? What if he learned ice release? She still showed him respect under his authority. However, before Danzo could revel in his delight for long, an awkward yet polite smile appeared on Qianyu's face. "Lord Danzo, I mean no offense, but perhaps I am a bit uninformed, for while you claim to be the assistant to the Hokage, I seem to have never heard of you. Are you really the assistant to the Hokage?" Hearing Qianyu's question, Danzo's confident expression froze. Because he actually wasn't. The reason is simple: he was expelled by the 3rd Hokage during the Uchiha incident. Furthermore, Danzo never anticipated that Qianyu would question his identity. No one had ever thought about whether he was lying when he had deceived others in the past. Yet now he could only grit his teeth and persist in his pretense. "Of course you haven't heard of me, but it's just that I usually do not appear in the public eye," Danzo asserted confidently. "If Sarutobi is the shadow in the light, then I am the root in the darkness. Together we create the prosperity of Konoha for so many years, one light and one dark. Such a great country. Hearing Danzo's self-praise, Qianyu once again emitted a voice of admiration accompanied by a look of reverence. If Kakashi were here, the Kakashi who was very familiar with Qianyu would definitely know that she was once again opening her layers of schemes, treating him as a fool to deceive. But unfortunately, Danzo was not Kakashi. He did not feel anything amiss at all. Meanwhile, Qianyu's next question arrived. So, Lord Danzo, did you come here specifically to find me for something? Danzo said, I would like to invite you to join my root organization. Root? Chiyu displayed a puzzled expression. What is that? Danzo explained, you can think of Root as a secret organization that supports Konoha from the shadows, but it is more elite than the Umbu and takes on more dangerous missions. If the Umbu represents the face of Konoha's hidden power, we are the inner workings, the elite among elites, the true shadows, perfectly suited for a genius like you to join. I see. Chiyu pretended to understand, feigning realization. Seeing that Chiyu seemed to have no objections to his Root organization, Danzo took the opportunity and pressed on. So do you want to join Root and truly protect Konoha? No. Chiyu smiled sweetly, instantly resembling a blooming flower. Moi. Danzo's previously expectant expression froze. He thought Chiyu's beautiful smile meant she would agree, but instead she refused. Did his words not touch her at all? This little girl, is she toying with him? Danzo felt suspicious. Fortunately, before he was about to show his displeasure, Chiyu spoke up to remedy the situation. What I mean is I don't want to make a decision so quickly, Chiyu said assertively. Lord Danzo, when joining an organization, one must discuss the benefits, right? Protecting Konoha also requires compensation. I am willing to protect Konoha, but that doesn't mean I should go into battle without proper provisions. So you have such concerns. Danzo's tense face gradually relaxed. Don't worry, as the protectors of Konoha's shadows, Root naturally has its unique benefits. And for a genius like you, the benefits are top-notch. When you join Root, the ninja arts and forbidden techniques resources of all Konoha will be at your disposal. Additionally, we have our own research department. I remember you have learned ice release, right? The research department can help you develop ice release techniques. As for other supporting ninja tools and custom clothing, that goes without saying. Custom clothing. Listening to Danzo's words, Chiyu was genuinely intrigued this time. She knew better than to be subtle. She wanted Root to provide her with some durable stockings. With the current technology in the ninja world, stockings were indeed available, but the quality was lacking. Therefore, Chiyu's legs had always been bare, and without stockings, how could she flaunt her legs? Indeed, clothing can be customized. Danzo nodded, internally scoffing. Should he be impressed that she was a woman focused on such matters? He truly didn't understand the use of beauty. Sarutobi was the same, marrying a beautiful woman at a young age, only to end up becoming a shadow of his former self. Nevertheless, it was a good thing that Chiyu could be swayed by the prospect of custom clothing. Danzo took the opportunity again. So do you want to join? Hold on, I have more questions. Chiyu waved her hand. You speak. Danzo took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. I want to know how much the monthly salary is after joining Root. What is the salary structure? Is it paid monthly, and how many months? Do we have social insurance and housing funds? Or is it just social insurance and 2 funds? Chiyu's series of questions shot out like a barrage of bullets. Under the continuous inquiry about salary, Danzo was left dumbfounded. He could understand the monthly salary. He could grasp the general meaning of the salary structure and monthly payments. But what did the latter mean? Was the social insurance referring to compensation funds? Danzo was puzzled. But at such a moment, he couldn't show weakness. Dodging Chiyu's questions about benefits, Danzo went straight to the point. If the benefits are satisfactory, will you join? Of course. Not. Chiyu gasped. Then she raised her slender fingers. Even if the benefits are satisfactory, what about the number of days off? How much annual leave? The corporate organization culture, atmosphere, and future opportunities for advancement. Joining an organization affects many things. I can't make a decision without understanding it clearly. Danzo fell silent again. To be honest, he was speechless. They were a ninja organization, a military force, and she wanted vacation time. If she wanted time off now, what would she want in the future? He couldn't even bear to think about it. However, recalling the information the mysterious person had revealed, Danzo suppressed his growing impatience and asked again, if all these meet your expectations, are you willing to join Root? This is also not the case. Looking at Danzo's furrowed brows, Chiyu continued to gasp. Then she said something that made Danzo's blood pressure rise. I want to inquire with the Umbu before deciding. Saying this, Chiyu shyly smiled. It's wise to compare options. Perhaps the Umbu's conditions are better. You? Danzo nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What is this? Comparing options? What can the Umbu, which has weakened for years, offer compared to his meticulously created Root organization? Danzo asked in surprise. You still want to go to the Umbu? They've been weak for years. I really don't care. Chiyu confidently puffed out her chest. I don't care if the organization I join is strong or weak. I will make it the strongest in the future. Good, that's the spirit. No wonder you are the most outstanding of Konoha's younger generation. Danzo nodded in praise. Although Chiyo's previous nitpicking was quite off-putting, her display of confident genius was truly impressive. Danzo decisively activated his Kodoeme Tsukumi. However, Chiyo, a genius like you must have very valuable energy, right? Since that's the case, why waste your precious energy on those mediocre individuals instead of joining the strongest and best organization from the start? Listening to Danzo's words, Chiyo was momentarily confused. When you put it that way, it does sound valid. Then I will join. Join what? Danzo slightly lowered his head, looking into Chiyo's sparkling red eyes, a strong coldness emanating from him, intensifying the output of his eye power. However, no matter how much Danzo increased his eye power, Chiyo remained stuck like the last one of a download, refusing to budge. Danzo could only suppress his irritation and continued to inquire. What's wrong? Do you still have doubts? Chiyo seemed to slowly lift her head, her vacant red eyes staring at Danzo, her delicate lips slowly uttering a few words. Benefits. Benefits must be. Danzo was speechless. He was truly speechless. Although he knew that Konoha had its share of oddballs every year, he never expected someone to be this peculiar. Even under the influence of his Kodoame Tsukumi, she was still focused on benefits. How deep was her obsession with this matter? Danzo said in annoyance. By joining Root, you will be my right guard, second only to me, with access to all Root resources. That should suffice, right? That works. As soon as Danzo spoke these words, it was as if she had upgraded to a premium download service, and her slow pace immediately sped up. I am willing to join Root. In that case, let's go. We will head to Root now. Danzo was tired of arguing with Chiyo. He just wanted to quickly get her to the Root, seal her contract, and secure her for himself. Thus, Danzo did not notice the icy gaze Chiyo directed at him from half a step behind. Qianyu truly did not expect that Danzo, this old coot, would directly use Kodoame Tsukumi against her. If it weren't for her strong mental fortitude quickly activating her swift escape to accelerate her thoughts, she would have truly faced disaster this time. Of course, given Danzo's character, it wasn't surprising that he would directly employ Kodoame Tsukumi. What surprised her was that she actually held enough value to prompt Danzo to use it, as Danzo's deepest trump card, Kodoame Tsukumi, had only been used once during his time as Hokage. This meant that her current worth in Danzo's eyes was equivalent to that of a Hokage. Although she didn't know how Danzo reached such a conclusion, it didn't matter anymore. Qianyu had initially planned to just give Danzo a casual excuse. But since he wanted her to join the Root by using Kodoame Tsukumi, then she would join. It was just that while summoning the deity was easy, sending them away later would be difficult. Not long after the two arrived at the Root, a nimble female ninja approached and placed a cursed seal of silence on Qianyu. At this moment, seeing that Qianyu had successfully fallen into his trap, Danzo finally felt relieved. And since he had secured Qianyu, the next step was naturally to inspect the goods. The two arrived at a training ground and Danzo said, I heard you can use wood release. Can you show me? Wood release. Qianyu was genuinely surprised. How did you know? Don't underestimate the intelligence network of the Root. Danzo spoke with great confidence. In this Konoha, there is nothing we at the Root don't know. Is that so? Qianyu was skeptical. Others might not know, but she certainly did. The Root had suffered a significant setback against the Uchiha, but later the third Hokage cut off their supplies. In the years since, they had barely managed to maintain their status, mostly relying on old resources. Moreover, she had hardly showcased her wood release, only having studied it a few days ago. If Danzo knew, it must have been leaked by someone else. Thinking back to her previous research, Qianyu suddenly realized, so it was discovered by White Zetsu. Everything connected, this time it truly all connected. She wondered why Konoha had suddenly called her back. The matter with Hong Lian was likely just a pretext. The real reason was that her wood release had been exposed. With her wood release exposed, White Zetsu leaked the information to Obito. Obito believed that they couldn't allow Konoha to produce another user of wood release. Thus, he relayed the information to Danzo, knowing that Danzo's nature would inevitably lead to conflicts with her, forcing her away from Konoha, and then he would have his opportunity. However, both Obito and Danzo likely did not expect that she would join the Root so easily. Since Danzo wanted to see her wood release, she would show him. Qianyu clasped her hands together, focusing her chi in her dantian, and with a powerful voice declared, would release birth of the world of trees. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With an overwhelming surge of chakra that reached the level of a Kagya, a lush forest instantly manifested. Feeling the vibrant life force emanating from the trees created by Qianyu, Danzo's right hand wrapped in bandages began to tremble slightly. It was the reaction of Hashirama's cells, which was very dangerous for Danzo himself. However, at this moment Danzo couldn't care less. Looking at the quantity before him, Danzo laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Very good. You Qianyu of the Phoenix Temple are truly remarkable. Regardless of the intentions of that mysterious person who suddenly appeared and informed him of this news. At this moment, the wielder of wood release was in his grasp, and Danzo was too thrilled to think about anything else. Because he truly did not expect that after losing Yamato, he could find another genuine user of wood release. With such vitality and scale, what could possibly stand in the way of his path to becoming Hokage? Damn it, what could possibly stand in his way? Sighed. Danzo shouted loudly. Swish. Sai appeared in an instant, kneeling on one knee. Lord Danzo, you called for me. Danzo pointed to Qianyu beside him. Take Qianyu into the organization and help her familiarize herself with the route. Remember, starting today, Qianyu is my right guard. Except for Ryoma, no one is allowed to go against her wishes. Understood, Lord Danzo. Sai nodded, then approached Qianyu. Lady Qianyu, please follow me. Is that it? Qianyu looked at Danzo. That's it, it's all good. Looking at Qianyu, Danzo rarely wore a friendly expression. Qianyu, now you should familiarize yourself with the route. If you have any requests, you can tell Sai. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Danzo truly left, disappearing in a few flickers. He had been a bit too excited earlier and now needed to quickly deal with his right hand. Tisk. Seeing Danzo leave, Qianyu shrugged indifferently. She had thought Danzo would chat with her a bit longer, but he just took a glance at her wood release and left. That's fine, as she couldn't be bothered to deal with such an old coot like Danzo. Let's see what good things the route has. I'm already itching to find out. Excited, Qianyu rubbed her hands together. Under Sei's guidance, she began to navigate the complex tunnels of the route. This year, Yamashita Yudo turned 60. In his youth, he still had some dreams, speaking of bonds. However, since he joined the route in his 30s and took charge of custom clothing, his past dreams had long faded away, leaving behind a life of family and work, just getting by day to day. Benefiting from this and his own earnest nature, he had become one of the few elders in the route, earning the title of the Garment Sage, able to even chat a few words with Danzo. Everyone called him Mr. Yamashita, who could do anything. Of course, he himself did not care for such empty titles, because most of the people in the route were emotionless killing machines. For those who had dulled their emotions, how challenging could their clothing requirements be? Thus, as he aged, he felt the life in the route had become increasingly dull and tasteless. Sighed. Sitting in his workshop, Yamashita Yudo sighed. Even I occasionally hope for some change to come. As if hearing his plea, a lively set of footsteps suddenly echoed outside Yamashita Yudo's workshop. Not long after, a stunning girl with white hair and red eyes, dazzling even in the dim underground, dashed in. Hello, old man, I want to make a set of clothes. The girl greeted him with such vitality. Oh. Seeing such a girl, Yamashita Yudo felt a hint of interest. He glanced at Sai beside him, who nodded slightly, indicating that this was a task from the route. This made Yamashita Yudo even more curious. How could the route produce such a girl? What kind of clothes do you want to make? Yamashita Yudo asked curiously. At the same time, he couldn't help but imagine what kind of clothes the girl in front of him might want. Would it be a graceful and cool swordsman outfit? Or a kimono that is as vibrant as a butterfly yet conceals deadly traps? Or perhaps a traditional outfit that must cover all her features, a full-body ninja suit? Yamashita Yudo preferred the ninja outfit. Although ninja outfits are usually plain in a life-or-death battle, when the girl is covered in wounds yet maintains a resolute gaze, and the hood slips off, revealing stunning beauty, with her silken white hair flowing in the moonlight, it would make up for all past plainness. As Yamashita Yudo looked forward, Qianyu presented several design sketches. From the amendments on these, he could tell that this was an outfit she had been contemplating for a long time. But the problem was, what is all this? Yamashita Yudo looked at the design sketches Qianyu handed over, puzzled. As a ninja combat outfit exposing shoulders, armpits, and back could be explained away as means of ventilation, but what was the purpose of the hollow cutouts at the waist? Furthermore, whether sleeves are present or not, why would there need to be detached sleeves that don't connect to the outfit? Looking further back, there were but curtains, leg rings, a collar resembling a neck ring, black stockings, meaningless streamers on the sleeves, and a skirt that was shorter in front and longer in back, parting to drape on either side of the body. Yamashita Yudo fell into a long silence. Then trembling hands removed his reading glasses, and he took out a cloth to carefully wipe them. Putting his glasses back on, and looking at the vibrant Qianyu before him, Yamashita Yudo couldn't help but say, "You seem to be a bit too emotionally charged." What? Hearing the words of the man from the 8 Mountains, Qianyu was momentarily bewildered. It's nothing. The man from the 8 Mountains shook his head. Years of experience at the route taught him when to speak and when to remain silent. He certainly shouldn't comment on Qianyu's choice of clothing, but he couldn't help himself. By the way, are these the requirements for the clothing? Just follow the design. The man from the 8 Mountains asked one more question. Qianyu nodded. Yes, just follow the design, but I have specific quality requirements. The last major breakthrough of Orochimaru was still fresh in her memory. However, upon hearing Qianyu's request, the man from the 8 Mountains was already bewildered. Grade wind escape. Little girl, do you know what you're talking about? Of course, grade, what's wrong? Qianyu tilted her head, looking quite adorable. You? Looking at Qianyu, the man from the 8 mountains had 1,000 words of frustration stuck in his throat, unable to express them. He could only patiently explain, grade wind escape, even the most solid jonin from Konoha wouldn't be able to withstand it. Your lightweight clothing is even less likely to hold up. Oh, I apologize, I misspoke. I wasn't referring to defensive power, but to tensile strength. Qianyu corrected herself. With her wind sword technique, her body was surrounded by wind, and her clothes billowed, requiring high quality. But even so, the man from the 8 mountains wanted to argue further. However, Qianyu was quite adamant. I don't care, didn't you say the route has gathered all of Konoha's resources? Do you really lack even this level of technical support? Hey, you little girl. The man from the 8 mountains also stood his ground. The route does have good things, but I wonder if your status will allow you to use them. What if the higher-ups give me all the rare materials accumulated in the past? Would that work for you? Good, that's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Qianyu turned to look at Zhuai. Zhuai, understanding the situation, moved forward and whispered to the man from the 8 mountains. So that's how it is. The man from the 8 mountains was astonished after hearing Zhuai's explanation. He was even more excited than Qianyu. Can any materials really be used? Of course, Lord Qianyu can mobilize any resources. That's what Lord Danzo said. Zhuai confirmed. Good. Since Danzo opened the gates for the root resources to be mobilized, then he had no problem. The man from the 8 mountains patted his chest. Just leave it to me. Ooh, I bet my name as the garment sage that I'll make what you want. All right. Qianyu nodded in satisfaction, very spirited. After finalizing the clothing, Qianyu bid farewell to the man from the 8 mountains and headed to the next stop, equipment customization. However, while the garment sage was easy to handle, the others were not so accommodating. But still, it was no big deal. What is Danzo's right-hand guard? Simply put, whatever I can manage under the department head's authority, I will. Whatever the department head can't manage, I must still oversee, cutting first and reporting later, as authorized by Danzo. Steamed buns, are you dissatisfied? Relying on the power given by Danzo, Qianyu directly took and ate. When going to the cafeteria, she wanted to take a bowl and pour another. If she wanted something thin, she would have something thin. If she wanted something dry, she would have something dry. Whatever she couldn't eat or take with her, she stuffed into her pockets. In a short time, the uniform department, equipment department, secret storage department. Each section was treated like they were robbed by Qianyu, all shouting that the bandits had come. In the end, Qianyu's mischievous behavior continued until she arrived at an experimental laboratory located deep below the root courtyard. This was not because Qianyu's good heart had emerged, but because she was stopped by someone. Looking at the man in front of her wearing a hooded cloak similar to Oil Girl Shino's, just in a black version, with a strange purple mark on his right cheek, Qianyu subtly frowned. Who are you? I am Lord Danzo's left guard, Oil Girl Ryoma. The man in front of Qianyu introduced himself. Oil Girl Ryoma gestured with his hand. Please turn back, Qianyu. The area ahead requires authorization from Lord Danzo to be open to you. Is that so? All right. Qianyu pursed her lips, appearing quite regretful, but she did not linger too much with Oil Girl Ryoma and turned to leave with great agility. After all, the other party was indeed a noble left guard. In the ninja world, the left is respected. The right guard cannot confront the left guard. Just kidding. Once Oil Girl Ryoma saw Qianyu disappear from his sight, he let out a long breath, and at the moment he turned around, Qianyu activated her swift escape, quickly arriving behind Oil Girl Ryoma. Using the spatial technique from her ancient sword style and the aura concealment of her wind sword technique, Qianyu hid behind Oil Girl Ryoma, blocking everyone's view, and swaggered into the laboratory that was not open to her. At this moment, after entering the laboratory and walking for a while, Oil Girl Ryoma seemed to sense something was off and turned his head in confusion. But now Qianyu was no longer behind him. Watching the strange shaking of his head, but ultimately still harboring no suspicions, Oil Girl Ryoma, Qianyu hiding behind a cold cabinet, smiled slightly. It seems I am still too weak. As Danzo's most trusted subordinate, Oil Girl Ryoma perhaps held a high and powerful position in this route. His words were highly regarded. However, since he had not improved his strength after entering the mundane management, it became a hard flaw, which allowed Qianyu to infiltrate effortlessly. Of course, she still maintained the experience card of tongue catastrophe, not having lifted it, so being able to easily pass through the route's barrier recognition was also one of the reasons. Now then, let me see what fun things Danzo has hidden here. Qianyu boldly, yet cautiously began to explore this laboratory. However, there wasn't much to explore in this laboratory, because soon Qianyu saw a jar containing a dark green solution with strange spheres floating inside. Such jars were everywhere in this laboratory, the only difference being the labels on them. For example, the jar in front of Qianyu had the label 45-1. Faced with the universally recognized hot swappable strongest hardware in the ninja world, Qianyu admitted that she was intrigued. Of course, she had no intention of changing her eyes, but when it comes to the system, who says one can enjoy the Sharingan without changing eyes? In any case, I need to figure out a way to get a Sharingan first. Qianyu glanced at the numerous jars in front of her. If she guessed correctly, the numerical designations corresponded to the number of Tomo in the Sharingan. If she simply wanted a Sharingan, she just needed to find a jar labeled with the number 3 and swap it out using her space doppelganger. But just before taking action, Qianyu suddenly remembered something. Uchiha Fugaku had activated the Mangekyo, but no one knew about it. If that were the case, then if Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan was at the root, they were likely treated as ordinary 3 Tomo. The only problem was with so many jars here, which one contained Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan. If only the people at the root had written their names on the jars. Qianyu muttered softly. Without names, only numbers, she would have to find a reference manual to decipher what these numbers corresponded to. But in such a large laboratory, finding out where the Sharingan was located was straightforward, yet locating specific data was a bit challenging since there were materials everywhere. Fortunately, just as Qianyu was feeling troubled, a gruff voice echoed in her ears. Pharmacist Liang, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up and bring me the Sharingan, numbered 31. Yes, I'm sorry, Lord Damu, I'm on it now. A girl with a doll-like head wearing round glasses that obscured most of her face and of short stature hurriedly replied. Of course, Qianyu wasn't particularly concerned about the girl's appearance. Oh, what caught her attention was the girl's surname. Pharmacist. Qianyu looked thoughtfully at the timid girl. Is she the pharmacist I'm thinking of? Qianyu quietly followed her, watching as Pharmacist Liang approached the Sharingan, numbered 31, and performed a very complex hand seal, and then released its seal to open the lid and retrieve the Sharingan. Pharmacist Liang then brought the Sharingan before the man she referred to as Lord Damu, placing the extracted Sharingan on a strange device. Next, the device activated pouring chakra electricity and a specially formulated potion over it. Under the stimulation of these substances, the single Tomo in the Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and there was a faint sign of a second Tomo wanting to split off. But ultimately, the spinning of the single Tomo Sharingan came to a halt after reaching a certain point. At the same time, bright red cracks appeared on the eyeball, and a colorless, transparent gel flowed out. Another failure. The man called Damu clenched his fists in anger. Damn it, clearly all calculations were correct, and we validated this experiment for several months. So where did it go wrong? Should I change assistants? Pharmacist Liang, your bad luck must have rubbed off on me. Damu poured his malice towards Pharmacist Liang. Indeed, women should not be allowed in laboratories. I'm sorry, Lord Damu. Pharmacist Liang was frightened by Damu's rage, tears streaming down as she bowed and apologized repeatedly. Watching Pharmacist Liang like this, Damu's anger seemed to ease somewhat, and he waved his hand. Forget it, take this garbage away. Yes. Pharmacist Liang stepped forward and took away the shattered Sharingan. Qianyu followed closely behind, and the two made their way to a secluded part of the laboratory. However, to Qianyu's surprise, in front of Damu, Pharmacist Liang looked like a complete pushover. But when they reached this deserted waste disposal point, Pharmacist Liang's expression changed instantly, turning into chilling indifference. Damn, Damu, if it weren't for the fact that I still need to investigate the cause of Yano mother's death, with a deadbeat like you, I could take you down with one uppercut and one low kick, leaving you unable to take care of yourself. Pharmacist Liang muttered angrily. With your subpar theoretical level, I dare say you won't find the key even after 1,000 experiments. Oh. Hearing Pharmacist Liang's mutterings, Qianyu curiously stepped out. Then tell me, where is the key to evolving the Sharingan? Who? Pharmacist Liang's expression changed dramatically as she turned in shock. Upon seeing that it was an unfamiliar outsider, she opened her mouth to warn. But before Pharmacist Liang could make a sound, Qianyu moved at lightning speed, grabbing her cheek, and the searing chakra surged into Pharmacist Liang's face, finally burning her tongue. Then Qianyu released her grip. By this time, when Pharmacist Liang tried to scream, she realized she couldn't make a sound no matter what. Even when she had this thought, she felt a sense of numbness creeping over her. Such a sensation was all too familiar to those at the root. This is the tongue curse severance seal. Pharmacist Liang was instantly horrified. She looked at Qianyu in shock. You actually modified my tongue curse severance seal. Indeed, quick on the uptake, aren't you, sister? Qianyu